Okay, it's been a while. It's been a while. All right, let's get that. All right. Okay, okay. I got money. Money in the bank. Shorty with your drink. Money in the bank. Alright, that's enough people I send it to. That's enough people I sent it to. Alright. Get my other profile up in here. Let me get my other profile up in here. I meant to do my done. We're done. Alright. If it isn't the Coach Cooper lover.
Hey, Kel.
What's the deal, Mrs. Coach Cooper?
Yes, you said it right.
Oh man, you about the
Yes,
sneakiest person on this app. I swear, I'm like, nah, she be changing everything up too.
I'm such a troll. It's fun. I got to the 30th, and then I'm gonna change it.
Oh my, wow.
I told Coach,
That
I
thing,
said,
I don't even get it. How would you look at the screen? What's the deal, little head? My stepfather disciplined me. I bet not disrespect. I better not. Oh man. She really be taking that whole month off just to change that serious. That's why I said I'm gonna take time to change that name and the picture and all that.
it's like 7 days.
Oh yeah. Oh, you talking about for that? Oh yeah, I got you. That main one. Yeah, I got you.
I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna go back to Tay.
Back to Tay again. Uh-oh. Not the
Back to Tay.
watery when wet or whatever you said. Slip. You had about more. Can't keep up. Nah,
I'm
you
going.
ain't even looking at the screen. Oh my.
Kel, you cut your hair?
Yep. I usually do it during the summer.
That's
Yeah, during the
nice.
summer. Yeah. Summer I do it, and then on the winter I grow it back out again.
Oh, you gonna grow it back?
Yeah, in the winter I usually alternate it. Yeah.
That's what's
Let's see.
up. How your day been going?
I am blessed. I'm blessed, man. Trying to get back used to this again. I ain't been on this thing about at least about 4 days.
You haven't been live in 4 days?
Not
Cause
on
it
my. I
usually.
don't think my own live. I don't think picking the building. I don't
Hmm.
think I've been in my own live. It's been a minute. Yeah. I've been busy
I've
for the
been
most
good.
part.
I've been good today. I ain't been trolling or terrorizing nobody today. I've been good. Ain't you
Mm.
proud of me?
What? Not you.
Yes, I've been
Oh yeah, you in
good.
somebody's spot too. You about to get booted soon, so she trying to throw a warning down there. You in a spot.
Oh, baby,
People got
I'm
spots.
finna, I'm finna come down because, baby, I gotta go troll the streets, honey. You
Oh
know how
my.
I do.
I'm
I gotta
done.
go troll.
All right. For sure, man.
What's
Let's
up,
see.
everybody? I guess
Oh, there's
except
somebody that
Kev.
stole the spot there. He right in the.
I ain't
How you
dropping
feeling,
down either.
Agent? Hi.
I ain't dropping down. This is my
Yeah.
spot.
Oh, hi, Kay. At least someone say hi to me in this live.
Wow. Wow.
I've been gone for I've
Just
been
got
gone
him.
for weeks.
Mm. How you
No, more like
feeling, man?
days. And Kev just
He
keep
said,
running
"You
away from
will."
me.
He said, "I ain't moving, but you will." Oh my!
Hi, Pick. Hi, AJ.
What's the
See, Mr.
deal?
Print, you don't have to
Not
drop
him going to
down,
the.
but somebody will make sure you get down. You know what I'm saying? You feel
Hey,
me,
you can be
Mr.
there, but
Print?
we all know I was there first,
No,
so
no, no.
it's
See,
all
see,
good.
see, see. This is my throne. You
He
see,
said he
you
left his
see,
booty over there first.
see. Whenever you see Kev face, just know I'm sitting right next to
My
his face.
big
This
greasy
my throne.
Italian butt was already there, so
Never again. But hey, y'all. What's up, Mr. Print?
What's the deal?
Good evening.
I'm
I'm under
doing
the
good.
dryer right now, so I probably won't stay for too long. I just want to make
Mm.
sure I claim my territory.
Oh.
Just assertive dominance. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I'm getting my hair done.
No,
So,
let Mirror come in here.
oh, if when Mira come in here, Mr. Print, you.
Why do you think I picked this spot?
Uh,
Just to be
He
that
said that's
guy.
why I did it.
but hey, AJ, hey,
Hey.
hey. Wait, hold on. What's that? What's that? Something? Hey,
uh,
Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I've been gone for a couple days. You know, I come in
you
Okay,
done
here,
well,
forgot
get
us.
hi
welcome
from
back.
Kay. Hold on, hold on. Let me
Welcome
get
back
hi
to the
from
trap.
Kay.
AJ,
Get
Kev, you
what's the
hi
better
from
matter?
say hey to my boo AJ.
That's fine. It's cool. I'm just gonna
What's
see if
wrong,
you
Okay,
AJ?
well, hey boo, hey AJ. Okay, you know
No,
what,
I'm just
AJ, my
kidding.
girl. Okay,
No,
You
hey.
got
I'm
a gray and
hoping.
black picture. What's wrong, AJ?
Look, man, I'm just hoping today gets better. Like the whole back window of my car got busted out today. Like it's a bad day.
I'm sorry to
Mm.
hear that, AJ. Oh no.
It's
Did you
fine.
know who did it?
No,
Oh, AJ, I'm so
absolutely
sorry.
not. But it's all good. That's why I was like, you
A-
know what? I'm gonna come in
AJ,
here.
the positive light is that at least it wasn't the front window.
That's true. Yeah, the back window tends to be cheaper.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Oh,
I'm
that
just saying,
sucks. I'm
we
sorry.
count the blessings, I guess, where we can find them, right? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely,
That's right.
absolutely. I love that. Yeah, that's
You
kind
got
of why.
glass insurance?
Oh, well, I mean, I definitely got insurance for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
For
just know
Good.
sure.
glass coverage, at least where I'm from, it's a separate policy. And if you buy it, you're
Oh yeah,
good. But if you don't, then you
yeah. I
got to
don't
go
think
out
it's
of pocket usually.
yeah. I don't think it's a separate thing here where I'm at. It's usually all kind of covered in the same. But I did look, and it's gonna be cheaper for me to just pay out of pocket anyway than go through my deductible. My deductible is like 800, and then to fix the window, it's like 425. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
fix it out of
I
pocket.
did glass coverage on mine, and I just did my windshield, and it was like $200 for the deductible because of the glass coverage.
Right? See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's the front window, definitely make sure you go into insurance. But if it's like one of the back windows, probably just pay that each out of pocket a lot cheaper.
Were
At
you
least,
driving while it happened, or did you come out to it?
no. So I was literally like, because I work from home, so like I was literally downstairs working in my little office, and I get a phone call, and they're like, "Hey, your back window busted out," and I was like, "What?" I haven't been in my car at all today, so I run out there, and I'm like, "Oh my god." So no, it was parts. It wasn't doing nothing. It was sitting there. I was just like, all right, we're gonna get it fixed though. But I'm gonna count my blessings. I wasn't driving when it happened. And Mr.
Mm-hmm.
P was right.
Yeah,
It's
thank God you were
definitely
safe.
not the front one.
Was
Yeah, it wasn't
anything
the front one.
missing?
No, I don't keep nothing valuable in my car. Like, there's food and stuff in there, but there ain't nothing of value in there. I don't keep nothing in there. But they didn't look like nothing was damaged through or anything. It just looked like maybe something may have hit the window when it broke. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe one of the kids was playing with something in my neighborhood and hit the window and ran away. Which either way is fine. I get it, but still sucks. Not everybody on mute.
Look around, everybody on mute. I got this. I'm under the dryer, so it's a little loud. So I didn't want to like,
We can't even
have
hear
that.
it.
Oh, for
I'm on a
real? Oh,
puff
okay.
puff break right now,
Same.
and then it's back to making t-shirts.
Hey. Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna
what's
come in.
up.
I figured I'd come in here, kick it with y'all for a little bit, and then I gotta jump down and go back live and try to make some more money.
I know that's right, AJ. Make that bread, okay?
Girl, that's all I'm
Period.
trying to do. I'm not really on this account. That's why I haven't really been on this account much. Because I've
Hmm.
been over there trying to launch like my digital like freelance stuff. And then I'm
I love
trying
that
to
for you.
figure it all out. Yeah, we just getting it done. We grinding. We
You got this.
learning. I'm gonna be my own boss one day. I figured I'd be a grown up.
You know what's crazy? I know this might sound weird, AJ. I had a dream about you, but I can't remember exactly what it was. But I know something happened to it. But I guess now, like you said, you're going through something. Your car uh, window is shattered. So I guess it was something with that. But I was like, next time I see AJ, I need to tell her. Because I had dream
Wait,
whenever people show up in my dreams, I make sure I tell them because I never know what it could be for. But yeah,
that's so
you
scary though. Like,
definitely
what happened?
popped up. I
What
can't
happened
remember
exactly?
everything, but it's like something happened to you.
Like bad wise?
No, it's just like you were just going through something.
Oh yeah, yeah, that tends
Yeah.
to happen.
Hey, Kay, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up, Mr. Brent?
Okay, so you kind of just spoke to something that happens to me every once in a while,
Mm-hmm.
and my wife's not here to vouch for me, but it's really like odd and it's really specific. But I'll have a certain type of dream, and it's happened enough times where I know what type when I'm having this kind of dream, and it's like I try to remember it,
Mm-hmm.
and there'll be details, there'll be a random scenario, a random
man.
person, and we'll be doing some just random mundane everyday tasks, and then I'll wake up and I'll wake my wife up and tell her about it, and I'll be like, and it seemed like it was in 6 to 8 months from now, and then in 6 to 8 months or so, she'll remember me telling her about that scenario in the middle of the night, and it'll be playing out, and it's like it feels like deja vu when I'm going through it, but
Yes.
it's just remembering that dream that I had. I mean, I don't. It makes me sound crazy when I talk about it, but it's something that happens to me on the regular, and it just is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah, and you're definitely not crazy.
No, you're not crazy.
Yeah, dreams, I do think that they hold messages, and I mean, I believe that God speaks to us in our dreams, the things that He wants us to know or help us to be prepared for, or to warn us, or to just remind us that, that He knows what we're going through. And that's why, like, whenever I dream about somebody, I try to tell them because it could be something that they need, or something that's going on, and I don't know, but I just that's just I've always been like that since I was a little girl. Like I would have dreams of things before they happen, or somebody would come in my dreams and I would tell them. They're like, "Oh wow, it's something I'm dealing with." So I've been dreaming those type of dreams since I was real small, like 3, 4, 5 years old, having dreams like prophetic dreams all the time.
I
So
don't
yeah.
typically have dreams, but I am the type of person where like
Hmm.
if I like wholeheartedly ask for something
Hmm.
or like wholeheartedly want something, things will start to just line up that way. Is the
Hmm.
craziest thing. So it's like with this whole digital freelance thing, like I really wanted to break from like, working a 9 to 5, working for basically making people rich. I got tired of just kind of the corporate world and just being in that grind all the time. I was getting really depressed. And like literally that week I was just sitting there. I remember I was sitting in my bed and I was just like, I'm done with this. Like I need to change. I need something different. And literally stuff just started stacking. Bam, 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 falling in my lap. And now I'm like, cool. So even though like my window got shattered today and that sucks, but it's just like it's kind of a reminder. You know what I mean? It's like a humbling thing for me, where it's just kind of I look at it and it's just kind of like it's kind of like the universe telling me to just be thankful for what I do have.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And it's not the end of the world. Like, you know what I mean? It sucks and it's
Yeah,
broken.
so yeah, and that's okay. But I just know in my dream you were going through something, but you came out on the other side. But you was going through something deep and heavy, and so whatever it is, just
Well,
know God cares, and
I'll message
you
you.
know, yeah.
I'll,
Yeah. Feel free to share. I don't
yeah,
want
I'll
to,
message
yeah.
you.
But that's what I
Yeah.
saw. That's what I remember.
I mean, well, no, I mean, I could share it on here. I mean, I definitely have a lot of heavy stuff going on. It's like I'm doing this digital freelance thing. I've got my own medical issues. My grandpa's got terminal cancer, and I'm trying to take care of him with that. So that's the reason why I end up like popping in and out of live sometimes. Like I get phone calls because it's him calling me.
Yeah,
And then on top of that, he's got early onset dementia, so he forgets a lot of things. So he'll call me at 3 a.m.
that's a lot on your
confused.
shoulders. Yeah. Feel
So it's
free
like a
to
lot. Yeah,
uh DM me, whenever you want to talk. But you did pull through. I'll say that you whatever everything you was dealing with, you did come out on the other side. So
I love
that's
it.
the good news. So
See,
yeah,
that was the part I needed to know. I was like, did something bad happen? It just ended there, or is it, do I come out the other side? Like, I need to know.
yeah, you pull all the way through, AJ. You really did. So
I love that.
yeah. So
I
be
love that.
encouraged.
Yeah, I'll definitely
Yes.
message you a little bit more on that too as well. 'Cause I could
Yeah.
always use just a little bit of positivity. I'm trying to kind of revamp my social circle
Yeah.
and try to find this. I'm just looking for just more positive people. You know what I
Do
mean?
you know? Well, I'm sorry, Kev, but I'm just. This is what I'm. Well, it's funny. Like now, I'm starting to remember. Do you Are you familiar with like the labyrinth story,
The which one?
like in like Greek mythology and stuff like that?
No, I don't think I've heard that one. No.
Okay. Well, it was kind of like you was in this labyrinth.
Oh,
So
labyrinth.
yeah,
Okay.
labyrinth. I know I'm probably saying
I
my
was
bad.
like, what?
Yeah, like
This
you
is a
was like you was
labyrinth. I
going through
know
one of
about.
those. Like you was going through this
Yeah,
maze, but you was being tested on,
girl.
every yeah, yeah. She's like, girl,
Yeah, I know.
that's what I saw. But you did pull out on, but you did get through though.
Hey, AJ,
hmm.
remember, our experience isn't what happens to us. Our experience is what we do with what happens to us, all right?
Absolutely. I like the way you said that. I like that. Say that again though, because I want to write that down real quick. Can you say it again?
Oh, a labyrinth.
No, no,
Nah,
no,
no.
no, Mr. P.
Oh, him. Oh, Mr. Prince. Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
I want him to say that again.
Experience isn't what happens to us. Experience is what we do with what happens to us.
I love that. Man, I want that on a shirt. Now I'm gonna have to hit him up. Be like, can you put that on a shirt for me? Pay for it.
Yeah,
I
I can
love,
do that.
I love that. It's like, man, that's a good reminder. Definitely a good
You
reminder.
gonna pull through, girl. Okay.
I'm hoping so, man. I'm
Hmm.
trying. I'm
Stay
being.
uplifted. Stay positive. Stay encouraged. You're not alone. We got your back. You could always talk to us.
Yes,
Yeah.
appreciate y'all. Yeah.
Yes.
What's good, Kev? What's good?
What's
Ew.
good, Kev? What's good, powerful?
What's up, man? How you
Powerful.
feel?
What's up?
What's up? What's
I
up?
like your name, powerful. That's
Thank
Oh,
you.
powerful
Appreciate it.
Moses.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I know that's right.
I just read powerful, so I ain't read his whole thing. Powerful. Beauty.
Yeah, I guess what you want me to answer the questions that you have up there?
What you got for us? Something you wanted to talk about, or if you want to start on it, we can start it. I'm just trying to multitask at the moment, but what you got for us?
Oh yeah. Oh well yeah, I was just reading the questions
Okay.
like why can't the step parents discipline the children? I don't understand that. I mean, if you if you somebody that comes into an already ready made family and the woman accepts, would just say as a man, I come into a relationship with a woman that has children and it's all right for them to uh, eat the bread that I make and bring it to the home and everything else. Uh, I should have the ability to correct them if I see them out of order, out of line.
Right.
Try to guide them. Discipline doesn't always mean you have to put your hands on them, but I should be able
True.
to. Yeah, I should be able to correct them and try to guide them. And if there's an issue with that, then you're in the right relationship with the wrong woman as
Facts.
a man.
True.
You know.
True.
And then, why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? I want to be in a relationship because I want to be sexually active, you know? And I mean, just 100. Everything else I can do on my own. When I decide to get in a relationship with a woman, it's not because I need her money, I need her car, I need her home, I need her to buy, anything. It's because I want the intimacy. I want to be able to be intimate with her. I want to have somebody that I can trust, I can confide in, somebody I can lay my head down next to and not have to worry about being hurt or harmed. So the whole reason why I do it is so I can be loved and I can express my love to somebody. And like I said, number one to that is because I want to be sexual with her. Uh, how do you vet somebody? I believe you vet somebody by not being sexually active with them before you got a committed relationship. I believe that
Cool.
once you allow the emotions to get involved, then you're not thinking with a clear mind.
True.
You know, you're caught up in the lust of the relationship, and
Mm-hmm.
it could take you to places that aren't real. Have you in a fantasy and a fog, and then when you finally come down off of that, the reality is when you go into the restroom after she come out, it has an odor. And all of the things that you don't equate with a woman. She's a human. She's a person, and she has flaws and everything else. And you have to be able to know that aspect of her is there. So you vet them by getting to know them. And I don't believe that you get to truly know somebody when you get physical with them right away. uh would you be okay being single for the rest of your life? Now I would.
Mm.
I'm at the age now where I would be cool with it, but as a younger person, no, I wouldn't have dug that at all.
Mm-hmm. And why you say that? What make you feel
It's
that way?
because I want, it's what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
It's what I wanted, and I'm a firm believer that you can't denounce something or without first knowing what it is that you're denouncing, that you don't want. And being a human being and being a social creature, I believe it's natural, to want to be in partnership in some kind of way with with the opposite sex. And because I believe that women and men see life through two totally different uh, uh, eyes, and there's things about life I can't, as a man, I just can't see and can't comprehend or
Mm-hmm.
understand. And I believe that I need that woman in my life to balance it out, where
Mm-hmm.
I might be strict and harsh and direct about something. She's more emotional, she's more sensitive. I believe that women are naturally more caring, and so and I believe that we need that. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to go through life as a younger person not knowing that experience. Now,
Mm-hmm.
that's not to say that after I've had it, I'd want to keep it. You might, after you've had it, you might be like, okay, that's a little difficult. Maybe I don't want to do that no more. But I believe it's best that you try before you just write something off. You ought to know what it is you're writing off.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you had the if so overall, if you had the opportunity, even though you said you decided that if you had the opportunity or somebody presented themselves, would you take it?
If somebody did,
Yes, you had the right person that kept you from being
oh well,
not kept you.
I'm just speak. Yeah, I'm already in a relationship.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
just had to
already
see.
in one. I
The
was.
reason why I asked that is because Kelly got me. The reason why I asked that is I guess the reason why I asked why because I just want to see where people come from. Some people just be like, and I'm gonna ask them many questions when they ask that though. And if they do choose to be single, I'm gonna be like, all right, so are you still dealing with people and sleeping with people and all this other stuff?
Oh
But some people
yeah,
be trying to, they say they single, but they gotta
they still
be,
out
but
there.
they can't be alone though. You know what I'm saying? They gotta always be under somebody, using somebody for food or. smacks or just to go out with date. You know what I'm saying? Something to cope them because they can't be alone
Right.
type situation. So, okay,
Right.
so
Right.
you there, you right there, then. All right. Okay, I feel it.
Right on.
If y'all can before we go to the next, I know AJ going next.
I'm gonna do a
Y'all can
moderate real
hit.
quick.
Okay, good. Yeah, there you
Yeah, yeah. So if y'all can, if you just coming in, welcome into the live. Welcome to Laugh and Learn Kids. Please feel free to tap the screen and share the live. Those are free. If you're also in the panel, just please tap the screen, share the live, so on and so forth. He does have a live goal up there. Looks like he's got some fire up there. He's 150, so feel free to throw those up to the host at all times. Thank you for the gift. Um, and so on and so forth. So definitely do remember we can agree to disagree. We are adults. It's not that difficult. It is never that serious. In the event you cannot be respectful, do understand there are plenty of mods in here to send you any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. Okay. If the event this live becomes a little too toxic for you, or maybe you just came in hashtag trigger, whichever one, feel free to hit the X in the top right corner. It will eject you from the live. Only thing I ask you, keep your arms and your legs in the live at all times. So on and so forth. So, also, fun fact: if you are new here and you have not been here, or maybe you've been here a million times and just didn't know. Feel free to go to Kev's page on here and go subscribe to him on YouTube. This is where you can catch past lives that we have had, past discussions we have had, and also when TikTok is no more, we will all be transitioning back over there to continue great conversation and everything else. And feel free to follow the amazing people not only just on the panel but just in the live as well. So on and so forth. So thank you for flying, love and learn, Kev.
go.
Informative.
Even though I ain't see the shares move at all, though I see
That
17,
part, I
y'all
was like, bro, am I
415.
gonna have to share it?
I'm so just in case y'all don't know how to share, just hold your finger on where my box is at for like 2 seconds. Then you'll see a list of people pop up. There you go. Then you just hit share. You know what I'm saying? Till your fingers get tired. But it's about like 30 people you can do. And if you want to do it another way at the bottom, they got a share arrow button, and you can share that way too. So all right, I guess we can kind of get back to this topic though. You said you wanted to start it.
Yeah, I just wanted to go
Hmm.
real quick because, like I said, I don't know how long I want to be on the live. I still gotta go live on my other page, make some money, and if you're still live, I'll come back over.
All right.
Later. I just don't know what's going on. So I was
Mhm.
just doing real quick. But what is the first one say? Why can't the step parents discipline the child? Is that what the first
Yeah.
one said? I don't know, to be honest. Again, I don't have any children. I do think that that's kind of weird to have your children around somebody who you don't, especially if you're pushing into that, right? Like into that type of relationship where things are getting serious and you've met a child and you're trying to kind of blend the family, like kind of got to include that person. I'm not sitting there saying that they need to go like crazy, but you do kind of gotta kind of release a little bit. But again, that's hard for me to say. I don't have children, so I don't
Mhm.
that regard. Have I been put in that position? Yes. But I'm also very leery about dating people with kids. Um, just because I'm not trying to meet a kid on the first date. Like that's a little
Mhm.
with me. Um, especially if we don't know if we're going to be serious in in that regard. I don't typically want to get close to your children. Just because I don't want to bond with them. They don't, you know what I mean? I want them bonding with me, and then it doesn't work out, and then I leave, and it's a whole. It's just a shitty situation all the way around. I just rather avoid. This is me personally. Um, why do you want to be in a relationship? Overall, I think one day if I am going to be in a relationship, I'm definitely looking for companionship for sure. Um, and I think that would probably be the reason why, somebody to kind of share my life with, share these adventures, things like that. So that would be something I'm more into. Currently, right now, am I ready for a relationship? No. How do I know that? I do not have with everything that I have going on just currently in my life and just in general right now, I'm a little too selfish and I don't have the mental room or the capacity to take on another person and do that fairly and be honest. No, it's not be honest. I don't know how to do that fairly and still give that person what they need, if that makes sense. Like I
Mhm.
don't have that. I have enough self awareness to understand that. Because let's be real, sometimes I can't give it to myself, and I also don't want to be in a relationship where I feel like I'm taking, and not really giving. Because to me, I feel like relationships are very much give take in any regard. Why are you with somebody you don't believe in or trust in? I don't. Typically, if I don't trust you or if I don't believe in you, it's something I don't. Especially now, since I'm definitely starting to date with intention, right? Like I'm not really just kind of dating just for the sake of dating or trying to figure me out. Um, where my stage of the game is different. So if I can't trust you, if I don't believe in you, there ain't no reason for us to be together. Like I'll just end it or I won't even engage in that situation. How do you vet better? Honestly, a couple things. One, I take my time. I take my time to get to know somebody. I definitely want to see kind of make sure that we are on the same page and that we can move in the same way. I'm not saying we need to walk the exact same path, but if we are going in two different directions, this is not going to work. Um, Absolutely not. I don't understand how that would work, and so on and so forth. But like I said, I like to take my time. I like to figure things out. That's how I've always been. I've never been the type of person who's rushed a relationship, and every time I've been in relationships that have been rushed, they were terrible. So it's not ever anything that I typically care to be in. And also, with vetting, um, I'm also trying to get to know me a lot more as well. So like instead of dating like say other people, for example, like it sounds kind of funny, but it's like I kind of date myself, right? I try to be kind and good to myself, but I'm not also just doing that, but it's also getting to know myself. It's getting to know like okay, what things are important, what things are not so important to me, like what things can I kind of like let go, if that makes sense. Makes sense. Growing up, I felt like I did a lot of things that I felt like society was always telling me that like I kind of needed to do. Other people were telling me was supposed to be important. Prime example, like the whole schmex thing. A lot of people put that on the top of their priority. And honestly, as I've kind of gone through this journey, it's really not that important. Um, don't get me wrong, I love that when I'm with somebody who I actually care about, but overall, I'm fine. Like it's not. I'm not gonna unalive if I don't have it. It's not the top of my priority list. So it's just kind of where I'm at with some of that goes. But yeah, you definitely gotta vet. You gotta vet, and the best way if I were to give anybody advice on vetting is definitely just try to get to know yourself as much as you can. Because that's gonna help you with your vetting process. Nobody else can really tell you kind of what you're looking for. You kind of have to figure that out. What's gonna make you happy, and not what everybody else is telling you is gonna make you happy. Would you be okay with being single the rest of your life and why? Currently, right now, I would be okay with that because it's not being in a relationship right now. Like I said, I don't have the mental fortitude for that, for another person, in maybe the aspects that they may need me. So I can't be there if you're having like you know what I mean. It's not saying that I can't be there if you're having a bad day. I'm a little bit, like I said, I'm a little bit more selfish. So if I don't feel like dealing with it, I just don't. Um, and that's what I mean about like I'm being like I'm a little selfish right now. And it really what it comes down to is I'm just emotionally bankrupt, so I don't really have anything to kind of give to anybody else, as much as I'm just trying to hold on to what I have. And I don't believe in trying to pour something out of an empty cup. Like that's just never gonna work. You know what I mean? It may be distracting for a while, but it's just never gonna work. So on and so forth. But to answer Kev's second part of that question, no, I am not having sexual relations with anybody. I'm perfectly content by myself. Like I said, I tend to go on a lot of self dates. I'm starting to learn more and more about myself, and I'm kind of pushing on that aspect of it, and so on and so forth. So I'm not necessarily engaging in anybody. No, I don't need anybody to buy me no food. I don't need nothing, none of those things. I've never really been a woman who did. I have no problem getting my own food and doing what doing what I need to do. Um, but yeah, like I said, if I had to be single right now for the rest of my life, if that's how the cards are supposed to play, then I'll play them. If not, cool. You know what I mean? But I'm open to either one, and I'm willing to accept either outcome. And yeah,
Okay. Did I freeze? Oh, bro.
No, you're not frozen.
No, you're not frozen, man.
Oh, he may have just froze.
Is he frozen now, or is he just sitting still?
Yeah, I think his screen is talking about.
Yeah, no, he may have frozen and got a little kicked out. So y'all, the more you guys tap the screen, the more you guys share and interact in the live, less likely they try to kick him out. So just keep tapping the screens. I know it hurts your fingers, you know what I mean? Take a little breaks here and there, but just keep tapping while we're listening, when we're not commenting, when we're not kind of doing stuff, just so we can keep TikTok from kicking them out, and so on and so forth. So let's just keep the interaction in the live up as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
All right, so we good for me to jump on these now?
Yeah, then I'm gonna
Oh,
try
yeah.
Kay just in case she not busy. I'll do her next after that, and then beautiful. What
All
you
right.
got?
Why can't the step parents discipline the child? All right. I'm gonna answer the question with possible reason. It doesn't mean I personally support or believe in the reason.
Yeah, I get you. I like that you're doing that too. I was gonna ask people that too,
I'm
like
just
what
gonna
they think
provide.
others.
I'm gonna provide an example that even though I maybe don't necessarily believe it.
Right.
Okay. I think that the context for a possible example would be, say, a mother has a young teenage daughter, we'll say 14 to 16 years old, and she meets a guy and gets married to a guy who has no experience raising children. I would say that maybe possibly his ideas of discipline maybe aren't going to be appropriate or have a lot of necessarily be very valuable. That doesn't mean that you just dismiss them or whatever, but I think that you should weigh their experience and also maybe the situation that the child is in. But if we're talking a very young child and whether it's a mother or a father, who's finding another spouse, you should, if you're going to take it to the level of marrying that individual and having your child around them, there should have already been the clarification in your mind that this person should be able to be trusted with your child, because
Mm-hmm.
even though legally there's no like step parents rights, um you are a parental guardian, and you do speak for the union and the care of the child into some capacity. I mean, I speak from being a stepfather myself, so you know I think that there's context where step parents do discipline. I do discipline because I cut the umbilical cord for my stepson, so that's how early I was involved. That's how quick the father was out of the picture. But so I've been disciplining him this whole time, but I also believe in measured discipline. I don't discipline from a perspective of being angry. I discipline from a perspective of, let's learn from our mistake here so that we don't have to keep repeating it. Let's get more efficient at life and stop making these foolish mistakes. So, my disciplining was never called into question because I've always been level-headed. Why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? How do you know? I've been married for 15 years. Um, people can all have their own opinions. Mine was purpose, man. I wanted to be a husband. I wanted to be a provider. I wanted to be a father. So I wanted all of the purpose and the obligation that comes along with that. To me, that just felt like a great way to funnel all the energy and drive that I have in life. I figured that's a really good direction to build it. That's kind of your key to immortality. Is projecting your genes forward, is being a father or being a mother. You're sending your genes forward in time. So it's an interesting legacy. Seems like a good purpose. So that's why I'm in one, and I think I'm ready because it's been working for 15 years pretty smooth. Um, why are you with someone you don't believe or trust? That's not really on the table for me, man. If I don't believe or trust in you, I mean, you can hit the recreational use bin if I'm in the market. But if I don't trust you, I'm not gonna call you girlfriend or fiance or wife. How do you vet better? For me, I like to see the family dynamic that my spouse grew up in. I like to go and meet the parents, see what the mother's like, see how she navigates her household, see what the father's like, see what kind of example he leads in the house. Because I knew what kind of man I wanted to be and how I wanted to lead my house. So I wanted to make sure that my spouse had an upbringing that was conducive to the type of lifestyle I wanted to have. Also, I don't pull no punches, man. Like when I was dating like with a purpose. I wanted to find myself a wife because I was husband material, ready to find a wife. So like first dates were like quick for me in the sense of I wanted to find out about you. I wanted to talk to you about your, your religious views, what you thought about, children, and, what your thoughts were for education, and, how you felt about philosophy. Like I wanted to talk and get to know you, spend a few hours deep diving and, getting to talk about the things that are kind of important, not just the superficial bullshit. And, that would tell me right off the bat if she was going to be someone I'm compatible with or not. And then if not, just end things nicely, pay the bill, make sure she gets home safe, and on to the next. I don't think that you need to get physical. I think that it's more important to, explore the curves in their brain, not necessarily the curves on the outside of their body. I know it sounds kind of corny to put it that way, but I think there's a lot of value to it. Would I be okay being single for the rest of my life? If my marriage doesn't work, yeah, I'll be single. That don't mean I'm gonna be alone. Um, I'm gonna do whatever I want to be doing, but I ain't gonna be committing to nothing. I'm a selfish individual. I know AJ talked about that a little bit, but my instinctual will is to be selfish, and living in my free will, I decide to be selfless. So, for me, if my marriage were to fall apart, yeah, I ain't gonna be putting that kind of investment into someone again. I'll be there for a good time, not a long time, with whoever I meet.
All right. KU next. What's the deal?
Hey
Yeah,
y'all.
y'all seen 10K before we get. You already know beautiful about to set it on fire. So get to that 10K. I seen what she put down earlier. Okay, what you got for us?
Okay, can y'all
How
hear
you
me?
feeling?
I'm
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah.
Y'all
You
hear me
good?
good? Okay, because I'm under this dryer, so I don't know if y'all can hear. But hey, I like your haircut. You looking nice, looking handsome. Okay, you looking good.
Appreciate
So why can't the step parents discipline the child? Well, I'm gonna put on my family counseling hat on right now and say that um, the step kids still need to be disciplined. It's tough, and that's one of the challenges that come with like a blended family, right? But disciplining, parenting, and just trying to build a connection with children that are not your biological children can work. And I think it just comes with having clear expectations, guidance. Some families need tools just to know like how to do that, or and just learning how to be realistic when blending a family, and like it takes time to like build a relationship with stepchildren. And one of the first things, and I've said this to couples, is to learning how to get them to respect and respond well to like a new parent, right? And sometimes, and this happens more times than not. I mean, it's common for stepkids and stepchildren to test the boundaries, of a new family dynamic. So there sometimes they are going to push some buttons. So I would say that it's really much about having that connection, but there is correction does need to be there as well. And at first, sometimes the biological parent might handle most of the discipline while the new parent kind of builds that relationship, but that takes time. but that doesn't mean that the child still doesn't need discipline. But I just think that a lot of times when it comes to blended families, I think most people don't really have those conversations about what that looks like. So I always suggest um, people have those conversations so that they'll know. Mm-hmm. Um, and why can't step parent discipline the child? Well, like I said, I just think some people just don't talk about it. Some people just try to figure it out and like go with the flow, or like try to just see how it works. But like that's something that you gotta have like open communication for it to work. I remember when my grandma, and I'm looking at my grandma right now, when she and my grandfather got married, she said she told her kids, like, you're not gonna break up my marriage. That's number one. You will respect him, and we're gonna love and respect one another. And they had to learn how to build their relationship, and that's just what it was. And my grandparents, God rest his soul, they were married for 30 plus years, and they never used the D word. I don't even like to even say that word because they never said it in front of me. My mom never heard it. My aunties never heard it. That's how serious that they were about that, right? Shout out to grandma and granddad. Yes, she did. She told them my grandparents they play. Why do you want to be in a relationship? Because I want to be married. I want to experience life with my husband. I want to honor God in my marriage and have a family, grow a family, and just being one with my husband and growing a family with our children. And it's just something that I know that I always was meant to be a wife, and definitely had a lot of falls from grace. A lot of bad decisions in my past. So, I come from a very dysfunctional household. I didn't grow up with looking at marriage. My parents never married. I grew up in the projects where there was hardly any fathers in the home. My mom had her own issues to work out, but I know that it was something I've always known that was something that I know I was called to be a wife and a mom. Um, how do you know? How are you ready for one? You prepare. You plan, you strategize, you learn from your mistakes, you strengthen your strengths, you talk, you go to therapy, you coach yourself, you get in God, you get into Christ. And it takes time, and I really had to go on like my own journey of like my own womanhood, my own relationship with God, my own femininity to like understand what that was to be the woman that I want to be, not just for God and myself, but for a husband and like to be a mom. And yeah, and I'm still in prep mode. I don't think I've arrived. I don't think anybody fully quote unquote arrives. You always become. You're always growing. You're always progressing. I believe in what the Bible says that you grow from faith to faith and from glory to glory. So there's always something to learn, always ways you can grow. Um, and I just know in my heart because I'm intentional, and that's the word, being intentional, and only dating for marriage. So, period, as Kelly put in comments.
Hey, are you married or are
No,
you
I'm single.
you're single?
Yeah, yeah. Um, but one day, okay, y'all, because like I said, and y'all gonna be at the wedding, okay? Call girl. Why are you with someone you don't believe or trust in? Well, we don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, and I think that kind of goes into the next question. That's why you vet. That's why you ask questions. That's why you observe. That's why you pay attention. That's why you understand what marriage is all about. That's why you understand that marriage is a sacred covenant between a couple and God. What is the benefits of marriage? Marriage is the best way to raise children. Marriage creates a safe relationship where you reach like the deepest levels of intimacy and connection. It's powerful synergy. Like it helps you become more like Christ, but you got to know who you are. You got to know who you are not, because I always say that if you know who you are not, you know who you are. But you cannot learn how to trust if you don't get your feet wet. Because everybody has a potential to hurt you. Everybody do. I don't care who they are, because nobody's perfect. We're all flawed, imperfect people. We make mistakes. Sometimes we I almost said the other word, but I'll use the word that Kev used. Sometimes we can be silly, right? And sometimes we don't exercise our best judgment, right? But trust is something that you build over time. But that's why it's so important that you take your time with it, because it can easily be broken. But if you don't have trust, you don't have nothing. That's just my thing. That's why you gotta vet properly. You gotta ask. And I always say this, and I believe that, well, this helps me to ask open-ended questions, especially in like the beginning of your relationship. have those hard conversations, ask those questions. Like, you won't know unless you ask. And then you also answer those same questions, right? So you show specific appreciations. You do small things off. It don't always have to be these big gestures that, you know, a lot of people like to parade around now. It can just be a simple smile when you see your boo. Say something nice to them, you know, appreciating them, acknowledging them, you know, things like that. He said, "Court, don't date." And would you be okay being single for the rest of your life? Because, well, I believe until death do us part. Okay, that's it for me. I don't know about y'all, but that's that's the only option for me. I till we both go on to glory. That's it. And I'm serious. So I don't think, and I know some people might disagree, and that's fine. But this is just my personal conviction. I don't think that as a woman, God want me to be in this world uncovered. When I walk down the aisle, another man is going to put my hands in the hand of another man. So I got God covering me. I got my daddy covering me. And then I have my husband covering me. I'm always going to be covered by that covenant. And that's just what I believe. So no, I don't even think that that's even my plot in life. People might have their disagreements, but that's just something that I'm very convinced of, that I have faith to believe. So I don't even entertain those type of thoughts, because like I said, once I'm with my husband, this is it, baby. We gonna ride till the wheels fall off, because my goal is, after all is said and done, that we're sitting on the porch with our teeth in the cup, drinking lemonade, talk about we made it. To me, that is success, to be next to my husband, looking at our family, looking at our children, and saying like, wow, look at what God has done for us. Look at what God has done through our family, and how we made it through. Because family is hard work. I believe family is like the gymnasium of life. It's how you work out everything. So, and y'all be nice in the comments, because something going on. I don't know what's going on, but y'all be easy in the comments, okay?
They triggered by my opinion.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I'm gonna hear you in a minute though.
okay, so that's just me. I just have a very uplifting, positive way of marriage. I don't think that is anything bad. I think that it's a beautiful. I know that. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I believe it is the will of God. And I believe that we can choose God's best when we are our best. Sometimes we don't choose better because we're not better, but you can become better. You can learn, you can grow, you can do it if you put your mind to it and you prepare for it, challenge yourself, and, you know, have that experience. So that's just what I think. But y'all, please be nice in the comments. Okay, y'all be cool. Everybody can have their opinion and might disagree, but let's be kind, and you can disagree respectfully, because we don't want no Mojo Jojo coming in here. If you trigger, okay, take a breath, take a drink of water. Let's talk like adults, okay, y'all. Okay, so that's what I have to say. Yeah. So thank you, ladies. I can.
For sure, for sure. Go ahead, beautiful. And then I'm gonna let see what Dark talking about. See why she's saying what she's saying.
These questions. Hello, panel. Hello, Kev.
Hey, how you feeling?
I'm good.
Good.
These questions, a little different for me because I'm married and I'm happy, so I don't want to be talking about being without my husband. Chad, that is a nightmare. That is not a dream. Okay. So I'm just gonna talk about the vetting question. Okay, because I'm pretty
Okay.
good with it. So I want to talk about the vetting question. I know a lot of people have questions about what they should do when they're vetting, what questions they should ask, how they should go about it. So I'm pretty good in this area because I was raised by my dad, who didn't hold back nothing. He told me everything about men and how y'all think and what y'all mean when y'all say certain things and things like that. So I've been trying to help my younger ones out with the whole vetting thing. So before you start vetting or talking to anybody, please make sure you know what you want. Because if you don't know what you want, then you don't know what questions to ask. You don't know what direction to go. So if you are in the headspace of I want to date, I want to get back out here, please figure out what you want first. Okay, that's the first step. Please figure out what it is that you want, and then you'll know what questions to ask, right? Then, well, before you do that, I need you to be healed from whatever traumas or past hurts you have. Please be healed. If you are not healed, please stop dating. Please, because you're just going to bleed on other people, and it's not fair to them. So I would say, please heal yourself first. Love on yourself. Make sure your self-esteem is high. Make sure that your cup is overflowing with self-esteem and love for yourself. Make sure you know what you want, and then go into the vetting. Okay? So the vetting process starts after you have gotten where you need to be first. With your healing, with your, knowing what you want, then we can go into the vetting. Now, my first step is please don't waste your time with people you already know you're not attracted to or you don't want.
Right.
It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of their time. It's a waste of your time. Because I don't care what nobody say. You got to be something. You got to be attracted to something about that person. You might not be hung up on looks. I'm one of them people. I'm not a big thing about looks. But if you got a mean walk though, I might be interested. Because I like Denzel's walk. I like Michael Jordan's walk. I like Barack Obama's walk. Like that walk of confidence. Like I'm more into the confidence and the walk and how they carry themselves more than how they look. Now I ain't saying I want no butt ugly or no bottom of my shoe kind of dude. But what I am saying is that my focus ain't on just his looks. I need a little bit more to make me interested. Okay? So once you get through that part and you find the person that you think you're interested in, you really like what you see so far and you're interested, your next step should be asking questions like, why are you dating? Everybody don't date for the same reason. Some people date because it's just something to do. Some people date because they are intentional and they want to get married, right? They're dating with the intention of marriage. Some people date because it's just, everybody else doing it. Why not? And some people date because they want to have sex regularly. So they'll date somebody so they can have sex with them. So just make sure you are clear about what reason you're dating. Okay, make sure you know why you're dating. And then once you get to that point, then you can start asking them questions around why they're dating, who are they accountable to, what's their religion. Make sure you're on the same page with that, because that could be an issue going down the line. Make sure that y'all believe the same things, at least on the same page about that. Ask them about their past hurts and how that has affected their how they are right now. Have your past affected what's going on with you now, and how has it affected you? And if they start to tell you that, ask them, have they healed from that? Ask them, have they been to counseling? It's important for you to know that, because these are things you're going to have to deal with this person if you decide to go into a relationship with them and they're not healed. And you just keep asking the questions. The questions start coming to you. Once you start getting the answer from the person, then you know what questions to ask next. And you just keep going until you get the information you need. Because the idea about vetting is that you ask the questions to find the person that is closely connected, or compatible to you. So you're looking for someone that will easily fit into your life, where the transition of them being alone and being with you is going to be an easy transition. So that should be happening on both ends. And that's how you vet. You just keep going. And I believe that you vet until you're married. Even if you're engaged, you should still be vetting. Because as people get comfortable, they start to, show you the real them. Because, representatives show up at first, and then you start to slowly see the person. So you want to make sure that you keep vetting until you say, I do. And if you have any hesitation when the wedding day come, I think that you should prolong it. I think that you should say, hey, I'm not sure. Before we start planning and spend all this money, let's get into counseling together. You definitely should go to marriage counseling. You definitely should do therapy separately, just to figure out, are you really ready for it? Are you really ready for what it takes? Because being married, you cannot be selfish. So if you are a selfish person and you're used to thinking about yourself all the time, you should not be getting married. Because marriage is about you being of service to the other person and them being of service to you. So if you're not the type of person that like doing things and being there for other people and supporting other people and being loving and encouraging to other people, and you're all about you, you should not be getting married. You are not a candidate for marriage. Everybody is not meant to be married. There are certain qualities you have to be married, or you will get into a marriage and fail. So that's my advice. That's what I got on the topic. Thank you, Kev, for letting me speak.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
For
hope
sure.
I hope y'all learned something. I hope y'all took something away from that. But more importantly, if you take anything away from it, please make sure that you're healed. Make sure that you know what you want, because it is a waste of time, of your time and the other person's time, if you don't even know what you want and you're unhealed. Thanks.
Oh
We
yeah,
love
for
you,
sure.
mother.
Appreciate
Thank you. You said, I like what you said. Keep vetting until you say I do. So that process of getting to
Ooh.
know that person doesn't stop.
Yes, because
Yeah.
a lot of times people will start to show you a different side of them when they feel like they already have you, because you got the ring on and we don't plan the wedding. So now I can be me. I can be me because where's she going? You know what I'm saying? Or where's he going? Where he going? Because I'm I already got him. No, they don't, because you ain't said I do yet. So that's why
Hello.
you vet all the way up to the day you say I do, to the minute, down to the minute. Because even if you get up to the altar and they change up on you on the way, while y'all standing there waiting, him talking, the pastor talking, and y'all stand there and you see something or you witness something, you be like, wait a minute, you still got a chance to back out. I'd rather cry a little bit now than a whole lot later. That's my motto. Tell me now, let me cry a little bit now than a whole lot later. Because the longer you're in it, the more pain you're going to be in, and the longer it's going to take you to heal.
Yeah. Well, it's good to always ask like deep questions and all that, in the
Okay,
beginning.
somebody asked a question. She said, so how do you deal with the evolution of a person in a marriage? So the way you deal with evolution in a marriage is that you have to, it's a mindset. It's a mindset. You have to already make up in your mind when you get married that this person is not going to be the person that I'm marrying right now. Because if we growing together, that person is supposed to change, right?
Yeah.
So if you go into it knowing that, hey, I'm gonna change, he gonna change. So your intention should be that I grow with them, that we grow together, that I not allow him to grow on his own and I stay over here, that I grow with him so that we can be on the same track. And even if he grows ahead of you or you grow ahead of him, don't run off and leave each other. Remember that you are a package deal, that if he jumps off the cliff, you going with him because y'all are tied and connected together. So you just got to make sure that you are intentional about how you move in your marriage, and you go into it with a mindset of, I know I'm gonna change. He's gonna change. I will accept whatever change that comes, and he will accept whatever change I come. Hopefully, it's for the better. And if something start changing for for the negative, I would suggest getting in counseling right away. Don't let it fester. Stay on top of it. If something happens, get into counseling right then and say, hey, these are the problems I'm starting to see. I don't want it to be bigger than it is, so I want to start working on it now.
Please say that again. As a marriage counselor, like I said, and when you smell smoke, come to the office. Do not wait until everything is charred up, burnt up, the picture burnt, the porch is burnt, the dog is burnt. You ain't got nothing.
Because it's
Please,
too late.
please, yeah. When you smell smoke, come in. And once you do, because afterwards, then y'all gonna be heading where? To divorce court. And then that's really when it's gonna get ugly. It's
I
not
had a
cute.
person ask me about marriage because I've been married a very long time, and she said, "What is the one thing you would tell someone who is getting married or who is in a marriage that they're not happy in?" I would say, if you're not married yet, if you're thinking of marriage but you're not married yet, my advice would be to change your mindset about marriage. If you think that if your mindset is that I'm getting married because I can have consistent sex and I can say I got a wife and I can say I got a husband, just to be able to say that, you need to change your mindset about marriage. Make sure that your mindset matches what marriage really is. And the only way to do that is to read up on what marriage is to God, and to make sure that your mindset is set to do exactly what you're supposed to do in a marriage. Because if you don't know what it is, a lot of times we make a lot of mistakes because of the mindset, because everything starts in our mind first. So if we're thinking negatively, we're gonna do negative things. But if we think positively and we follow God and we marinate on His word, we will live our lives that way. Because our mindset is what we need to, make sure that it's on point with. So your mindset is very important in any relationship, but more so in a marriage. And please be careful of the person you choose to marry. It's the biggest decision you will ever make in your life because it can make or break you, depending on who you pick. So make sure you be real picky about who you pick. Be very picky. You should not take it lightly because this person is going to be the mother or father of your children. This person is going to be there making decisions with you, and they could possibly change you for the worse or better, depending on who you pick.
Yeah.
So it's a really big decision. So please choose, be picky. Please be picky. Be very, very picky. Like a 2-year-old that don't like carrots. Be picky.
Dark Angel had
I
another
hope I
meeting.
didn't interrupt. I played too much.
I don't know what was going on in the comments. I was like, can we just let this go, please? Like,
I was trolling her a
I was
lot.
intentionally ignoring it because I don't like
Yeah.
negativity. I was just
Yeah,
like,
that's what I do. I don't try to show it. That's why
I
I brought her
don't
up.
give it no energy. That's why
Yeah, I brought her up here for a reason. Yeah, I just wanted to see her perspective, but because I want some opposition here. I don't want to have it all the time because I just be, and it help the room rise too when you do that too. So you get bored of people that
I keep tapping the screen.
got bored.
I just wanted to speak
I
on
think she
the.
probably dropped.
I just want to speak on the vetting thing because I think it's important, especially when you're talking about
For sure.
relationships and marriage and things like that. It's very serious stuff, and I think that a lot of people make poor choices when getting married or who they want to marry because the mindset is not right. You have to have the right mindset to be married and be successful at it.
Yeah, you gotta have the right mind though.
So true.
Well,
Look at you over there eating. What chips you got
you
to
know,
share? What you got?
You chewing, you
Pringles.
smacking like they
Right.
good too.
Right.
Like you smacking like this is good though.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you still got
Good.
Pringles.
Good with a T.
Good.
Wait. Let me put in the comments. Hold on. Wait. I was
Yeah,
gonna put in the comments. Beautiful.
Good.
There we go.
Yeah,
Good.
good with a T.
Yes, you know it. You know it.
Yeah, that's how you
Oh my
know when it's
God.
good. Yeah, there it
The
go. Yeah,
boys is
There we go.
fresh
Yeah.
too.
yeah, that's it with a T.
With a C. Okay.
Some fresh Pringles, you know.
Oh, you got that.
Yeah, I did
Pringles.
smack up some Teddy Grahams before too.
Boy, ain't nothing like. I'm gonna tell you something else that's really good when it's fresh. Them Cheetos, the crunchy ones. Oh my God, they so good when they fresh. Oh
Oh,
my.
yeah, you right.
Put the
You
hot
right.
sauce on them. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, you ain't playing. You go for the okay. That do sound like that might be fire though. I ain't
It
gonna
is
lie.
fire. I'm telling you, it's fire.
Say with a big in there.
Yeah.
Let me put a fire in
Accent
the
on the
chat.
I got it. That was funny. Extra on the That boy, but you got I gotta try that out. That do sound like so. I gotta try it out.
It is bomb. My daughter, I kept telling her it was good. She was like, "Why don't you just get the fiery Cheetos?" And I was like, "No, it ain't the same. You need to get some hot sauce. I'm talking about Louisiana hot sauce.
Yeah.
Just some Louisiana hot sauce with the crunchy Cheeto. It is amazing snack.
This that Texas coming out. It's that Texas.
It will have it will satisfy every craving you got. I'm telling you, it's the bomb.
I like hot Cheetos too. Hot Cheetos but you know what? I used to like the hot fries, but see, the hot fries don't be as hot like they used to years ago. I don't know what it is. It's just not. It's not spicy to me. But I mean, I can do the hot Cheetos.
Because we got older. Probably. Like,
you know what? You real cute.
Not when you
I
get
think
older.
so.
Right, you said that was beautiful. Like he really sat here trying to play me. Like
not when you get older.
I think when we get older, I think it because I think burners unless they lighten it up. I think
actually, Kay, he was giving you a compliment because he said when you get older, which means you're younger. Girl,
yes.
get it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get it.
Catch it. Right. Don't do Kev like that. He was giving you a compliment because he said when you get older, which means you're younger now.
I caught it. I get it. I get it.
Don't worry about it, Kev. I got him. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. See, look, I see.
No, I need Miss Beautiful. Okay, I don't mind saying I need.
See, I'm one of them people that I give different perspectives.
She do.
So because I give different perspectives, it allows people to expand their brains. Because a
She
lot of
hurt
us
Mm-hmm.
me
are
so
one
much,
side, a
y'all.
lot of us are like, kind of narrow minded a little bit about certain things we don't like. So
True.
I like to give different perspectives on things so that people have a different way of looking at stuff. Because everything ain't always what it seems. Let me tell y'all this little
Mm-hmm.
story. Me and my brother was at Walmart. Like he told me to meet him at Walmart, right? So I met him at Walmart. Well, I got there before he did. So I was parked, like way away from the store, kind of, like off to the side of the parking lot. And he pulled up, but he pulled the opposite of the way I was pulled. I was pulled in, right? So we're sitting there talking, whatever, whatever. And we get out of the car and we hug each other goodbye. He kissed me on the jaw. He handed me some money. And I said, thanks, bro. And he was like, I love you. Talk to you later. I was like, okay. So we get in our cars and we go our separate ways. If you were sitting in the car looking at that, you would think that he's meeting up with his mistress to give her some money. And he's probably married or she's probably married, right?
Heck,
So that's my story of letting you know that everything you see with your eye doesn't mean that's what it is. So don't just grab a hold of what you see and think that's it, because it ain't always what it seems.
Fact. Oh, there he is. He's back.
oh,
Because all the time it was my brother. But if you were sitting somewhere and you didn't know us and you saw that, you would think that he was meeting his mistress and he was giving me money. Because that's what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? Because we sitting there in that car talking, then we get out and we hug each other. He kissed me on the jaw. He handed me some money. I mean, that's what it looked like. But everything ain't always what it looked like.
all right.
So your eyes can play tricks on you if
Yeah.
you don't know, if you ain't talked to these people. You don't really know what's happening. So I would say, don't believe everything you see. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you might need to ask some questions. Maybe you need to have a conversation.
Gotta ask questions. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you need to have a conversation, because it might not be what you think.
Even stuff that be said, like sometimes we take
Yep.
some stuff out of context and never question what they mean or ask the question like why you think I said it that way. Then they get to explain it like, oh dang, it ain't like that.
Yes,
But
that's
I
why
think
you
we
should
quick to
ask and
judge.
not assume. What do they
Yep.
say about assuming?
Or
When
fill in
you
the blanks.
assume, you make an ass out yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So don't assume anything. If somebody says something and you feel a way about what they said, ask them what they meant about that, because they might not have meant what you think they meant.
Right,
Then you give
right,
them an
right.
opportunity to explain themselves, and then y'all can have a conversation from there. But getting
Mm-hmm.
upset, and this is what I hate, is when you have a conversation with somebody, they get offended by something you say, and they never say nothing to you. They walking around mad at you, but you don't know. How we gonna fix
Facts.
that if I don't know that you upset? Like, how we supposed to fix that? And then when I ask you if something wrong, because you acting different, you tell me, "Oh no, I'm good." Stop lying. If you ain't good, you ain't good. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them you ain't good, and then y'all can talk about it. Because 9 times out of 10, most times when we misunderstand people in communication, it don't be what we think. It be a miscommunication. That's why you should use your skills. Use your communication skills. Oh, I have a question. How many people in the live believe that men don't communicate well? How many people in the live believe that? I've been want to ask this question, and since I don't go live, I'm gonna use your live, Kev, if you
Mm-hmm.
don't mind,
Hey,
sir.
do your thug thizzle. You already know.
So, how many of y'all believe that men don't know how to communicate?
Should we
Of
press one
course.
or two? Should
Of
we
course,
press
Okay,
one
so
already.
if you do?
one
I don't
one
think
if
that way.
one if you think they communicate, two if you think they don't.
Really like
Come
this
on,
is my
y'all.
time.
Come on, y'all was going faster than this when y'all was arguing with that dirt. Now, what's the problem?
Two, one that computer equal
Oh, anybody got no answers, man?
one and two. Okay, I can
I
feel
got
that.
I put a one.
I can feel that. Got
Okay,
one and two.
one
Then you
and
got
two. It
two.
can't. You got to pick one. Come on now, y'all got to pick one.
I can see why
Let's.
she said one and two though, but yeah, I would have to say. Mm,
Okay, so let me tell y'all this. Men communicate better than women. Let me tell
oh,
you why. Because men get straight to the point. They say what they want to say.
right.
The problem is that women don't listen. We interrupt them. We don't
Mm,
allow them to finish their thoughts. And then guess
mm,
what happens? They shut down, and now they're not gonna tell you nothing. Now they're not gonna
mm.
answer nothing. Now whatever thoughts they have, they're not gonna do it. So it's not about being logical or emotional. It don't matter. Men will express themselves even emotional. if they know they have a safe place to do it, and they're not going to be interrupted, they're not going to be cut off, and they're not going to be judged. That's why men stop talking. It's not that they don't communicate. Because if men didn't communicate, they wouldn't tell you when they want some. They wouldn't tell you when they're hungry. They wouldn't tell you when you wrong. When you doing something wrong, they wouldn't tell you. So it's not that men don't know how to communicate. Men don't communicate because women don't listen. We interrupt them. We don't. We judge them when they're vulnerable. We judge them. So that's why men shut down and they never communicate with you again. The thing women need to learn about men is they only gonna do one thing one time. So if for instance, they only gonna try to communicate with you once. If you shut them down, make them feel less, then they'll never do it again. If you throw something in their face that they confided in you about, you're on a different level with them now. It's never gonna be the same. So I'm just telling you, you only get one
You
chance.
got brothers and stuff or something? You
I was
hitting that
raised by
right
my
on the
daddy. I
nose.
was
I
raised
feel
by
like
my
you was
daddy.
talking to me for a minute.
I was raised by my daddy. I was raised by my
Yeah,
dad, so
'cause
he told me
that's
all of this.
actually my tactic though. That's like really on with everybody. I literally do that, man. When I feel like I ain't getting my point across, I'm like, all right, bro, I'll let you
Yes,
have it.
because my dad told me that. My dad raised me, not my mom. So my dad told me that about me, and he was like, "A
hmm
man will communicate.
Oh.
Men communicate way better than women do if you allow us to speak. We are
hmm
very we are very straight to the point. We tell you exactly how we feel, what we want, what we don't like, all of that. If you don't interrupt us, if you allow us to speak, and
hmm
if you don't make it, if you don't throw it in our face when we're vulnerable with you, we will
hmm
continue to do it."
I'm gonna be a poser. Well, I finally get to be a poser. I love it. Hi guys.
She said, "I
What's
love
the
it."
deal?
How
Hey,
y'all doing?
Alter.
It was
Hey.
so not my. It was not my turn. Sorry, Serenity. Hi, Serenity.
Y'all tearing me up with them light boys. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh, you love it
Cause
here. You
I was
love it,
gonna say this real
Kev.
quick. I was gonna say this real quick, and I'm
yeah.
like,
Yeah, 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 yeah. Let
I'm
me
gonna
leave
let
y'all
Serenity
alone.
guys want to say this real fast because I agree to an extent, right? I agree that once you have been, confronted and then it been came back to you, because I always back that up for sure. But if you're in a
So she said.
relationship, how long? I'm sick. I'm trying to see like what part did you mess up? Did I mess up on take it? That's the part you got. Dang it. But at some point that becomes a cop out. Either you can communicate or you can't. Because if you're going to be with somebody long term, you have to have the ability to do so. Your feelings hurt, or you feel disregarded, you feel like I came at you in a certain way. We need to communicate this whole thing and get to the point of where we are able to be able to confide in each other and understand communication uh, practices amongst each other. We got to be able to figure it out. But some men, because we understand, they may feel like, well, and regardless of the reason, it's the fact is the fact, right? If they feel like, well, I know how she's gonna react, so I ain't gonna communicate this, and then the frustration comes from you not communicating, or sometimes it's like you know what I'm saying. So that can really be a one or two. That's why I say one or two. Sometimes you have men who are very vocal. They gonna tell you what it is, how they feel. You have some men who are very quiet. They just not a talking type of person. They don't communicate fully, and that can be frustrating on either side. If it's women that don't communicate fully, or they just pop off, or whatever case is. So I think to say, because I used to say this a lot. I did, but I feel like ultimately, sometimes there are some men who don't have the skills of communicating to a woman. They may be able to chop it up with the boys, and they get their point across. And again, could that come from the fact that the woman, violated their trust and what they said to them, or could it be the fact that, again, I know it's gonna make her have a whole conversation. She's gonna ask 1,000 questions. I don't want that, so I'm just gonna not say certain things. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. So I feel like in some situations, yes, men do know how to communicate properly. Whatever they may have, this ability, the ability to voice their opinions, their concerns, but that's not every man. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't. I can't
Well,
blanket every man at this point.
Well, I want to say that when I talk about any subject, I'm not saying all men or all women, because I don't know all men and I don't know all women. So when I say something, I'm not saying all men are this way. I'm just saying that the majority of men know how to communicate and they know what they want to say, but a lot of it depends on the reaction they get from the person they're talking to, which would be women. So when we react the way we do, we cut out their ability to communicate. So when you say, oh yeah, they need to learn how to communicate through problems and issues. Okay, well, they don't. If you won't let them talk, how they gonna learn through that? If you keep cutting them off and you won't let them finish, then it's not about them not knowing how to or not wanting to, work through things. But what if they keep trying to do that and you keep cutting them off, or you keep, saying that what they saying is not important, or you're trying to win the argument, so you're not letting them speak. That's what I'm talking about. That's the majority of what I hear men say, is that I don't get to finish my sentence. Women don't listen. They don't allow me to speak. They keep cutting me off, or they make fun of me when I'm vulnerable, when I'm trying to say what I need to say. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you just it's a never ending thing. Of course, we all need to know how to communicate, but we also know that there are things that we can do that can prevent that. That's
Miss
all I'm saying.
Beautiful, may I add on to that?
Here we go.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, because I know you probably agree. I definitely disagree with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the two disagreeers.
So
I'm gonna let y'all go out there. Go ahead, Hambo.
I'm more in the middle. Like, I agree to an extent, and I don't. Excuse me. Just along the lines of I feel like as a man, and like what really makes you as a man, and forgive me if this is just a bit anecdotal or even from my experience, but I feel like what makes you a man is how you react to a reaction. Like, what makes a high value man is a man that you can't knock off of his pivot. So I still do think it is a responsibility of a grown man, and I mean, like, because being 18 and being a grown man are different things to me. Like, it's dues that you got to pay to do that, and you got, like, rent is due every day. So I feel like where the disconnect actually comes from is men try to out emote women, and that's just not a thing. Like, that's just not what you're supposed to do as a man. And I don't mean to like sound sexist or anything, but I feel like a good man is a man that is in control. Not that a man that controls everything, but a man that, like, I can think clearly on all situations and all subjects, no matter the reaction that I'm getting. Because in my experience, when a woman gets upset, even if you say something that she needs to hear that is beneficial to the relationship and it's direct and it's in a safe spot, and she gets emotional about it, I personally feel women are allotted to do that. Like, as a woman, you're allowed to be emotional. Like, women and children.
I got a phone call.
I think you got a phone call.
And I think, I'm sorry, my battery thing popped up. But I think that, to land this plane, that I think a lot of men that want to deal with women or even deal with multiple women don't understand that, like, the emotional part, that's a part of it. Like, you can't get that out of a woman. You can teach her and encourage her to be better, but, like, that is a part of it. So us men have to actually react better to a reaction. Then you will get, like, the submission.
Okay. All right, so let's get the disagreeers in. Let's get it. What's the perspective? So Serenity and I invited Riley because I think he or she disagreed. Go ahead, Serenity. What you got for us?
Okay, so the part that I disagree with is that men communicate better or more. I think communication is tough for people in general. I don't think the majority of people know how to communicate effectively. So men definitely couldn't be in the ranks with that. People have a tendency, and I think this is a people thing. People have a tendency to only speak from their point of view, and a lot of people do not even listen to the other point of view. They're like, I'm right, and I don't really even want to hear what you have to say, especially when I feel like I'm right. And I think that that's a people thing. And so, yeah, no, I can't get with men being able to communicate more, because I don't think the people can communicate effectively normally. So that's my number one reason why I disagree. And then secondly, I do understand where she's coming from, because the men who do effectively communicate do run into those issues, right? But that can be said for women, because women have been complaining for decades upon decades that their men do not listen to them. So that's why I think it's an effective communication on both sides, because both people are trying to be heard and no one is listening. That's it.
Riley, what you got?
I believe if you can't have a safe space with a woman, I don't think you should be in that relationship. I think you're tricking yourself into a longevity of heart, like mental anguish and it's bad for your whole aura, your emotions. It's going to come out one way or another. So if you can't give me a safe
Wait,
space,
what?
I'm gone. I can't sit here. Oh, I'm shutting down because she's not giving me a safe space. Why am I still there? What's the point?
What? What that got to do with communication that you disagree with? You threw my brain off a
Because
little
she
bit.
said that if you can't
She
if God
said,
doesn't
"Do
have
men?
a
Do
safe space.
men? Hold on, real quick." She said the question is, do you believe men communicate better than women?
Oh, my fault. Kev, I thought we were talking about because I was disagreeing when she said if the guy doesn't have safe
This
space for the woman.
I don't know who this is. This don't say
Naomi.
your name yet. I'm gonna figure
Oh,
it
my
out.
fault.
Dang, you said it. Freak.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What's up, man? I
Oh,
know
my
your
fault. My
voice on.
fault. My fault. The person
I know
I
you good. You
disagreed
good.
with, but you said the communicate who communicates better, Kev.
That's what. Yeah, beautiful, Miss Beautiful ass.
For me, I think communication comes better from women because it's more like nonverbal. You see in their facial expressions, they get irritable easy. Not easy. I'm sorry, but you do see it more in their nonverbal more than you see men. That's me in my opinion.
Oh, you just saying the recognition of it. So that would be more of us being able to
Be more subtle.
understand them better. So I think that sounds like that's more on the men's side. I mean, because you saying if you could see how they communicate through facial expressions and all that, that don't mean that So I think that's more of a man recognizing, but that ain't got nothing to do with communication though. But I think I feel what you mean a little bit though.
Yeah, I
They
understand
do
what you're saying.
express
Right,
themselves more. I can get that.
right, right. I agree. I agree. I apologize. I take
Yeah,
that back.
I can see that. I can see that though. Uh, and Kelly said that. I would say, well, before Kelly go, I want to say one though. What I feel. I think I am more. I would say, and I was in the middle, like maybe both. I believe both have got a problem, but I think I'm gonna go back to kind of what beautiful saying because I do believe overall, uh, in the way we get taught too. I think overall, more men is just direct, in the simple fact of being direct and not being around the bush. Because I've seen a lot of indecisive men and all that stuff too. But I'm just saying, like when it comes to the communication thing, I mean, we can't make it. We can't. We know that women are more expressive, so I think they talk way more. I think they even got that in the record. It's more women express themselves way more than men, or they talk more, even communicate more. That don't mean you can communicate better, but you probably just you talk more, or you try to communicate. That don't mean it's understood though. But I think the simple fact of being direct, because men don't, they don't have to say 400 words just to get to the point. You know, they just simple to it. So I would say especially if a woman was to understand a man or something like that, just all being direct, I would say that I would say it lean more towards the man, just based on just because of that part she said though. But otherwise, I would kind of say like it could be both. It could be even though, because a lot of people, what Serenity was saying for the most part is that I believe communication is kind of hard between everybody in general though, because everybody really don't understand one another. Sometimes you don't even understand men don't understand men and women don't understand women sometimes. But just the simple fact, because I think it's built in man to get taught in man just to be kind of direct. I think majority of them is more direct than anything. You
What
know.
makes
So,
communication effective?
I think
uh,
what makes communication effective is when that other person understands what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, like what he's saying, men are typically direct and blunt. If that
yeah.
woman is not a direct and blunt person, that's not going to be effective for her. She's going to be her feelings are going to get hurt, or she's not going to understand what you're saying. She's going to take it the wrong way. You get what I'm saying? So that's why, I mean, I don't think speaking 500 words is necessarily effective all the time. That's why you got to
Right.
know your audience. You got to see who you're talking to. You got to ask certain questions, test the temperature of that person, know when to communicate, when to even fight the battle. Like that's all in communication. And I think that people in general struggle with that.
So something I want to add, right? Effective communication is literally it is consisted of listening, understanding, empathy, avoiding common barriers. There's different level of barriers when it comes on to communication. It's not just exchanging words. It's not just exchanging information. It's understanding your audience, right? Me and my husband were both in the military. He may have a different perspective when it comes on to, because he worked with main male in the combat engineering field. He may have a different perspective when it comes on to men don't know how to communicate because he worked hand on with them.
And communication is very effective when it comes on to the battlefield, especially what he deals with. Right. And so he may have that different opinion, while may have a different opinion because I work with customer and clients. At customer service, you're going to have to communicate effectively, meaning I'm not going to be direct. I'm listening to what you're coming from, because we're dealing with people who lost their spouse. We're dealing with people who are going through a lot and they're coming to us. We got to understand who are we speaking to. If I communicate direct and that was not received, I failed with my communication skills. So there's different levels to it, right? And when it comes on to even marriage, a lot of time that the good advice that me and my husband receive when marriage counseling is there's a time and place for everything. There's a time to be direct and there's a time to actually break down. If I'm offended by something, I'm not going to say, hey, you did this. That's a direct communication. However, I will sit down and I will scope out the area, scope out the energy. Are you okay? Ask certain questions, have empathy, consider his emotion at the time. And that has to be done to some husbands. Because if you talk to husbands, they will like, if you come to me directly, I'm gonna feel like it's an attack. Even though the woman may not be yelling. They would even say, she's not yelling at me, she's not disrespecting me, but it's just that, if you just come to me direct, I'll make you attack. So men also have that emotional barrier that women have to consider. So when we're looking at, we're gonna make the conclusive or the conclusive information, or saying that, direct communication is effective, then that's not actually true. I mean, maybe true and effective for where you are. However, where my workplace is not effective, where my husband where he works with IED and those things, he's working alongside infantry. Direct communication is not effective at all times. There is duck versus, hey, analyze this. How are you feeling after this blows up? It's literally, so direct communication is not effective at all times. I'm in the middle.
Yeah, I can feel what y'all saying. I feel it.
I just wanted to say I succeeded because I really just wanted to have a conversation about it. I like hearing other people's perspective when it comes to communication, especially when you're talking about men not
Yep.
communicating. I just wanted to bring it up because a lot of people kind of scave over the conversation. They don't really talk about that, and I think it's a very good topic to talk about.
Yeah.
And get different perspectives on what people think communication is and what they think effectiveness is and all of those things. So I appreciate you guys chiming in on the question. I think it was great. I'm not offended by y'all disagreeing with me, so I don't want nobody to think that I'm offended. I'm not easily offended, first of all. As long as you don't call me out my name, we good.
Right. That's a good one though. But I actually feel I can understand everybody answer
Me
low
too.
key though,
Me too. I
because
really
I can
like.
see, I can see where you coming from though, because of just the simple fact. Especially now, say if it was if both of them knew how to communicate, I actually believe like just because of how men just want to go straight to, because like imagine if we get an emergency or something like that. I'm not trying to express the whole thing out before we gonna get straight to the point, and hey, we that's probably why they want the man to be the leader anyways. You know what I'm saying? But because I not because it got to be the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Women are more expressive, which I believe. You know what I'm saying? And men are more direct. So why who wouldn't want straight to the chase? You know what I'm saying? Because they're more, women more focused on like the emotion and make sure you understand what you're saying, and like or feeling it. I mean, feeling what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Man, just know what I'm saying.
You're right. Now
You
y'all
know what I'm
want
saying?
us to
That's the
read
kind of the
y'all
difference.
mind. Y'all want us to just figure out what y'all saying.
Yeah, just figure it out. Or women want us to feel it, and men want us to understand it. That's just what it is. So and if we talk
I
about
thought it was,
if it got to deal with understanding, so I would think, but whatever.
yeah, I thought it would
So,
be a great question because, like I
yeah,
said, everybody they talk about all these other subjects, but this particular subject,
that's a good one.
they kind of glaze over it a lot, like about the
I have to be a
communication
topic,
between
shoot.
between men and women, and it's a big
Yeah,
issue. It's a big topic.
true,
I think
true.
we should talk about it more. Like we need to give accountability a break. Like we talk about that a lot. Can we talk about something? Can we talk
Yeah,
about communication?
You know
yeah.
what? You
I
know
think that's
what?
our biggest problems, though. I think as a whole, I think a lot of us have communication problems. That's probably why we can't get along. So we
Mm-hmm.
don't. It got to have to deal with and that's more what Serenity was saying. I get. because like we lack understanding. You gotta have understanding though. I always say understanding is the key to life. I think the more we start understanding each other, the more we can get along though. But that's the thing. But that's the
And
problem. What you was talking about, that one side is so about let me feel. I need y'all to feel
yep.
what I'm saying rather than, you know what I'm saying. That's the reason why we can't get along, because this is that's why that war like that is low key.
The biggest issue I see is mindset. People's
True.
mindset are
Yep.
so crazy. Like the way that people think about things, the way that people look at things. When you change your mindset, you change your decisions, you change the way you move, you change the way you see other people, and changing your mindset could be a really beneficial thing to do for yourself and others, because you just make better decisions when you have a different mindset about life and the way the world works. And not just thinking in your own way. Being open-minded to hearing other ways of doing things, because as my dad used to say, God bless his soul, he used to always say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And as a
Mhm.
child, I didn't understand what he meant, but as I got older, I understood what he meant. That there are more ways to do something than just that one way. Like I can go a one direction, Kev, you can go another direction, and we'll still both still be at the same location. But it may take you a little longer depending on the way you went, right?
Mhm.
But it doesn't mean that your way is wrong. It just means your way is different. And if we look at it that way, if we change our mindset and look at things that way, then we wouldn't be so argumentative with one another. We wouldn't be so much trying to fight each other on who's right and who's wrong. Because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be about who's right and wrong. It's about us getting on the same page so we can move forward. That's what it's really about.
Mhm.
You know what my dad used to say all the time? He used to say, is it better to be right or to be effective? And that's how I try to communicate. Like, okay, am I just fighting this uphill battle of being right? Or am I really trying to get them to understand my point of view and in turn understand theirs? You know? I was
Yes.
just telling
Yeah.
somebody that I was like, man, it's a lot of right people in jail for life, right?
Mm.
Like,
Because you got to figure out, that's why I say go back to your mindset. You got to figure out, do I want to be right? Like, is it important for me to be right? Especially in a marriage. Like, you cannot go in with that mindset of every time we have an argument, I gotta win. I gotta win. I
Mhm.
gotta be right. I gotta get her back because I lost the last argument, so I gotta win this one. If you had that kind of mindset, good luck with your marriage lasting. Good luck with that.
Facts.
I think my marriage has lasted as long as it have because I don't have that mindset. My
True.
mindset is that that's my husband, he's my partner, and when he lose, I lose. You know what I'm saying? When he win, I win. So my mindset is it's not to win the argument, but to get an understanding so we can move forward, so we can keep winning, not get stuck on something because we don't agree.
Mhm. Let's get some more people in here. That's a good one though. We go, man. We gotta talk about that. Uh, Jim, what's up, my brother? You got the one bar, boy. Hopefully, we can have. Hopefully, be
Kev,
able to
Good
communicate
with you.
there.
Kev, I was
Yeah.
gonna
Oh, you was
All
about
right,
to say
tell
about
him
something,
that.
tell
Chris?
him to get to 20K.
Oh, 20K. Let's get
Mm-hmm.
it. 20K, y'all, man. Keep tapping. If y'all need help, go ahead and share the live out. Hold y'all finger where my boss is at for 2 seconds, and then you could just share. Just go ahead and share it to about all 30 of them people that you got right there. We can get this going, man. Even the ones that like popping in my room just to, start some BS and stuff. Go ahead and get your BS people and come up in here too. You can share it to all of them. If y'all divestors, if y'all not family minded or something like that, if y'all just want to be thoughts, you can bring that in too, man. So
Oh,
we
well,
gonna
then if
try to
you
we gonna
going
try to
out, if
talk
you
to you.
inviting all these people to the party, I'm leaving. It's time for me to
Right.
go.
I'm not.
Look, it's time for me to
I'm
Not
trying to
y'all
go.
help
too.
save some lives. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get that.
You're
Some
right. He
people
Well,
got
got.
to send
okay.
for
Well,
the
then
lost
y'all
sheep.
take the gems I dropped and y'all sharing with them because I'm out.
She said, I
We
ain't
love
trying to get.
Because one
you.
thing about mother, she not finna argue.
She not.
Yeah, I don't think they really have those in their stuff, anyways.
Yeah, but
Um,
Christ did call one his lost sheep though, so you know.
yeah, what's that?
But I like that question. Oh, I'm sorry, Kev. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, then I'm gonna say this because I gotta drop because I gotta get back to my studies. But to for her question, the biggest thing that I've seen in couples therapy that is always usually the problem, and when I say it's usually there, is contempt in the relationship. That is actually a sure way. When I say a sure way, you gonna end up in divorce court because that contempt comes from like this place of like I'm better than you, you're less than me, you feel but deep down it comes from feeling unappreciated, unacknowledged, and it comes in verbal and nonverbal language. So like in the communication, like all the sarcasm, all the mockery and all that stuff, that's one thing. But those facial gestures, like I found, like for example, and I watch couples fight. I sit on the couch, I just watch them fight. And when a spouse do that one little eye roll, that one little chuckle, the wrath came up, because that contempt always escalates the conflict and the argument. So it doesn't even be about the argument anymore. It's now an attack on the worthiness of a person. It's kind of like saying you're insignificant, you don't mean anything, and you don't matter. You know, don't start up again. Here we go again. Or if you laugh at your partner defensiveness, or you roll your eyes, like, you know, you belittling, you know, you look at your partner at disgust. That is, y'all, a sure way that you're gonna end up in divorce court. Now, what I also found out is that communication style lets me know how happy or unhappy you are in a relationship, and I'm just using that for layman's terms. More couples, the unhappy couples, they have more negative emotions, more angry, more disappointed, more frustrated. Anger being met with anger is a norm. They had little to no positive interactions at all. And for women, it was contempt, defensiveness, and criticism. And for men, it's contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. What is stonewalling? Shut down. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to talk to you. I can't speak to you right now. But the woman is more like the more critical, more verbal, more like, you know, who you think you is, da 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 da. Like that's usually what happened. Now, what usually happens is before you go to divorce court, and I'm telling y'all what it is, that the couple starts to live in like these little parallel lives. Like they're they start to live like different lives. Like they're not even engaged with one another. They don't talk, they don't know about each other, they don't really care. I won't say they don't care, they just don't know how to like get back in there. So one of the cures that helps oftentimes is to not start up on 10, because it's usually that startup that's the problem. If you go in with that softer approach, even if you feel angry or you feel contemptuous or you feel disappointed, you can say that in a gentle tone. Like it's different versus saying, I feel so annoyed that you know, you think I'm stupid. You trying to play with me versus, you know, I feel annoyed that you know, when you try to correct my actions, and I just, all I need is like you to appreciate me more. That is better than the first one. Appreciation, fondness, gratitude, thankfulness, acknowledgement, those things work so much better, because if you are contemptuous in your marriage, let's say you just got married, if you do not get that thing straightened out, it more than 95% of the time you're gonna go into divorce court if you have contempt. That contempt is the deadliest four horsemen of your marriage, and that is a sure thing. I've been doing it for a long time. Every couple that had a disgust towards their partner, they did not make it. So, and I'm saying this not because of what I read, because I seen it. So you're gonna fight, but it's just how you fight that makes the difference, because you're gonna be unhappy with each other sometimes. Sometimes you're gonna get annoyed, you can get frustrated with your boo, with your partner, your man, woman. It's gonna happen. But the key is, how do you work through the conflict? Is it volatile, or is it going to actually, like, yes, I'm a marriage counselor, so is it volatile, or is it going to actually help y'all to become more engaged? Like I said, if y'all smell smoke, come to the office, because sometimes you just need some skills. That's it. So yeah, but I gotta go because I gotta go do some more work. But this is the thing, y'all.
Bye. And when you say also, Kayla, when you say also that that's like is this goes along with pride a lot of times too.
Say that again, boo.
I was saying when you say a lot of that like kind of goes along like with pride.
Pride, feeling scared. A lot of couples are actually very anxious. Anger is a secondary emotion. Anger is actually surrounding what you're really feeling. And a lot of times it's fear, it's anxiety, it's
Mm-hmm.
disappointment, it's
Right.
frustration. The anger is just the bubble on top of what you're actually feeling. So most of the time that anger is like I feel dissatisfied. I don't feel seen. I don't feel appreciated. I don't feel acknowledged. I feel criticized. I feel small. I don't feel special to you. I don't feel loved. Like that the anger is always around the true emotion. Always.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
I got
a
a question she made me think about then.
Okay.
Um, dang, I'm trying to think of the exact word because I heard it before.
Mhm.
Said
I want to
is
hear
it
her talk
feeling? Is
about
it?
forgiveness.
Oh, yeah, I know you want that.
Oh yeah.
You
Talk
So
about
you
that
know
said
after
it.
talking
marriage.
I
you
about
want to hear her
said
talk about
forgiveness.
forgiveness so
I
bad.
think you said feeling a person can make another person basically saying a person can make another person feel less than, I think,
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah,
So I
insignificant.
was wondering, is that really true, or do that person make themselves feel less than?
No, a
Because I
person
Oh
always
can
my
make
wondered
you
that.
God,
feel
So that
no
remind me
Q.
that.
another. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut
Oh
you
no,
off. Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying it remind me of that thing I be talking about. When people be like, "You made me mad," and "You did this," or you know what I'm saying. So it's like because I don't know. I be thinking about the accountability thing where I can't. Yeah, they're gonna make things right. So I'm just saying, can another person really do that, or do that person do that to themselves?
Yes, you can make a person feel insignificant. If I keep telling you that you're I can't DUMB. If I tell you that you ain't worth nothing, if I tell you that you ain't really that much of a man, if I tell you that, other men can put it down on me better in the bedroom than you can, I don't even know why you come home at night. I don't even know why you cook. Your food is disgusting. I don't even know why you try. You're really not that good of a mother. Matter of
Mm,
fact, I don't even know why I even married you. Matter of fact, I think I made the biggest mistake when I first laid my eyes on you. That is going to make your person feel so small, and that is not going to make that person feel loved. You should never use those words and beat down your partner ever, because that is one, very abusive, two, it's unloving, and three, it's going to make your marriage sour. So yes, if you verbal, the contempt is always verbal and nonverbal. Even, for example, let's say you sitting at home, right? You sit on the couch
yeah,
and you say, and as soon as you call her, she roll your eyes at you, and every time you call her, she roll your eyes, she sucking her teeth, she pop her neck, she get up and go to another room. That is not going to make you feel great as a human being. It's actually very demeaning. It's very, or in front of other people, and other people, you tearing them down. Oh, I don't know, this little job they got, they don't really mean nothing. Like that is going to cause your partner to not like you.
right.
And you don't want to be around that person, because every time you're around them, it's a reminder of they only just criticize and demean you and put you down. That's not going to make for any successful relationship in general, like friendship, family relationship. But in a marriage, oh, that's the quickest way to
Yeah.
go to divorce court for sure. You
Okay.
can. Yeah.
So I'll rock with. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I don't agree with that to a certain extent, because I think it got a lot to do with confidence and stuff. I'm gonna get to that point though, but I'm gonna get some more people if they see who else agree with that. Who else agree with that? That can another person make you feel less than, or is that really yourself?
It's I think that two truths can be true at the same time
Okay.
because as a person, I think self awareness is key, and a person is a reflection of you. However, even though that may be a part of something that's what's inside of you, everybody still has the autonomy and choices over their actions and how they choose to respond to things or how they give things. So even though that is it could be a reflection of you, that person still chooses to use those words of attack against you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, um, a part of it is how you respond to it, but at the same time, a person can still choose how they use their words or whatever against you.
I agree. I think the more energy you let that give it, the worse it's going to impact you. If you don't give it inner energy, it's not going to be able to do anything to you.
I agree with Dominion. Hey everybody.
How robot you doing, y'all?
Hey, girl.
I was gonna say I agree that it can be true in both cases. So let me give you an example. Let's say I'll just use myself. So let's say I'm with a man and my self-esteem is low. Um, and my husband is doing that. He's saying you're worthless, you're useless, you're dumb, you're ugly, whatever, right? So I might absorb all of that and actually believe him, especially if my identity is tied to that relationship, right? And I've suffered from self-esteem even before I met him. I will take those things personally, and so it will make me have resentment and anger toward him, as well as it will probably make me feel depressed and feel even lower about myself. Now I'm gonna give you scenario number two. Let's say I am a woman with high self-esteem and high confidence, and I'm able to separate logic from lies and so forth. And so my husband is saying these things, and I know they're not true, right? I know it's an issue with him, and he's just saying these things to make me feel bad. Although I may not internalize them like the first example, I'm
Mm-hmm.
still going to feel a sense of frustration and disappointment that I am married to someone who is choosing to verbally abuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I should not be accepting that as treatment. So I'm still going to be unhappy in the situation and feel offended by that.
Yep, I'm gonna explain the reason why. 'Cause I'm who else believe
Me.
yes or no about if it's a person that can make you feel bad or feel less than, or is it us internalizing it ourselves?
So someone that you're in a marriage with, because when we understand the purpose of marriage too, it's two people agreeing that you're human, you're flawed, your brain is stimulated by different environmental factors, and so therefore I'm making a commitment to go into that marriage, right? So when you understand it, you can. The whole purpose of courting is to understand that person, what's their triggers, it's in an argument and you're used to laughing, will that be a trigger for that person? And that's where the bearing each other burdens comes in, right, on a biblical aspect. So yes, can somebody, when it comes on to emotions, is it factual that someone can trigger that emotion? Yes. I can do something that caused someone to feel sadness. The same thing as a child. A parent can do something that cause a child to feel sad and feel angry. It happens the same is applicable to adults because emotion comes from the brain.
Yeah. Okay.
However, I do when it comes on to acting out on something, that's your decision. Nobody
Okay.
can make you do something. However,
Right.
someone can trigger your emotions.
Right.
They can trigger that trauma. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. And I'm gonna say mine is I think they about to leave in a minute. So the reason why I think I would say I kind of disagree because I am, like I said, I'm very big on the accountability, right? And I don't want to be like somebody, hey, they made me so mad I had to slap them or something. I don't know, stuff like that. People just say anything because anybody. Some people is you can say some people very sensitive. Some people might be whatever, you know what I'm saying. So they can come up with anything of why or blame another person because of their lack of confidence with this. I really believe it got a lot to do with confidence. And because, like, I think kind of what I don't know how to say her name because I don't see her full name.
Abraham.
Brown, Pearl. I'm gonna go with that. So like kind of what she was saying though, like if it was her old self that wasn't that she had internalized and all that. But I do highly believe like the more you will know when somebody talking BS. Now you just knowing they throwing shots or telling or they just want to something because they feel bad. And that's why they talking down to try to make you feel bad or something like that. So I would say overall yeah, I think it's really a confidence thing. I don't think, and people can provoke you. It's kind of like what Kelly was saying. They or try to provoke you. They provoke you or motivate you because that's the same things. The opposite people could say uplifting words too. So I believe yeah, they can say some stuff, and it's up for you to internalize it to feel better about it. But overall, like I could say some motivational words. That don't mean it's gonna help motivate them. You know, but it's up to them to accept it, and that's what I'm meaning about when you accept it, that's you have to do that because somebody can say 100 things or bad about me, and that don't mean I have to receive it. I might take it as a joke or laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? It might not. It can't. Like when somebody said that you can emasculate somebody. I think I talked about that. We talked about this in live, and I learned that from other people and stuff. They're like, no, you really emasculate yourself because it's like you felt a little. You felt a little less than already to let somebody else sit there and so called no, that was you. At the end of the day, nobody can't say no magical words and all of a sudden you just feel less than. That means you already felt less than and somebody just called something out that you were trying to hide. Because like I said, I do overall it got a lot to do with confidence. And a lot of us that say we're confident, that's why I go to these triggering lives on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not a lot of stuff they can say to get to me because I build up my confidence enough to take on lives like that. So it's like they could try to emasculate me or they could try to provoke me or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's up to me. You see what I'm saying? So it really, I think a person, reason why we feel like a person can make us is because we feel less than, and then we put a lot into if we put a lot into people and we just get disappointed. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, I can't believe this person like this with me or something like. So I can understand it. We can feel disappointed. We can feel all that, but I wouldn't say a person can make you. It just depends on where you stand at. Because it could be a no name that's trying to. It could be okay, can I say that? It could be a homeless guy that could say some stuff about. I'm not gonna feel bad about a homeless guy talking down to me. What? He doing worse than me. Why would I feel bad? He can't emasculate me. He can't make me feel bad, or he can make me mad unless he physically touch me or something like that. But that's still, that's up to if I want to react to it. That's me defending myself. But that's what I'm just getting to. It just depends on the confidence, who it is, or whatever. But it's only really provoking or motivating or something like that. It's up to you to take it as being less than because it was already inside of you. But that's all I'm getting to about
I have a question. Okay, go ahead, Alter.
Sorry, I want to say real fast. Because before you said that, I was like, yeah, in a sense you can. Because like we talk, even when like talk about people like don't provoke, your child to anger and things like that, right? But when you say that make me feel good, I was like, okay, well he got me right there because of the fact that you have some people who like say for instance like for a man. You're like, babe, you're beautiful with this. Like, you look good like this. I think you're so beautiful. They're always telling you you're beautiful. You like, if they don't internalize that they're beautiful, they're gonna still go get that surgery. They're still gonna go
exactly.
do that. So by you telling them something verbally, now again, I understand sometimes the negative words sometimes can seep differently in a sense, but at the same time, if I'm putting that neck to neck, I'm like, dang. Only because you can tell me all day I look good. If I don't believe it internally, I'm not going to internalize that because I don't believe it for myself. So if you say something negatively and I take it in and make it personal, it's something, even if it's part of that rings true to me in some kind of way. That's why I took it in. But at the same time, I feel like if you're thinking about a couple or relationship, that person can pierce you different than somebody outside.
True, like mother, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So sometimes like that concept does make a point because you can say, if I don't know you from Adam and you call me this, I'm not going to internalize it. I don't care.
Exactly.
The person I deal with and talk to and sleep with every day and confide in and emotional and intimate with, and you say this about me, that means that's deeper for me than, and I still can be the one to say, okay, I'll decide whether or not I take that on the chin or not. But at the same time, I got to know this person I actually care about, not who I trust with my feelings, my life, my emotions. So you say something, I am going to take that and make that a problem, whether or not it's my problem or not. You still were a part of helping me get to that feeling, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's like you can help me conquer. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
that's because that's the type of person it is. Yeah. But the fact that one person can affect you or not, it still show that it goes back to you no matter what. That's what you put into another person. Because it's like if it was an overall human thing, right? I mean, everybody can do it. It's not selective when it comes to who can make you what. It's just who we choose to make us, you know what I'm saying? Because we put so much in certain people like children and all that. Of course, they probably gonna get to us, but it's like if you want to like attach yourself from certain people, they can't affect you no more. You know what I'm saying? If you got a trash mother all this life, and then you already set your mind to like, nah, I mean, she doing less than she probably on this or whatever. They can't no longer affect me no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. It's just really the mindset behind whoever you're talking to. So I can understand some stuff do hit deeper, but at the end of the day, it's up to you to internalize. Because my mother, she can try her best to try to, motivate me or do whatever, even though she do a lot because she's my mom. But it's because that's how I built myself, you know what I'm saying, towards her. But otherwise, it's like I would still have to internalize that. I would have to accept it and look at myself as that. But yeah.
So Kev,
do you believe that?
Shay, can you go out to Kelly? Oh, go ahead, Kelly, and then Kay after the art. Oh.
And it's for everybody. Do you believe that? Because this is in Proverbs that I don't. Can I say depth and life, tongue? Do you agree with that?
The what?
Somebody can pull up Proverbs.
I think she's pulling up.
She can't. She thinks she can do it. You can't read and
Come
do that.
Come back, Kelly. Come back.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't pull. I can't pull it up.
Yeah, you can't pull it and say the same.
What was the scripture? Proverbs. What?
Proverbs 18:21.
Proverbs 18:21.
Yeah, I think what she's trying to say is,
death and life in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits. Mm-hmm.
Like I keep my business to myself for the most part, Kev, because everybody's gonna use that against me. Yeah. They're gonna say, "Oh, you remember you told me this."
You got it. You got it.
Mm-hmm. So, what you was done already, Kim? And let Kay go. Oh, go ahead, Kay.
Yeah, I
Oh, I
want you
thought
to
she had a
answer that, and
question.
also that do not provoke your child to wrath. Like
Provoke,
those,
right?
there's a scripture that said that. Like, do you think? What do you
Not
think
make.
about it? And everybody can answer. Everybody can answer.
Yeah,
You said you think you can provoke?
everybody can provoke.
Yeah, you can provoke a person.
I mean, that wasn't the question. We talking about making somebody.
Well, no, we were. I think
But
so.
that is
What me and
provoking.
Kay was responding to is like the emotions,
Yeah.
and you said that nobody can provoke someone's emotion,
Well, he said people can
No, I
provoke,
never
but you
said
can't.
that.
or
He
this
said
the
you.
action.
Yeah, he said you can provoke, but like
I said provoke and motivate. That's what I said. I was saying some people ain't listening. That's crazy. I literally said all that. I said that in a long time. I said you just can't make nobody. I said it's up to the person to internalize something. You can provoke or whatever, but it's up to them to accept it. Or you could try to provoke sometimes too, but it's up to them to accept it.
So you still think that
I could tell
if
somebody,
somebody
okay,
get
say somebody
mad, that's
passed
up to
away, and I'd be
them.
like, hey, you know what? Get over. It. You're better than this, or something like that. That's not. I can't make them feel better. I could try, but that's up to them to internalize. You know what? You're right. You know what I'm saying? That don't, we know humans don't work like that.
Exactly, Kay.
Even
That's
if
my
it's our
thing.
mother or even if it's a spouse, it just don't work like that. When a person is in their feelings,
It
whatever they
does,
feel like is what they gonna feel like. You can't stop it. That's up to them.
but it's effective though. It's proven to
No,
be
it's not
effective.
all the time. It depends on what the state of mind is.
All right, I agree. There's context that matters. However, is my if my husband is down, if your spouse is down, just even speaking life into them, that's actually something that's effective, and it's been proven to be effective. You can lighten the person view of life. You can speak joy into the person. It's just like there's stuff that. But I guess agree to disagree. We just agree to disagree, Kay. You know.
He's agreeing with you in a sense because he's basically saying you have to receive the life that I'm pouring into you. It's still ultimately up to you, right? That's why you can take two people that are in that same
Yeah, thank you.
situation. You can take two people, right? Let's say I have lost everything to a terrible fire, or I've been through a terrible divorce, or my child or my mother passed away. You can speak to me and another woman that's went through the exact same scenario. I might receive it. You might say, sis, it's gonna be okay. God is gonna help you. You're gonna overcome. I'm here for you. You have a lot to live for. You will make it through. You're strong. I might receive that and go forward. And now I'm overcoming. But you can
Hmm.
do that same speech to another woman and she won't receive it.
Yep.
She go under. So
I
two things can
understand
be
that
right at one
context
time.
matters, right?
Yeah.
There could be two person that had the same situation, but they went in through it completely different. So you can't speak to them the same way. Jesus did it differently to every single person. The lady at the well, he didn't approach he didn't approach the lady at the well the same way he approached other people. He didn't approach all disciples the same way. So I understand that context matter. The only thing that I'm challenging is, do you think, there's a whole topic, do you think that it just I normally focus in marriage and as Alter said, marriage and um father, son, mother, child. Do you think that you could say something to make them upset, to make them sad? Or is just that word make you don't agree with?
Asking me or Kev.
I know me and Kay agree,
Oh,
but Kev, because Kev with that make word.
Oh, that make no. I mean, I could. I don't know. I think we so used to saying it though until I realized when we got older, that it's not really making. It's just provoking because you could, like I said, when you could try the same thing with a lot of even with kids though. You might want to make them mad and say something silly. They might laugh at you. You know what I'm saying? But did you make them, or or is whatever how they looked at it? You know what I'm saying? So it's not really what you did. It's just what they took out of it. But go ahead. I think Kay, I know you gotta go and stuff. So go ahead.
Yeah, I
I
wish
think
I could stay because it's so good, but yeah, I still respectfully disagree because like I do think that that words have power, and you can speak hurtful words to a person or healing words to a person. There is a scripture in Proverbs that said there's nothing like a word spoken well in its right season. You know, But in the context of marriage, like if I came home every day and eventually it went from, oh, that dress don't look good on you versus you just ugly. I don't know why you here. I don't even know why I'm with you. I can't stand to look at you. That will cause your partner to not want to be around you, period. Now, right. So you doing that, you are responsible for how that person feels because of your words that you are using that is degrading, demeaning, dismissive, mean, hurtful, abusive, whatever it is. Like, yes, if they feel negative around you because of the words you feel, you do have to take responsibility for that. So yes, that's completely on you. Even if a person, like I'm a confident woman, I love myself, I know who I am. But if it's somebody like my husband that every time I walk in the door, he got a complaint, he got a criticism, he don't esteem me, he don't say nice things to me. No, I'm not going to feel good about my marriage. I'm not going to feel good about myself because one of the things, and I'm not trying to bring this up, but one of the things, because we talk about these type of relationships, one of the first signs when we talk about abusive situations, it's never really physical first. Most of the time, you know what it is? Contempt, bringing you down, demeaning you, trying to bring down your self-esteem, trying to bring you down. Because that person already at a 5, they want you to feel like at a 2. Because if you truly have love and self-esteem, you will not say that out your mouth. And if you do say something out your mouth that's out of turn, you will have remorse, regret, accountability. You'd be apologetic. You would do your best to not cause that pain again, because we can cause people to be hurt. I know we try to act like we just these stoic people that we're not humans. You're human. Words do hurt. We say words, no, words never hurt me. Yes, they do. Because if I keep telling the child that you stupid, you ain't never going to school, you never gonna be nothing, how is that child gonna grow up with self-esteem? Matter of fact, let me go a step further. If mama and daddy don't like each other, how in the world did a kid supposed to have self-esteem when they are a product of your fight? Hello? It just ain't gonna work because you're showing them that they cannot love themselves because they're looking at you and how y'all treat each other. Y'all can't do it. So yes, you can cause people to not feel good about themselves, even if they are a confident person. Like you, if I keep, if some, like for example, professors.
If I keep if you
Can you mute your mic, please? Sorry, boo.
boy, it hurts.
So like, let's say like, I'm in school, and you working hard in a project, working hard in the essay, working hard in the paper, and your professor just keep bringing you down because they don't want you to they feel like they the bee's knees. Whatever, that's gonna sometimes make you feel like, did I pick the wrong major? Am I doing the right thing? Sometimes you feel like you're not good enough because sometimes we underestimate the power that we have and how powerful our words are and how our actions can be. So that's why I'm saying, like, when it comes to contempt and communication relationships, that is a sure way to end you up in divorce court, where it's going to be very expensive, very painful, very heartbreaking, and nobody wins in a divorce. And you most of them feel even worse, and so I don't recommend it. I do, like I said, that's why I'm very careful about the things I say, because and of course I get it. I get the context, like somebody that you don't know, like somebody, that you don't know, that, or how they are. Some things, yeah, you can, let fall off your back like water. But if it's your husband, your wife, your best friend, or even your child, somebody that you care about or say that they care about you, like I wouldn't want to keep coming into a room, like even for example, even talk to the brothers on here. Every time you turn around, you see somebody talk about, I'd rather be with a bear over you. A lot of times, yeah, you start feeling like, well, dang, like what y'all feel about us? Or even as women, you hear people always talking negative about women and all these things. Look at how look at the response to that. It don't work. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that we got to be careful with what we say, how we say it. And I do think that you can impact people with words and and your behavior. Ignoring a person is not going to want to make them feel like they're special, that they mean anything to you, or you don't invite them, you don't include them, you don't talk to them, you don't ask how they're doing, checking how they're doing. It does. It will impact you, and I've seen it more times enough in a marriage. And guess who always get hurt? The kids. So I don't want nobody to sit up here and talk about it. It's because you're not confident. No. Yeah, sometimes you can make mistakes and you can say some things, that ain't right, and it still is hurtful. Even if you may not have the intention, your intention got nothing to do with it. It still is hurtful because it came out of your mouth or it came out of your behavior. So that's how serious this is. So we can't sit up here and act like we're so stoic, like we're not humans. You are a human being. You have feelings. If you don't, then there's something else going on. And I'm not finna diagnose nobody. But I'm just saying that's not normal. We can't act like what people say don't impact us. You know how many people are still living based on what somebody said to them 30 some years ago, 40 some years ago? So we can't sit up here and act like, oh, like it doesn't impact us in some way, that it doesn't influence or affect us. Like it does, and it should, because that's the power of words. And I can talk as much as I want, Mr. God Justice. So I'm a mod here, so be cool. Everybody, we can talk. So that's just my opinion. I gotta go. I respectfully disagree. I mean,
Before you go, I got a question though. I was trying to slip that in. I like that. Just a quick question though. And I like that. I think we all agree on that part. I was talking about we do impact each other in some type of way. And then I think you had said something about partner's job or something like that for the other for how the other partner feels, something like that, right? Um, I would say so say if this, let's say this then, right? So you can, because I believe both have both sides. I think you're talking more about influence and all that. So I think you saying the same thing. Like I said, we all agree on that. But I would say that say if this, right? Say if you got with a person, or say if your husband, right? Say if your husband was extra sensitive, right?
okay.
And anything you got to basically walk around on eggshells with this guy. Every time you say something, it's like he like, hey, why you say that, or what you mean by that? Every time you said something, even if you was probably joking around, or it gets scary to even joke around with them, right? And it's like they take everything offensive. Do you believe that's your fault that why he take everything offensive, or
It's
or
not
it's
really
something
about
about him
fault.
or his huh?
It's not really about fault. It's more so you have empathy, because then you be able to even sit down and have a conversation with that person. Like, hey, I'm noticing that XYZ, and this is a common thing, and this works like a charm. Y'all can try this in your life. I try to do this in my life, where you say, when you blah blah blah, I feel. You're not saying, well, since we don't want to use the word make, you can say, hey, I feel da 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 when you. You're not saying you make me feel like, and sometimes I don't recommend even saying that. So I get what you mean by that. But when you're dealing with a person who has that type of wound, it's best to not meet that with with a certain energy, because it's not going to make you feel good, because it actually is going to make it worse, because you already know the type of person that you're dealing with, and there is a way to come about it. But you can be honest about how you feel. I'm not saying that you got to not be honest, but there's a way
Would
to
you leave a
do
person
it.
like that you always gotta basically
No,
be
I
sensitive
mean,
around?
no, because
Because that'd be torture, right? Wouldn't that be like to make sure that
it'll be
person is always
torture. But
good?
I'd rather us get to why, like, if I'm married to a person like that, well, 10 times out of 10 you know that they're like that. But if it's something that you need to work on, then you got to be able to talk about it, because obviously that's a wound that they have that's showing up in their marriage that they didn't deal with before you got
Right,
married. You know what I'm saying?
right.
But it's okay to also acknowledge that it does make you feel uncomfortable, that you have a hard time opening up about things. You feel like you can't joke around. You feel like you can't say certain things. You can still tell your partner that. This does not mean that because this person does this that you cannot be vocal about it. More times than not, that makes you more contemptuous. And then that also contributes to the downfall of your marriage as well. So we want to talk about responsibility, accountability. You can do that in that sense too. But just because you're having a reaction to something doesn't mean that something is wrong with you. Sometimes some people, they do rub people the wrong way, and
Yeah.
that's just a fact. Like,
So
I
don't you
mean,
believe that a lot of people and I think that's one of our problems nowadays. I think people try to make things work that they know not going to work. Because I would never recommend somebody if they got basically always got to explain themselves all the time to make another person feel good, that's a heck of a job. Especially if it's not on that person to fix it on itself. If it's on a partner to do it all the time, I think that's kind of. I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. I think you should adjust to somebody that actually understands you, because I think it's some people that's willing to take the time and want to express themselves just to make the other person feel good. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not about
But
making a person feel
not
good. It's about having empathy and understanding. Because, like, even
yeah,
for example, there are many times where someone might have said something to me, but if I come to them with my ego and my pride and sticking my chest out and puffing my chest out and letting them know how I feel, let me tell them about themselves, that does not work. Even
so
if
you
I
would date an
know,
unhealed
even
person then? That's
that's
basically.
not. Is that what I said, Pick?
That's what I'm
Really?
getting to. That's what I'm meaning
Is
though.
that
Some
what I
people just not here.
said?
Huh?
Is that what I said? Did I say
No,
I
I'm
would date an
asking you
unhealed
that.
person?
I'm asking
So
that. I'm
how
not
did
saying you
you
saying that.
get that from I would date an unhealed
No, I'm
person versus
asking you
me
that because
saying,
those are people that you can do that to. You can
but that's not really the same thing, in my opinion. Like I
yeah, but
said,
you
like,
said
but
okay.
but but first of all, everybody has something in them that they got to work on. So all
True.
these, I'm coming from the basis of that. Nobody is in here is the bomb diggity where you ain't got something that you got to work on too. Let's start there. Everybody does. There are going to be things that you do that your partner can't stand that they deal with
True.
because yes. So there are things in you that you're not going to uh uh that you still have to work on too. But I'm saying an unhealed person, they don't take accountability. They don't want it. They're very they project. They're very disagreeable. They don't really care too much about how you even feel about what they're doing. Most of the time, they will always try to gaslight, put it on you, make it seem like it's your problem. It's like no, like it does hurt
True.
me. I do feel uncomfortable when I'm around you. Like even though I understand, you can understand a person and not excuse their behavior. But a lot of people think that just because you understand a person, that means that you can't be honest. You can't have feelings. Yes, you can. You can't. You're a human being. Things will bother you. That doesn't mean that you're unhealed because you're bothered. Matter of fact, you might have a problem if you get numb enough, because that's what happens to a lot of people. They don't want to feel it, and that's why they don't address it, because they don't think it's anything until to acknowledge. But if you see that you're dealing with this person, like you're married to the person, and you see that they're like that, yeah, as a spouse, I'm not saying that you can fix them, but you can also be supportive and be an aid with them so that they can figure out what's going on with them. But I'm not gonna come at them in a certain way, even though I might feel uncomfortable with it, and it can be hard, it can be challenging. That's what marriage is about. But I can't react or or just spoon them off when I know that they have this type of issue, like, because I don't know how that would be effective. And I think that that's kind of like the dilemma of marriage, in a sense, because there are things that you're gonna want to fix because it does impact you. That's why I said, you know who you dating, who you marrying, but there are gonna be things in your partner that's gonna get on your nerves. But it's how you deal with your nerves
But
getting tickled. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I would ask too,
It
like,
sound
just because
it
sometimes
sound kind of like you agree with him.
I mean, I do, but I don't. I understand what he's saying, and Kevin, I understand. And excuse me if I'm wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But I just I'm just not in the notion that you're gonna be this unbothered person, that nothing is going to impact you, and that it's wrong to say that someone does
That's true.
impact your feelings. Because for example, okay, and gentlemen, y'all know this, your girl is in a terrible mood, she's in a horrible mood, you testing the waters because you don't want to press that wrong button, because her emotions are actually affecting you. You're not even being as open as you want to. Why? Because you don't know which way it's going to go. That happens more times than not. And in fact, most marriages operate like that. Most of the time, the man, he stonewalls because the woman, she is in such feminine rage. He don't know what to do with all of that. The only thing that he feel like he can do is like, let me test, let me
Go
ask,
fishing.
let me see. Yeah, it's kind of like
Let me go to my brother crib.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that happens a lot. And even a lot of times with us ladies, sometimes we know when y'all upset, and we try to, be all cute and stuff, and kind of, kind of like that line, and she come down, kind of pounce on her on that line, because she know, because you can feel it. the whole vibe just shift in the room. When somebody's in a horrible mood, it does impact you. And imagine that being the type of person that you deal with for the rest of your life, where they demean you and
That's why y'all
they
leave.
treat you with contempt. Yeah, and the reason why, and oftentimes, and this is a fact, and this is what we studied. We did research where we put, what's that? I don't know the name of it. Sorry to all the doctors in here. Like, you know, the things that you do when you get an EKG, right, to kind of measure your heart rate. So
Your
we
heart.
decided to measure heart rate during arguments. So we had couples talk about something, and you want to know what's interesting about that whole thing? Men's heart rate went up about 5 times more during an argument compared to a woman, because it stresses y'all out when y'all got to deal with a disagreement. But for a woman, because we're more naturally verbal, that conversation didn't really start being contemptuous until something was triggered in her where it went up, spiked. You know what I'm saying? So this is research, y'all. Men and women respond very differently to conflict, which is what goes back to Miss Beautiful's question, that it's not really about better, it's just about different. We just communicate differently. Men, y'all, it because y'all, the way that y'all approach conflict, I want it to be fixed. I want it to be solved. I want it to be done with, right? For women, we want to feel heard. We want to feel validated. But that doesn't mean that you don't need her. Because it frustrates you when you don't get that, when we criticize you, when we say that you ain't good for nothing and you dumb. I don't even know why you even saying that. You don't understand. That is what makes y'all mad. Us mad is one of the contemptuous gestures. Oh yeah, it gets real deep. But I can't stay for long. I'll talk about it on my live one day.
Appreciate you
You
though.
know, but you know, I understand what you're saying. I do think that you can um you can impact people with your words. That's why all
Well,
this shit is
you
being
can
done.
though. That's what I meant by provoking and and motivating. So yeah, I understand that though. I think we saying
Yeah.
the same thing though on that part.
Yeah. So I'm not
I think
saying that you got to
I'm
try
also
to
coming.
fix everybody, but I'm just
Huh?
saying like it if you have a response to an upset, that doesn't mean that you're not human. That you are human. That's why you feel that way. And it's okay. I think I would say in my experience that I think more couples would do better if they would just acknowledge that they're human and that it's okay to feel things. It just depends on what matters is how you respond to the emotion, because the worst thing that you can do is to go numb. That's my opinion. That's my professional opinion. I you know, men too, because when y'all go numb, oof.
I think we can end with too, like regardless of like, okay, if it
Stay
does
a little bit.
affect that person, if it's up to that person to not. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can, you boo.
Oh, hold on, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you good, boo.
Okay, sorry. But I was just saying, like, if it does affect the person, like whether or not they have the right, whether or not it's on them to receive the pain, like whatever from the words, it's still, if you're in a relationship, that person should care enough to change the words up. That makes sense. So
Yes,
that's
Yeah.
it.
absolutely.
I
Just be
wanted to
good.
say this too though. Did I? Cause I mean, my job just shut off. I was, man, that's not crazy.
Boo,
I think
TikTok.
my overall thing I'm trying to get to is like, and this is what I'm gonna tell just for everybody, right? So I think that's the only piece I kind of like. That's the only thing I kind of disagree with is about the partner. It's another person's job to, and I might have heard it wrong, whatever. But I think everybody, just like even what Miss Beautiful was saying downstairs, that's my whole point. Is like I think everybody, it's up to us to get us through whatever the situation is, not get bothered by other people because people just gonna do what they gonna do no matter what. Some people will say anything off their own feelings, and you just have to understand that they going through whatever they going through, and it's not me. I'm not the problem. It's just how they feel. And I also look at it as like, so this, like, that's what I was getting to, is like, imagine being around a person, and that's what I always told myself a while ago, like, say if you done built yourself to be optimistic and all that stuff, and try to be motivated. Imagine you always have to be the motivator for that person, and that person can never motivate themselves. That's some hectic stuff. And I think those like two opposite. And I don't think it's not that person that's the motivator's job to keep motivating the other person. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the only thing, because like, and it goes around the whole thing about us, how we, because like I said, I do understand. I do understand that we do. The words are powerful. I totally agree on that. All that stuff. Like, if words wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing up here now. I do understand it, but at the end of the day, I learned that some people I can get to, and there's some people that I don't. Some people that might out of my words they might get uplifted, and there's some people that might out of my words they get feel less than. You know what I'm saying? But like, who's to say who really made what? You know what I'm saying? Because if it was like if I had the power to make somebody do that, that means everybody should feel the same way based off what I'm saying. But everybody internalize things different. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about how you internalize it and how what comes to you or how you take it. You know what I'm saying? Which is their job. That's them. You know, that's imagine there's us like how you see. I know you be saying Janine live and all that stuff. How everybody, it's your tone and all this other stuff. No, it's you. How you receptive to her tone. It has nothing to do with the rest of the people. It don't have nothing to do with her. It's your reception because everybody else is getting uplifted off her words. You see what I'm saying?
Can I
So
give you an
that's what I'm
example?
getting to. It like each person. It's just all of us is how we internalize things, and that's a big thing. It's a very big thing. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think overall that would be our own personal issue. You know, I've been saying this for years since I've been doing this thing. These are literally our own personal issues. Cause it's like I swear people be mad at me on this live and stuff. I'm like, bro, I said what I said. I'm not about to, you took it a certain way. That ain't my fault. You came in this live. You can't call it bullying. You can't call it none of this stuff. You sat here. That's why I never got when people be like, you bully me or I can't. No, you sat here. You made that choice. You sat here. All right. Go ahead, Miss Beautiful.
I just wanted to add to that. I know I'm supposed to be in the bed, child, but I just because I was just listening. But then y'all start talking
And it
Supposed to
got
be
about
juicy.
gone, Lord.
I was like, oh
Both
my
of y'all
god.
supposed to be gone.
Okay. So oh my god. But I wanted to say that I want people to be. I'm gonna use Kel's word. I want people to be accountable for their part in things. Like, yes, people can say mean things to you, and yes, it affects us. But you have the responsibility of how you allow it to affect you, though. You still got a choice in whether I'm gonna let it upset me and get me all upset and crying and let it break my heart and break me down and change into a whole different person because this person said something or this person did something. You still have a choice in everything that happens to you. You don't have to accept what people are saying. I'm not saying that you can't be human and it's not going to affect you when they say it, but you still have a choice in how it affects your life, how it affects you as
Mm-hmm.
a person. Does it change the way you feel about yourself because they said it? And if we're talking about in the perspective of marriage, you shouldn't be with someone that talks to you that way anyway. So that means your vetting skills is rotten and you need to upgrade. You need to work on that because you should have seen that early in the relationship if he was that way. Because people don't just out of the blue change, especially men. They don't change that much. Okay, men pretty much are who they are. So if a man is being that way and speaking to you that way, this is not new. You ignored it in the dating phase when you should have saw that as a red flag and you ignored it. Let's be accountable for the things we choose to accept and we choose to let affect us. Because people say things all the time. What I notice about people is that I'm only affected by the people that I'm connected to and I love. They the only ones that can hurt my feelings. But I'm allowing that. I'm still choosing to let them affect me in that way because my excuse is I love them though. They love me, I love them, so I'm letting it affect me. But if it was someone that you did not know, that you didn't care nothing about, say something to you, you wouldn't allow it to affect you because you made a decision that this person means nothing to you. So you don't care what they think. So it still go back to you making a conscious decision to manage your emotions by saying, I'm not going to allow this person, no matter who they are, to say things to me and I take it in as part of my body. It's a part of who I am now because they said it and I chose to accept it. You still have a choice. You either gonna accept what they say or you gonna say, you know what, I don't care what they say, that ain't who I am. So I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna remove myself from the conversation. I'm gonna remove myself from the situation and move on. If you are in a marriage and you're having to do this, you're married to the wrong person. Because this person shouldn't be talking to you like that anyway. They should be saying things like that to you anyway. And if they are, then like I said, you vetted incorrectly, darling. You picked the wrong person. Because this ain't the first time they did that. It's not. We omit a lot of things. We ignore a lot of things that's happening right in our face. and then we want to play victim and say, oh, he treated me this way, like he just started doing that. He was doing it when you dated him, because whatever they did when you was dating, they're gonna do it in your marriage. Please believe that. It's not changing. Whoever you say I do to is what that is. It's a very good chance that the changes are not gonna happen. And if they change, it might not be the stuff you want them to change. So what I say to it is manage your emotions. You have a choice in whether you accept what is said to you or you don't accept it. You still have a choice. So can't nobody make you feel nothing. They can say it to you and hurt your feelings because you heard it, but now you got a choice. Do I believe it or do I not believe it? Do I accept it or do I keep it moving and I remove myself from the situation? You still got a choice.
Right.
God give us a chance and a choice every day. He gives us a chance and a choice. And it's up to you what you choose. And then be accountable for what you choose, even if it didn't turn out the way you wanted it. Just remember and be accountable that you chose it and choose better. You cannot change what you don't acknowledge. So if you don't acknowledge you chose wrong, you're going to keep choosing wrong. I'm not saying the people are right about what they're saying to you. What I'm saying is you have a choice to accept it or deny it. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's the thing. Right. We always got the choice, though.
If they change before marriage, then you need to walk away. If a
Exactly.
person changes
That's why I said it
before you
goes back to
marry
people
them, why
believing
would
that
you
they can
marry
change
them?
people.
Yeah, why would you
Yeah.
marry them if they change before the marriage?
Yeah.
If they change before the marriage, that's why I say vet until you're married. Vet all the way up until you say I do. You need to be vetting all the way up. So if they say something a week before your wedding that turns you off, that makes you like a non-negotiable, you like, oh no, I'm not putting up with that, I'm not dealing with that, no, then call the wedding off and keep it moving. Cry a little bit now than a whole lot later.
True. Because it get worse.
And then people say your emotions will be triggered no matter what. And this is the thing about being triggered. You have to manage your triggers, okay? You are never going to be completely healed until you learn to manage your triggers. Because people going to trigger you because they don't know what your triggers are. People are living their life and talking and saying things. They don't know what your triggers are. So you could be triggered, but it's up to you how you handle the trigger. If in the past, when you were out of control with your triggers and didn't know how to handle them, and someone triggered you, you handle it one way. You go off, right? Cuss them out, whatever. When you manage your triggers, when somebody trigger you, what you say to yourself is that this is uncomfortable to me. This is not where I want to be, and remove yourself. That's how you manage your triggers. Not bleed on other people and get mad at them because they triggered you and they don't even know what your triggers are. It goes back to being accountable. You get a chance and a choice every day to make it, to stay in something, to accept something or not. It's still your choice. I think we forget that. Women forget that they have a choice with marriage. When a man asks you to marry him, you don't have to say yes. Just because he asked you doesn't mean you have to say yes. You have a choice too. It's not about his feelings. It's about what you want for you. Because he asked you because he thought about what he wanted. So you have to think about what you want. If he asks and you don't want to, or you feel like y'all not in the place y'all need to be, it's okay to say not right now. I don't feel like we're in a place where we should do this right now. It's not a no, it's just a later. Maybe later if we can
I
figure
ain't
this out.
comfortable yet. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't comfortable yet. You don't say yes just because he got a ring in your face and everybody's looking. I wouldn't care if they had a camera on me. I'm still gonna be like, no, I don't think we there yet. I love you and I still want us to continue, but I feel like we still got some things we need to work on.
Got some things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be sure.
You know? Yeah, and sometimes you can do that in communication with your partner. Let them know when y'all talking and when y'all bonding. Let them know, hey, I love where we going, but I don't think we ready for marriage. That way he ain't going out buying a ring and get his feelings hurt when he get on his knee and you say no. Not right now. He should know that ahead of time, so he know not to go do that. It's all about communication. And it's about you being honest with yourself and being accountable for your actions and your decisions in every situation. People can't do what you don't allow.
Domino.
That's the truth. People can only do what you allow. Be accountable. You cannot change what you don't acknowledge. If you don't acknowledge that you played a part in situations that happen in your life, then you're never going to change them. It's going to be the same thing every day, all the time. So what I wanted to bring to this conversation was just that. Manage your emotions. Decide whether you accept or deny something. And if you accept it, don't blame them because you feel a way. Because you chose the feeling. You chose to be affected. You chose to be emotional about what they said. It doesn't clear them from being wrong. It just gives you the power to choose.
A lot of us get mad because we our expectations. That's why that's another thing that come with the
Why
entitlement and
you
all that
think
other
the other
stuff.
day when I was on the panel and the girl was going off or whatever, what did I do? I said I don't go back and forth with people. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna let you have that and you have a wonderful day. And everybody said, why
facts.
she running? Why she scared? Babe, I'm not scared of nobody but Jesus
You
Christ.
managing.
Okay? I'm not scared of anybody. What you gonna do? Punch a button? Like, what are you gonna do? Put your finger over my face? Like, I don't know what you think you're gonna do online, but whatever. My thing is I don't feel the need to go back and forth with people because
Hollering.
it affects me in a negative way. So I
True.
know I know how to manage my triggers, right? I
Mm-hmm.
know when somebody trying to trigger me into going in and acting a different way than what I know I am. So I choose to make a choice for myself not to let someone affect me in a way that upsets me or get me stressed out. So I leave.
True.
I remove myself from the situation. So all I'm saying is you have a choice to
Yep.
be affected or not be affected. You do have a choice. Stop letting people
Great.
control your emotions. Thank you, Kev. I just want to say that.
For sure. And I like how you're saying I've been literally talking about this since I started this app. That's one of my main things is emotional regulation. And it ties with all that. That's the reason why a lot of us can't progress in general because like I said, ego. I think the newest one I added was the entitlement mentality because we think because of certain names or my mother, because she's my mother, she must do motherly things. That's not true. That's not true. Like we wish that, but they're
But
their
your
own
mother is
human.
a
They can do
human
whatever they
being.
want.
But your mother is a human being before she's a mother.
Exactly. That's what
She's
I'm
a
getting
human before
to. They
she's
can do what they
anything else.
want.
So they're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna do things. They're gonna say things.
Yes.
Nobody's perfect. You just have
Nobody.
to manage your own emotions by saying, "I'm not gonna let this person say this, and I'm gonna be affected by it." They can
Think
say whatever they want because I
exactly.
can't control them, but I can't control how I take it though. I can't control if I
Yeah.
let it affect me or not.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So
that's
manage your
my four
triggers.
things I talk about.
All it is that people don't know how to manage their triggers. Learn how to
Yeah.
manage your triggers, and I promise you, you'll be stress free. You'll be the happiest person in the world. You won't allow other people and their opinions to affect you because
Thank
you
you.
know
Yeah.
who you are. That's how you know who you are when you can manage your own triggers. When you can
Yes.
manage your own emotions. That's how you
How you
know
build
when you know
confidence.
who you are because can't nobody tell you who you are. Can't nobody tell you that you ugly and you not sexy or you not this. Can't nobody tell you that when you know who you are. But when you don't know who you are, they can tell you anything and you're going to be affected by it. So manage your
Mm.
own emotions and you won't have to worry about people saying and doing things to you that make you feel away. They can't make you do anything. You
Yeah.
chose it.
Yes. I have emotional regulation school. I'm taking classes. We have 24 people in it. If y'all need to learn how to do that, I can teach you these things from Sensei. It's like, I go to rooms. You got to go to rooms and know how to not let people bother you.
No, and Kelly said in the comments, she was like, your emotions come from your brain. And what did I say earlier? That it's a mindset. You got to
Hmm.
change your mindset about whether you're going to allow people to get into into your feelings and get into your mind about what you think
Yeah.
about yourself.
Gotta
It's a
have
mindset.
this list.
If you go into something saying
Right
I
for
don't
show.
care what
Yeah.
anyone thinks about me because I know who I am, then nobody can say something about you and you be affected by it because you've already made up your mind that I know who I am and nobody can tell me that I'm something different than what I am. Right? So it's a mindset. Everything starts in
Hmm.
your brain first. Choose the right thing and manage your emotions.
Yep. Facts. Facts. I care what people think about me. Well, that sounds like a problem. Well, that's
Baby,
a harsh life.
you gonna be miserable for the rest of your life if you care what
Yeah, I be
people think
trying to
about
tell.
you.
I try to
If
tell
you
every a
care
lot.
about baby, look,
Boy,
let me tell y'all something. I'm 54 years old. I'll be 55 this year, and I've been married for 33 years. Well, it'll be 34 in a couple of days. But I made it this far because I don't allow people to tell me how I should feel about me.
thank
I don't allow people to tell me who I am when I should know me better than anyone else. So when you allow somebody to tell you who you are and you believe them and you adopt that thinking, it means that you don't know who you are, that it's so easy for somebody to come and tell you all these
you.
things about yourself. Like, really? How do somebody else know you better than you when you with you all the time? 24/7, 360. Y'all ain't never apart. 365. Y'all always together. How you don't know you better than somebody else know you? And you allow somebody to tell you who you are. Like, come on, that don't even make sense. Y'all gotta stop that. Stop worrying about what other people think. Y'all gonna be miserable for the rest of y'all life. Y'all keep worrying about what other people think of y'all. It's about what you think and how you feel about you when you look in that mirror. Are you happy with what you see? And if you're not, it's up to you to change it. Not for somebody to come and tell you what's wrong with you and then make you and then you go change it because somebody told you that.
Because you change
No,
it. Thank
gotta
you.
know
Okay,
who
hold on.
you
Let's breathe.
are.
Let's breathe. Hold on. The last question said, if you do not care about what others think, then how do you take accountability? That's a good question.
You take accountability because you know what you did. You don't need somebody to tell you wrong. Come on, you know when you're wrong. We
No,
all know when we wrong. We
some
just don't
people
want to be
actually don't.
accountable.
Yeah, that's true.
Not
But
So we
sometimes you
don't need
gotta
the
not
actually.
Bible
when
to
you're
tell us
dealing with
that.
other people though.
Yeah, sometimes
It's
people
different.
actually don't know that they're ain't shit for real.
It's different when you're dealing. Yeah, it's different when you're dealing
So
with people.
I would say this then. So I guess to a certain extent, right?
Well, I'm self-aware, so I know
Yeah.
when I'm out of line. I know when
Yeah,
I
but
need to,
we got to
pull
figure
it
out other
back in.
people outside of ourselves, though, right? Go ahead.
It depend. It just depend on who it is, though. I think
Right.
that's what that is. If it's people like you look up to or something like that, that you trying to become better, you know what I'm saying? So I would say that you probably would care because that is some people that point out things, right? They point out things that they see. But I think the part, and that's what I'm saying. I know we smart. A lot of us smarter than this. We know
I
that we
care about
talking
the people.
about
I care
the
about the
people
people
that
I
be talking
love.
trash on here
I
and
care
stuff
about
like
what
that.
the
We know
people
we ain't
I
talking about
love say.
overall. You know what I'm saying?
But I
Like
care
we
about
smart. A
what the
lot of us
people I
smarter than that. I
say.
know we know what we talking about on that one.
But Kev, I care about what the people that I love. I care about what they say. I care about how they
Yeah, of
feel
course.
about
I
me.
think they know
But
what
if
we
it's
meant. I think they
anybody
know what we
outside of
meant
that, no,
though,
I
but
don't
we
care.
just playing funny right now, silly or
Yeah,
something.
I don't
But
care if it's outside of me. If it's outside of my family and my
I'm not
friends, no, I
playing.
don't care.
I don't really asking that question. Because some people,
huh?
I said I wasn't playing. I think people really was wanting to clarify that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I
I
was
think
saying
even when she asked that, she
also,
already know the
but she
deal. She know the
wasn't.
deal now.
No, she was being serious.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she talking about. Well, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room know we talking about. Or if they don't, I don't know what to say. Then we know we talking about the negative stuff, right? When people always talking down on you or something like that. But to a certain extent, we do gotta have. It just depends on who it is,
I mean, if we keeping it
right?
100, most of the time we going back and forth with people that we care about. It be people we care about, we attach ourselves to that be saying stuff like that to us. And that's how come we get offended. Because these are people we care about and we thought cared about us. And that's why we
Yeah,
take it personal. I'm
that's
not
why we
talking
take it
about
personal.
the people that we love. Of course, you're going to go through that with people that you love and you close to. I'm talking about people that don't know you, you don't know them, but you care about what they think. Why?
Yeah, the fact that if we had to explain it, I don't know what to say on that one. That's
Right,
crazy.
exactly.
But yeah, we I think we know that. But I think a lot of us do care about the wrong people. That's the problem. We care about the wrong people that's supposed to care about us. I mean, that is supposed to say something about us and stuff, and that'd be the thing. And I think that's a good way to brush it off to say that we get triggered by everybody. You know what I'm saying? I know there's people, and people use that as an excuse though. Like, dang, I do that, but nah. I mean, if it got to do with something that somebody talking down, and that's why I said it got to do with confidence, right? Because like some things we are weaker in, right? We got to work on, and somebody might point it out and be like that. So yeah, it's gonna hit you a certain way because you're not strong as you say you are. You know what I'm saying? And like this, that's all I've been doing. Like literally, this is what I be doing. Y'all be thinking like when I be trying to bring opposition up and all this other stuff, or going in different rooms and stuff. No, I be really trying to. I be trying to work on myself. I really do be trying to work on myself. I try to become better because I'm like, I never like that things controlling me for real. I never like being chained to things. I don't even want to be chained to my own emotions because sometimes I get to see me and make me feel like a certain way. And I have to use my brain sometimes like, you know what? Nah, this ain't real. You feeling this way because of what, I don't know why. You gotta adjust it. You know what I'm saying? So I had to talk to myself sometimes like, oh, these people ain't really worth it. Or these people, most of them is miserable and they trying to make me feel as miserable as them. And that's just what it be. So why I gotta go stoop down to a miserable person's level unless I'm miserable? That's something I had to learn. Most of the time these arguments be on here because it's traumas that's exchanging traumas. A lot of us done been through some things. And this is our time to kind of let it out on somebody that was talking silly. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the overall thing though. And that's why I realized I'm like, why are we going back and forth with a person and call them out their name for what? It's no solution at the end of this. Oh, it's just I'm trying to let out these traumas that I had inside of me from years ago, and let me go ahead and let them out and show them who was big and bad. But both sides think they big and bad. Everybody think that. Everybody think when they black out that they the top notch. You know what I'm saying? No, my tongue is like this, and my mouth is reckless. You know, we hear people that talk like this. Okay, and what the heck? That's not helping none of you. You see what I'm saying? But you know, we just got to realize these things, man. What is we doing these things for? Who is we truly trying to impress? You know, who is this person that we letting get to us? Why we let it get to us? Is this stuff possibly can it be true? You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, that's just what it is. And like I said, overall, it has to do with confidence and understanding yourself. That's what it is. My bad, y'all. Oops. But who's next? Anybody wanted to throw something in there? We talking about it, or if y'all want to hit the topic again. But it's interesting. I like these questions. I like we talking about all this. Huh?
I don't think we gonna agree. We slightly agree. So I mean that's a good thing. It's just conversation.
Oh, of course.
But that's what makes the
thing is,
conversation
we talked
interesting.
about this before. That's how I know we agree. But it's just like, I guess because I hit things from a different angle, we think that I don't understand it, but I do though.
No.
Most of us be talking about these things, and then it kind of changed when I think when it hit a little home, it might hit home, and then you never heard it from this angle, so you think it's not we not agreeing. That's what it be.
Oh, I've been there from different angles. We never agree with the make situation. From Lala's Love, we never agree. But I see.
Yeah, true.
We never agree on that. And that's because there's too much things in scripture that just pointed towards that. But I say to an extent. Because I don't want to say an absolute, I completely disagree with you. That's like saying that you're not making a valid statement. You're making, like, some of the statement you make is valid. So that's why I'm saying slightly, I'm not going to say, no, you're not. So, I mean, anybody that says that you're completely not true, that would be like, okay, why?
Yeah.
But it's
I think the reason why I don't
fighting. That's where the sword fight came from.
Yeah. All right. I think the only reason why I don't like making is the make thing because just like you said. Oh, and I'm glad Janine. Like situations like that, they swear that we're making them mad. You know what I'm saying? That when we speak up, that's why they making lies about people and all type of stuff. I made you. I'm dangerous. You know all this stuff. No, you made you. Don't. So people use that word. That's why I don't like using that word. Make at all. Because it's either we're going to go all in or not. Like, soon as it come to us, now we like, no, it wasn't me that did it. Now we want to not say make now. But no, I'm all in. It's either I'm made or it's not. And I realize it can't be make if it's half and half. You know what I'm saying? So flat out, it's either we make a person or not. It's what they internalize. It's one of the two things. And I'm on the side of they internalize it. I ain't make nobody do anything. I can't make nobody.
But
that's just what that is.
Biblically, right? God wouldn't be saying, oh, respond in gentleness. He literally said a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Saying that somebody who respond harshly, they're the one that's making, like, they're stirring up anger. They're stirring up that response.
Yeah, provoking. So if the Bible I understand provoking.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I understand provoking and motivation and all that. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. But I think even Miss Beautiful came up here. She kind of explained that though. It's up how it's how we choose to be receptive to it. Because like I said, if we really had the ability to make somebody, I would make people be freaking optimistic. If I had the power to do that, I'd be like, just be happy, and they gonna do it. No, they have to literally internalize it and be receptive and make it fit to them to become happy. That's them. They would have to do that.
So
you know what I'm saying? If I wanted to make somebody mad, they can be laughing at me, and I could try my best to try to make them mad. And they look at me like nothing anyways, and they don't get mad. So it's like, dang, I'm supposed to made you, but you're not. I'm even trying to provoke you and you're still not mad. Why is this not happening? You see what I'm saying?
See,
it's just unhuman. It's unhuman. We can't do it.
But
because I be making everybody be a lover of God. They gotta understand it first.
You can turn them. God can use it as a vessel to change them, though. That's why he says I'm just like I still think that what you say can actually stir up. I can literally, if I make a post today and speak, I'm looking at the woman accountability post, right? If I make a post today about say something about black men, even if it's statistic, it's going to cause a rage.
True.
So It's just that in that
But
case,
they decided to do that though. I'm just saying,
but
you
it's
don't have the
also,
power.
but
You
the
could
Bible holds
words is
me
powerful.
accountable for stirring up riot too.
Well, I
But
guess
you
if you're
didn't
trying to put
necessarily
it
have
like
to stir up
how
rot though.
Donald Trump did, I get you on that though.
Yeah, like you
But
can
But yeah, you
say
don't.
things.
But
I
you
can
see, they
say
went to jail and Donald Trump didn't. The ones that did
not
cause
Donald
that
Trump.
though. So
see,
I can
but
understand.
Kelly,
Like I said,
see,
provoking. Y'all got to realize the difference between provoking, making, and
Trigger.
and yeah, all that stuff. That stuff is all different. I think when we say make, I think make be a cop out to take accountability from
I
that.
could
That's the thing. That's why I don't
compromise.
use that word. And take the accountability from that actual person that decided to feel this way or take on a certain action. You know what I'm saying? So I can't. I wish I could make somebody be accountable, but I can't. I can only talk about it until
Okay, I
they
could
accept
compromise.
accountability. But I can't make them be accountable. I just can't.
Yeah, I can compromise. I can compromise. While we can provoke certain things,
Yeah.
like if I said I'm gonna hold men accountable, I gotta do it a certain way. I can't just put a blanket statement about them and
Right.
expect them not to come at me. However, that's still their choice. So I can compromise with the word make.
Yeah.
I feel like you make me. But I can.
I think because, like I said, we all been brought up hearing it since we was young, so I can get it. But I guess it got kind of more irritating the more I start understanding what accountability was, and people use that as a cop out, and I'm like, bro, nah. All I did say was potato, and you took it as I was being this way or something. I'm like, bro, all I said was that. How's that roasting you? You know what I'm saying? That's how you took it. That wasn't my intentions. So that's what I'm getting to. So it's like I can't. I'm not. It's not my fault how you took it in. That's what I'm getting to.
I appreciate it's for everybody guys I caught aliens in the bedroom. They've been hiding my
what?
video
I
every
feel you.
single
She
I
making
feel
me
day.
you.
mad right
Is
now.
that a
Sweet guys. I'm
Yeah.
not fooling guys. Everybody check my pants.
Yeah, see,
is that
She
for
making
that's
real?
me mad.
they couldn't make me mad because they decided to block them. Now if I would have sat there and
What
took that,
was
I'm
that?
talking.
Was that a
Oh, it's
real
good.
person?
She said,
So
No, I
"Boy,
mean like for real. Like that sounds like a bot or something. Was
yeah,
that a
that's
real
somebody just trying to
person?
throw us off. You know how that be. It gotta be somebody that always gotta do that.
Oh,
Yeah, they want the other topic. They probably in the background like, hey, yeah, I made
that's
them.
wild.
Go outside. Yeah, so that's the only reason why I don't use that though. Like I said, I can feel you though, but I'm just trying to change people's mentality on certain things just to show that we have more power than what we think. I don't, and that's why I always speak from. I always speak from that because I think a lot of us just feel like that everybody got control of us but us. I also be talking about, who we trying to impress. We be trying to impress the wrong people. It's like, dang, I'd rather shoot me myself. I'm trying to impress what's righteous. You know what I'm saying? If I can, what I feel is righteous. I'm not trying to impress every last person that sit there. Oh, you don't like me? Let me convince you to like me. Let me make you. No, I've been stopped doing that a while ago. I realized I can't save everybody. We can bring up scripture on that too. Everybody's not going to like you.
I care about the body.
You know what I'm saying? So, huh?
I care about the body. So if I know that you are another brother in Christ and you're following, I care about what you think, because we're all supposed to be one. The body's not outside the body.
Not Alter leaving me and then said, oh, no,
Alter is
you
like
left me.
Alter
Oh
made
yeah,
me feel very
she
insecure.
said she would come back. She said she had to run for.
She
I can't
left
remember
me
exactly
and then
what,
put it
but
on
she said
me and said I didn't.
she did say she would come back
Bye,
though if we
twin.
were
I'm
still up.
sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
See, you made her offended.
I
Now
didn't
she
mean to make
said,
her. She called me off guard. I didn't even know what was happening. I'm sorry. I don't want to make you offended. Oh, man. My brother, thank you, Joe. I ran back for a second. I was like, he never said anything back. My bad. I think I just got zoned out. I got zoned
Yeah, I
out.
think you was talking with Angel. You and Angel was having y'all a little back and
I
forth.
was talking to a few people. I was not. Yeah, it was heavy. But But this is good. I'm glad we talking about this because, like, y'all gonna realize these things, and I stand on. I'm gonna stand on this. These are the four things I feel like is damaging a lot of us, and that's what I talk about every time. Like most of my topics going to always revolve around that. It's always gonna be, like I said, number one is accountability. Number one ain't accountability. Number one is emotional regulation or emotional control. I like saying control because people just they don't like that word. So I say number one, my first thing was emotional control. And the reason why I started teaching that because that was one of my biggest problems. And when I said I want to be a positive person and stuff, I was like, man, I had to learn how to control mine and stop worrying about how other people. It's my fault if I decide to react a certain way because of somebody else. So I got to stick with me being me. So emotional control is still show you some type of control within self. So that's my first thing I teach them. It's like four things. That accountability, right? So it's like or awareness or something like that. Accountability, either one of the words you want to bring up. Number three, what is it? Accountability. Well, I think the other one is entitlement. The entitlement mentality is deserving and all that stuff. Instead of that, teaching being more grateful and appreciative. Yeah, I swear it's a fourth one. I'm gonna think of it. It's four of them because the third one. Let me see. What you were saying, Jim? Go ahead.
Is entitlement like expectation, like having expectation?
It's very high expectation, and it's not to say it's a bad thing bad thing towards it because even like having goals is expectation. It could be a motivation though, but it's just I think we get so too deep into certain things. Like we put so much into people, things, and all this stuff, and it's not to say have no expectation, but just be more grateful. And I think when people learn how to be more grateful for what they got, you know what I'm saying, the little stuff they got, and maybe the stuff they probably I can't say grateful, but the things that they got, right? When they be more grateful, they be more appreciative too. You know, they start realizing like I didn't have to did this. You know, this thing we say deserve, I deserve this. No, you didn't have to wake up another day. No, you didn't have to get that job. No, you got to be great. We got to be more grateful than, and that's all I'm saying. Like not to take expectations out, but just be more grateful than expecting. You know what I'm saying? That's what I also try to talk about. But I'm gonna think it's another one though. I can't think of it. Emotional regulation, accountability. Oh, ego. And that kind of deal with emotion, but ego is the other one, right? I think that's one of our biggest things is we can't put our ego to the side. And that's not even helping us become better. You know what I'm saying? So even with the three things, ego is what's blocking it. Ego, pride, yes, them two together, right? I talk about that too. How much it damages. It damages. That's what stops us from becoming better. So them are the four things y'all gonna always hear me talk about in here. Like this is all I really talk about for the most part. And because I realize that's damaging all of us as a community, you know what I'm saying? Or as a whole, as human beings. The lack of understanding all that stuff is really what's damaging us. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I shouldn't expect that. Exactly.
Hey, what does that mean?
What's
Is she
that?
still in here? Hold on, is she still in here?
Who that?
Queen Nala, yeah, she's in here. Queen Nala 24.
You say what she put down? Let me see. I know she can shake the room.
Why do grown men want to hurt a kid so much that it's a requirement for a relationship?
Wait, what?
Men and women, and the thing also.
Who said
something about that?
I think they're talking about the stepfather discipline.
Was we talking about that?
Oh, she talking about that. That's what you took out of that? That's crazy.
That's crazy though.
Discipline is hurting.
Yeah, you can count on Nala. You can count on her sometimes. I still got love for her though, but you can count on her for that.
That is wow.
Yeah, she went to the extreme on that one, but we take that though.
I do want to add.
If that's what you think we preaching in here, that's crazy.
Hey yo, but when was we talking about hurting kids though? Who said something? Did I miss it? Because like I swear I've really been trying to like listen, and I kind of zoned out. Some people got long-winded. I zoned out a little bit. Did I miss talking about hurting kids? Because I feel like I would have said something about that. Because I don't like that shit.
No, I think they just came to line.
Kid fell out. I don't think nobody on the panel said that. I don't think anybody in this room said that.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's overall. Cool. But on this app, when you see a lot of guys on this app or just in social media, when they talk about discipline and stepfathering, it is I can't discipline the kids, and that's what they're talking about in general. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody here said it.
Yes.
But I just think that's what happens. Maybe that's what she was saying.
Yeah,
Oh
maybe
yeah,
she if
See,
she would have
discipline
and I
ain't got
think
nothing
if
to
she would
do.
have asked what we meant by that instead of throwing that one out there, like that's not even
What
part of
up,
what I'm
DD?
talking about. So you could have asked that in another room. That's crazy.
Well,
You
somebody
No,
may
know,
have.
but
discipline
Somebody
ain't
But
may
got
have.
nothing to
I
do
have a
with hurting no
challenging
kids,
question,
I'm gonna
though.
Kev.
say this though, to
You
her
feel
Somebody.
me?
defense. I'm gonna say this
Somebody
to her
It ain't got.
defense of discipline.
Uh,
Most times when
Somebody.
people hear, I'm sorry, what you said?
I was gonna say, I was gonna say when people have are traumatized, they project. So when you read that question, if
it's
you look at it as like, let's say you got abused by a step parent, or you've experienced somebody else abusing your kid before, your mind automatically says, "Oh, a step parent disciplined a child that's hurting the child." So you automatically jump to it's hurting because you are projecting whatever trauma you experienced into now you believe that anybody that disciplines a stepchild is hurting
I
the
was thinking that
child.
too. Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
it don't gotta be if they
I was
went
thinking
through
that
it.
too. Sometimes it be projection too, but yeah, I feel it though. I feel that
Yeah.
too.
The first thing I go through it, I know like little kids when I was subbing stuff like that, I said discipline. The first thing they said was now not abuse wise, but oh my mama popped me. Everybody go automatically to a physical discipline, not no, oh you're grounded and stuff type of that discipline. When people hear discipline, they
Yeah,
yeah,
automatically go physically. I
wall
never heard a
squats,
person.
wall squats,
Yeah.
cherry pickers. You know what I'm saying?
People,
Raise the roof, shoulder touches, squats, lunges, push ups,
that's all I could work on right now.
kung fu jaw holding. You
If
know what
it's
I'm
not A
saying? Like
Brown
all that
yelling,
shit.
it's you.
Yeah, like I do physical discipline, but I ain't got to grab no belt. I ain't got to grab no ruler, no yardstick, no sandal, none of that shit. Like I can do my physical discipline, and you'll come out better for it on the other side of it. Like you might be running up and down the driveway. It depends on what I feel like that day, you know. So like it works though, guarantee it works. Because when the muscles start burning, like all of that foolishness you was into, like you're not into that no more. You're not, and you be tired. You get a good night's sleep, real good night's sleep.
Hey,
But
that's
yeah,
real
I'm
how
talk.
not
you feeling
because I
anyways?
ain't with the
Cause
beating.
I ain't say hi to you.
Hey, yeah, my bad.
Cousin,
What's happening, everybody? What's happening,
What's
Kev?
the deal, man?
Hey.
How y'all doing? First, yeah, let me do all the cordial shit. I was tripping. I was rude. I just my bad. I hope everybody good. Everybody had a good weekend and everything, holiday and all
Mm.
that.
Nah, they made me mad.
Uh-oh, what happened?
They
oh Lord, no, don't do it. Let that one go,
Uh,
cuz.
don't do it.
Let that one go. Let
Well,
yeah,
we
let
I
hope
that
we,
know.
one go.
we gonna try to get you
I'm
better
not gonna
though
make
before
her
it's
make
over
me
with. How
mad.
about that? We gonna try to get you right before it's over. We make it happy. We gonna try to make it feel better. Uh, yeah, that's I don't know. I honestly I think a lot of times people just have discipline misunderstood, and I think that when we talk about it, especially on these panels, you know, um, I think it is a misconception. And when we have step parents, it's like you hear women, well, a man that will come in and put their hands on my baby. And there are a lot of guys who believe that they don't have authority if they can. That is an actual thing that happens a lot. And so I think it's that elephant in the room that we do need to talk about because discipline has nothing to do with a punishment. The punishment is the penalty, right? Teaching, teaching discipline, teaching discipline is actions and how you live, right? And making sure that people understand the rules and have ways to carry those things out and being consistent with it. But how you teach discipline is different things. Like Gemini said, if you don't do this, okay, well the penalty is going to be now you got to do 50 burpees, or you got to do what I mean, some wall squats and all that good stuff, or you want punishment or whatever the punishment is. But the punishment isn't the discipline, and I think a lot of people get that confused. And so when you have questions like that, it automatically goes to people believing or thinking about what the penalties were when they did something wrong, and then they think that's what discipline is. And so I don't know. I think that maybe that's where the confusion comes from. Just what I, from what I've been seeing.
I have a thought provoking question. Where's Kev? Because he was talking about accountability.
Yes, sir.
Right. Anybody can chime in with
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
And it's for it's something that I observe, cousin, that I see people who are trying to build the community. So
Forever salty, mute up, please.
Sorry, my bad, my bad. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I gotta say something real quick. My bad.
Not you. What
First
you
of
gotta
all, wait.
say?
First
You
of
gotta
all,
get it
you told
out.
me to mute
No,
up.
no,
First
no,
of all,
no,
say
no, no,
please.
no,
Don't
no,
be
no, no,
disrespectful.
no,
No, don't be
no, no,
disrespectful,
no,
bitch ass
no,
nigga.
no,
Little
no,
bitch.
no, no,
What?
no,
Wait,
Don't be
no,
disrespectful,
no,
bitch. Why you being
no,
wait.
no,
disrespectful?
Hey,
I don't
no.
like that
bro.
disrespect
Hey,
from her.
No,
bro.
no,
I
no,
don't.
no,
I
Salty.
don't
no,
play about that
no,
Don't
disrespect.
respond to him, hey,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no.
Oh my God.
It's a thing called respect. And
yeah.
while somebody is talking, we give them that and allow them to finish. Then we come in with our statement. It doesn't go in reverse though. You don't just roll in whistling and talking over people. Like it don't work like that. Sorry. Maybe next time. But I don't know who was talking, but please continue.
Yeah, I was. Sometimes I just laugh at those things. It's just, my question, right? And this might trigger some people, but it's something that I observe. And it's people that saying that some people that say that they're trying to build a community think that they can demand authority and respect and submission just by being online. I don't know if you've observed that, but they will come in and say people won't respond to me, people won't respect me in a very demanding way, and all they have done is either be online on TikTok. And I'm like, okay, I understand that you're talking to people. However, how does that give you a level of respect? Let me bye. So I just want you guys, I don't know if you yourself has observed that, and what do you think of it? I feel like it's entitlement to think that you can come into a society that you never cultivated, you have never done, you're not authority for, and just go on TikTok and say, or a podcast and say, well, I need this, and I demand this for the community. And if they don't do it, they're this. And this is outside of the Christian and biblical aspect. So just something that I've seen, and especially as I like advance in leadership and I learned leadership, from different aspects of life, I just realized, I don't know, to me it's an entitlement thing. And then some people would believe that just because I do something within my community and they respect me, that means if I come to social media and I tell them this is what I do, everybody should just give me that utmost submission and respect. Yeah. It's just, to me, that seems like entitlement. To
It
me.
definitely, it definitely is, and it's also a delusion, and
Put
it's
words in my
a
mouth.
yeah, and it's also a sense of grandeur, right? So what you're doing is you're not an actual servant. When you're a leader, what you are is a servant. People don't understand that. People think that you lead by being better than or something else. No, you're leading by serving whoever you're leading. And your title of leader doesn't come from you. Your title of elder or your title of wisdom or wise person or any of that shit, that comes from the people that around you who look at you in that with that in that esteem. You know what I mean? And they put you in that position. You don't put yourself in that position. And I think that's the part that people have confused is when you leading, you are at the service of. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know, we just had the holiday and like anybody that's been in the military, you can understand what I'm saying. When you have and when you're in a leadership role, you're the last of the line. All your troops come first. Everything that you do is for the advancement of your troops, not for yourself. And in turn, they advance you. And so if you look at life in the same way, you don't have those expectations, right? Because you know that you're not doing it for a congratulations. You're not doing it for somebody to pat you on the back. You're doing it because you're serving your community. If you're trying to lead your community and build your community, you're just doing it to do that, and that's your reward. The community getting better, not people. You know what I mean? Praising you. And I think you bring up a good point because I do see it a lot, and it is ridiculous. And I'll land on that.
Yeah, I'm Air Force, and when you have, and yes, you can be military, maintain your femininity. Um, it's just something that you observe, right? And also, I know, cousin, you're not a Christian, but as a Christian, it's something that I observed from Christ. He never popped up in Jerusalem saying, "I need this." Everybody, no, he did. He prolonged with his ministry. There's a difference if TikTok was a church home or there was a foundation of building oh, this is where the culture is. It's just a media. So when I see people coming on here and say, people don't listen to me, people don't submit, that's when I'm like, why do you expect people from different state to actually listen to you, different culture and walks of life to listen to you? Who do you think you are? Right? You have no authoritative authority. Like when it comes onto politics, we could go into politics. You're not in politics. You're not a figure there. And then when it comes on to, oh, everybody should just follow my lead, it's like let go of politics, let go of that expectation in the Western culture, and just follow me based on what I'm saying. We don't even know you. And these same people are being exposed online. It was like, we don't even know you, sir. Where are we following to Wonderland? Like, we're not Alice. We read the book, but I doubt we're that delusional. Maybe some people are, but it's just something that I just observed. And Deja Core, you can't just come in here being loud. First of all.
That's great. Hey, we don't know you, homie.
Right, I know.
Exactly.
I said I'm about to fire some of y'all minds, man. How y'all let that dude cuss that long, man? I had to do it myself.
Hey, I was already on it. But I'm driving. I muted him because also that's the only button I could touch real quick. Next thing I know, he was out of here. So yeah, I was with you.
This is Kev's spirit talking. My bad.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot. This is your conscience. Remember
This
that?
your conscience.
This is your
It's your
conscience.
because you have a different tone and everything, a whole echo and everything else.
Yeah, this ain't Kev. This is his
Yeah,
conscience.
I got one bar too. That's good.
Yeah, because you're not the original Kev, so you don't get all of ours.
You know what? See, if y'all didn't say nothing,
Y'all said I'm echoing.
if y'all didn't say nothing, I would never known that was them. I was like, oh,
I got my guys.
God. I mean, I ain't been on TikTok a little minute, so like, I ain't been on lives in a little minute, so I would never known.
I knew something was up when my man, but that was crazy. I'm like, what the heck? I knew something was up. When people come up here not muted, I already know the deal. Is Perkins up? I haven't heard from him in a minute. Perkins. That dude, he been making
He be falling
yeah. Oh, there you go. I was about to say he done fell asleep every time he done been in.
I think I was on a live with Miss. Wait, I think.
Wait a minute, who was he cussing out, y'all? Because I ain't got a call.
It was you.
Kelly.
That was him. He was
Hey,
I
Mr.
heard B
Perkins.
before my phone.
No.
Kelly. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
wrong. It was Brown.
yeah.
Because you told him to mute.
Because I said,
Well, you asked him to mute. You asked him to mute, but he didn't like the way that it came across.
Right, it was too direct.
Yeah, you made him. You made him feel a certain way, and
that wasn't a reason.
Control.
He just came in here to troll. That's just all it was. He just made up something.
because he was whistling while Kelly was speaking.
Right. He came in, all kind of noise in the background, whistling, and like, what you listening to, player? Hold on. And then he got mad. And the first time what happened was he muted, so he knew he was wrong. And then he came back with, hold on, wait, first of all, you can't tell. And ego got a delay into something. That's what happened.
Hey yo, is Kev around? My bad, Kev, man. Like, I don't. It's just it's just certain shit I don't be liking, and I don't know that rude shit. I'm sorry. I don't have no. No, wait. I apologize. I have no tolerance for that shit. So, yeah, my bad.
No, you
You
good,
don't have
man. Hold up, it's a delay to my stuff. I'm about to be back in a minute.
you ain't have to apologize, dog. You was right. Sometimes what's right is right. It don't need to be justified.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I was like, I guess, and Alter did not defend me. What about girls on girls? Oh, she's not listening. Kev, she's on another live.
Like, oh man,
Alter,
I feel like an old man. I tried to
I'm
be back. It's
screaming.
not when I come back. I told you she hates me. That's crazy.
Right.
But I was about to say, yeah, my man, you could just tell his intentions was to come in here to troll. That's why he was whistling and all that stuff. So yeah, I don't think it ain't your fault. No, it's just we know what he was doing, dog. There's too many people that's like that, and he just came up with some stuff. So, but yeah, anyways, let's talk about that dude all day. What was we talking about before I left? I had to do something quick.
Kelly had a
Oh, she was.
possibly
Oh yeah, I remember.
triggering
hmm
question about accountability.
hmm
Yeah, I asked it in a nice way because there's already somebody crying in the comments
Dang,
about what I said.
what you do? Who did
Hey,
you do to trigger?
Beer something.
Oh,
I just asked
what
a
did you
question.
do? You talking about when people? So I guess the answer that for the little bit I heard, then I guess let me see. Like I said, it's entitlement. That's what I said down there before you was cussing on my back up. It's entitlement. People just feel like that they have the right, or that's like even if you like run into people that got degrees and stuff, or did they studies on this stuff, they just feel like, well, people must understand me because I had this degree, and you better know because I know this or something like that, and it don't be like that, man. And I think or we feel like we're more of a human than somebody else because we have these certain things, or because I'm older or something. It's just that it's that thing where we just, and ego. That go back to the ego and pride. Everybody feel like they're the best teachers. Everybody feel like their way is the only way and all that other stuff. And they always put their own mentality in other people. Well, you're just not trying to listen to me and all that stuff. And I can feel it though. We do that, probably do the same thing if we had some of us probably got kids and stuff, And when they do wrong and stuff, like, man, why they not listening to me? Whatever. You supposed to. So it's just, you gotta realize. I mean, that is what it is.
Yeah, I be seeing
People
topics,
going,
right? That says the topic
hmm?
would be men are not protecting, men should protect. And I'll see another topic on the other side, women should submit to us man. I'm like, huh? And you have a bunch of men that's like, yeah, they don't be submissive and all that on social media talking to a woman that's not even in the States. So it's just like, what do you get out of it?
Yeah. I think it's not really so I mean that's how any message is. A lot of messages come off as a statement or something like that. Just like we make chants, Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. We can't force nobody to do it, but it's just it don't take the fact that that's how people feel to bring up awareness. So, everybody got that you gotta. It's like either stand firm with something or not. Anybody pushing a message, they're going to just push it out. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be like, well, you could follow it if you want. They're not going to do that. I don't think any message has been like that. We could talk about preachers. We could talk about, what's the deal? Smelling. Um, we could talk about anything. Anybody pushing out a message, they're going to be like, this the cause. Take accountability. They're going to say something like that. So it just depends. Everybody got their own approach. So I mean, if you talking about that or how they deliver it, I guess.
Yeah, and it's the expectation that people
Yeah. I
that
don't think they really
you have
think
no
that.
authority over. You have not worked to get any authority over. Is it the expectation that you expect people to just, oh yeah, I'm gonna just listen and like that's not
Nah,
reality. Especially when
nah.
you're comparing the when I'm seeing these thing like protection, when you start getting political with it,
Right.
then that's like but we're not
I
keep it
mean,
simple.
I
we
think
all do that. I mean, like I can't.
Yeah, we
I get
do.
why you putting it like that, but I think everybody do that. Like if you
Yeah,
tell a dude to, if you tell your father to stop being drunk, or if you tell uh you need to stop drinking, stuff like that, or when we demand certain things, it's up to that person to take it or not. We know the person for the most part. We know they ain't gonna do that, but when we care about people, we gonna say it. We gonna say it. Like even when people would be abusing people or something like that, right? We just flat out stop doing it. Stuff like that. That's So we're going to say it. It's not gonna be no. They gonna either take it or not though. So I think we all do it. So I wouldn't. I don't know how to put that though. I think you. I'm pretty sure you done did it plenty of times yourself. You know what I'm saying? None of us come off just all the time. We make statements. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. So I mean, it's no different. It's really no
I'm
different. They
saying
just got a
like
platform and saying it out loud.
I'm saying making statements to encourage versus demanding.
right.
There's a
A lot of
difference
people
between
demand. A
coming
lot of
on
people do
social
that.
media.
All of
Now,
us done did
because
it
there's a
before.
difference between coming on social media to a different people and saying, "Oh, y'all need to stop. Y'all men need to protect me." These men don't know you. Y'all men need to start taking care of my kids. We don't know you. The same thing, vice versa. Like I'm seeing these demands on people you don't
So don't
know.
demand.
No, there's a difference between saying on alive somebody, it will get you, this is the consequences, versus I'm demanding, Kev, you gotta respect me, you gotta protect me. I don't, you don't, you're not gonna protect me. What state you're in right
Okay,
now?
let's talk about Black Lives Matter. Then ain't that a demand?
But see,
How is
that
that
that's
comparable
not a demand
to?
though.
What I'm saying is that's what people do when they push messages. That's what I'm getting to. I don't get why we. It's like we being selective with the messages. And then we be like, who gives them the authority? Well, who gave them the authority to say Black Lives Matter?
Who? Black
You know
Lives
what I'm saying?
Matters wasn't
So
asking anybody to
it's like
submit
that's
to
what people been
them
doing
or
for
to
years.
protect
We did that
them.
for years.
They were asking for equality. There's no way you're
Right.
gonna say that
Okay,
treat me like
right,
a
but
person
we
is
demand
equal.
equality, right? But that don't mean that they're gonna take it or do it. You see what I'm saying?
They
So
were
everybody do that.
protesting.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think there's a difference though, Kev.
Yeah,
Because
there's a
like,
It's not a
complete
difference. The
difference.
same
listen,
thing.
I'm gonna
It's
tell
a
you why.
political
Yeah,
difference.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you have a actual issue that is a policy issue, right? We're talking about equality in rules. We're talking about equality in regulations from a country treating its people, right? And the people that aren't getting treated fairly are coming together to tell the government to make the rules even. That is that's fighting for a cause, right? Now, if I or you, Kev, like if I say, cousin, I think that women shouldn't wear purple on Sundays, right? And I want to push that message because that's what I think. And I come to everybody and say, yeah, women, y'all need to do this. And I keep coming at you and I'm telling y'all what you need to do as grown other people. And it's like, yo, that's your opinion. You see what I mean? Your opinion is different than a cause. You get what I'm saying? And I think a lot of times we get the two confused. So people say, like, if I believe that a certain relationship should go a certain way, that's my opinion. It's not fact. We always want to sit up here like, well, that's the right way to society. No, it's not. There's 9 billion people on this motherfucker. We don't have to do the same shit, and nobody is the same. So that means that
All right.
all the things that we talk about are our opinions, but we try to pull, a lot of times when we get into these panels, you know what I mean? A lot of content creators, and I say myself included because I create content, but a lot of times we get caught up into that and we start pushing out messages as if they're facts and that I'm just telling you the truth. No, you're telling us your opinion. We are telling y'all our opinion and what we believe is correct. But all of these things are suggestions at the end of the day. And we would suggest, like I say, we could say marriage, like for example, right? That's because that's a big one. We could say marriage, I think, is the best way to raise a kid, right? That's what I believe, myself personally, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the fact 100% of the time. But I can say that, statistically is better. Okay, all of that is a good argument, but it's still my opinion at the end of the day, right? No matter how we shake it, it comes back down to that. But we always say it as if, oh, it's a fact, and anybody who says differently is wrong. And I think that's where we get a little bit, the contention comes. And I think sometimes a lot of people, we project things because if someone isn't getting heard in real life, they'll be on this panel screaming and yelling and always trying to interrupt people, always trying to jockey them, always putting their input in because they are not getting heard in real life. People that are getting heard in real life don't have to jockey for position online, right? People that are actually happy in their life offline, they're not online projecting drama. So you can kind of look at the people that are pushing these messages and where it comes from, I think is the more important, point. When somebody is pushing a message and they're pushing it out, and then every time they're talking, you hear their pain and you hear it in that message, you kind of know, okay, you're not pushing this message to help the community. You kind of helping yourself get through your pain, which is cool, but just say that. You know what I mean? But I don't think people have that wherewithal, and we just projecting a lot. If that makes any sense, is that what you were trying to say? Because that's what I got from what you were trying to say, Empress. Did you hear me?
Kelly.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
probably ain't
I
hear
heard
nothing.
you.
But
It's just,
with
You
it's just
probably didn't
funny
hear
how
nothing.
I gave the foundation of what exactly it is. The moment
Yeah,
I put the scenario in it,
yeah,
and it's like, nah, because a lot of people were reacting to that brick lady that was demanding a level of protection from people that
right.
online and stuff. It
She
went
didn't
from
even
in
like.
person to online, and
right.
it's
I'm
so
just saying we
some.
can't be a hypocrite with the demanding thing though, because I believe everybody do it to a
No,
certain
not
extent.
everybody
Everybody
do it
has done it.
too.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a difference between a level of encouragement, try this, versus I'm telling you to do it, to the point where
Yeah, and some
condemnation
people need
comes
it.
in.
Some people need it, and some people don't. So it's like what he was talking about. It's not a fact. It's a fact to some people. It's an opinion to others. That's something that I think a lot of people need to be aware of. If your way working, then why are you in areas that you feel is an opinion on? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I just never understood that either, though. If
I
it's an
got a
opinion, why you in here arguing it?
I
I
mean,
got a
it's
Other people
it's
can go in
just
another
it's
room.
just an opinion, like how we talking about communicating and everything. We talking about everything,
Yeah, it's a
and there's
fact to
like,
everybody else though that do
but it's
understand
like
it.
the man, it's not working. It's obvious on TikTok it's not working. That's why I don't mind when it comes on to you have somebody that
You said
person
it's
that can
not
barely
working.
pair. Hmm. It's
You
not
said something.
working.
What's not working?
I'm talking about when both sides do this. I'm seeing it with the other community. I'm scared to call
It
out
got to be
certain
working while
communities.
people talk about it.
Hmm? No, it does not. It does
Just
not
because
work when
people
you
talk doesn't
demand
mean it's
certain
working
things.
like that.
It
I'm just
is
saying if people
literally
is experiencing it, okay, and if they go off of stats, that mean it works somewhere, right? I mean, it don't. Who gonna talk about something that don't work?
But wait,
when I'm
Kel.
talking
But
about
wait,
when you
Kel. Let me try
observe
this.
demanding live,
Let me
it does
get.
not work. The Brick Lady video did not work when she
But
tried to demand protection online. It just caused a split.
and she probably got people that try to protect her, whatever the situation. I mean, I'm pretty sure
Like,
it's
but
just. Go ahead, Jim.
Kel. But look, don't we talk about politics all the time, and everybody, whether you Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independent, whatever, everybody complains about government and the political process, but we still talk about it.
And it
Yeah.
and it damn sure ain't got better.
Yeah, we
So,
talking about
Damn sure ain't got
demanding
better.
though.
Jesus.
so it
Demanding
don't
Yeah.
and
matter.
talking about it
Yeah,
is something different. Like, I don't hear Kev demanding nobody. If you come here, you better listen to me. He talk about issues, but he don't demand.
Right.
That's a two different thing. That's
What's
And
like
wrong with
saying like,
demanding though? That's what I'm trying to get. I think it's certain stuff we do demand in life. In
To
general,
a
like
certain
respect,
extent,
right?
isn't that jumping the
Um,
line of entitlement though? You playing on the
exactly.
boundaries of
though what
entitlement.
I and I
But
understand it. I understand it though. I
okay.
understand it. I understand. I never said entitlement it was bad though. I think when you have more entitlement over or expectations more than being actually grateful, that becomes a problem.
So
I think that's the problem.
can I ask you a question along this latest
I
scenario
want
that she
to
gave?
comment on that
So
too.
for
it is bad.
the scenario
she gave with so certain men on here, stuff like that, demanding, or women as well, that's demanding certain things. Is it entitlement when they do start yelling at their people that's viewing? You're not doing this. Is that at that point? Is it a good thing, or you feel entitled that I better listen to you? Kill.
Wait, say it again.
If certain particular lies, right? Men
Right.
or women, if they're at the viewers yelling at them, oh, you better follow what I say, this is and that. At that point, is that because I do this, I did this, I did that. I don't know you, right? So at that point, is it good entitlement or is that demanding it? What is it? Because
That's
just
that.
because you
That's
feel you did
yeah.
something,
That's their room. They get to do what they want. You know, you gonna have demands, especially if you got your own house. I'm gonna have demands. I'm not letting nobody run my stuff. That's not either or. I'm gonna have demands. So demand is not a bad thing. I don't get why we saying that. We just selective on what we don't like to hear or not. That's what it is.
No, I
But
don't think
demands
you're
is not
getting
bad.
it.
I don't get that.
So part of the
Demand is bad
agenda.
when you're doing it to strangers.
If
And
y'all
you're
could let people run
and
your
with the
house, but that
expectation
I'm not doing
and
it.
then these same strangers gonna come and say people don't want to listen to me, they want to hear me,
No,
and then
people
they
going to
start
listen to me in my house,
condemning.
or it's just gonna have to be the next step. So I'm not
I'm
like that,
talking
you know.
about
I'm not a
on
run over. I'm not a
TikTok.
pushover. You gotta have a
All right,
demand about something in life.
Kev, do you expect anything from us here? Do you expect us to be on your live or anything?
Not really.
Okay,
I
so
got hope.
if
I got
you
hope and
would you
faith
complain about it?
and hope and hope, faith and belief and stuff. I wouldn't say I gotta. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, I would. I don't know. I guess it depends on what do I expect. Dang.
Can I speak on that?
If you
Because
had a demand, you would have
No,
came.
go ahead.
That's
Go
why we
ahead.
know.
Yeah.
What'd you say,
Hey,
cousin?
Kev, I'm back. It's Melantine. I just wanted to say you do have expectations. You do have rules
Yeah,
and regulations with your
yeah,
live, and
yeah.
that's why you said it's so mote it be. But you're not entitled to anybody validating your feelings or thoughts
Right,
because you
right.
validate your own feelings and thoughts. It's up to everybody else to validate their own.
True.
Okay. And so, with that said, I want to start from the bottom. Would I be okay being single for the rest of my life and why? I would be because my expectations and boundaries cannot all be met by one person or even a group of
Exactly.
people because I set those boundaries and I try to live within those boundaries.
Hmm.
How do you vet better? I don't understand that question. So please explain. How do I vet better?
Mm. Hold on one second. One second. You say explain how do you vet better?
Hmm.
What's vetting to you,
What
and
I
what's your style of vetting? How do you become better at vetting, or
like
uh,
I stand on?
huh?
What do I stand on?
Yeah, what is your like your strategy of vetting?
How do you
So
qualify somebody that you're dating with? That's what that means.
okay, so what do I stand on?
That's
I
anybody vetting friends. You could vet friends. You don't even have to be a
Right.
person. It's just friends, family, anybody. You could.
How
How
do
do
you
you vet?
all right.
how do you
So
qualify
how do
somebody
they
else?
value? How do I see them through my values and morals? Correct? How do they vet better to me? What do they stand on versus how do I stand on shit? Like I left a successful career because their values and morals or their policies and procedures did not go with my values and morals. And that's on 2020. That's that C19 shit.
Hmm.
I left that career because they did not vet on my values and morals. And that goes with anybody. I stand on that. So
Hmm.
why am I with someone you don't believe or trust in? I'm not with anybody. Because if I don't believe and trust in you, you don't believe and trust in me.
So
And
how
that,
do you, how do you find out if they're trustworthy? That's what the vetting part is. How do you
right,
know? How do you find out if they're for you or not? Is basically what that question is. Yeah,
right.
I
So
guess
what
that'd be a
I
better way
believe
to say it.
in is their total conduct and their life possessiveness. So their total conduct decides their destiny. That's how I know if they stand on that trust or integrity. Their total conduct in my life with them tells me their destiny. Same
Right.
with myself. That's why I'm okay with being single. Because if their total conduct doesn't align with me and my destiny, I'm okay to say, bye. I'll be the villain in your life because you're a fucking bum in mine. That's how I know. And they say, oh, wait. What are you talking about? Like, oh, wait, you did this, you did that, and the other. I said, okay, I stand on that. I'll take accountability for what my shit was. I'll take accountability for that. But if you're not going to take accountability for your participation and that conduct, then you can just fly away. You just be away from me because you're not going to take accountability for it either. You're going to put it all on me. And that's, like I said, I'm okay with being the villain in your motherfucking life because you're a bum in mine. And that goes across all lines of integrity, of truth, or anything that you want to bring towards me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Real quick, y'all. Let's do a mod break. Touch the screen. Just touch it. Just touch it. Caress the
Kev
screen.
got kicked out.
Yeah, Kev is he be getting kicked out his own stuff while he's trying to get back. Let's go ahead on and press this screen and let's see where we at 24. Let's try to get him to 30 real quick. Come on, y'all.
Kev,
Let's
what do you want to
see.
say about that?
We got like 19 people up in here.
Yeah, people on the panel can tap.
Yeah, people on the panel can tap. I'm tapping myself. Everybody just touch did a little thunder tap for about 2 minutes. I think we can get him to 30, or at least close, and enjoy the conversation. Meanwhile, everybody on the panel, welcome. I don't know how he wanted to go down on his list and when he wanted to do it. Kev, if he's trying to do a certain amount of list or certain numbers of whatever he does at a time to try to draw the live out, I'm not exactly sure how you want to do it. But I want to welcome everybody. Has anybody not spoken yet?
Tones.
It was Tone. Okay, so let's
And
hear
then
from Tone,
Naya.
and then Naya. Okay, so let's go Tone, and then Naya. Whatever you've been hearing, we kind of open it up until Kev get back, and we can get some direction on how you want to proceed. But let's hear from Tone. Let's hear from Naya, and let's take it from there. What's up, brother?
Hello. Where do you want me to start?
I mean, we kind of had to we kind of opening it up for a minute. I mean, anything that you heard since you've been here. I don't know if you was in the if you was in the comments for a while listening, or you just got up.
Yeah, I just got up. I mean, I heard something about vetting, and then I heard something, I guess, about the last question, which I guess that would probably be more of a personal question. So I can't really speak on that until, if people want to be alone for the rest of their life, that's up to them.
Right. All right.
Um,
How about speak to vetting then? I think that'll be a good one. What do you do? What do you consider vetting, and how do you do it, in your opinion?
I would say you pretty much find, you take interest in someone, you find the desirable traits in which you would like to pass on, and you, you find that in a person, and you hone that together. You persevere and pioneer, blah blah blah, together. I
Hey,
guess
hold on.
that would be,
Hey, hold on.
um,
Tone. Before you
I
keep
guess,
going,
vetting in a sense.
no. Before you keep going, because the whole first two sentences that you said was we couldn't hear nothing because it was like a bad signal, and I don't want you to have to repeat the whole thing.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it again? Because you had two bars or
Okay,
something.
no
It was breaking up.
Yeah, I'm in a bad place right now. Hold on one second. I guess come back to me.
All right. So let's go with Naya real quick then, and then we'll go back to Tone.
Okay. So
Yeah.
when I first came in here, I didn't get the whole thing when Kay was in here. Good sister Kay. However, it's just one thing that keep ringing in my head when people like, I didn't get the whole speech that she said. However, the words matter and everything. I kind of want to say this. I saw the dudes on TNT. with Chuck, Shaq, the white man and the other black man. Can't think of the other black man. That's bald headed.
Yeah, Kenny.
Kenny. So Kenny and Chuck, they was having a conversation. He asked him, so what's the difference between coaching and what's the word? Coaching and basically being
Managing,
mean. Say that again.
managing and coaching.
Like harsh criticism, like being mean, like you being rude for no reason. So he told what Kenny said to Chuck was, so if I tell you, hey yo, you know what, let's get in shape, you know, you kind of losing your talent and stuff like that, let's get in shape. You gonna feel like, okay, you know what, I can work that from me. And then Kenny said, now if I say, you know what, that's an ugly suit and you getting fat, you're gonna take that disrespectful. Anyway, that's why I do on the words part where people say words and not just the entitlement, but how words can affect people is real. And I also get what they were saying as well on the fact of you shouldn't allow that to affect your emotions and stuff like that. You can only control how you react. But I also, as well, how Kelly was also saying as well, you can control your tongue as well. And also, I want to say, if you can't find the right words to say it to where it can come off, get your message through. I don't want to say I take it from, let me just say it for me. I take that as a challenge on wording my words properly and expanding my vocab. So it's like, I can say the same thing that you said. Yeah, I can say it like that and be harsh and criticize you and stuff like that. But that's not going to get you nowhere at times. Just like how Kenny told Chuck, hey, like, you know, fam, you're not the best of size. Let's get back to work. We ain't take it the wrong way. So that's why I say, when people say words don't matter, it do. Because that's why people like compliments. So if people like the words, it matters somehow.
I think we took that out of. I don't think nobody ever said words don't matter though. I think we
Oh,
took it
I
out of
said I heard the
context of
ending
how we
piece.
receptive of it. That's a different thing. Words are uplifting. They can uplift. They can motivate, provoke. It can even, it can help make change, but it don't change. It's up to that person to change. Um, but I think we just take that. I don't know. But overall, I don't think that's not the message nobody pushed up here today, or just in general. I don't think people just, I don't know who would say words don't matter.
Oh, there's
If it
people
don't
who,
matter, like that's why I mentioned earlier too before. If it didn't matter, I wouldn't be up here talking.
hold on, there's
I wouldn't
people
be doing
who
these
say that.
lives.
There's people who stick to that and believe that though. I get, like I said, I get everything that y'all said and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just that one part kept ringing every time y'all was saying it.
Yeah,
I
I think
believe
I'm
too.
more on the make part. You know what I'm saying? Because if I really could make people become better, I would most definitely. If I had that power, I'd be on this thing every day. I know I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna go for 100, 100 all the time. Because
No,
I could just make people. You
I
gonna
get,
understand.
I get what you're saying.
Hey,
But
Kyle, were you here?
Energy, love. The energy we put out comes back as the same energy.
Right.
Once people realize that, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
Were you hearing that the tone doesn't matter? Is
I
that
was,
what you're hearing
depending.
a lot? Because I know that
I
that
hear,
gets rung around a lot, and maybe that's
I hear
sometimes
tone too,
misunderstood.
but for me, okay, so put it like this, for me, because I like to write. So when you say tone don't matter, as well as that kind of follow along with words. Words that you say produce a certain tone. If you get what I'm trying to say, just like how some people, if you're a Christian who don't like cuss words, just because the person said a cuss word, that's gonna change the tone of what you heard.
Right,
Mhm.
because the tone has to do with emotional reasoning. So
So,
we can avoid emotional reasoning and use critical thinking and consider other interpretations. Even though the tone may be set some type of way, you could take it whatever way you want. But the fact of the matter is, this is what it is, and it is what it is. Or it ain't what it ain't. The way
Something
you
to add
take
to
it.
that too, Melon. It is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
Yeah. The
Absolutely.
I think it's case by case where we using it at. Cause,
Yeah.
'cause I hear people be saying, with the, okay. I think it depends on the scenarios when people be like, tone don't matter or something like that. And I think it's case by case. Overall, we'll say overall it matters, no matter to people in general, right? Because we all have emotions and stuff. But I would say it don't when it comes to people being selective. Like people be selective and then blame it on the tone. I think that'd be the problem. And then they try to act like that's what make it matter. Why they don't understand the message? Because the thing is, you can adjust the way you deliver it, right, and they still don't be receptive to the same thing. Or right, you can have a person with a certain tone, and if you say something that they like, they gonna automatically understand it. If you say something they don't like, then all of a sudden they gonna be like, it's the tone.
Right?
Stuff like that. So it's just like I think we pick and choose where you want to select. Like, okay, this is why it mattered because I don't like the message, so I'm just gonna blame it on the tone.
Exactly.
So
And so
So
avoid
he said it
emotional
don't matter. No,
reasoning.
overall in life it do matter. Like tone can the way you deliver things. Some people and it depend on the person too, because some people do not hear you unless they hear from another person. Sometimes it take your mama to say it. Sometimes it take certain things, and somebody can be telling you the exact same thing, and some people will just be more receptive to somebody else, or the way they deliver it and stuff like that. Or
Right.
like a
And then it
coach,
goes
some people can't take that
ethnicity
harsh
and
coaching.
culture.
Uh,
Boom. That's just like you said, ethnicity and culture. That's what matters because you can take it with emotional reasoning from your own ethnicity or culture, but if you hear it from somebody else's interpretation with their ethnicity or culture, you may not be able to hear it because of their tone. And that has to do with your emotional reasoning.
And just so we know real quick, so that we get a baseline, when we talk about tone, because Kev and I, we talk about this a lot, right? And what we mean overall by tone is just delivery. All right. So
delivery is the same thing.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
literally
what
the
we're
same
gonna
thing.
say, right? Because a lot of times we can
I
get
looked it up too. I was
technical.
like,
Yeah, we can get technical and be like, well, the tone of your voice is this, and yeah, okay, we ain't gonna go up. All we saying is tone is the delivery. And so
yes,
delivery is just as important as the message. Now, when we talk about how someone takes a message, now we can start to say, if you need this message and it's true, the tone shouldn't matter, right? Now we could go in that route if we wanted to have the conversation. But overall in life, we know that tone matters
they
because
do.
how somebody says something to you can determine if you get in a fight. You know what I mean? It can
True,
determine
true.
all kind of things. So we know that, but I think sometimes, we get into these conversations and then that's what Kev was talking about when it becomes selective. Now
Yes.
I don't like this room, so now everything that come out their mouth, I'm gonna take it negative. See, that's your problem. That's not the
Yeah,
tone's problem.
facts.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah. So
I
I
have
think,
on
yeah,
that
yeah,
too.
yeah.
I
But
was
let's
I've
just
hear
been
from
gonna
working
say
Tone. I
on
something.
mine
think
since
Tone is back.
2021.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So speaking of Tone, we're gonna listen to Tone, because now he back with some better signal. I want to make sure we don't neglect anybody. Let's get him in. What's
his
happening,
tone is
brother?
not toning right now. I don't like
Oh
it.
man, he went back to not toning.
No,
Right.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. All right. There we
Um,
go.
yeah, nah. I mean, I have a different view, I guess, on how it really affects and whose fault and whatnot when it comes down to the whole tone thing. I think it only matters within relationships because that's a person that's a person's feelings you really have to cartel to if you, especially if you want things to work. I think it really matters within a relationship. Outside of that, more than likely, it could be thrown to the side, especially over the message. That's what I would like to say because when it comes down to it, your emotionality, that's on you. That's not, nobody can make you feel anything. You feel that yourself. That's what that is. So let's say for the instance, you said that person had a certain tone with you and they fought you, they felt a certain way. They said something to you. Now I can understand if that message was something derogatory in which the words would matter. Let's say if I called you the B word. Of course, that is a
Right.
disrespectful that's not, well, delivery, of course, because there ain't no nice way to call somebody a bitch. But that's disrespectful wording. Disrespectful tone can be anything. I could speak very light to you. I could speak very light to you, and someone can find that
Okay.
offensive. So I don't think the tone does matter because anybody can find anything offensive, especially
They can.
if we're in that type of situation. You could say a fact to someone, and we see this all the time, Kev. You could tell somebody a fact on this app, and you could have the best delivery. Let's go with basically Black Jesus or Classic Man. They have really great delivery. People still get offended. They do that, and still people still want to fight them.
Yeah.
That's right. And so
Let's
whose
say this
job is
then. Let's
it
make it
to
fair then. I thought about this.
whose job
Oh,
is it to validate
So
your
hold on real
feelings?
quick, Smeller. Hold on real quick, brother.
Okay.
I was
Let's
about to
talk about
say, let's say this then to make it fair then. Tone matters to the way we feel, uh, and the message matters to. Dang, I'm trying to. I almost thought about it. I think tone more is based off how we feel. The way the message is basically off of how we understand. What about that?
Yeah, yeah. I would say it like this. Remember, one of these things will matter in the long run, because there's one thing that's not fleeting, and that's the message, right? That'll never
Right.
change. If I told
That'll
you
never
2
change.
plus
Yeah.
2 is 4, that will infinitesimally will be 4 forever. The way
Yeah.
I tell you
Not if you
will
listen to
change.
Terrence Howard. That might be 5. Just saying.
Hey, I mean, hey, in some other
Just,
universe, you
I'm
might be.
sorry. I shouldn't have did him like that. I shouldn't have did him like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I mean, hey, but the thing is, the way I tell you 2 plus 2 is 4 will change all the time. And the way you feel about it will change all the time. So that's
But let
why
me
I
ask you
think
this.
when it comes down to it, the tone shouldn't be the thing that cartels a speech. Because you can put a denotation on words. You can't put a denotation on tone at all.
But let me ask you this though, Tone, because just as you said that, right? The reason why everyone was quiet and listened to what you had to say was because of your tone. So when we say that tone doesn't matter, it matters 100% of the time. But
In your pitch.
Now, will it, how people individually take it? I think that, they're going to blame tone. They're going to use that as excuses if they don't like the message. You know what I mean? They're going to do all
Right.
of that, right? We can't control that. But like, if you would have said exactly what you just said right now, but you came in, like DMX, nobody would have listened to you, right? Because we would have been like, why is dude yelling? What the fuck is going on? Like, you see what I'm saying? So when I'm saying tone matters, how you deliver it is going to be, now whether they take it, that's on them, right? Like you said, I agree. But I think that because otherwise we wouldn't talk a certain way in certain areas if tone didn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You get me? So I think that at the basic level, tone has to matter, right?
Overall, dude.
I'm not saying
I
it
learned
doesn't
that a long
matter.
time ago.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter at all. I'll say it like this. I don't think it doesn't matter at all.
Hey, there go your homie down there.
Yeah, I would say I don't think it should matter more than the message. If the message is right, I can deliver it to you in any type of tone. It'll still be right. But of course, you'll more than likely the people that have a problem with that, they will conceptualize it in a certain way. And I won't listen to your message even though it's right because it came out this way.
Right. I got you.
And I don't think you should do that. But I mean, I understand there's certain ways people should deliver things, but I don't think, especially let's say, let's put that whole one scenario out there, the burning building, right? And I say, get the hell out the building. I don't think that the way I said, get the hell out the building, should trump me telling you to get the hell out the building. But I understand with certain people it does. And that isn't a problem with the person delivering a message if it's right.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be. Yeah, I think that is a problem with the person who is in taking that message that certain way. That's all. I mean, but I do understand. But I say, in relationships, I think because you are, especially men, you are to cater and appeal to women's emotions. Because if you don't, you won't have them. You definitely won't get anywhere with them. I would say then, of course, your tone does matter just as much, if not, I wouldn't say as more, but just as much as the message, because you will make women feel as if you are blocking them out. If you don't appeal to them emotionally as much as you do logically or problem solve, with problem solving, you won't.
Right.
So something I also want to add, because you brought it
We got a
the
couple more
marital
people here too
side.
before y'all go doing so many questions. Go ahead, Kelly. Go.
Would you say you cut me off?
No, I said after you go, we got a couple more people I gotta let
I
in.
don't like
Go
that
ahead.
tone.
Uh-oh.
Is it the message or is it the tone? Was it with the words or the tone?
How about
It's the
this? I like
pitch.
what Tone said. His
But basically,
analogy. I don't wait. Oh,
yeah, basically with the other side too, it's I do get what everybody's saying because at one point people are the same people that say tone don't matter is the same people. I think Naya brought it up on the female side. The same people that say tone don't matter is the same people that say, oh, what's your tone when you speak to your husband, because it is hard to correct when it comes on to, and married women can attest to this. It is hard to just directly correct. Sometimes you're gonna say just do this, da da da. However, a man will not be, receptive to that because of your tone, right? And even with on a live by PowerPoint, it's not just the amount of slides; it's the monotone that comes with it. So if I'm around the people that I don't know, I'm gonna brief it monotone. Nobody's gonna listen. That's that attention span too. So it
Yeah.
literally, I think if it matters in marriage, it matters to your neighbors too. But I do get what you're saying. It also how the other person interpreted.
Yep.
Also, can I was going to answer the questions too. I had forgot. I didn't get to answer the
Hey,
questions.
hold on, Tone, because I don't think he got to the questions yet. I want to save your juice. Save the juice. Save the juice. Save the juice. But we
Yeah,
got
because
to
I
hear
was
from
gonna
Mr.
kick in.
Perkins. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
but
go, Mr.
Perkins,
Perkins.
God like
Then
it that
God
I
like.
am.
Yeah, and then so we're gonna make sure we get in there because I don't think he started the questions yet. So
No, we haven't started.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, okay.
yeah. Okay, we
Well,
good.
we did get on the vet, but that was like a couple people that get on that though. But yeah,
Right.
we about to start though.
All
I
right.
got
So
an
go.
offer for y'all too though, because I gotta go to bed early though. I gotta get up early.
All right. Well, let's go with Mr. Perkins. If anything that you heard so far, if you want to chime in on that, and then we'll go to God like, and then we'll hit the top, and then we'll start getting on these questions.
Hit
Go
up.
ahead,
I am
sir.
Sheely after that.
I am Sheely. Is that right? Is that what it is? I don't want to be rude. I want to make sure. I can't see. I can't see the box.
I
I
just see
am.
red.
You're good.
Okay. Okay. Right on. All right. So what's up? What's up, sir? Mr. Perkins.
Don't tell me he did his move, not the famous move.
He up out of there? Ooh.
Thank you. There we
Oh, there we
go.
go.
I
Okay.
believe in you, Perkins. I believe in you.
What's
What you
up?
got for us, Perkins? I don't even hear nothing.
It's
Mute
like,
and unmute. We can't hear you.
can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. There you go. You're there now.
I thought you didn't hear me the first time. Like I agree. Is the message? I don't know what the tone for women is. You have to use a certain kind of tone. For men, we just straight, direct, straightforward. Do you get the message? That's the
Yeah.
problem. It's like, do you get the message? Freak the tone of the voice or whatever is. Did you get the message? The whole type of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and holding accountability, yes, you need to hold yourself accountable. If you're wrong, you're wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong to admit when you're wrong. It make you a stronger person to admit you're wrong.
Yeah. You learn more.
And then if you learn how to close your mouth a little bit more, you get to listen and you get to hear certain things you might not like in a relationship, or you're dating somebody because you hit all the red flags. So you make a decision like, oh, I'm going to continue to talk to this person or keep it pushing. But I'll land.
Okay. God like.
Yeah, I think a lot of people underestimate uh tone and how they say things in delivery. Like it's the most important part of communication. Like it's like
True.
one of the foundations of communication. Like when you learn how to be effective communication, you'll learn. Like even in my job, my job now, I have people. They'll say the exact same thing. They'll say like, "Man, why are people swiping their card with you, but they're not swiping it with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're saying the same thing." Like, yeah, because when you're at this point and you say it like this, you're pushing people off, or when you're asking questions this way, you're asking questions that's putting people's guard up. So I think like it all comes down to to your delivery, how you say it, how you ask the questions, right? but I do think too that, when I think that, like, if you're not a student of communication, then I don't know how many people I've found, like, I don't know why people were taking me this way. I was like, dude, do you hear yourself when you talk, man? You don't. And a lot of times, if you don't have people around you that are checking you, or if you're not actively, a part of communities where you're working on communication, or you're around people who are like just really, really good communicators. And I mean, on this app, I'll tell you, most people on this app are poor communicators. They just are. They they don't know how to speak in a way to get their point across, or they think that they're speaking to people in a certain way and they don't understand. Because sometimes you'll see somebody else will come in and like, well, why did they take that person differently? It's like, yeah, man, because your delivery matters and the message matters too. Like, I do think that there are some people that, if they're opposed to your message, that to a certain degree that you can come and say it any type of way, and they're still gonna push away. But yeah, condescending tone. Oh man, that's when people think I can catch it from a mile away, man. When somebody's trying to be a little condescending or to being a little passive aggressive, or you can tell when they're asking the question, it's not really with the intent to understand. It's really like they're prying. You start to work on your communication and stuff, you'll find that a lot of people do that and they get triggered and they don't realize that they're pushing people off, or they're projecting their stuff onto other people. So I would say, just to wrap it up, just to land my plane here, if somebody's opposed to the message that you're delivering, then there's no way that there's not really anything that you can say to them. Like, if they're completely turned off. But if you have somebody to where their ears are open, like, don't underestimate your tone, because your tone and delivery is like one of the biggest things when it comes to being able to communicate with people.
Yeah, I would say I was thinking about this. I think good communication and bad communication is, I believe it's subjective. The more I think about it, because it's like, I think it's people that really, you gotta talk to the people that understand you. You know what I'm saying? Because some people could be talking super slang or something like that, and they all really understand each other. You know what I'm saying? They probably just can't get with a person that talk all for what we call uh I'm trying to think,
Proper.
proper or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think it just depends on who you talking to that make the communicate. Because I think communication just works so many different ways, and like, who's to determine what's bad communication or good communication? But yeah, that's what they call it. They call it proper, but dang, in the hood, proper could be them talking hood, two people talking in hood. You know what I'm saying? And they understand everything about each other. They got this certain type of, you know what I'm saying? So, and then, like, who's to say that, if somebody speak a whole nother language and I speak this, that they're talking more proper than me? You know what I'm saying? Like, they probably think that I'm talking, if I got a little slang to it, or whatever they want to call it, right? Who's to say whose is more uh good? 'Cause I think good communication and bad, like, it just really depend on how y'all understand one another. I think that's all it really is. So I don't know how we determine that, because I think
Yeah.
it's person by person though.
I think
Something I
good
want to add.
communication. I think good communication is able to transcend those lines. That's a good communicator. A bad communicator means that I can only communicate like this. You know what I'm saying? And so if you stuck in the hood and you can't even talk to anyone outside the hood, you're a bad communicator. You might be good in the hood,
Mm.
but you're a bad
Can you
communicator
speak other
overall.
languages?
Huh?
Can
But
you speak other languages?
a
Other
few,
languages
I
is a
mean,
bit of a stretch.
a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
I'm about to get
I'm
somewhere with
here's the
that
thing,
though.
right? Here's the
Spanish
thing.
and
Here's
I'm
the thing.
learning Okina, like
Right.
Japan.
But here's the thing, though, right? The majority of communication isn't verbal. So what you have to understand is, body language, how
Hmm.
like all of that stuff. It matters. So even if someone doesn't speak your language, you can still get a message across, which is another portion of communication, right?
Hmm.
So if we ever get caught to a point where you don't speak the language, how do you do it? You start pointing out things. You start doing other little things that get them to understand what you're saying. That's still a good communicator. You get me? So I think that there's a I guess maybe you could say it is subjective. I can agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Depending on your perspective, but
Mm.
I think we could say that too. If someone has these skills and these skills and these skills, in general, that would be considered a good communicator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I still agree with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I was thinking about I could think I'm the best communicator ever, and then go to somebody else that might be higher than me or whatever we want to call it, if that's what we call it, and then they don't like how. No matter how I try to talk to them, they just can't understand. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dang, do that make me a bad communicator, or it's just
So
that me and this other
communication.
community we just communicate differently? You know what I'm saying?
So
So
yeah, that what Tone was saying is communication has nothing to do with dialects. Something that I learned in cross culture communication, tone matters even in other languages. And I'm a Jamaican. I promise you, they use tone when they're trying to get something from you, right? They just it matters in every single language, dialect, culture ever. Whenever before we deploy, I don't know if anybody is military, before we deploy PCS or go over to any other culture, we have to study how they perceive as communication, like body language, as cousin said, nonverbal, and or tone and pitch. It does matter. How am I saying stuff? Am I gonna correct them by hey get out, or I'm gonna observe how they either say correct somebody or say I'm sorry over there. It's the willingness to adjust that make you a good great it coincide with great leader, but it's the willingness to adjust that makes you a good communicator, right? Two person that's married don't have necessarily have the same tone value or whatever we call it. We don't have the same level. However, we learn to compromise, the same thing we're supposed to do with people if we're trying to lead people, quote unquote. So it's that willingness to like, okay, I understand what you're saying, and I understand what your culture and mindset is. This is how I'm gonna approach you.
so
It matters even if you say you want to travel, it does matter.
yeah, I was about to say. So can we say that? Because me and so now seem like cousins say the same thing to me. Can we agree with that, or y'all feel like it's objective? Good communication is the subjective or objective?
It's subjective. Just like the best thing I would compare it to is everyone have a different teaching style.
Yeah. Because the
Some
only
people
reason why
are.
it made me think about that is because people be like say, and because I'm a firm believer, like some people be like feeling like, okay, if I talk this way, I can reach so much more people or something like that, right? And they would probably feel like they're a good communicator. But then you can have other people that might talk a certain way to reach a lot of other people too. And it's like, who's to say who's the better communicator? You know what I'm saying? Because I just believe it's just some people can only communicate with certain people sometimes, depending on where their mindset is at, and that's what make it so subjective. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause it's like, who's to say I'm a bad communicator because I can't reach your people, and who's said that you're a bad communicator because you can't reach my people? You see what I'm saying? So stuff like that, I be thinking about stuff like that. Who makes who a better communicator? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I would say there's even couples that don't even say anything to each other, but they can understand each other
They
on
can
different
understand. They can
languages.
understand it. Yeah.
And that is, even though they have not said a word, that is extremely good communication. That is great communication. It isn't
But they
just
understand each other. Yeah.
yeah,
But it took
yeah,
them
and that's
time,
that's
didn't
why
it?
I said communication. Good communication is comprehension and understanding.
Yeah,
That's
but look what you just said. I think that's only between them two. That don't mean that just because they can do that with each other, they can do that with everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, sure. I mean, like I said, I think a basis that was just an example. Of
Yeah,
course,
I
like
feel
I
you
said,
though.
my basis for it, I think, would be comprehension and understanding. If
Yeah,
they can do
okay,
that
I
with
get you on that.
anybody
Yeah.
across, any other thing. Let's say they go and, there was another gesture. Like Cousin said, a lot of communication, exactly 68% of it is nonverbal.
Hmm.
So if you can comprehend and understand stuff like that, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
I
objective
would say
part. I believe
yeah,
that.
I
Yeah, I
think you
believe
can,
that. That's
yeah,
the main
you
Well,
part.
have good
Yeah.
well, it's
communication
like where
skills.
it's all based, It's like when I say tone, people is like, is it more of a curious tone, like where you're really really trying to hear, or is it more of like a down tone when you're like trying to direct? Because my people don't realize that people will take that differently, and like
Hmm.
you'll find in cultures that those things will transfer over. It's like when somebody is really trying to get a point across, you'll
Hmm.
tell like I don't know what they saying, but you can tell
Hmm.
that they're trying to direct something versus when somebody is lost, when somebody is confused. Those things will transfer over to a lot of different cultures. So that's what I talk about when communication of like being able to
Exactly. Yeah,
Listen to what people are saying, because I'll have, like, for example, when I'm on some of my sales calls, I'll have people say yeah, everything's good, man. He's telling me that everything's good, but I can hear in his tone he's not. He's just saying that, but it's not actually how he's feeling. If he was more confident, like, yeah, everything's okay, everything's good. Like deciphering things like that. Some people would get caught up in what he's saying, and some people just believe him. But I can hear in his tone. His tone is telling me something different. But communication gets really deep, especially when you get in person. There's a lot of body language. A lot of it's based in science too.
exactly.
A lot of it's based in how people react in certain situations and what people's body and stuff will do when they're uncomfortable. And usually when their body starts to do those certain things, it will translate over to their voice. So like it's very, like, I guarantee you, when you see people on these platforms that are getting triggered, I guarantee if you could get close up to them, you'd probably be able to sense that. You'd be able to sense it from them too.
Yeah, and
Um,
sometimes it won't. Sometimes those body languages and stuff like that, they don't get translated over, and there's still people who can understand that, right? Like you said, some people get lost. People can translate you looking around and stuff as confusion, and they help you. Like I said, I don't. I think tone is second, because even when I said comprehend, like good communication, it's comprehension. Comprehension is
I think
being
you
able
could.
to respond to communication, right? And then understanding is being able to sympathize or understand someone's conceptualization of a certain idea. So I think these two things make good communication. Just like you said, body language, non-verbal communication is also communication. 68% of it, right? So even with that, across language barriers, you still understand. You have an of people, let's say for instance, need help, or they're sad, or things like that. So I would say all of these things go into having good communication. I think most people do, because I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people people are in distress and they do things like that. People come to the aid of others when they see that too. Um, so yeah, I would say for the most part, yeah, you are right. The only thing I would say I don't agree, I kind of had pushback for was the tone part. Now I don't know if you exactly said that it mattered, but like I said, I think it's second. I think it's in the second seat when it comes to good communication, because to
oh,
comprehend
I
somebody.
agree with that. Yeah, I
Oh,
agree
okay.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I guess I just lean there on the platform here, just because a lot of the times we're remote, so I guess that's why I defaulted to starting there. But yeah, like when you're actually in person, like it's definitely not gonna.
Oh,
Hmm?
snap. I,
Huh?
What happened?
no,
Oh, I
Mm-hmm.
thought that
I
was
guess
me.
he
Oh,
he's red barring. Okay, there you go.
so now I think you had. So then I got my famous question. Y'all just made me think about my famous question I always used to ask.
And we're
Oh,
not gonna get for the topic.
right. Well, I'm gonna say
Yeah, well, I know I
because
got an hour on this
let's.
thing.
Yeah, I would say after I say this, I'm gonna have to go to sleep too. But the more y'all talk, the more I get what y'all saying. But then I also think about how music is made and how the the beat sets the tone in a way. But that's a whole nother discussion for itself. But I get what y'all saying. I get what y'all saying.
Yeah, the
There's
people
actually
do be
truth in
listening
that
to the
too. There's
beat
a lot
rather
of
than the
truth in that as
message and
well.
missing
That's what
out.
I'm saying. Yeah. So it like okay, so they listen to the beat more than the message. They're not.
I got you.
So how do you think people would take you if that's all? You see what I'm saying? So many
That's what
people
happened for the most part. People do listen
to, they don't listen to the
that than the
words most
message,
times.
but yeah.
So if we do that to music, the people we love to listen to, how are we gonna do that for you? See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
it's case by case because sometimes it ain't. It's that's why I said it just depends. Because some of it stuff it actually be the message, and no matter how nice you want to deliver it, they still don't like it. There's
no,
no way
I
to
agree.
deliver that you have an attitude problem. There's no way you can deliver that. People just take offense to that. You know what I'm saying? Then they be like, "It's the delivery." It's no. I mean, that's just what it is. You are a
That's
drunk. You are this. So it's like no matter how
right.
you want to sugarcoat it.
I think Naya made a good point there, but I think it also wraps into what we were saying too, especially when it comes to music. You know, there's the beat, and then there's the words to it. There's a message, and then there's words. I mean, we even have a disparity. You ever heard people say people don't really rap good no more? It's all just the beat. It's
Mm-hmm.
all just the tone. That's what makes it all good. You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Because no one really has a good message. It's just the background, the noise in the background, right?
Right.
It would be the same thing. There are certain people that just have a really nice tone, but they're not saying anything.
I agree. That's just like just I thought about rock music, how that happened. We don't know nothing them people saying most times.
Lena.
You don't know nothing, but you know what they're doing when they out there in that concert? They are listening to the tone. They're not listening to. So it's just like with, like,
It boosts when they hear the words too. Mama said that.
hey, them
Yeah,
ain't
and they
it,
just
them
reflect and project
808s.
though. They
So
project after that.
exactly, and
So
then just like what's the song Kurt Franklin song? When asked the question, I don't know the name of the song like that. You know the tone, like
Drake.
you're right.
You.
So you not so that's I'm like if people that's the number one thing that people consume. So it's like for me, I what you're saying, Tone, but all y'all saying that we're talking about people, I don't want to say normal, but that is looking to get the words. But
yeah, the
what
average
about the
person do
people?
worry about tone though. I understand.
Yeah. So my thing is, so if I know most average people know they care for tone, I'm a
Yeah.
how you say you gonna pay attention.
That's how we get
Yeah.
manipulated though. That's how we fall for things. So we
That's
don't.
exactly
Booyah.
how
It
it
is,
happens.
brother. It is,
Yeah.
You
man.
just
Yeah.
made
It
another
is.
great point. You just made another great point. And that's what we kind of go with the Simpson Panders type deal. They have a great tone and stuff like that, but they don't
Oh
say
yes.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's popular. Therefore, that's what they're gonna do. Y'all remember
Yes.
back in like what, let's say 2017 and up, for a really long time, there was no music that really came out that had like an actual. I wouldn't say no music. There was a lot of music that didn't have really a good message, but that beat was fire. The beats were fire.
Kiki, do you love me?
Exactly. Said nothing. Them beats were
Why we
crazy.
worried about Kiki
Those beats
loving
were
Wave
me?
your hands
crazy.
out, do I put it in the air. That was the
Exactly.
weakest
Them,
song
them
Beyonce
beats were
ever came with,
crazy.
and everybody was singing it.
For a good little minute,
Beat
it was
Gunner.
nothing but choruses that were just straight beat, because the tone sounded good, but they said
Mm-hmm.
nothing, and that's what we're going through right now, and that's why
JP.
You like
tone
Kendrick
matters.
Lamar?
JP knew song.
What?
DJ, can you get that
Kelly,
Somebody about to
girl?
make me mad now.
Oh, okay,
yo,
what?
Kelly.
Almost got made mad. Don't talk about Kendrick.
So, but yeah,
Cause this is
that's.
the braids.
Kev,
Oh
I
God.
feel like you're a Kendrick guy. Do you have to be, bro?
Oh,
I am
You
too.
for the for a Kendrick
oh,
guy. I feel like
we
you're.
all
Oh, he's a
Kendrick in
Drake.
here.
Yeah, I
You
figured.
a Drake?
He a
Yo,
Drake
Kelly.
fan.
She just saying it just to say.
Yo, Kelly.
I was about to say now.
Cause it's the
I
braids.
I knew. I
The,
thought I knew you.
but the thing about music though is it might be a little bit different because it catches your body's rhythm, which your body is not listening to words, right? Your mind is listening to words. That rhythm, once you get that beat, once you get that rhythm, it can be instrumental and you're gonna love it. So it's not necessarily, I think in music it's a little bit different because if you would have caught that all on acapella,
What the heck?
if we looked at all these rap songs acapella, that should be garbage. If we looked at most of these singers, they trash if they had none of that auto tune and no music, and you just heard them singing, just you know what I mean, acapella. You'll be like, ugh, I hate this song. But when you put it all together with that melody and it catches that rhythm, that's a little bit different. But when we talking, we
Of
ain't got no
course.
music backup. You know what I mean? We all this
Mhm.
is now like everybody been saying. It's the majority. It's just your words and how you speak it. But if we really want to go there, that is one reason why Dr. King was so popular because of how his cadence was when he spoke.
Hmm.
It was almost that singing cadence that would get you in a trance, and the way he talked and the way he did. That's why preachers do that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's something to do with that singing, that rhythm that we will gravitate to. And then if you put a nice message behind it, then oh my goodness. But if you don't, you know what I mean? So I think everybody is valid on what they've been saying, man.
Most
I,
definitely.
I just think that you want to move down to
I
these
got one
topics.
more. I don't even know if we gonna be able to make it to this one.
Get
I
your
was
get
about to
your
say I'm
last
But
one.
I
one.
got
I'm
Get
one
your
more
golden
golden one
question.
I wanted to say though.
Get your
I'm
golden
one
question. Get the
percent, and I'm
golden
probably gonna
question.
tap out.
Yeah, get the
Cause
golden
I
question.
always ask this all, and I gotta make this alive too though. And I
Oh
noticed
Lord.
the different people that say this too though. I noticed I'm not trying to get no, but okay. The question is, I know they say communication is key. I believe that understanding is key, right? So do you believe communication is key or understand? And I'll tell you the reason why I believe that too.
I'm gonna
So
say I'm gonna answer real quick because I'm 1%. I'm talking fast. I think understanding more of the fact of because Well,
Don't
I
say
can see
why
what.
yet, because I want everybody. Don't say why yet. Not
Well,
yet. Not
but
yet.
I'm gonna have to drop though because mine's 1%. So y'all have a blessed night, and we'll talk
For
about it
sure.
later if you make
Okay.
make it a
Okay,
lie.
for sure. Yeah, I don't want nobody to get stirred over. I just want them to go off first. Man,
Can you say the question again really quickly?
is communication a key or understanding the key to you?
Okay. Like I said, I think communication, actual
Communication is
communication.
key.
Just
Yeah,
answer.
I
Yeah.
think it entails understanding. That's the thing.
Okay, that's
But
shocking.
I think it definitely entails it. You have to have comprehension and understanding to have good communication. Without those, you don't have
Mm.
understanding. You don't. You don't have communication.
I disagree, but we gonna get somewhere with that. But
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
who else? Who else? Who else? Communication key or understanding?
I would say
Oh, go ahead,
understanding.
brother.
And you can go. I mean, I just gonna answer it. I
Yeah,
won't.
everybody just say one. Then we gonna
Yeah.
open the floor and
Yeah.
then say the
So
reasons why.
I think understanding. I would say understanding.
Understanding. Okay. What you got? Black.
So, believe it or not, I agree with Tone, but so that I can play the game or play the conversation the way you want, I'm going to say understanding. I believe that understanding is encapsulated inside of communication.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
God
kind of
like.
agree. Kind of agree with basic and tone. But I would say if we're looking at the foundation and like understanding, yeah, it's probably going to be the one that I would choose.
Okay. What you got, Amir? Understanding. I'm gonna make this a topic one day too. Amir,
What up,
you
fam?
believe communication is key or understanding key?
Communication or understanding is key. Understanding is the key part.
Okay. Perkins, you up? Kelly.
Communication is key. Understand and fall into the components of communication, and there's different
Got.
techniques and stuff. My bad. I
Okay.
just don't.
And Nay, is communication key or understanding key?
Understanding is key.
Ooh. Okay, y'all. A lot of people are shocking me so far. They saying and it's funny because I ain't gonna lie. I put in my mind. I separated because I noticed one gender pick one thing and I noticed the other gender. So I was trying to see, but y'all get me tonight. Everybody saying opposite. Now that it's confusing me. So let's go with who? Let's go with cousins first. Then. Or matter of fact, no. I'm pretty sure we can do this, man. So who? What's the deal, Meg? I see you down there, brother. Um, dang, I'm trying to do it in a way for everybody to get a chance. All right, let's do it. All right, let's go cousins, basic, then God. So let's say the reasons why we so cousins, why you say understanding. You said you about to drop song, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm
Go.
about
All
to.
right, go ahead and explain it real quick.
Go
Then
first.
I'll do cousins after that. Cousins and basic.
Okay, so what I understand about communication, and I get why people are saying that understanding matters, is literally the basics of it is delivering message clearly, where there's no room for misunderstanding or altercation of message, which decrease the potential for conflict. And this is just the Oxford definition to it. It is a key factor to ensure that the person, one, you're reading the room, the person that you're delivering the message, and two, understand what you're saying. And I'm saying this because I've traveled to different country, and it's not that it's more valuable for you to understand what not to understand what you're saying, for you to there's a word, for you to say something very clearly and concisely. I'm looking for an adjective that's not coming to me right now. Whether non-verbally and verbal, and whether the person that whether how you say it will either grasp the person's attention, and it will speak to the brain. That with the everything will speak to the brain of whoever you're speaking to. It's just something that I learned while being in the military and like going into leadership class and all that. Anybody in the military will probably be able to know what I'm saying.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
All right, Kev, it was a good life. We talked some
For
way.
sure. For sure.
All
Yeah,
right.
you can take her spot, Omega. I know I'll be happy to see you in here, brother. Go ahead, cousins.
So I'm not gonna get into it because I know Black want to get into it. I know Tone want to get into it. I
I know. Oh yeah, right. I'm gonna hear all this though. I'm gonna make this a topic though, because I feel like a lot of people, and I'm gonna really explain the reason why I'm gonna say that, because I figure I kind of, well, my
Right.
perception. But go ahead, cousin.
But now I would say just simply, and I'll let the brothers get down. I think from an orator perspective, you know, if you're speaking to people, then obviously you want to speak effectively. So you try that. That's a focus because people are just listening, right? But in overall communication, most people aren't orators, and most people understanding is the problem. So I would say that if you don't understand, there can be no communication. So that's the reason why I said understand it first. But I'll just leave it at that and let somebody else.
Okay, okay. I like that. Go ahead, basic.
Basically, you there?
Yeah, basically.
Uh,
I'll invite him to unmute.
I don't know what happened. Basically, whenever you come back, let us know. God, like, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like cousins kind of said it. Yeah, I feel
Oh,
like
there
there's
you go.
no.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead, Black
Hey,
Jesus.
what's up, y'all?
Yeah,
What it do? It's on you.
it's on you, my brother. Why you feel is one of the two? I forgot which one you picked.
He chose understanding.
Understand? Okay.
Yeah, for the credence of the topic, he chose understanding.
Uh,
I think I know why too.
Dang, I'm gonna let y'all know, and after everybody else, I'm gonna let y'all know why I thought about this. I kind of thought this through a little bit. I could still be wrong, but I thought about the reason why I picked understanding.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think he. Okay, yeah, he probably is probably busy. Go ahead, Amir.
We got a call or something.
Oh, he's back. Hold up.
Um,
Go back up.
There you go.
I'll just say basically it's on you. If you wanted,
Let's see, working. It's, I know he'd be
yeah.
right.
My bad. My volume was messed up.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys want me to go now, or did you have
Yeah, it's
somebody?
on you. Oh, yeah. Why you pick understanding? I think why you pick that.
Yeah. Um, so I've learned a lot of stuff about communication. You know, working in sales and working in business, and I've done workshops on communication. I've read books on communication. Hold on, I'm just getting back to the crib.
Mm-hmm.
I figured kind of like communication based off of all the information I picked up, synthesize it into like these three primary pieces. All right. So the first is conveyance, and conveyance is the ability to take your ideas and to put them in a for another. Being able to describe your ideas in such a way that another person can easily understand.
Base, you got one bar, brother.
Yeah, I think he might be switching over to his. If he's just getting home, he's probably switching to his
Should
internet.
the Wi-Fi? Yeah, I forgot to do that too.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear you. Yeah, yeah.
My bad. Can you guys hear me better now? Okay. So communication for me, I've read a lot of books on it. I've gone to workshops. I've done trainings on communication, and all the information that I've been able to synthesize. Come outside and pick it. All the information I've been able to synthesize about communication, I've distilled down into like these three things, right? Number one is listening. Listening is the ability to hear someone out without interrupting them. Okay, and being able to hear a story, listen to a story where you're the bad guy, right? And because they don't have the benefit of being able to read your mind, they're going to make up what they think is going on in your heart, what's going on in your mind, what your intentions are, what your emotions are, what your feelings are, what your motivations are. And they're going to make these things up, and most of the time they're going to be in bad faith because you guys are in a state of disagreement, and being able to listen to that story without interrupting them. And it's so important to listen to that story because everything they do and they have done makes sense inside the context of the story they have to tell. And so if you can't listen to a story where you're the bad guy and you have to constantly interrupt and correct because you don't want them to build on a misunderstanding, then you're not going to understand where they're coming from. And they're not telling you their story so you can correct it. They're telling you their story so they can be understood. So that's one of the things that is incredibly important that I've learned about listening. And then after you listen, you know, people always say, hey, you listen to understand or listen to respond. Listen to understand, listen to respond. So a lot of people don't really know what that means. And what it means to listen to understand means that after they finish talking, instead of moving into your point, demonstrate understanding first. And so this is the understanding piece you were asking about, Kevin. Demonstrating understanding is where you give them back what they said to you in a way that they would actually agree with. Where after listening to you, you know, give them back what you said, what they said, they would say, yes, you got it. You understand me perfectly. And then I'll even go a step further when I demonstrate understanding. And I'll say, now that you heard it all back, is there anything you want to add? Is there anything you think I missed? Is there a point you want to clarify? Now I've heard everything they had to say. I demonstrated understanding. We're on the same page. We are on the same page. And now it's time for me to convey my ideas to you. But with women as men, it's so crucial that we do this with women because the reason that you get the over talking, the reason that you get the voice, the raising the voice, the reason you get the tone shit, believe it or not, is because she doesn't feel like you're going to listen to her. She doesn't feel like she's going to be heard. And making her fight to be heard only makes all of that shit so much worse for her. And so she's going to listen to you less, and she's going to be more quick to hop in and pop off because she thinks she needs to fight to be heard. And so once you remove that, it changes the texture of the conversation and it puts you in a leadership position in the conversation to say, okay, baby, I'm listening to you. You take your time. Explain to me what's on your mind. Tell me how you see this. What do you think has happened over the last day? I want to listen to you. I want to see it through your eyes. Can you walk me through it? Right? I'm not going to interrupt you. I just want to understand you. Tell me what you're thinking. And you open it up and you let her talk. And then after she talks, then you demonstrate understanding. And she's like, yes, yes, exactly. That's what I think. That's what I see. That's how I see it. That's what happened. Doing that doesn't mean you agree with her. It means you understand her. And once you've done that, now you need to have in your mind, because you got to understand a woman's attention span is like, she's like a chipmunk. You have to make sure you put your shit together in 2, 3, 4 bullet points max. Just the takeaways that you want for her to have. And if you're not ready to do this part, the conveyance part, after you demonstrate understanding, this is called conveyance, being able to put your bullet points together. If you're not able to do it, tell her, baby, I need time to consider what you said to me. I want to put a pin in this. I promise you, I'm going to make time to resolve this. We're going to come back to it. Okay, but I need to take some time to consider what you said. I didn't know that's how you felt. I didn't know that's how you saw things. Communicating like this with a woman gets you a completely different response than going back and forth with her like you're her fucking sister. You're not her sister, you're her man. And leading means leading in communication. And that means you listen, you understand first, and then you come back with the plan. So understanding is more important, but to me, it's just a part of communication as a whole.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I would like to practice that real quick. So what you're saying is articulation, listening, reiteration, comprehension, and then understanding.
All right, so I make it simpler. The first one is listening.
Hmm.
So always listen first. You want to be the person who listens first is the person who's in control of the conversation, not the person who talks first. Okay, if you ever read Sun Tzu in the Art of War, he tells you, like, you let people explain their position to you. You let them give you all their artillery. You let them tell you everything that they know. When a police officer arrests you, right? What do? They would take you to a room, handcuff you to a table, and do what? You're under their power completely. You're in complete submission to them. What do? They question you. You talk, they listen. You talk, you spill your guts, your heart, your secrets, where you been at, where you going. The person talking is not the one that's in control. The person listening is. And then you demonstrate understanding to show a mastery of their ideas. And then after you do that, you make sure your ideas are in short order, and then you give it to them in bullet points as takeaways. And after that, you synthesize that into a resolution, some form of compromise. Two things to make sure is ever present in communication is mutual respect, and mutual benefit. And so mutual respect means that she knows that her ideas are valid. Even if they're not good ideas, they're still her ideas. And if you don't respect her ideas, it's a way of not respecting her. And women's biggest concern when it comes to giving up leadership and authority is that they're not going to be heard. And so that's obviously a humongous thing you can't do. You have to listen to a woman if she's going to give you authority. If you're not going to listen to her, you don't deserve the authority, because that's what makes her feel comfortable to give up that much power to you. And it's not something you should take for granted, right? So that's number one. Demonstrate, mutual respect. And then the second thing is mutual benefit. And mutual benefit means, baby, there's no solution I'm going to come up with that's good for me and bad for you. It's got to be good for the both of us. If both of us can't find the win, then we got to keep working on it until we do. But I'm not going to come up with some solution that's shitty for you and good for me. It's always going to be mutual benefit, because we're a team. We can win together. And so when you maintain those two things as points of good faith in conversation, you listen first, then you demonstrate understanding, and then if you need to, you take time so you can put your ideas together. And if you don't need to, you can convey your ideas right then and there along with your plan to make things right, or how you guys are going to handle a problem, or how you're going to move forward. That's what leadership looks like. It looks like good communication, and it looks like you listen more than you talk, and it looks like you demonstrate understanding. You lead by example.
Understood. Okay, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Yeah, that definitely does. Especially the first part. I definitely synthesize with that part. Um, God, like, did you want to go?
No, I mean that's pretty much that's
Okay.
pretty much all I was gonna say in a lump sum. So yeah, I
Hmm.
think one thing that cousins had put in the comments, I don't really even have anything to say off Black Jesus said. He basically said everything that I was gonna say. But I think the cousins had put something that's, you said it's kind of sales one on one, and it is, I think that what I will say that I was gonna say, like, one piece of it was that it all starts with listening, right? And I mean, I've been in really really high ticket sales, and I've been in low ticket sales where I just had to speak with a lot of different people. And what you understand is that most people in their ordinary lives, they're not really heard. So you'll find that when they actually do get to a person who's really listening to them, relaying back what they said, and not even just relaying back what they said, but like Black Jesus said, relaying it back even simpler than what they said, right? So if somebody goes on this long thing, if you can take what somebody said, went on a 2-3 minute to, and break it down to like a few bullet points, oh man, people feel like you have them figured out. Trust me, I do it every day. They're like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So that's one thing I will encourage. I really encourage a lot of men to do is, man, work on your communication and work on active listening and really work on hearing what people say, relaying it back to them, and then maybe even leading with a probing question. Right? Sometimes you may have somebody that says something to you and you may not understand. Understand when you need more information and dive a little bit deeper. What did you mean by that? Right? How did that make you feel? Right, all these things are giving you a picture on what they're actually saying. So I do think between communication and understanding, I think that it all starts with understanding for sure.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
understood.
Yeah. Amir.
I've seen basically do this multiple times over. It's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Even to women that said that it didn't work on them, he'd even do it right then and there, and then they'd actually understand better. It was hilarious. I seen him do that shit once. But Amir, can you explain to us your answer too, or anything you had to say on the topic of what we're talking about right now. How's it going, brother, by the way?
Oh, what's up, Tom? What's up, bro? I appreciate y'all. What's up, Kev, all my
Good
brothers
to hear,
on
man.
the panel, and to the sister. Oh, she shook the spot. Oh, she there. To the one sister. I'll just say something real quick. I love hearing you brothers. Y'all pretty much covering it. But from my perspective, and my experiences with the different people who have taught me about communication and understanding, is when you look at it from, obviously when we look at it like basically so brilliantly put it between humans, woman and man, that's one perspective. But when you look at communication in general, you obviously have to assume that the people that are communicating are on somewhat of a same level. So if we're talking about math, I'm not going to be talking about arithmetic and you talking about calculus, because we could be communicating numbers, but there's no understanding. So if that makes sense, okay, another one, we can text all the time, but there's a lot of translation lost in texting. That's what you hear. They lost translation in text. So communication is very simple. You can communicate with, people about a lot of different things. I think understanding is a very difficult thing to get because it entails you obviously being able to listen and hear as opposed to just acting like you're involved in the conversation. Because people communicate all the time. I say something, you say something, I say something, and we're not really feeling or hearing each other. But when you get into the understanding part is when you're asking questions. You're desiring the conversation. You're showing reverence to the person you're talking to. What did you say? I'm sorry, what was that question? Oh, so what I'm hearing you say is, and that's what basically was saying, that's effective communication. So when you get an understanding, when you start communicating, you get an understanding, it gets even more intriguing. So what I've experienced is that communication can take off once you really apply yourself and get involved and appreciate the subject matter, even if you're the bad guy, because you got to realize that iron sharpens iron. So if someone is understanding, caring, concerned enough about you to say, hey man, you got a boogie in your nose, or hey, bro, you need to brush your teeth. You know what I'm saying? That builds an understanding and a level of communication that can take off. And then where we get into the levels of understanding being a loving thing. See, communication, I love to communicate. Other people hate it. You know what I'm saying? It's because I've embraced what the subject matter is. We could talk about rap music all the day. Everybody loves talking about that, but don't nobody want to talk about the psychological development of Black man in America. You feel me? It's a more difficult subject. So, I tell my sons, I say, hey man, we can talk a lot of times, but how often are you bringing difficult topics to the...
Uh-oh.
Sorry, my kids got in. What's up, y'all?
Okay. Well,
Get Nay in and then Omega go last, and I'm gonna explain mine.
okay.
Explain why I
Sorry,
pick why I
man.
pick.
My kids came in, but I'll land by just saying when you get that understanding, it creates even a more passionate desire to communicate. You want to become a better orator. You want to become a better explainer. You want to become a better hearer when you start understanding the people you're talking to. So I'll land with that one.
I like how you said that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that part. It makes it fun when you get a way to do it perfectly. It makes it real fun. Makes you want to do it a lot. Go ahead, Nate. Go ahead, Nate. Do you remember the question that he had asked initially, or did you answer it?
Yes. So I said like understanding because like I really think like understanding is like the main thing because like you can like communicate but like a person literally will not understand or they would try to like flip it and it's like no like that's not what like I was saying or trying to say but like you just didn't like understand like like you just didn't understand like where I was coming from. So I really think that, and also what basically was saying was like the thing with like listening to like respond but not to comprehend, like that saying, like I I just think it's true because like I think that people listen to respond and not even to hear what the other person is even saying, or like not even trying to understand. Like you can communicate, but like they might not even understand you. Like, and some people don't even try to ask. Like, and some people don't even try to ask you, like, can you like elaborate or something like that instead of just assuming, like, cause if I don't like understand like what you're saying or something, then I'm just not gonna assume. Like, I'm gonna like see like what are you talking about if I don't understand you, like, or like can you like say it like in a different way? But yes, like I just think that people do that a lot. So yeah.
Okay, I think I understand what I understand what you're saying. So you're saying somebody can have a conveyance of a certain message, but that doesn't mean that the person they're conveying that message to will understand it, and y'all won't have communication.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I definitely do agree with that. Omega, did you have
Omega.
a question?
Um, First off, salute to the panel. I see a good bunch of good brothers up here. Salute to the host as well. Sister Nay, good evening. No, I didn't hear the original question. Go ahead, brother.
So the question is communication the key to life or understanding the key of life?
Is communication the key of life or the what?
Or I should have just said key. Is communication key or understanding key?
Ah man, aren't they one and the same? I feel like communication is a form of understanding. Like if I encounter you, right, and I give you the black man head nod, we all know what the black man head nod is. I just communicated to you that you're a friend, you're an ally. We ain't got to do too much talking, but in that communication, we build understanding. I feel like they're one and the same because ultimately, through your communication, that's what the end result is. The end result that you're understanding between you and whomever it may be. You know, but you can only reach through that understanding through communication. So it's a layered question, but I would say I don't know. I can't give credence to one or the other because you need them both. It's like it's like a symbiotic relationship. Like you're not gonna be able to gain understanding without communication, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I think they're one and the same. I think they're like a relationship that works with each other. You need one in order to enact the other. And I think the best thing, first of all these men and the sister really gave you all some jewels in regards to communication. So I'm not going to reiterate anything they said. These were great examples for you to practice in all relationships, business, interpersonal. It doesn't matter. But I will say, as far as communication and understanding, the main thing that I feel where people kind of drop the ball here is they believe communication is like understanding is owned by them, right?
Mm.
They believe that they own the concept of understanding, and it happens a lot when people are like, "Well, I like it. I need an apology,"
Mm.
and someone says, "Well, I'm sorry for if I communicated this way. No, no, no. I need you to apologize. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't have ownership of understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
We should be able to allow people to grow in their communicative style.
And I think that's something we don't allow people to do. We expect our interpersonal relationships and their communications to just be what they are without allowing for growth. It doesn't matter how long you know someone, your ability to communicate with them will always be ever evolving. So I think people think communication is this hard stop kind of thing. And I don't think that's how communication works. And I think it's always evolving. I think even if you understand someone about one thing, you'll have a misunderstanding about something somewhere else. And people even can change and develop in their personality. Doesn't mean you can't still communicate with them. You just have to adapt your communication style as they themselves change. You know what I mean? So I think communication is adaptive, it's ever evolving, and it's a constantly changing thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question too.
Wait, before you go to the question, I'm about to tell you the reason why. I gotta tell
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a topic about this. I think this need to get talked about. So the reason why I said understanding it, I believe that's the key to everything. Anyway, and I know y'all said that y'all have to communicate. I don't think that's necessary all the time. And the reason why I say you don't have to always communicate to understand the situation is I think it get to a point in our life where sometimes it could be people that I might not understand nothing they saying. I mean, I might not. I mean, I may not be able to communicate or get what they saying though, but I can understand how some people feel. You know what I'm saying? Or I can understand, the situation without having to really kind of communicate it. It's just about just looking at it. It's like So I always say that you can, or I'm gonna put it. I'm not trying to jump too many things at once. I think what gets to me because and that's why I was talking about earlier why I got kind of shocked because I noticed that it and I'm not trying to make it a woman and man thing, but I noticed women more on the communication and men be more on the understanding part, right? Because it's like I know that some people just like talking, but they don't want to build understand. And that come with that vetting thing. I mean, not vetting. Oops, that come with that venting, right? Because some people just want to talk. They don't want to understand. They just want to talk it out, let it out, whatever.
Good
But it's just
point.
like,
Good
all
point.
right, but do you understand what you're going through? Do you understand? And I think once we understand so much, we don't have to communicate things. You know what I'm saying? That's just like with a job, right? They tell you it might start off with communication, but once you understand the assignment, you don't have to talk about it anymore. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
How about this,
that's the reason
Kev?
why I only say
Kev,
understanding. Like if you, huh?
how about this? Just because you're on that point, and I don't want to, I'm old, I'll forget. How about when you say what you just said? Okay, so once you get a good level of understanding, there's less communication needed.
Yeah,
I
yeah, that's
love
my
that.
point I was
I
about to get to.
love
Yep,
that because
yep.
this is what you said prior to that was a lot of times people are just talking, not for understanding,
Not
but for
for understanding.
venting.
That's what I'm
Just for
saying.
venting. They don't, the shit they saying they know don't make no damn sense.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm getting to. That's exactly what I'm getting to. And you said that, yeah, most definitely saying the
Don't
part.
make it no
Cause it's literally,
sense.
huh? Go ahead, Nate.
Oh no, I was saying like I was like agreeing like yes, like don't be making no sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say
it's
that tends to be um yeah, we can, yeah, not to make it a man or woman thing, but we do tend to see women on more onto the venting
communicate.
part,
Yeah,
right, and
yeah.
wanting to be heard.
Want
Now
to
I
be
think,
heard? Yep.
yeah, I don't think this is a bad thing, but when it
No,
comes down to communication, of course we tend to see that as one way, which I don't think is too, I don't think that's a greatest form of communication, especially if anybody can't try to revise, or you don't expect somebody to try to help or understand, or
up to a
do
conclusion,
stuff
right?
like that.
That's
I
true.
don't think that's a very effective form, but it is something that I think still, I think it's still communication in a sense. I still do think it would be in communication, because I, like Omega said, I think this is something that's literally kind of combined. Like, you can't communicate, you can't understand, or you can't understand somebody without having any type of communication. Even with your example earlier, you said things don't have to be said, but at one point it had to be. But at that point, after that, it becomes like, I guess, a kind of a routine in which it is just understood, right? It is just understood that this is, something that needs to happen, and whatever that is.
Yeah.
But at some
What
point, it
like
did
what
have
about
to
us?
be
Like black people, we just see somebody running, we up out of there. There ain't no communication. We just running when we see a group. We just understand the assignment.
true. But
We
I
just
would say,
spread when somebody
yeah, I would say, but then again, remember, me and cousins even agreed on this. Remember, a lot of communication, even though it is nonverbal, most of it, 68%, is nonverbal, right? So that
hmm
would be emotions or
hmm
body movements, nervousness, all these types of things. Which would still be in a sense communication in which you understood, right?
Yeah.
Um, like what cousins used earlier. I think it was godlike, or it was probably one of them. A person, they're probably confused, standing in a place they've never been before, right? But there are people that'll look at them and be like, "Are you lost?
hmm
Or are you this?"
You
They
said that,
understood,
bro.
huh?
You said that earlier. That was what you said.
Oh, I could have sworn you had said that.
Nah, you said that.
I could have sworn you had
Like,
said
bro,
that.
I was like, bro, you
Hey, that's
said
literally
that.
about to be my topic tomorrow because I want people to really, I want people to understand this, right? Because I
Yeah.
hear this too much. They say communication is key to life, or communication is key, and it's like, okay, right, but I think overall we communicate to understand. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? To understand one another and all that stuff. But I'm gonna make that a topic tomorrow. Low
Yeah.
key, y'all just made me think about a topic though, because
Yeah, I think
I talk about this
you
so much.
communicate. I think you communicate to be understood, well,
Yeah.
in a sense. Um, but yeah, I do think it still encompasses understanding, especially if you want it to be effective communication. We don't just
Yes.
um I think it always takes, even sometimes when it's just one way. That would be what demands, right? You don't communicate back, right? But you do understand what they're saying, and let's say they do it. So if I told my child or something, go clean your room, they don't say a damn word back to me, but they go clean that room. They
Mm-hmm.
understood what I said.
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you, understanding is incredibly important. So in sales,
Mhm.
when you're trying to, get people to work with you that don't know you, the people that they choose to work with are folks that they understand the best, because that you understand me and I understand you and that we're on the same page gives you the power and the confidence to make decisions. But arguing with somebody about what's right is not as important as being understood. You'll have people on this app who go back and forth about right and wrong, or what they think is right, without ever understanding one another. And I'll tell you guys something: the person who is on the same page with you is the person that they're likely to say yes to. People don't do what they think is right. Most people have no clue what right and wrong is. We see that every day on this app. People don't do what they think is right. People do what they understand the best.
Mm.
And so your
That
ability,
makes
Damn, that
sense.
is deep.
That
yeah,
right. That
your
was a good one. All right, caught me off guard.
yeah, your ability to convey yourself is part of being intellectually formidable. And as a man, all different areas of endeavor, you should be formidable. You should be formidable physically, that you can defend yourself. Saying that you can provide, but your ass can't fight, don't really mean a whole lot, right? You should be formidable enough to be able to throw a straight punch, utilize a basic, punch and combination, understand basic locks and grips for wrist and forearms, and for ankle locks, for a headlock, how to escape one. You should know the basics. You don't have to be a master. You can learn the basics. So this is physically formidable, but I'm going to tell you, your body gets old. And as it gets older, old pains come back from shit that you didn't even think was important that happened to you, and all of a sudden the shit is back. And you're like, oh, I stubbed my toe in 1985, and now I have erectile dysfunction. I don't know how the shit is connected, but fuck, right? Like that's, the shit comes back on your ass, okay? So you
Literally.
gotta, so the only thing that lasts, or the thing that lasts the longest, is your mind. It's your mind. Your mind lasts the longest. And guess what? Each one of you is made in the image of God.
Hey,
Every one of you, your brain is a cosmos. It's an entire cosmos that you are the sole witness of. You're the only person who gets to see this entire universe inside of your mind. And it's all the space and it's infinite possibility and infinite space and infinite time that's inside of you. You can consider things that are well beyond like your ability to see with your own eyes. You can see things in your mind that you can't see with your own eyes. Like you can imagine past yourself. You can conceptualize yourself across time into the future and into the past. But you have to develop the faculties of your mind and intellect. And if you don't have words, each word represents a concept. Every word represents an entire concept, an idea, and is connected to other words and ideas. You have to increase the breadth of your vocabulary. You have to expose yourself to new ideas and new concepts and new words. And you have to develop and cultivate your intellect because it's a waste. It's a waste if you don't, because your mind is so powerful. You don't have to be the smartest man. You still have a cosmos inside of you that you are the sole witness of. You are the God inside of that cosmos. And you have to learn how to work within that space. You have to learn how to spin and orbit the planets of that space. And so you have to become intellectually formidable, and that means that you can state your claim or your premise. That's one. Step one, state your claim or your premise. Two, support your ideas, right? So those are the things that you come up with that support whatever concept it is that you're asserting, right? You should be able to defend the things that you use to support your premise or claim, okay? And then you should be able to synthesize that into a takeaway. And when you're able to do that with your concepts and your ideas, when you present your ideas, you will be intellectually formidable. You'll be able to stand on your square and defend your thinking and tell somebody why their thinking should be adjusted or give them something new to consider. And people will respect you for it because it's a form of power. It's a form of power. You guys see me exert it every day on this app, and you should develop it. It's worth it to have. It's something women look up to. And it makes you somebody that people want to work with. It makes you somebody that people want you to work for them. It makes you somebody that people want to work for. And high levels of cooperation are where you really earn money at. It's where you really develop security and stability at, are the type of people you can bring into cooperation and count on. And all the resources mentally and intellectually and even physically that they have. You multiply yourself when you can shoulder yourself among other men that are competitive and competent and resourceful. And that is something that you don't get unless you're intellectually formidable. Does that make sense?
Oh, can I say this? Can I say this one? Can I, big dog? Can I say this one thing?
Oh man.
Yeah. Thank you for having me up. I
yeah.
appreciate you. Yeah. All right. So I ain't messing with you, but go look. First off, what I would want to say is when you're dealing as women, when y'all dealing with y'all baby fathers, y'all need to understand one thing, right? And this is something that I'm trying to teach y'all how to play. Yeah.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I didn't think you were gonna start off like that.
Bro, it's like the
we got
first thing
we gotta
you
have
gotta
it
talk
different.
about
We
is
trying to do
is a
something different. I
woman?
ain't trying to.
What? Like what
I'm
is
trying to give
how
him
do
a
you
no,
even
man. When you,
do
I,
with this?
Jerome, man, I know you could do a topic without mentioning women and man, women and men and stuff, man. We ain't even talk about that right now.
telling you, bro. Dudes be I'm telling you, man, fellas be out here centering women and
I
don't even be
can't, I
knowing it.
can't.
It's like, bro, like how is
It'd be him and
we
B
having a
five all the time, man.
and the
We not even talking
conversation
about
we having is a conversation about
everybody.
yo, Black Jesus in this
People.
deep conversation
Oh,
giving real gems to the fellas. How do
bro,
you
this
go to women from that conversation, bro?
I don't
listen.
know,
Get
but
it.
yeah, we can just
You
move on
got
because I ain't got that.
I
you
was
had all
waiting
these
on it
you
because
had
he
all
started
these
off good.
yeah, look, you had all of these comparable men listening. Black just
I was
broke
in the live
down.
with him. Look, hey
Look, he just
cousin, I
broke
was in the
down
live
something
with
so
I was in the
vicious.
live with him. I was in the live with him earlier today. He was coming in hot.
He is funny, though. Anyways, the women, we
You
gotta
can't
tell
find
them
Jerome,
that.
Hey,
Hey,
yo.
Jerome in the
get
he
house.
that
dropped the mic.
chicken.
He dropped the mic and
Be
picked
out
that
here
up.
telling women what to do, bro. Like
Yo, what he
that shit's
said,
hilarious to me, bro.
when he said, "Hey, yo, when y'all need to talk to your baby fathers,
Your
like, why
baby.
are we only talking about the baby fathers? Why are we just why they don't all have baby fathers? We just talk about general communication, Jerome. Just bring it in, bro. I
He
know you
came in
got
out
you,
left
dog.
field, off the
Oh
wall.
my gosh, bro.
Hey, yo,
Hey, he
let
straight
me
Wow.
tell
remind me
y'all
of
right now, though.
but
Hey,
what you call it
Hey,
worse though, I ain't gonna lie. He
hey,
laugh,
listen.
he think it's funny. That's
I
just
know.
saying it
Hey,
ain't
look.
funny, man.
Hey, Jerome. Hey, Jerome. You know we gonna mess with you a little bit. Don't
Oh
take it
yeah, for
personal. You
sure,
know
right.
we
Like Charles
gotta poke
Brooks,
at
he
you.
do the exact same thing,
Yeah,
man.
we gotta poke at you a little bit, bro. That's all. Don't
That
take it
dude.
personal.
I think Charles worse than him though, because he can't do not one time. Well, he actually changed. He actually had a serious conversation one day, and I was shocked. I guess every once in a while, maybe.
Charles is
Yo,
hilarious.
Cam was like, we actually had a serious conversation one day, man.
Charles is like the little passport boy that could, like, he's not a passport bro, but he sound like a passport bro. I like Charles though, but he will deflect the shit out of a dialogue. He really
Boy,
will.
dog. He one of the first guys. If we talking about accountability, that was like one of the first guys I had to hold him to the fire. I'm like, bro. I'm
Right.
like, dog. So you got tricked and all this. I was like, dog. I actually had a video about him. Like, dog, that dude was
Good.
not trying to take
Good.
accountability.
What about G Man?
Nah, I ain't gonna tell. That's my boy, man.
That's
I ain't
my
gonna do him
guy.
like that.
He come in off
But
left field though. He come in hot and
yeah,
he
he be
come in
coming
out of
in
left
hot for
field.
it. But he don't like. Yeah, he do get tricky. That's my boy though, man. But
Yo,
man,
that's my guy. That's my guy.
that boy he get on. Both of y'all had a bad experience, cousins, and and you. Both of y'all was about to cuss him out. That's how you
You
know
know,
he could be coming in too
I
hot.
was laughing the whole time, and by the end of the conversation, me and him was at love, at peace with each other. I was
Yeah,
laughing.
Oh,
same
I
thing with
think I was
It was
here
cousins.
that day.
hilarious. Yeah, I'm like, bro, I'm not finished. He's like, I'm the oldest one in here. I was like, nah, you're not older than me. He's like, oh.
Oh, right. Oh,
Yeah,
Jerome, man, I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man. You keep requesting it. It's
Bring
some other
Jerome
rooms
back.
that's talk about it.
Yeah, bring Jerome back. He might
see,
he
He
might
said,
give
"Bring
you
Leslie. I'm gonna give him. I
a,
give him a
we
and
chance, man.
need a chance of redemption. We need a chance of redemption.
Give you a chance, man. Let's see if we can have a regular
Listen, I'm gonna
conversation,
be.
man."
I'll listen. I'm gonna be good. I'm good. I'm good. Okay.
The way you even say
I'm
it just
reading the
sound funny,
room.
man.
I'm reading the room. Now I get to read the room. All right. I'm gonna just relax a little bit.
Jerome, all right with me, bro. Jerome, all right
He
with
is
me. He
funny to
came
me,
right up.
dog.
He ate some accountability pie, and he like, man,
Hey,
let's just kick it, man.
yeah,
let's
much
do it.
respect for that. Actually, real shit. So what did you do to So Kat, did you do the how do you vet better question yet?
Oh, that's the one I want everybody. Yeah, I think that's one of the ones I just want y'all to pick. We can go to that, and then we can also do the second one too. I
Okay.
don't think the first one really don't matter though. We could just do the vet, and then I'm gonna do why are you with somebody you don't trust? Because I want to talk about that D too. Man, y'all about to have me up. I swear I was about to be up sleep, but it didn't got good though. So let's do the vet though, and you can start it off too. You can
Yeah,
start it
I'm
off.
definitely gonna start off because my old ass is going to bed. Unlike basically single, he got that single energy. I got that married 2-year-old son energy. So let me get this with 42-year-old knees. So let me
No,
get this
first of all,
answer
that
out.
ain't old. If that's old, then I mean I'm ancient. I ain't about to take that. No,
Nah,
no.
He said I can't
cousins,
let
you're
that
not
slide.
chasing a toddler, are you, bro?
Go to bed.
Okay,
Go to
okay,
bed. Go to
that
bed.
added some
Go to
years.
bed.
That added some years. Okay, you right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You ain't chasing no toddler, bro. My knees is playing hopscotch. My back is playing tag. I am not in the mood for this shit. But let me how do you vet better? Man, vetting is crazy, but I think vetting is like a 3 to 4 prong process, right? The first thing you do is like a self introspective look, right? You realize what your shortcomings are. A lot of people think vetting is always just about the other person. you need to vet yourself first. Like, what are you vetting yourself for? Are you dating? Are you vetting yourself for marriage searching? Are you vetting yourself for just companionship? Like, you need to vet yourself for what version of dating you're about to get into first, right?
Nice.
So realize all your personal shortcomings. Then realize your triggers and traumas, like what you can't handle. Like, if someone disappearing all day triggers you, like, let's say you like just know you can't date nobody like really really busy, or like somebody who don't get access to the phone, because that's going to trigger some shit for you. And so then you're gonna put unnecessary strain on your relationship, because a lot of people go through breakups and then they'll be single for a long time and they say they're healed, but you're not healed until you go back into said relationship and test those triggers again. You
Nice.
know, you cool by yourself, but you don't know if you're healed until you test them triggers again. So determine what your triggers are, your traumas are. Build that red flag fence. I always talk about that red flag fence. That thing that can't, if a person has these red flags, they can't get to you. They can't get access to you. So you build that red flag fence. Then now you're ready for the actual dating aspect of it, because you've done the work, the self work. You know what I'm saying? You've done the self work. And then when you're doing the vetting process, determine what you're looking for. Are you looking for a wife? Are you looking for a woman who wants children? What are you looking for? And you make these things known, but don't make these things known in a list of standards. Make these things known in the form of how you formulate your relationship. Like, hey, I just met you, and I'm do old shit. I don't know how the young kids date nowadays. I'll do some old people shit. So if y'all are in your mid 30s, when you're like, hey, I remember when I was single around 32, 33 years old, I approached dating differently. I don't have 5 years to spend with somebody. I don't have 2-3 years to spend with somebody. You know what I'm saying? You really don't have that no matter what age. But I'll give you some grace up until 28. But after that, you spend 3 years with somebody, why in the hell are you not married? 4 years with somebody, why are you not married? 5 years with somebody, why are you not married? You've been doing everything else. At 24, 25 years old, you spend a year or two with somebody, I get it. You're testing people out. But 34, you shouldn't be spending no 4 or 5 years with somebody and y'all are not married. So you need to vet for what you want, set your standards out there, state what you're looking for, and give someone your timeline. Because if you're a grown adult, you got your own timeline. You got your own plan for what you want for yourself. Let people know that, and allow for someone to either choose to adapt and include themselves in your plan, or excuse their way out of it. And then also realize, and this is the final part, is realize what your parents didn't teach you. And ultimately, you're supposed to learn vetting from the people who showed you love in the first place, right? And this is why Black people always get this wrong. Most of our parents didn't have us out of love.
Oh,
I want.
It might have to be a topic right there.
oh,
Yeah.
that might
Yeah.
be a topic.
So most of our parents didn't have us out of love. So we're being governed by these off-center, off-kilter relationships where there's no equal understanding or respect for masculinity or femininity. So we bring our trauma and triggered ass and childhood trauma asses into the dating game. This is specifically for Black people, and we play crapshoot with our emotions. No one has taught us how to play this game, so we gamble at every roll. We're always gambling in love, and how we gain experience is how much trauma and fucked up shit we've been able to survive and move on from. But I'm they gonna say it's the sleep, but I'm gonna.
Yo, that right there, that's
Yeah.
that like me and your knees, that's gonna hurt some people. It's gonna hurt
That's
some
deep.
people like
That's deep.
basically his toe too, because he stubbed his toe earlier. We talked about that. Yeah, that hurt. That last one might hurt some people. Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
I mean, hey, your mom
Yeah.
and daddy may have grown to love themselves while they took care of you, but a lot of us aren't born out of love, and so we're not taught love. The women are not taught love. The men are not taught love. They're taught survival, and they're taught they're taught parasitic relationships. Oh, Gila, what did I do? Don't listen, Gila. Don't go defending me for none of these crazy ass people out here. The performative outrage is hilarious. if somebody didn't like something I did something a year ago, they should have said something a year ago. So let's get back to the conversation. But thank you, good sis. You know I appreciate you. Um, yeah, we're dealing with this thing where we're not born in love, so we're not raised in love. You know, we're not raised in love. Ignore them people. We don't care about them on this side of TikTok. Yeah, ignore them people. He wanted me to argue with the backyardigans. I don't even know those content creators. Michael Jackson did not talk to the band. I don't know who them little niggas he pulled up in the panel was. So at the end of the day, we're not born out of love. And since we're not born out of love, right? Since we're not born out of love, we can't teach love. We can't find love appropriately. We don't know how to ask for love. None of these things. Just like we were talking about communication and understanding. How can you give love when you don't even know how to ask for it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Hey,
I land my
Omega.
plane.
Hey, Omega. I got one for you, pimpin'. Hey, I'm sorry. I don't know if we can get away with that. I don't. It's just for educational purposes. You remind me of this pimp I used to hang out with, but no, I'm just playing. But Omega, I was talking to y'all. Might be familiar with young lady named TikTok Drums. I say young lady. She's 73, and so she came in a couple lives and dropped some jewels on us, and we all appreciated it. So I, by chance, caught her live, and then I communicated with her. We was talking on the phone. You know what I'm saying? So I'm listening to our griot, and we build, and we talk, and this, that, and the third. And she was, man, she just was. She's an open book, so she was, enlightening me about a lot of different things. And she mentioned something that you just talked about, Omega. She said that a lot of times women, the subject was about a lot of different things, but this part of the conversation I'll share. She said that women a lot of times have a problem with open lines of communication and growing them because they didn't have that when they were growing up. They might not have had that love and understanding and communication skills demonstrated within their home. So just because a woman matures and gets a degree and can hang out and talk with society with the best of them, have the most articulate conversations, when it comes to difficult conversations where you really have to challenge yourself and you challenge your way of thinking or even look at your own behavior, like basically started out that first conversation about you being bad. You gotta listen. See, it's hard to do that when you don't have that love from the inception. So I definitely agree with you right there, bro. An old lady told me that. So, and I know she knows she was talking about.
Yeah, I'll make this closing point, so Jerome can rock out and I'm gonna take my old ass to bed. You know what type of communicator you are when you're challenged in your communication style. That's where you measure your growth. Because I can do well with around a group of men and women who think like me. Where the key is in the effect of what type of impact do I make amongst a group of people who don't normally like me, who wouldn't normally listen to me? Do I articulate myself well enough to where even if you probably didn't want to understand what I was saying or agree with what I was saying, you were able to leave and or build or at least take something from what I've said. So I think the ultimate challenge in proper and mature conversation is when you intentionally you intentionally choose to challenge yourself. And I think the biggest problem that we're having now in society is everyone is becoming territorial with opinions. No one is willing to concede, have understanding, have compassion, or empathy. Everyone has this totalitarian dictatorship about their emotions. They must covet and protect their emotions like the 300. And that's not how we grow as people. That's not how we grow as people at all.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on me?
Well, you've been burning anyway. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna let Lord get in on this. I want to ask the next question too, or whatever you heard
All
on
right.
the topic.
All right. So what I would say is, there's situations that happen where you might not be with your baby mother and stuff like that, where you have kids. What I would say is, if you look at all the top-notch dudes. Let's just say like Steph Curry. We can go to Michael Jordan. We can go to Jalen Rose. We can go to whatever. They all had their fathers in their life. What I would try to say is that you always gonna have to have your baby father, whether y'all not together or not. You're supposed to have the father of the kids in their life. You know why?
He think he slick though. I can't do it. I'm good. I gave him 2 times.
He found
He
a
not.
way to sneak baby daddies in
He's
there.
sneaking it in here. I'm not doing that. I'm not stupid.
Yo, that
I
nigga
try to give him a chance.
said,
He keep going back to that. Go ahead, Lord, man. It's something
no,
that you
man.
heard that you
I
want to
just,
talk about? Huh?
well, I came in because I saw some of the most respected brothers I respect up here, and Jerome, on the panels. Like,
And Jerome, wow.
no, I'm just fucking with her. I just fucking with her. Nah, but on the real, I understand. One of the problems that we have in our community is that we try to justify wherever we are that we A-okay and everything we doing all right. We're in a culture now that we believe that just being a baby father is enough. Well, I get him every other weekend. That's enough. That's not enough. For the younger years of my son, my oldest son, my oldest son, I always talk about him. He's outside my marriage, right? I'm a hard-working father. I provided for my family. I raised my children to be a certain kind of way. But that outside son, in his younger years till he was about 14 or 15, I got him every other weekend. You know what kind of dudes his mom had around my son? I'm a hard-working dude that works 6 days a week, 12, 13, 14 hours a day, right? The type of dudes that she had in his life, she had at least 4 guys in his younger years that stayed with her, that none of them Negroes had a job. They all sat around and smoke trees. And she lived off the system. Me getting my son 4 days out of 30 days wasn't fucking enough. When you're trying to impact, you ain't good enough just to be a baby father getting your son every so often, or you're getting your daughter every so often. That's not enough for what they really need to counteract what's out there in this real world. 4 days out of 30 days, or 26 days of them being around fools, getting high and unemployed, and talking about how they gonna hit their next lick. That make me look like a sucker, right? Me busting my ass working every day, right? That make me look weak, right? Why would a able-bodied man want to go out and work and take care of a family when you see a dude 26 days out the living off your mama? You know how hard I had to counteract that shit by go take that boy at 15? How much that programming had went into that boy? Being every other weekend father is not enough. That baby daddy shit is not enough. I hate hearing that. I hate people believing that they're actually doing something every other fucking weekend. That ain't enough. Not in this world. Just imagine if not only the dudes that he be around for 26 days ain't shit, and then your daddy come and get you, he ain't shit either. He running around sleeping with a bunch of different women, got women with children all over town. And then walking around as if he's doing something and convincing you that he doing something as a child. Man, we making another generation of fucked up children.
True.
We need mama and daddy in the same fucking house with the same goal, success, together, family. We got to get our people back together the way it's supposed to be. Not just conforming to the bullshit that's going on in our community and think, hey, I get him every other weekend. That's enough. I pay my child support. That's enough. That's not. Oh, fuck. That's not a fucking enough. We gotta do better, fellas. I
Yeah,
mean,
I definitely do agree.
That's facts. That's facts.
Definitely do agree. um, and the I do think that does you can't capitulate that to this topic. And one of these things that we need to start helping these young men with, also the women too, is the vetting
I'll be
process,
right back,
which
yo.
they, yes sir, is it the vetting process in which they understand themselves, their flaws, and how they can harden those spots in which they have deficits in, and then look for somebody that can complement that and does not have those flaws in which you find undesirable, or that would compromise you having a family. So if anybody else wanted to speak on that, how do you vet better? Go ahead. I think Codified, if you haven't said anything, you can.
Oh, okay. Man, greetings, Kev. It's been a minute up on this panel. Greetings to the panel.
How's it going?
What's up,
All
Code?
right.
What's up,
Yeah,
player?
yeah. What's going on? What's going on? How can you vet better? I think in regards to structure and order, it should be a structure and order to it. Um, and I think it would be mental, physical, financial, and it also be I don't want to say interpersonal. I'm gonna say outer personal. How you deal with others. Um, I think that yeah, when it comes to like mental, I'm gonna say self control, emotional maturity. They find out as let's see, regulating your sensitivities, um, stuff like honor, integrity, dignity. You know, knowing what these mean and knowing how to demonstrate them. And physical, I mean, how you eat. Um, do you work out? You know, do you encourage the people in your life to do so? Um, when it comes to finances, uh, I really go with the Dr. Francis Cress Welsing um, protocol. I think, well, I'm going to say this. I don't know why them soft guys took my drizzle and used it as a tagline, but I came up with something last year in response to sprinkle, and I called it drizzle. And the concept behind it is my cup overfloweth. And what I mean by that is that I think a man and woman, should pour into themselves, which means that they should be productive and industrious, and really educate themselves, work hard, and and fill their own cup up, and then whatever run out of that cup um, is what um, is what you drizzle the people in your life with. And I say that because there's no guarantee that somebody's going to pour into your cup. So I don't think that you should pour out of yours. I say you pour into yours, and whatever overflows is what you drizzle onto the people in your life in regards to finances. And if you don't come from what I call a category one structure, where you come from a healthy dynamic, where you have that family structure, I say we're category two is when you come from a toxic dynamic. And when you turn 18, you can't wait to get the hell out of there. They have control of your life. You detoxify yourself and you teach yourself healthy habits. I think that Dr. Francis said women should not have children. Don't prematurely have children. Wait, women should wait until they're 30. Men should wait until they're 35. And it's because life experience. And you should save your finances, have your financial soundness together, so that you'll be able to provide a healthy dynamic for your children. Um, And the fourth one I said in regards to the framework is your outer personal skills, how you deal with other people. Because one, mental is interpersonal. I'm gonna say your outer personal skills is how do you deal with other people, you know, in your household, in your village, in your community. Are you involved, you know, in these type of things? And that's what I say the framework for vetting should be. When the category one, usually parents do that for their children, and they look for people within their friend group to arrange relationships and marriage with their children. But when you're a category, what I call a category two, when you have to spin off and plant your own family tree without the support of a toxic family, uh, this is what I say you need to do in regards to vetting, because you're the architect of a whole new tree. You gotta plant the, you know, you gotta grow those roots and then grow the tree. Um, that's what I say in regards to vetting. I don't think I missed anything, but I probably did. Well, with that, I yield the floor. Thanks for letting me speak.
All right, no problem, no problem.
Yeah.
Cousin, you want to go ahead and do the mod minute? After that, lower, if you want to answer the question on the vetting process or how can we vet better, you can. But cousin, do you want to do the mod minute?
Yes, sir. Okay. We just talked about it, man. So far, this has been free game. Okay. Jewels have been dropped, and I know everybody in this live has been picking them jewels up and putting in their pocket and getting rich out here. And it's about 56 of us out here. Okay, let's tap this screen. I seen it drizzling, no diddy, but let's turn on the tap. We need some power taps.
Yes,
Go ahead
sir.
on.
Yes, sir.
Go on and power tap this screen, man. Touch the screen. I know there's some people on here y'all probably don't like. That's okay. Tap they face. Tap the screen. Tap it like you don't like them. I mean, hit up. We got to get about 5,000. Look, 5K more real quick in about 1 minute with 50 people in here. That ain't hard to do. Just tap the screen, real tough. You know what I'm saying? Take out your frustrations on the screen real quick, and let's get this live. Let's keep it cracking, because if we keep it live, we keep more people. Man, this is a message that needs to get out, and these brothers is out here giving it. And let me just also say to the brothers on the panel, okay, y'all, by the time it get to me and Black up on the top, we ain't gonna have nothing else to say, because y'all is trying to cover everything. Give us one or two. Okay, just help us out, because I'm over here. Every time I'm about to think of something, somebody else say it, and that's how I know that the panel is cracking, because y'all are saying everything that need to be said. And anybody listening, I know y'all hear it. I know y'all are entertained. So keep on keeping. I know when you're listening and the jewels get good, your fingers get lazy. But if we keep this going, Kev don't get that little puzzle piece on his live, and everything keep growing, and we're gonna keep on flowing, because we only on one, and we got two or three more topics after this, so it's gonna keep getting deep. Just keep on getting the screen hidden, and we appreciate everybody in here. And I think it's on lower. If you want to go ahead and talk to us about how we do, how do you go ahead and what's the best way to vet? Let me put it that way. I don't know if he's there. Can you hear me, Laura?
Is Laura, you there, Laura?
I'm here.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's on you, brother.
I would say, yeah, you're available to answer this question right there, the vetting question.
The best ways to vet.
Yes, sir.
Don't. It's not your job. That's your parents' job. It's people that's around your job to do that. Because when you meet somebody, like when we tell women, they ask us about vetting. What's up, Altigo? When they ask about vetting for them, we tell them, first of all, when you first meet them, you need to let us vet them. Before you hug them, before you kiss them, you know, before you get close to them. That's not your job. Because once you get close to them, you cloud your own vision. You don't really see what's going on. You know, later on, when a man or a woman get abused or messed over, they say, "Oh, I ignored those red flags." See, your daddy or your uncle or your mama or your auntie, they don't give a fuck about no clouded judgment. They gonna judge the person as they are once they talk to them. They check out their background, right? They check out their peers, that type of thing. They check out them and see how they believe and how they move and how they think. You can't do that shit yourself when you see a big old ass or you see a fat bankroll. You don't see it. You make excuses to erase the red flags away. So the best way to vet is don't. Get your daddy or get your mama to do it. Cause they don't give a damn about telling your ass no. Not this one. I land my plane.
Hold up, no, I can't let you do that now.
Nah, I ain't
You
gonna
know
lie.
I
What's
gotta
up? What's
challenge
up?
some stuff, man. No different from when I'm on your panel. So
What's
one of
up?
you got horrible parents that can't do it.
But if you got horrible parents, you ain't think like that anyway. You don't give a fuck what you get.
Nah, he ain't
See,
lying. Nah,
you
he ain't
just
lying.
trying to get out that fucking house.
Yeah.
Nah, he
Exactly
ain't
what I
lying.
was talking about right there.
Yeah, I ain't
Can't
gonna lie,
wait to get
he
out
ain't
of there.
lying. I definitely do agree with that when it comes down to it. I do think there is some personal vetting, but I wouldn't even call that vetting. Like I would say that's self improvement, right? But for the sake of the argument, I did say you should look into yourself. You know, find flaws, try to harden that. Make sure you know you're good, and then try to find someone who complements that. Now, most definitely back then it wasn't up to you, it was actually up to your parents, because them rose tinted glasses, you can't see red flags. And when it comes down to the vetting process, we really weren't even a part of it. We weren't. It was our parents doing that for us because they had the best interest for you and for the family, of course. So I do agree with him on that too. And when it comes down to the bad parents, of course, they don't care about vetting unless they come to somebody that will help them with that, in which they do care, in which would probably eliminate them having, the parent part anyways. But other than that, he is right. They really don't care about vetting or finding the best. And even if they did, if they're doing it by themselves without trying to improve, I don't think they care as much, because when it comes down to the dynamics between us two, we should understand what the other gender wants out of us. We can't just sit there and say, hey, well, I want this, I got this, you should want this. That apex fallacy is what we call that. So I do agree with him on that. That is true.
Uh,
Go ahead. Who are we going to? Godlike and then Amir?
It's basic up. I don't think
Who's
he
that?
answered that.
Who?
Go ahead, God. The
No.
question is, how do you vet better? And then I'm really trying to hit the two main ones before the rest of them, because
Oh no. I
those
was gonna say that I really like what Amir said, which I think it really starts with yourself, and I think that
are.
like it trying to think that you're always gonna be able to see to to see everything, or everyone's approach when you're coming in contact with them. I think it's tough, man, because people change, right? People don't stay consistent. People may be
True.
one way today, they may not be that way tomorrow. People may be this way 3 years, and in the fourth year they decide they want something different, right? Or they go through a series of things. I think that like when it comes to vetting, you can vet who you're coming in contact with now, but that doesn't mean that person may not change. So I think that the only smart place that one can start is going to be with himself, really understanding who he is, understanding his values, understanding his principles, understanding his non-negotiables. And it's less about vetting the other person, it's just more about you knowing who you are, and knowing that when you come in contact with somebody that's not aligned with that, then you remove yourself from the situation. Now, you when that happens, who knows, right? Maybe you're aligned when you meet, and 5 years from now, maybe you come out, you're not alignment anymore. I know that that's a possibility, but I think from this topic, when it comes to vetting better, I think that the only genuine place that you can always look back to is to continue to make sure that you're in alignment with that you're very clear on your intentions and what you're wanting to get out of your life and wanting to get out of the situation, and just who you are altogether.
Mm-hmm. You got cousin?
Well said, God. Like, I believe that was
Oh,
codified that blessed us with that
Yeah.
intelligence, though. I can't claim it, but he's definitely we cut from the same cloth. I truly believe that knowledge of self is a strong foundation, and I think we assume that everybody knows that and has the knowledge or the adequate knowledge that they need to, navigate these troubled waters that we face. However, we realize that a lot of the problems we run into we can't handle, and we realize we've been tricked because, in all actuality, and codified knows that all questions of why can be answered within self. God, our Creator, has given us everything we need to handle this thing. You feel me? And it's interesting because the prophecy, those that believe and read, it talks about how it's come up to a time now in man's existence where there are no more excuses. I mean, the devil, we know where we at. We know who the enemy is. And now he's more recognizable than ever with this advent of all this technology. So the only excuse you really got now is yourself. I mean, you got to, get off yourself or get into yourself, one or the other. You got to fill your cup. Like Codify said, you got to understand who you are so that you know how you're going to move, even when you ain't in them situations. I try to get my sons to understand that truth crosses all genders, boundaries, age groups, everything. If you get a good understanding of what we're talking about, and get a good grasp of it, and adhere to it, and love it, and let it permeate through you, you can be a mind bender. You feel me? That's my son. He love that airbender thing. And I'm telling you, like what basically was talking about. We're talking about outer body experiences. You know what I'm saying? Astral planing, y'all. We are a powerful people, but we limit ourselves because of these distractions we've allowed them to make, allow ourselves to become other than what we truly are, our origin. But there is an answer. And I'm always solution oriented, man. And it ain't nothing new under the sun. Just read the books that our elders wrote, drink the water that they wrote, do all the stuff that they did. They was resilient people and they made it and they got us here. So we ain't got to reinvent nothing. I think we just need to rediscover ourselves. Oh man.
all right. Then I don't know if cousin. Basically, is you there? I don't know. He be busy sometimes.
Sorry, Kev, I ain't answered the question. My bad.
You ain't do the question?
I said, I'm sorry. I didn't answer nothing about vetting, but my bad.
Well, before we get this, I'm gonna just leave this open so y'all know that what the next topic is really basically about. Because I really want to answer these two. The second one is I want to do the why are you with someone you don't believe or trust in. So that question is kind of tying into what the topic is. Why can't step parents discipline the child? So I hear things, and it's just to open up the minds, and this works for many different things, right? Just to open it up so y'all can. I know y'all gonna have something to say on this one. Basically, where they deal with people, right? Or especially, I'm not trying to make it a woman and man thing, but I'm saying for the most part, women be like, I don't want this guy around my child. I can't trust him or something like that. He might do something to my child or something like that or whatever. Or I don't want him disciplined. He might do too much. My thing is, why are you with somebody you don't trust? What's the point? So that's what this kind of is getting around because a lot of people be dealing with people, right? And for what? You don't trust them. Like if you can't give them full authority, if you can't give them, or if you around somebody that you would think like this, right? You around somebody that I need a prenup or whatever the situation is. Why are you dealing with somebody that you already doubt? And that's basically my question is. So y'all can keep that in your mind, but I'm gonna let the last two people do the vetting thing, and then we can start on that after that. Cause I know y'all, I just trying to warm y'all brain, warm y'all up real quick. But I think go ahead, cousins.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it real quick. I mean, because everybody's always, I think, pretty much said,
Yeah, everybody was on the same point. That's why I
I
had to.
think we all, yeah, I think we all good. I think Black could do the cleanup. You know what I mean? Do the last relay, the last portion of the relay to clean that one up. But I think that I would just want to reiterate. I think it's about self. Okay, it's about understanding who you are, what you need, how you operate, and because other than that, if you don't know who you are, right, inside and out, how can you tell what you want? And I think the problem is we are just throwing shit to the wall and seeing what sticks. You know what I mean? And that's going to actually go into the next subject, in my opinion, because you basically are out here just gambling, just rolling the dice, hoping you don't crap out, excuse me. And it, because you don't know really what you want or what's going to benefit you. You don't understand your shortcomings. You don't understand what parts of the puzzle you need to fill because you don't even know what puzzle you are. And that, I think, is the biggest problem with us. And we don't want to, because we're not honest with ourselves. We want to justify why we do things. Well, I was traumatized. Well, I was this. No, you need to get the fuck over it and develop yourself. Period. We sit up here in an age of information. If you can't get it done today, something wrong with you. Let's just be honest. You can figure out anything. I don't care what you type in the internet, okay? You can find a group of people who had that same interest. You can type in 2 words like tree Bugatti, and it's going to be a group for that shit. And you're like, what? You know what I'm saying? So if you can't find the information today, then you just don't want the information. And I really believe that. You know what I mean? There's people who are complaining about this and that. They can't do this, but they got $1,000 iPhone. But you mean to tell me that you can't get online and get your resume together so that you can get a better job? You know what I'm saying? There's so many excuses. There's so many crutches that we have. And we project that into our relationships. And we just go half willy-nilly into it. Have no idea who we fucking with. That's why we don't trust them. That's why we don't have any idea who they are. That's why we can't see the red flags, because you walking around as a red flag because you don't even know yourself. And I think that is the biggest part of the problem with vetting. Because just like Lower said, you shouldn't have to vet, right? Not even, I mean, what he said was true with you have family members to do that. But if you know yourself and you stand on principle, you about your business, and you are 100% honest with yourself, the vetting take care of itself. Because people, for one, they recognize that shit. They don't even come at you with the BS because
Off,
they
huh,
see you.
Steffi? They'll
Right.
fall off. I hear
And
you,
then when
big
they
homie.
do,
Speak on it.
right, and then when you see the red flags, the rose-colored glasses don't affect you because you know who you are and you stand solid on it. So I think that's the biggest part that I would hammer on that everybody has already said. And then I'm a black man, clean it up because you talk better than me. So there it is. Let's go.
Basically, Black Jesus, are you there? I know you probably been silent. He probably done knocked out, KO'd.
Well, I can't. Ain't no way he ain't said not a text or anything that long. No way. He got to be out or working hard. One of them two. All right. So
That man sleep. He sleep
the
by now.
boy, it's no way, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna start off with you actually,
It's
Lower. And I feel
1:37
like you're
his
gonna have a
time.
good one on this. Would you
He
say, Lower?
sleeping in the chair.
I say it's 1:37 his time. He knocked out, man.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
for
sleeping
sure.
in the chair right now. In the chair.
He's
It's a
like
wrap.
that. So this, all right. So basically, with this one, and this about to get deep though. So like I said, you could tie it to like the part of the topic, but I'm actually talking about overall too. But basically, people get with people, and especially like I'm gonna have a stepfather or something like that, but you can't touch my kid. You can't do this to my kid. I can't trust you around my kid. You might do something to my kid. So why are you with a person like that? So overall, this would just not just besides that. Overall, why is people dealing with people that they really don't trust? So that's what that question is about.
You usually in that situation, the person is being selfish.
Mm.
Those mothers that you talking about that control how far
You got one bar,
the
Lord.
step.
No, he was about to say some facts today.
Man, he was saying something. That junk straight up.
I'm here. I just pulled in front of the house. It was switching to the
Oh,
Wi-Fi
that
in the house.
Wi-Fi. Yep, there. Yeah, everybody getting that work.
Yeah. What it is, those women that are getting those men, she isn't getting them to fit into the family and lead the family. she's getting that man for her, not them kids. When a mother is looking for a man, she need to include them from day one. If she's actually dating for marriage, and she's planning on getting married, he need to be included with those kids, the dynamic from day one. I know a lot of people say, "Oh no, it's gonna be 6 months before you meet my kids," and that goes back to the vetting thing, right?
Mm.
It don't matter if you've been banging this dude for 6 months. You don't give a fuck how you get along with your kids. You don't care if your son gonna like him or none of that. He blowing your back out. So that's why you everything. You say you a package deal, be a package deal from day one. That's the whole package. Particularly if the children's father is still involved or not involved. Either way, if it's gonna be if you talking about that you trying to build a family and include this new piece in there that never had to be in there and have to fit in to this puzzle, you can't come 6 months later, a year later, or whatever, talking about this the way it gonna fit up in here. And then a man want to be a man and lead his household. I don't want to have to fucking call you to tell you that boy in there won't get him go wash the dishes. You're not gonna put a damper on how much of a man I am in the house that I provide for. And that's why a lot of this shit don't work. It don't work because you want a full man when he in the bedroom with you, but he a half a man when he go outside that room.
Mm.
That shit ain't gonna work. Not with a man. A man don't come with a damper switch on it. He either is one throughout the whole household or he ain't one at all. So if you got a dampering switch on a dude that you talking about being a man, he ain't a man. He only as much man as you decide he gonna be that day. So I land my plane.
Oh my, stung something on that. Go ahead, Arthur.
Yep. Hey, Alta.
Hi guys. Basically, give my pillow back. You took the big one.
He did take the pillow. He did take that pillow.
What's up, cuz?
And he in your spot too. That's double the pillow.
Dang, I forgot I left my pillow in there. Shoot.
He left it.
Left it in the box. What's up, y'all? I mean, okay, see. So why are you with someone you don't believe and trust in? That's what we on, right? So again, I think I put in the chat. Well, actually, Laura said too. If they are getting the sex part out of it, they're not caring. This is what it is. Because people don't put into, a lot of times, they don't put into play how the kids are going to react to something, because now it turns into, hey, if I like them, you going to love them. It was literally that. And I mean, shows me whatever, but I think there's truth in a lot of these things. I think it's Love After Lockup or whatever. The lady was like trying to get and I'm like, these kids are smarter than her, because they're like, why do you want us to meet somebody that we don't even like know? You don't even understand. You don't even know who he is, like that. Whatever case is, know enough about him, whatever. But she's trying to get them to just like rush it and haven't really, because she's already fell for this guy. So regardless of how she feels about him or his ability to be what he's gonna be, they haven't. It's not necessarily a factor for her, so she's not really caring. So she's wanting the kids to just meet him or be a family with them. She's like, we're gonna be a family, because she's already fell for him. So even if there's any discrepancies in that, it doesn't matter, because she's already wants him. So really, they don't have to be somebody you trust in that concept with your children, at least, because as long as I like him, as long as he's doing something that I enjoy, we're gonna make him fit. And because I know that there are some flaws that I don't trust, but I really like this part of him, I'm going to just make it seem like it's cool. But then when that part comes in, like with the whole discipline, I don't do that because I don't really trust you. I don't know you like that yet. But you knew you didn't know him like that. But you still put him in place knowing that you don't have enough information about this man. So I think so when we say, why are you with someone you don't believe or trust? Because that one concept that you really like about him, you're willing to risk it. because of that one thing that you enjoy, that he's doing for you that you nobody else don't do. So yeah, that's my answer. So the kids, that's out.
I think that one, and I can't. I think that is the core thing. What Lower said earlier, though, I think it really is selfishness. And he's something the whole thing. Because the more I keep thinking about it, I was like, dang, it just seems like everything gonna go back. It makes sense though why people. Okay, that's nice. Either Tone or Codify, who want to go first?
It don't matter. Codify, you want to go first?
Yeah, I just go. All right, I gotta go from right to left. Yeah, do that.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you know what? I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead since I got it on my mind. Let me say this. I didn't. I don't know if you guys remember what I said about the categories, but there's a category 3. This is the person that was raised in a toxic environment, and instead of them realizing it, and can't wait till they turn 18 to get control of their life and detoxify and learn new habits, we have a category 3 person that was raised in a toxic environment, but unfortunately, they were broken before they can get out of there. And they succumb to the toxic lifestyle. And they just continue that said generational curses, whatever they may be. Um, category 2 people, man, they do the work, you know, they do the work for that vetting framework. And I think the thing is that when they don't do the work, they take those traumas into their relationships. You know, um, when they don't, when category 3, when they don't do the work, they take that trauma into their relationship. I'm gonna be anecdotal. I was dating a young lady, and she opened up to me and told me that she was SA'd, okay, by her mother's boyfriend. She told her mother didn't believe her, kicked her out. And as we were talking, she made the comment like, when I have my baby, I'm not going to leave my baby with anybody. And it kind of blew me away that she said anybody. So I was like, so I said, what if it's the child's father? You know, like you wouldn't leave your baby with the father of your child? And she said, not if it's a girl. And I was like, wow, you know, because in my mind, I'm thinking future. You know, and I'm like, wow, I'm gonna have my relationship with my daughter will suck if that's her mentality, you know? So I think what it is some people just throw a blanket, whoever essayed them, whatever gender they were, they throw a blanket on every man or every woman. Because that Antoine Fisher movie wasn't about men, it was about a woman. And I think instead of that person, we were young, and this is why I say you gotta take some time because it involves unpacking stuff, you know, was that at the time, I guess she didn't unpack, you know, and she just looked at every dude, probably me too, as someone who would, you know, do that to a child. And this is where the mistrust comes in at, you know. Um, she was a sweetheart too, man. Yeah, that really sucked. Um, But yeah, it's just people got to do the work. And if you come across a category 3, you know, you might end up raising children with somebody like that as if they were SA'd and A'd. It goes back to that live you did, Kev, when we was talking about attachment styles.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, man. Those unhealthy attachment styles. See, because when people come up like that, and the reason why she was it, it's like this. It's like if you don't have the wherewithal to take that time, the wanting of affection is so strong because we didn't get it as children or we didn't get healthy affection. But it's like as adults, to get that affection from another person, it usually comes with coitus. And if you don't have the wherewithal to seek out attention that don't come with coitus, we prematurely have children in these situations. You know, that's why I kind of feel for stepfathers who come into these situations unknowingly, because that can be real dangerous. Um, so yeah, I think that's why they want affection, you know, and they just prematurely get it without unpacking and seeking out healthy affection. And with that, I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. Brilliant points. Brilliant points. Kev, you are on the teacup, which means some people in the comments may have trouble hearing certain people on the panel. If you can get off the teacup, especially with 9 boxes looking like this. Oh, okay, there you go. All right,
You already know what time it was. I'm tired of TikTok.
yeah, I know what's going on. I know exactly what you're going through. So why are you with someone you don't trust or believe in? Like everybody else said, I think it's a mixture of a lot of things, but you can sum it all up, surmise it all up to people being irrational and broken because you see a lot of duplicitous behavior, um, such as with the examples given, you will lay with someone, you'll trust them in your most vulnerable state, but you won't trust them with their own kids and your kids. And I'm not putting a gender to this, but that's one thing. These are duplicitous behaviors which are irrational. They're irrational. I think just this would be akin to the bear versus man conversation. I think people like that need help because your priorities in which you trust people are not they're I don't think they're conducive to a family, one, or to yourself. I think you don't have your priorities straight. Um and I think it would definitely, it could also look in a sense kind of misogynistic or misandrous to certain people. Because think of it, you can trust somebody to lay with somebody, but you can't trust them with their own kids. It make it seem like you're only utilizing them for one thing, right? For what you want them for. But other than that, you don't want them to take part in anything else. It's it's not a good look. And I'm not saying these people are, but it's not a good look. And you can be seen as that way. It would be the equivalent of a man trusting, to sleep with multiple women, using them for that, but they don't trust them with anything else because they just don't believe or trust in them. You could be seen as misogynistic. And then there are the women that do the same thing. You could, use men for all types of things like their money and stuff, but you don't trust them when it comes to relationships or anything else because you don't see them as trustable, or you don't believe them, or you don't see them as important in any other thing. You could be seen as a certain way too. But I think, like I said, I think these are irrational people, and you definitely do 100%. No, you know what? Now I won't do that. 99.999 repeating percent. You need therapy. You definitely do need therapy on how to rationalize your trust and prioritize it to who. Well, how to prioritize that. But yeah, I think that would be my point.
Okay.
Tone, can I say something?
Yeah, you next anyway.
Sure.
So okay, so when I first had my daughter, right? Mind you, I'm already married and everything. I first had my daughter, right? I let my husband change her diaper, do skin to skin, right? Those that don't know, it means when the newborn is just born and the father takes off his shirt and just like has that bond with a
Yeah.
baby, right? And it's really important. So my family, they're Puerto Rican and they're very like skeptical of everything, right? And they believe that no, like I should never
I shouldn't let him change her diaper. I should have not let him do skin to skin. I should have not let him walk around shirtless around the house, right? And they're still on me about these things, right? And it really does make me think that, like, I know that their relationships, right, a lot of their relationships were like, shattered, right? Like, I know my cousin never allowed, right, her ex-man to take care of his own daughter,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that was one of the reasons on why he left. But also it's like that, what's it called, like that fear, like that worry, because it had happened in our family before that we find out that the fathers had, let's say, their own children. So if, like, it freaks us out in a way, or it freaks them out in a way. But like, I know my man, like, he would obviously never do that, right? He loves his daughter so much,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the fact that my family's kind of telling me, oh, don't allow him to be with your daughter, right? I get their part, but also I know that he's not about that. Like, he's not gonna do that. But I
Exactly.
definitely understand both ways. You know what I mean?
I get that. So what you're saying, pretty much is, one, you have trust in the man that you have chosen to father your child. Therefore, um, you don't have these trust issues when it comes to that. But your family does, because they may have went through or seen something of that sort. So they tend to put that blanket on most men, and that would encompass your husband, right?
Yeah. When I'm telling you, it infuriated him because, like, when he would change, like, when he would try to go change her diaper, here goes my cousin right behind him, right, saying that, oh no, I got it, right. So he would be like, but this is my
Yeah.
daughter, like, I could do this. And they would
Uh-huh.
like push that on him. And it went so bad that he just started bursting out in tears because he's like, Emily, I can't take it no more. Like, your family does not trust me with my own daughter. Like, I'm not a monster, right? I
Mhm.
love my daughter, and I can't, it's like, it's not fair that I can't do certain things because my family is not allowing it. But now, thank God, things are now under control. But there are still certain things that they're still bugging me about.
Understood. So I definitely do understand what you're saying. I've actually heard of a scenario like this before. I actually do listen to a lot of family problems and stuff. I've heard this one before. Like you said, you got it under control now. But yeah, I'm gonna let you know that is definitely irrational thinking that your family is doing and painting. No problem, no problem, codified. Let me just finish this real quick. Um, that is definitely very bad irrational thinking, that they are showering over y'all. And I'm gonna let you know right now, that does tear a man, like, that tear men apart. That tears men apart, because most of us do not act in that way. We do not. But I would tell them, if this is still persisting, right? I would tell them that this is your relationship. You chose a man that you see fit to raise his children in the right and best way possible, and they should not encroach on y'all's relationship because it isn't theirs. I understand it may have happened to them or they may have seen it, but this is not their relationship to tear apart. Neither should they.
Exactly. Yeah, and I just wanted like to say like the both sides because, like,
Yeah.
I've seen both sides, but yeah, most definitely.
All right, Codify, go ahead and give the disclaimer, please.
Yeah, let me give a disclaimer because these questions are going to touch on subjects that people may want to unpack. And I'm giving it this disclaimer is don't unpack alone. Okay. Ultimately you do have to do the work. But what I mean by that is some of these things that we have packed in the back of our minds, we've done it for a reason. And it may involve thoughts of people unaliving themselves. So that's why they packed them away. So if any of these conversations or what you hear on here are giving you thoughts of unpacking some of these things so that you can have healthier relationships, don't don't initially do it alone. Let somebody know that you're doing it so they can check on you on a daily basis. Okay, because some of these things can get people so wrapped up in their minds that and try to do it alone. I did mine alone, but I guess this is how my mind is set up. I was cool with it, but not everybody's mind is. I mean, because SA is tough, SA is touchy. Alcohol in the family is touchy. Psych issues in the family are touchy. So it's not just SA. You get what I'm saying? Like people don't think that psych conditions are contagious. When you have children watching that type of stuff, they learn that. You know, so when it comes to unpacking, do not do it alone. Let somebody know that that's what you're going to do, and their job is specifically to check on you every day. You know, or get some professional help, therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, or something like that to help you walk through that process. That's all I had. Thanks for letting me speak.
No problem. No problem. um. Also, Emily, did you have anything else to say before we move on to cousin?
And the whole like step parent. I mean, when we say discipline, like what are we exactly talking about? Are we talking about like spanking or like talking stern?
Well, I don't. I think that was
Whatever is
probably.
necessary.
I mean, I grew up with my stepdad. And he's extremely old school. He did, spank me, right? Now that I'm older, I do wish that he didn't. Like, I know he raised me right. I'm a successful woman now. I'm a traditional wife and all that stuff. I know a lot of things, right, because of him. But he's also the type of man that, like, he never hit me that much, but when he sat down and he spoke to me, his words dig deeper than his hits, if that makes sense. So I feel that any step parent that knows how to use their words should definitely use their words instead of just spanking, because that can bring a problem in the marriage, especially if you did not consent with the biological parent.
Yeah, I do agree. I would say also usually, when we do physical punishments or spankings and stuff like that, if it's not backed up by a lesson, a lesson afterwards, then it doesn't look like anything else. It doesn't look like anything else but a beating.
Yeah.
That's all it looks like. So, um, most definitely when you see somebody, well, let's say your kid, right? They're doing something that would say deserves a spanking real quick, or like a hit on the hand or something. Let's say they touch something, they're about to touch something that's gonna hurt them or something hot. Smack them on the hand. Hey, don't touch that. It's hot. It'll do worse than what I'm doing right now. It could leave worse than, something like that. There has to be some type of lesson behind it, because you see them, if they just see you just hitting them, there's no lesson behind it, and they're just like, well, what did I do? It keeps
Mm-hmm.
them guessing. So I would say, sure, you put a lesson behind it. You should never just do things without there being a reason for it, especially not explaining it, especially to kids. It was that all, Emily?
Yeah, that's pretty much all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cousins. Go ahead.
All right, all right, all right. First of all, let me tell you, Tone is doing a marvelous job running this. I just want to tell you that. Give you flowers.
Thank you, brother.
Not a problem. With everybody has already said, I would just like to add to it. I'm trying to figure out something that hasn't, another element that hasn't been spoken on about it. One thing I would say, first of all, is the word step is the problem in the first place. I learned from my grandfather that step does not exist if you're serious. I'm not your stepfather. I'm your father, or I'm your daddy. You might have a father over there. I might be daddy. However that dynamic, whatever you call, but you mine. if I'm in this situation and I'm in this family like that, there is no step.
Is you
Right?
demanding it?
Huh? No, but that's you demand that by how you live your life.
We were
Yeah,
talking
that's
that
what I'm
earlier.
saying. Right,
Always
right.
go sort.
You don't say it, you know what I mean? But it's just how you go about it because
We
children,
kill it.
yeah, children, they will gravitate to that. Like a lot of times people will say, well, I don't get the respect. That's because you ain't put in the groundwork or you're not
Mm-hmm.
living like that. You're not
Yeah.
showing them that you're not leading by example. That way they want to follow you. You don't tell a child to call you daddy. They gonna automatically do that when they feel like you daddy. That's just how that
Mm-hmm.
works, right? So my grandfather, and I say grandfather because he was the step grandfather, right? But he treated
Mm-hmm.
us all, we wouldn't know the difference. He
Same
never
here.
called us
Right.
exactly. And so I think that's why he never had a problem with teaching us discipline. He never had a problem with, he say something that shit that he meant that, and we did it because we respected him in that nature. But I think a lot of times people go into these relationships and they don't have that boundary or they don't have that groundwork set up first of all. So I would say that was to be the first problem, right? Secondly, there's a lot of abandonment issues and a lot of lack of self-esteem when you have these relationships. So, like everyone has already been saying, if you didn't grow up with that validation, because as human, we all want validation. Anybody tell you, I don't need that bullshit, you're lying. We all want validation. We all want to feel important. We all want to feel loved. We all want to feel like we're part of something, right? That's a human condition. So if someone doesn't have that and they have that, a lot of times that's why you have these single mothers. They feel like that baby is going to give them that connection, right? It's going to fill that hole that they're missing in their life, right? Then that doesn't happen, right? Because the hole is actually in yourself, right? And so now you have a kid, and now this man come through, and he's saying all the right shit, and he's the one. All of a sudden, you think that's gonna fill that hole, that's gonna give you joy, and now you in a relationship with somebody, and you really don't know him. So how can you trust somebody that you really don't know? But you don't want to be alone. You get what I'm saying? So you keep them around. And so the answer to why we would get into these relations, I think another element is, I don't want to say discipline, but it's a lack of self. You really don't know yourself, right? You're solid with who you are. You're comfortable with being alone. You always need some type of validation, and that comes in the form of, romantic relationships because it's something that you've been missing. So you're constantly trying to fill up this void, and you're doing it at the expense of your children because, like my man said earlier, there's selfishness, right? And selfishness comes because you have a low self-esteem and you're looking for something to build that esteem constantly. So you're always looking for that validation, or you're always looking for somebody to, you know, I just want to be loved. I mean, you will hear that a lot. I think all of those little acts have little, you know what I mean? Little, I guess, they assist in the reasoning. Because I think it's a lot of different reasons why people will be in these relationships. You know what I mean? But I think with what everybody else has already said, and then we add a few of those little other elements, I think that would, kind of be part of why you have these people in relationships with people that they don't trust. And I'll just land and let somebody else talk on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, cousins. Thank you. Um, XO. I'm gonna just say that.
No, you can just call
Yeah,
me
yeah.
XO. XO is fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're echoing. Actually, I'm gonna drop you real quick and come back up because you're echoing. I'm gonna drop you real quick. I'm gonna just request right back because you're echoing. All right. But yes, filler noise, y'all. Still echoing. I'll just mute when you start to talk. Please get the live likes up to 55K, please. Got 54 of y'all in here. Definitely share the live to your friends. Share the live to some of your friends that's in a relationship where they don't trust the people they with. Please invite your friends that can't vet, that don't know what self-actualization is. They could probably learn something. Try to get them in here. We are an understanding group. I forcibly have to understand y'all because Kev, but y'all definitely get the live up. You got 5K more likes. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. But
Hey,
go
hey,
ahead.
real quick, Tone. Real quick.
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me just say this. Look, I just power tapped for 15 seconds as you were just talking, right? In that 15 seconds, I just power tapped 300 likes. Okay. So all you got to do
And I only see
is
you tapping. That's the crazy part.
all you got to do is just keep tapping real quick. And that it'll be a little bar that comes up on top of Kev's box and it'll turn pink. Just keep tapping it. If we do that for about 40 seconds, each person, it's going to give you about 1,000 likes per person. And if it's okay, let's just get that. That's easy. And I know it seems crazy, but even if you just did 30 seconds, I just did it as you make that announcement, just 15 seconds, just to see how much it was going to be, so I can give people a tangible number. And it gave you 300 likes. You know what I'm saying? So that's 15 seconds. So if we can all just do 30 seconds, power tap. When that little bar go up there, turn pink, just keep on tapping, about 30 seconds. And then when you stop, it's going to be some confetti. And then we all going to be happy. Just saying. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I haven't seen it move off of 50K. We need to get that to 55. Please do that while XO gives her speech on what she thinks on the topic or the question at hand. I'll go ahead and mute XO.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not echoing.
Nah, you still
Yeah. I don't know if you're gonna.
Damn it.
You must got a
Bluetooth.
like you radio
No,
Bluetooth, right? But
you know
we
what?
can
It
rock
only
with it.
it echoes when somebody else talk.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I don't think it echoes when she talk.
It's like she got us on speaker or something. I don't know what it is though. But
No,
go ahead.
I'm just on my iPhone. I don't know. I have no headphones in
And then
or
my
anything.
phones.
Hold up,
Like,
hold
let
up.
me stop.
Do you have your iPhone sitting down on something, like on the speaker?
No, I just have my phone in my hand.
Oh, I think.
Mm,
Thought it was good
that's
then.
interesting. I
Go
don't know
ahead.
why
We'll
that
just
go
have to
there.
mute.
Well, go ahead. Just go. We can hear you anyway. So.
It only
Okay.
echoes when we talk. So
When we
she
talk,
talks
right?
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, so go
everyone
ahead.
has to mute so someone can talk or else it echoes. Okay. The only one that like I read your caption and all that. Would you be okay being single for the rest of your life and why? And no, I don't know why anyone would. I mean, I guess there's reasons why somebody would, but that's just not how humans work, and that would be too lonely and too boring and miserable. And we're
You know,
we.
single and alone is two different things.
What is what?
Single and alone are two different things.
How? Oh wait, being single. Well, if you're single,
Single is a
aren't you alone?
status.
If you're
If
single,
single is
you're
a
alone.
status. Alone is like if you don't have your mother, your father, your friends, or nothing. You know that'd be alone. Like being single is just a status. That
Oh.
is either you single or in a relationship, or
Oh.
you know.
Well, okay, maybe that's why you worded it like that. Because when I
Yeah.
first read it, I was like, why would anyone just not want to have anyone around?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so
Single
you're
is not
saying
alone. You could be at a house with somebody and still.
okay, so you're saying single, as in no significant other, no
No
partner.
significant other. Yep.
No, that's still a no, no.
Okay. Why?
But
I'm glad somebody answered that one. I didn't even know, so we can talk about it now.
no, that's a no because just the way we are programmed, like you need to find your person at some point, and you might not you don't need to look for it, but at some point in your life, it will just happen, you know. I can't picture it not being like that or not wanting it to be like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And I'm glad you said that though. What I came up with, I believe, um, a person that can't be single, I'm put it that way, that's not okay with being single, I don't think they'll be okay with being in a relationship either. That's what I figured out. Because you gotta first be able to understand yourself first and know how it is to give yourself all these things that you look for in another person. If you sit here and look for happiness for somebody else, or you look for peace and love and all this other stuff, that's not another person's job. And I think we was talking about that earlier. And that's the reason why this is a test question like that. This is why it's a test question like
I
that.
was just saying at some point though, I'm not saying go rush and go be all obsessed with someone and you need someone to be happy. I'm just saying at some
Huh?
point it's gonna happen. Like, I don't think making that decision of like, oh, I'm never gonna be with someone, like that's just there's
And
something
that's the
else
reason why I said
there's
that. So
there's something else going on internally at that point. If you're just
yeah,
I don't know. But I
yeah,
mean, to each its own.
yeah. And I feel you though, because I think the thing is like I've adjusted myself to that now. I realize that too, because I'm like, bro, if I can't be happy, I ain't gonna say alone. I say alone too, right? If I can't be happy alone, right? I'm not gonna be happy with somebody else because I'm gonna be looking for this next person to do everything for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm gonna be putting. You know, I tell people to take time to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Give yourself all these things or whatever. Be accepting of, like I think when people and I know it's hard for a lot of people. If you can really adjust your life to being like, you know what, if I can't meet my standards, if I can't get what I really need in my life, I'll be okay. You gotta really be, and a lot of people is not like that. I can understand it. Not people do be needing people. I've noticed that too. But I think that's one of the best feelings in the world. If you can really if you just have your standards, you're not you're not looking for somebody else to create or complete you and all this stuff. And then just to have somebody, that's why I tell people that and I use this all the time, and I try to patent it for some people steal it though, but I say people are supposed to be an addition to your life, not your addiction. And I think a lot of people make people your addiction. That's why some people can't be away from people just for too long. You know what I'm saying? Some people are other people's hobbies. That stuff is real. It's real out here. And, like even with that's why some people are so clingy. Like that's where that come from. And I understand it. Sometimes we gotta take a step back. Like, dang, why am I? What would I do if this person wasn't around? You know what I'm saying? Will I be? But I think what we do nowadays, we kind of what are you here for? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But it's just like the thing is, we always want to step back and be like, you know what? What would I do? Would I be able to be able to function in life if this person was to, leave my life or something like that? Will I be able? I mean, I know things hurt, but it's just like I think we attach ourselves to so many people, and then we forget about our own lives too. You know what I'm saying? Like you are supposed to, like, especially if you're in a relationship or something like that. Of course, you are supposed to work one with another to build each other up. But it shouldn't be to the point in your life where it seems like you can't really function without this person. Like you got to be able to be a functioning human being without looking for somebody extra. Of course we you should be with somebody that help uplift you and help push you and all that stuff. But also these things you should be able to do on your own too, because it's not, it shouldn't be always on your partner all the time. It just shouldn't. So, like I said, if you can't really do these things by yourself, you gotta ask yourself that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I asked that question like that. Like, and I have, like I said, I literally meet myself, and like I said, I know everybody can't do it, but I have adjusted myself to like, hey, if I don't get what I want, because I think that's why a lot of people be like, if I break up or get in a marriage and my marriage failed or something like that, I'll never get married again. They say stuff like that, but that's the people that's basically dependent upon this partner. You know what I'm saying? They really don't know themselves. People be swaying. And the thing is, people really think they know themselves. People think they heal. People think they a lot of stuff. until they get hit from a different angle of life. And that junk is, I mean, stuff will test you. Like that's like I said, literally, that's why I do what I do, because I gotta test my. It's so easier said than done to say I'm healed and never test it out. I've never if you don't never test it out and tell yourself you healed, you're not. You know what I'm saying? When you have to make safe spaces and all these other things for your well-being, you're not as healed as you say you are. If you just gotta admit it, we can't just voice it and be like, hey, yeah, know what? I know I'm good, but no, you countering yourself. You countering your whole situation. You know what I'm saying? You not. You gotta just put your ego to the side and admit that, okay, I'm weak. I'm weak in that area. It is what it is. I gotta do what I gotta do because I'm not ready for this. That's just what it is. That's reality. But a lot of us, like I said, we live in denial. We live in denial. We tell ourselves that we ready for just like, even with the by being single thing. A lot of us think we not. We ready for a relationship. No, we just we for the most part, we want somebody to be our band-aid. You know what I'm saying? Hoping that this person come in our life to fix the problems that we have. Or, you know what I'm saying? We hope that. We're not going to say it out loud, but we keep it in the back of our mind, like, you know what? Maybe this person can be the one that make me, be better. But no, at the end of the day, you can only make yourself better, and you got to really want to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not no magical words people can really say, or it's not no magical actions. None of that stuff. Like, you got to want it as bad as you want the person to give it to you. You know what I'm saying? But if you still fighting your demons and all this other stuff or whatever, and then you expect somebody to be like, okay, we're going to pray your demons out and all this other stuff, whatever. It's not really going to work. You got to really want it as bad. You got to want it as bad as even when like somebody even address you on stuff that you don't get offended by. It's more of, oh, you right. I do got to work on that. You right about that. And just take it. You know what I'm saying? Taking it and figure like, okay, how can I let this not affect me again instead of keep running away all the time? We'll never like that's with any problem in life or any situation in life. We can't keep running away. So that's my thing. I think a lot of times we run away from ourselves. That's the reason why we can't be single. We scared of our own selves. We scared of our own way of thinking. We scared of all those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, if you can't really deal with yourself, how you think how you expect other people to deal with you? You know what I'm saying? But like, it goes back to even what Laura was saying, when we was talking about why people with people that they don't fully trust or believe in. It's selfishness. A lot of us are selfish. All of us got these things that we want to do, and then we throw people in our life and expect them to, work around the way we feel, but it's not like that. Every human got their own agenda, their own way of thinking, and, and their own path, low key. But we make sacrifices for the one we love. I can understand that. We do. But at the end of the day, we still got our own way of thinking and on our own way of moving. But that's where love come in. You know what I'm saying? Love come in is selflessness. You know what I'm saying? So you do stuff for the ones you love. But then again, it's like it gotta be a mutual thing, and then it can't be like a tit for tat either. So yeah, that's not really deep. And that's why I'm glad, like certain people, and I'm glad you went to that question though, because I gotta ask people like, why are you not okay with being single? Why? You gotta ask that. You gotta ask yourself that. Why am I scared to be single? You know what I'm saying? Why I'm scared to hit the grave alone? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's like, I don't want to unalive alone, but 9 times out of 10 we are. What's the chances of me and my partner unaliving at the same time? You know what I'm saying? Some people, you might end up gone quicker and they might have to find somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Or they choose to find somebody. Or some people just go, what I'm saying? So it's just, we got to really ask ourselves these questions, man. What am I without another person? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's a deep question right there. And it's the reason why I'm asking this though. And I know I got to talk about that again, because I know a lot of people is afraid, or they can't even fathom. I don't even know how to use that word. Fathom the thought of being single for the rest of their life. They're not good at all.
Yeah, I agree. That was a good question, and it got me to come up.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we gotta understand too that like we are made as social creatures.
Hey, don't sneak in here.
Right? We're made as we're social beings. Okay, that's why isolation and confinement you know what I mean, and things like that are terrible punishments throughout history because we're not made to just be by ourselves and be feral by ourselves. Like that just, the way our brain constructs and compartmentalizes life or whatever, we're made for that. So I think that being social creatures, that's one part of it. But then two, though, it is like we are the majority of us are just complacent and we want things to be easy. We want that low hanging fruit. We don't want to have to work. Working is hard. We don't want things to be difficult. And if I can find something and settle with it just being easy, if the penalty is not going to be worth or not going to be worse than me settling, then I'll settle with it. And what we see is a lot of people, well, yeah, this ain't the person I know. I know that I'm not going to be with this person forever, right? But it's better than being alone because it's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. And we settle for that type of shit all the time. We see it. We instead of striving that extra mile, we'll go ahead and, well, you know what? I'll just worry. I'll deal with this instead of that, and then there's some of us who always want to strive for more, right? And then you start seeing the separation. But the majority of people, if it checks, if it's supposed to be 10 boxes for your perfect relationship and you only got 4 boxes, most people will take that and deal with the 6 that's fucked up because they got 4 instead of seeing that, I can work a little bit harder and get 7, but that extra 3, you know what I mean? That's hard work. Rather just be like, well, I'm gonna take the easy way and just deal with this foe. And I think there's a lot of it has to do with a lot of that because a lot of people deal with BS just because it's hard to be alone. If nothing else, 2020 showed us that people were losing their fucking minds because they had to be alone with themselves. How is that punishment? How can you not deal with yourself? It's because it's hard to look in the mirror and be honest with yourself and tell you, to look at your faults. And when you got somebody else, you probably got somebody to point the finger at. So when you in the house and shit didn't go right and you know it was you can't blame nobody but you. But if you got somebody else in that house, you might be able to throw a little, a little projection or make a little attitude or make them do it. Or now you got a cushion. Now you got, a safety blanket. Because if you can do everything, then they gonna pick up the slack. And all of these little reasons is why I think we do this. You know what I mean? Because that idea that you have to conquer everything and you're responsible for everything. You can't blame nobody else. That shit is scary to a lot of people. And so I think, it's a good question. And it actually does make you think, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a deep one. I actually want to do that. So along with that topic tomorrow, because I'm gonna ask about the different, because I believe with that communication versus understanding. I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow, and I want to talk about. One of the questions is gonna be like the validation. What are we looking for? Because I believe I had thought about that because I had a topic about that about people. We be like, oh, you just looking for validation, but I think everybody do. Well, I know everybody do, right? But so basically, the question gonna be like, what are you looking for validation for? Basically, I'm more trying to type it at the same time while I'm saying. So it's like, what's the cause? What's the reason? Like I always tell people, like, in general, I say even with the validate, like, who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to fit in with? Who's your who you connecting with? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like all validation ain't good validation. You know what I'm saying? Some people would just sometimes we validating ourselves with people that don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? Some people get validated for the twerk crew. Sometimes, so it just depends. So that's gonna be I'm gonna see. It's gonna be we gonna get somewhere, bro. I'm trying to dig in some minds this week. Let's get it.
Yeah, man.
How's it go?
Validation is
X.
a hell of a drug.
Looking for. Yeah, he got me over here pre-setting it up. Validation for. So let me put in my so my reason with the since we got on that because those are two juicy ones. The two juicy ones that I wanted to get out the way was the vetting one and why are you with somebody.
Well,
So
The
Huh?
juicies,
The juices,
the
yes,
juices, the
yes.
juicies. No diddy.
So I would say he said that her that's what she said. Uh, so I would say, um, why are you with? So it kind of tied to that, like I said, with the topic itself. With the topic itself, why can't step parents discipline? So like I said, they always use stuff like, I don't know what he's gonna do to my child, and um, I don't, I don't want to give him full control. I don't know if he's gonna hurt him or, weird stuff, right? And I'm like, okay, so why are you with a person that you fear? Just like I feel the same way like prenups, right? All that stuff, right? Why get with somebody that you feel that you need, that you have this insecurity about, that you really don't trust, or, and I don't like using the word trust, I would say believe in. You're not with this person you kind of you don't have no faith or belief in, because you should only trust God, but people don't believe in God. So that's why I just don't like. So I can understand. Trust through God. And then, okay, all right, but that's why I say believe in. So why are you dating somebody that if you have a thought of they might do something with my child or something like that, or they might not chastise them right or something like that? See with that little picture with the dude, with the little child. I was even thinking about that, like some people they got bad. That's why they be wondering, like, some people don't want to be dating people that got kids already, because like, especially if they ain't raised no good child, and then you get mad at the person. Whatever. Okay, that's another thing. But
Hey, you know what you just made me think of?
huh?
One other part that we haven't seen, and that might be some of them. Maybe it's just a simple case that they value their kid more than they do their box.
Ooh.
They don't give a fuck about their box, but they care about
Oh.
the kid. So maybe that's one we didn't say. We said
Mm.
everything else, I think, but that could be another reason. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just something to think about. Like the box,
Yeah.
I don't care nothing about that. I don't respect. You know what I mean? I don't have respect
Mm.
for myself with that, but I do have
Mm.
respect for my kid.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
That could be.
Okay.
That could be it. I don't
And
know.
that ties back into, and that's what I said. I think when Lower said that, I think that told the whole thing up, and I do get it. I think the reason why people deal with that is selfishness, right? They get with people to. It ain't just for them to connect. It's based off of how this person, what they can do for me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need somebody to
Can I?
fill in for
Can I?
my. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, from being a female or whatever, the girls that stay with people that they cannot trust is solely because they know that they cannot live on their own. They need that
Mm.
support. They don't have family or friends really, and they just rely on that person to be able to just get through. You know what I mean?
They using them basically.
Basically, yeah. That's what from
Yeah.
what I have seen personally, and they're always miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Yeah. 80 people in here. I'm gonna catch y'all while y'all here and put y'all to work too. Keep tapping the screen. I done stayed past my time. I'm probably gonna get a couple hours before I gotta get up. Um, 80 people in here. Keep on tapping the screen. Give me the 60K real quick. Share. Y'all know how to share. Hold your finger. I know I ain't been back in a minute. It been like 4 days. I ain't been on this thing though. But I know I gotta keep up with this though, because I know we gotta get out here, man. If I gotta get my voice out here, I gotta keep it consistent, right? Um, so to keep on holding. If y'all like the live, if y'all like the type of stuff we talk about, y'all could, follow. I don't be trying to force it, but I feel like if they gonna follow, they gonna follow anyway. Y'all can also go to my YouTube and subscribe there. That's free, because I really want to shift over there when I get the chance. Like I said, hold your finger where my box is at for 2 seconds, then you will see a list of friends pop up, and just share to everybody on that one. But yeah, what I was getting to about the the and like I said, it's overall it's a selfish thing. People were looking for people to fill in for whatever they slack in. You know what I'm saying? Make it another person's job to you need to um and they won't say it out loud, right? It's actions. Actions show a lot of stuff. People people they ain't there I ain't gonna say purposely, but they ain't there and that's what that entitlement stuff is so real, man. Because like that's what they do nowadays. Well, you that and what are you here for? I could have been doing this by myself, all this stuff or whatever. But I think it's a lot of things that we must learn to do for ourselves and before adding somebody to it. Like really, and I'm sticking with that. Your partner is always supposed to be an addition to your life. It's not supposed to be your life. He's not. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be addition. Somebody that you add to and y'all build from that point. You know what I'm saying? Just like your kids. Your kid is not your life. Your kid got his own life or her own life once you have them. They're an addition to your life too. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make more additions to their life. So it's like you gotta go back to like what is my life about? Like what is my life without other people? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you gotta still be the best human being you could be. You know, even if we was if we was talking about religion or something like that, God ain't gonna be worrying about what your partner did and for you and all this other stuff. Now you're gonna be like, what did you do to your partner? How was you handling your emotions? How was you snapping? You know what I'm saying? What is our things that you did? You know what I'm saying? He gonna hold you accountable. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't gonna be none of us, he will. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's not worrying about your excuses. He not worrying about your daddy issues, your mother issues, your cousin, auntie, grandma, whatever your issues. He's not worrying about that. He's saying, what did you do with those issues? Like he can really care less because he know that we all have choice. And choice is big. We have the choice that if we really want to dig in and take the time to put in that work to become a better person and stop making excuses. We have that choice, but we choose to chase our desires more than anything. We choose to look at other people and compare our life like, I want that. Let me go ahead and try to do it because it look like, oh, that fairy tale life looks so good. Let me go ahead and let me get it, man. I think I'm ready for it. And most of us don't be really ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Um, that junk is real. A lot of stuff we're not really ready for. But go ahead. I think should we welcome to the live. What you got for us? I seen you unmuting a few times.
How you doing today? Well, tonight.
I'm good.
That's good. That's good. So, as for the question, it says, "Would you be okay with being single for the rest of your life, and why?" I feel like for me, I say yes. Why? Just come to terms with what's going on today. Like I'm a single mother of 3 kids, and I'm Black in America. Go figure. Like I'm a walking statistic. So why would I live up to the means of having a need or feel like anybody thinks that I need a man in order to sustain life? You know what I'm saying? And not only with that being said, it's just like, well, a lot of people view it as like the dad didn't stay around, so why should I? Even though nobody cares to sit around for the actual backstory, but nobody's going to because it's not their problem. So with that being said as well, it's like with you knowing that and knowing how people view you and knowing how people think that, all right, you're one way, you're one thing, you're good for something, then that's the only thing that they're going to use you for. And with knowing that, seeing that, and going through it, I just rather be single, no mingle.
Like we getting. That's why I asked that big why. I asked that big why for a reason though. So basically your reason is like because so it's not because of you being um you being okay with being alone. I think it's more of a, well, since this not going to work the way I wanted to, I'd rather be alone type situation.
Right.
And I think that's more of a I think you convincing yourself you happy, but I don't think you really happy. The fact that you just used that, because if you could get somebody that can accept you in your lifestyle, you will want it. You most definitely will want it. But the fact that you use the statistics and all that stuff, I think you said, all right, I'm just gonna force myself to be happy be happy, but I'm really not.
Another thing is too as well with dealing with people being in, like, I want to say relationships, but it hasn't really been too much, so I can't say I fully understand relationships. But the ones that I've been in, I felt like I focused more of my energy on making sure that person was okay while they were draining me. So with knowing that and knowing that that's what I attract as well, it's just like you're more better off alone than you are in situations, because when I'm single and I'm by myself and not dealing with anybody else in that matter, I feel free, I feel happy, I feel like I can get stuff done without feeling pressured to make sure you're good as well when you're not making sure I'm good. But that's from what I'm used to, like sadly, trauma, whatever. But with that being said, it's just like knowing that and understanding that, like, and not only that as well, I am young and I look younger than I actually am. So it's just like, oh, you're young with 3 kids? And then everybody automatically assumes that my kids have different dads, but they don't. And then it's just like, okay, well, that's kind of cool. But if you have one dad, that's even worse than having multiple fathers. Like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. So yeah, it's that.
Interesting. Okay, this is a perfect time to ask this question. Then, the other one is, how do you vet better? You know how to vet?
No,
No. Oh, it's the first person that just submitted. That's okay. That's real.
I
That's
don't.
real.
I'm not even gonna sit here and lie and say I
That's
do.
good. So accountability room is working in here.
No,
Okay, I like that. That's real. At least you ain't fighting it. You ain't okay.
no, I'm
Okay,
not gonna sit here and
I
say I know
respect
that
it.
I do. For the simple fact is, I was raised around a bunch of bitch ass niggas,
Uh
except
oh.
for the ones that were forced to be away from me. You understand what I'm saying? Like my
Uh-huh.
uncle, my grandfather, my other uncles, like my father forced them to be away from me. And then he raised my brothers the way he raised them. So it was just like, okay.
We getting somewhere. I ain't said that in so long. We getting somewhere.
Nah,
That's a perfect follow up question for after that. Okay, we getting somewhere. There we go. Well, before I go, anybody want to say something or add to or whatever before we get it somewhere?
No, I would say that it sounds like this is an example of having a standard and sticking to it, right? If they don't make this is from my experience, this is what works better for me. So, you know, and if this is for the well-being of however I feel like my life is going, if you don't fit that mold, then I'm cool with not having you.
right.
I think that's a good perspective, because a lot of people will bend on those rules just to have somebody in their life, and I think
And
that's the problem. So I would say that that's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like that's actually that's part of vetting that you don't even realize. So you actually you might know more than you think.
that's because hurt people, I'm in the hurt people stage and I don't want to hurt nobody. I'd rather heal.
We
But
That's
getting
part of it.
somewhere. I love it.
Yeah,
I just
that's part
love
of
it.
it. Yeah, because
And
vetting has
don't
to
help her
do.
out, cause I know you like helping people.
No, I'm just saying it has to do with you
She's admitted.
understanding
Let her just
yourself.
let her in, and just
You know what I
boil in
mean?
that.
Yeah, that means understanding yourself is part of vetting, and so you know that about yourself is what I'm saying is that's the first step. So I think
That's
that's a good
cool.
thing. Yeah, yeah,
That's most definitely awareness, right?
yep, yep.
Awareness and admitting. That's a big thing. And I
admitting to
think
yourself.
I think when you really just focus on yourself and just really work on and start understanding more about yourself, I think you'll change your mind later down the line. You most definitely. You said you're young too, so yeah, I believe you're gonna change your mind later down the line. As long as you keep focusing on yourself and
I know
really
I need
paying.
to change environments for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not.
Because the way I ended up in the situation that I'm in was me going against my standard, but trying to get away from my predator, if that makes sense.
Oh my.
It's not just that though, fellas. It's not just that, because you got people that'll sit there and once they get to a certain level, where they beside themselves, they too. It's not hurt people. It's not hurt people. Hurt people. You got people out there that think they're better than people and hurt people. You have that too.
Say that again.
You have people out there they think that they're higher or above people, and they will hurt people too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just hurt people hurt people.
Yeah,
I've
it'll work.
I've been in situations where like with certain business owners, and so the type of work that I do is that I'm a consultant. And you have some of these people that's out there that they felt that they are so above other people that they made it so far. Like they have this attitude like I accomplish more than most people, and they hurt people. They don't. I'm not blaming them. They don't know that they're hurting people, but you do have people out there once they make it so far in life, they start hurting other people because they have this in their head that, oh well, I made it this far and I did all this, I struggled and I did all this to make it for myself. Why can't this person have the same mindset? And not everybody has the same mindset.
Not everyone thinks the same. Right.
But you do have people out there and it's like, oh, I did it, so why don't you have the same mindset? And they hurt other people doing it.
Not understanding what they go through and or how they mentally tolerate things.
Right. It's not just hurt people hurt people. You have people that are successful that hurt people.
Unaware people can hurt people too. Not all, but
Hey, Kev, you want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to take it back a little bit to like where cousin said maybe she got lower standards for her box than her child. You know, this is why when I brought up the categories, I said dynamic, like a healthy dynamic or a toxic dynamic. Not necessarily a two-parent or single parent home. Um, maybe it's just like she wants a spouse and not necessarily a father for her child. I think that could be a big part of it. Um, See, when that could be kind of a healthy dynamic for a child to see that a man is around, but he doesn't have direct involvement in their rearing, you know, and to not see that, like maybe that leader follower or cooperative relationship like that is they're not going to know how to cooperate with somebody in their adult life unless they learn those lessons specifically, you know.
at a
So
younger age.
yeah, like if they don't see a man and a woman, cooperating with each other to get things accomplished, and that type of stuff, and then be involved in rearing them, like her, letting the man, teach the child lessons and that type of stuff. When they get older, and they have children, because that don't stop people from having children. Um,
Mm-hmm.
to have that in their life, they just not gonna know how to get along with someone.
And that's why I was so happy that my mom co-parented with my.
Hold on a second, sir.
Sorry, my
So that's why we may have like these situations where people want to be alone, you know, because they don't want their child to necessarily see an unhealthy situation, you know. Yeah, that's it. It was just something that crossed my mind when y'all was talking about that.
And what you're saying, that I fully understand it because I would love for my kids to have a father figure in their life. Yes, I would. But I would also want them to have their biological father in their life and in a two parent home because that's how I was raised. But it's like what you also said too with it don't matter if it's a two-parent home or a single parent home. If it's a toxic, chaotic home, that's what matters. And that's what I was raised in. But knowing what was bad and what was good, I wanted the good. Not understanding that a lot of stuff in this world can be bad. So with that, knowing that, I was just like, in my head, I automatically thought that when men have kids, they turn into fathers like we turned into moms. Learned that very early that that is not the case.
Yeah, like every time that father go to discipline the child or do something with the child, she cut him off. Like, no, that's my child. I'll do all of this. I'll do whatever need to be done with that child, and
That's
that child
undermining.
seeing that is
That's
gonna
the
be like,
problem, and a lot of women do that because that's undermining the father's authority. You're not supposed to.
exactly. And it's like in today's society, that template where the father is the leader, the mother is the follower, and that type of stuff, that's the template for what this society calls success. You know what I'm saying? And when and when that's not present, it can be issues.
Right.
It can be issues. I yield.
And that's what I'm saying. On top of that too, it's like anytime it had to do anything with rearing a man or boy, my mom didn't. She didn't interject. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna send you over to your uncle's. I'm gonna send you over to your daddy's house or your father's house." Right? We don't see much of that nowadays. Now it's like, "Oh, I can be the mama and the daddy,"
Right.
and
No.
we think,
As a
"Oh, this is
woman, we
power."
cannot raise men to be men because we are not men. We don't think the
You
same at all.
you know what's crazy about that, Kev? It's like me, just logically speaking, it's like, okay, two parents are supposed to be able to teach a child the tools they need to navigate the world by the time they turn 18.
Hmm.
Right. But when one of those parents are missing, doesn't that kind of double that time?
Uh-huh.
Because they now that one person have twice the lessons to teach,
Yep.
and then it's like we kind of like look at people like, why? Oh, they 30 years old. Why are they still in the house? Because that's 36 years old. When you look at it, if it's one person, that's 36 years old by the time they get the tools from one person. I think it's so much. It's so much to unpack with that alone. It could be a whole nother life,
But
you know.
you got a lot of men out here that's not even raising their kids right too. Just to be real.
Both parents, and they've given more attention to one another than they are their kids.
Like this dude. This okay. So real quick, this dude was beating down his sister. His sister, beating down her door. Right. I had to run across and stop this dude from trying to put his hands on his own sister. I'm like, bro, that's a female. That's a female, bro. What are you doing? That's a female. That's my sister. I don't care if that's your sister or not, bro. I
Yeah.
don't care
Okay,
if that's your sister or not.
yeah.
What?
Let's keep on track.
Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad.
No, no, no. Have you landed your plane?
Yeah, I'm landing right there. If I'm
All
getting
right,
off track, I'm landing
Shanika,
off.
you got any final thoughts
Yeah, I
for the
was
moment?
about to piggyback off of what he said with the whole female thing. That's a lot of the problem with relationships today because men will grow up with sisters and they'll fight all day, but boom, that'll happen. They'll be like physically harmed by them, and then the girls will go into relationships thinking like, yeah, my brother did this, so this is normal. You understand? And like I said, that's definitely another topic for another day. But back to the vetting thing, when you don't know how to vet, like y'all just taught me something new just now, me being on this live. You telling me that you're not dealing with anybody is me vetting, which you explaining that I can kind of see it better now. But with not knowing how to, and a lot of men do not care to share it with us females how to vet, it's just like, just stay alone. I'm better off by myself, you know?
Look,
Yeah.
that's
Hold on,
not
hold
good.
on,
That's not a
hold
good
on a
mind.
second, EMP. Hold on a second. You done, Shanika?
Yes.
Okay. Alter, do you want to speak on any of the topics?
Well, I was just
If you
agreeing
okay.
with the part that you were saying about like just somebody just choosing someone because they want the company or they want to say that they have a father figure. And that's why I was mentioning, I mentioned the video earlier that the woman, or not the story earlier, the woman was like, she wanted her kids to have a father. And sometimes you can be desperate for that so much to where you just choose
anybody that's available. I think that's dangerous. So, yeah, I'm just glad that y'all mentioned that because the vetting aspect does matter in that case. When trying to choose someone for your children, that's a big deal. Especially when you know that you may have a biased view on it already. But yeah, that's the main part I want to speak on. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
All right. The Joker, you with us?
Could
Because
I?
I got to, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think another aspect is that we we don't have to have like the desperation that Archer was just talking about, right? The desperation is, oh, okay, I need a father figure. Well, we have to understand that even when back in the day when it was two parent households, okay, two people didn't raise kids. You had Mr. Johnson on the corner. You had, saying, Big James down the street. You had the cousins, your uncles. Everybody was raising kids in the family. It wasn't just like two people in the house, nobody else. They was alienated and they had to raise these children. We have to understand that right now there's father figures every day, all day in your child's life, but they the wrong ones. They the rappers. They the fucking video games. You know what I'm saying? And father figures is all the people that they see on the corner at the bus stop when they waiting to go to school, and they see all these motherfuckers acting a fool. This is who their father figures are, right? And we're not having enough counterattacking that because in the house, how many times do you really see kids like what are they doing in the house? They on a video game, they on live, they on something else. They're not talking to their parent. Like they don't even see each other, right? So who's raising them, right? We are allowing our children to be raised by outside sources, right? Even when you have two parent households and in this economy, you got pops is at work most of the time anyway, right? And when he come home, they at the dinner table and the kids still on the phone, texting each other in the same house. I didn't seen it, and it's crazy. But we get to the point where we have to realize that, you know, what saved me, what saved a lot of us, oh, we had football coaches. We had rec centers that we went to, and it was, OGs coaching us up and being that backup plan. And I think what's happening nowadays is we don't have that in the same capacity that we used to. You know what I mean? Like the negative forces are overrunning the positive ones. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times when people say a woman can't raise a man, no, she can't raise a man by herself on a fucking island, right? But we have to not understand that. Oh, you go outside. There's if a woman is by herself, but she got her uncle or her brothers, and she's always sending her kid to football camp, always doing this. He's getting father figures, you know what I mean? But it's just not in a conventional way. And I think sometimes in this society, maybe we got to start looking outside the box instead of saying that, hey, this is the only way that you can have a family, right? And I'm not saying anybody on this panel said that. I'm just throwing this out there as another, you know what I mean, as another point that nobody brought up. And, instead of, because a lot of times we get on these panels, we telling everybody, oh no, this is how you got to do it. And you got to have a man, you got to have this, you got to have that. And maybe that pressure is another reason why people are getting into these relationships irresponsibly because of peer pressure, because that's the status quo. Because, oh, well, if you ain't going, you got a kid, you better get a daddy figure in there. If you ain't going, or you ain't going to be shit. And it's like, now they just settling for whoever signing up. You know what I mean? As opposed to understanding that, hey, you ain't gotta, don't make a rash decision. Make the right decision. And if that means that you have to be alone, but yet you got to make sure that you putting them, you got enough money to put them in daycare and the camps and the different mentor programs and things like that to keep them right, then maybe that's the route you got to go. But just don't make a rash decision listening to the status quo. That'd be my point.
You know what? That's why I brought up, that's why I called it, when I was talking about vetting, I called it a framework. It wasn't a, this is how you do it kind of thing. because everybody's circumstances are different, you know. Um, for somebody who has somebody in the home, that's great. Somebody that's showing up intentionally to teach lessons, cool. Like it's just like that's the framework. You adapt and adjust it to whatever your circumstances are, to cover at least those four bases. Um, and yeah, the village is always present, cousin. It just all depends on the primary person responsible for the child. Who are the village members that you are picking to be exposed to your child? Is very, very important.
Yes.
Very important. Because standards and principles, see, this is why I say respect is used out of context a lot of times. Respect is really having the same or similar standards and principles. How you feel or what you think about certain things. If they are too far apart, that's disrespect. You don't see things the same way. So while you trying to teach a child, you teaching them one way, but like the football coach will be teaching them something else. And now they kind of like, well, who's right? That's called confusion, and nothing good comes out of confusion but frustration, anxiety, stress. And so it's like these things you have to have intentional conversations about a lot of areas of life so that, when you expose your child to these people, to different people or different village members, whether they're family or not, you have to be on the same page so that the child is not confused. You know, that's what I mean by
Facts.
structure and order and standards and principles, a code of conduct and best practices.
That is
You
true.
know,
And that's why I try, like I say, I can't teach young men to be men, but that's in a growing up mindset. But as of right now, I just try to teach my young men just to like put their shoe on the other foot, to not try to think solely in ego, to not be as competitive in a sense of I gotta pump my chest. You should be competing against yourself to be a better you every day. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to like, oh, mommy twerking in front of the sun or some weird stuff like that. Everybody doing like a whole bunch of unnecessary things around kids that children are not supposed to see. Like that's not okay. And
right?
even when, like, I'm still an adult, I still want to be an adult, granted, but when I do my adult things or have my adult conversations, my kids see themselves intervening in said conversation. And then about it, I ask them, was that a conversation that I was having with you? Or are you stepping out of a child's place? Stuff like that, it matters. And as for like the whole step parent discipline thing, I feel like if you are coming in my life with me, like you, and you are taking on me and my babies, you should have the right to be comfortable enough to discipline them, because you will have self-discipline if I'm dealing with you, and if not, then you obviously wouldn't be here. But I don't physically hurt my children. Like, I'm not beating them, but I'll do some grass drills, I'll do some wall sits, I'll do some planking, but I shouldn't have to hit you. You get what I'm saying? But I will explain in depth why, what is, and then I'll give them like critical thinking points. And it's just like, as a man, I feel like, not as a man, I feel like, but mainly knowing that men think differently, I feel like a man would give my boys a different point of view from what I'm seeing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The Joker, you with us?
That,
Oh no, go ahead. I just want to know if the Joker's still up because
oh,
it is
yeah,
late, kind of everywhere
I
right
know
now.
he might be passed out. I'm trying to sneak in
Yeah.
this. Yeah. But I was going to say, like, I think that, to be honest, if you go on any of these panels, I think women know how men think in abstract, right? Like on paper, you can say, hey, because just like men, we can tell you how women think according to what we know, right? But what we can't do is give you or is share the experience or understand what it is to be like, you know what I mean, a woman. Like we can tell you all these, we can go read books about how women think and how men think, right? But the thing about it is that you can tell a young man as a woman, you can tell your boys, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. And they will understand it, right? But they need a man to show them practically what that looks like.
And that's
And
exactly what
that's
I
the thing,
mean.
right? Yeah. And so that's the only difference. And I would say that's a way to explain it because I think a lot of times women think that men are just saying that y'all are incompetent. And we're not saying that. We're
Right.
just saying that men are needed to show the practicality because as a boy, you know what I mean? We look at men because we emulate, we want to see that. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? We want to experience that from that lens. And that I think is important. I just want to put that out there so anybody listening, you know what I mean? They understand where we're coming from.
And there's a lot
You
of
know,
men that be on these panels talking about some, why do I have to protect y'all? Sir, it's not us. You are
mm,
literally showing an image. It's like earlier what you said about the village. It's like y'all are what they see. And if I'm the only female around them and there's nothing but females around me, a bunch of single moms, and then it's just like they only see us. So what a lot of people don't understand is when young men are raised around a bunch of single mothers and they're not used to seeing men around active doing anything, they think that it's a woman's job to do absolutely everything. I realized that with my boys. And then they'll get frustrated when you ask them to participate in activities or anything, but they won't understand. And me being a critical thinker, I had to step back and really like question it. Like, why are you mad at me because I'm asking you for help? Like, just carry this bag. That's it. I have 12 bags. I'm asking you to hold one. But then I had to think, you don't see any men around me doing absolutely anything. Why do you feel like you have to? And this is in my head.
you know what? See, the thing is, well, when I look at it like this, there's two types of relationships when you're dealing with any type of relationship. It's either going to be cooperative or it's going to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have a discussion about the relationship being cooperative, by default, it's going to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
So when dealing with, if there is a single mother and men are around, the mother has such connection with the child, like she holds that child heartstrings in her hands. So when it comes to a man wanting to do something with the child is going to look for the mom. Is she going to pull the cooperate with that man heartstring or the compete with him heartstring?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to make a world of difference on how that child receives those tools from that man that he's trying to teach them. Because home life is one thing, but when
Outside
they
of it.
start to go outside into the world, see,
Mm-hmm.
like at home, we teach lessons and the child, and our responsibility is for the child to continue breathing after they learn those lessons.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like that outside. Outside the home, the safety of a lot of times,
They're trying to teach
those
them different.
lessons will be the last lesson.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's real important that the mother supports the men in the village that she chooses to be there. A lot of times it'll be real difficult. You know what I'm saying? Because the mother in her feelings for her child and not wanting her child to possibly be hurt, she'll be a little restrained. But sometimes you got to pull that cooperative heartstring
Yeah.
and let that man do his thing.
That's even my
Get them
kid.
to
Yeah.
be in your village to trust him to teach lessons. So, sometimes, you just gotta pull that cooperative heartstring, you know, and let them do their thing. It'll be a world of difference.
That is true.
Hello, everyone. Hi, panel. Hi, everyone in
Hi,
comments.
hi,
Hello.
Epiphany. What you
Hey, how
got
y'all
on
doing
us?
tonight? Or this morning, rather?
We're pretty good. What you got on one of the topics, or do you want to just
Um,
respond to
What's happening, cousin?
let's see. I'm like reading the questions. Give me a moment. Let me read the questions and then I'll go ahead and answer. I don't want to.
You came up here and didn't read the topics.
I'm black. No, I didn't.
Okay, okay, you right, you right. Go, take your time, no rush.
Yeah, just give me a second. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
All right, do your thing, do your thing. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. It says, why do you want to be in a why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? How do you know? Like what you said earlier, cousin. Like I would, yes, of course, but am I ready for it? No. How do I know? Because I just know when I think about them, I cringe and
Your
like,
sensitivities,
hmm?
your sensitivities.
Yeah, they at an all time high. So with that being up there, I'm just like, no. And then like they say men are visual, women think. Not all women think and not all men are visual. I do understand that. But majority and majority. Um as for me saying that, it's just like with today, a lot of men just make it seem like you're pretty, you have a box, that's all I want. So with just feeling like that alone, like that's the only thing you want from me. Like you don't even want to go hiking. You don't want to go sit in a picnic. You don't want to go kickball. Like you don't want to go play dodgeball. You don't want to go race car, go karting or something like that. Like you just want the box. That's like a automatic turn off. So for me. And it's just like, um, no, I'm okay. Even when I'm walking down the street and it's like, baby girl, no, I'm okay. Damn, why you gonna act like that? No, I said I'm okay. Like I am okay. And it's not like I'm dressing up to, attract myself and make myself feel attractive to anybody. But yeah, it's still a thing.
Okay. I'm ready if you guys are.
You ready, Epiphany? Do your thing.
All right. So the one that stuck out to me was how do you vet better?
Uh-oh.
What you mean? Oh, who said that?
Go,
Who
go
said
ahead.
that?
How do you vet better?
All right. So my philosophy is there's this thing going on, it's been going on for a while, where it's been like when you meet someone and you're getting to know them, you have to get to know them. I believe you need to learn them, because people have traits, they have characteristics that they just cannot break, they can't shake. It's a part of their DNA. There are some things that we get from our parents that are just in our DNA, and we do it without thought because it's there. When you get to learn a person, you get to learn about their ways and how they do things and their thought process versus getting to know them. It's like, okay, I'm aware. But when you learn the person, it's more like, you know what, this is who you are and I accept it. Or you cannot accept it. It all depends on what your boundaries are, what your deal breakers are. So that's what I feel about that as far as that question. How do you vet a person better? You get to learn them. Um, why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? How do you know? I'm 53. I'll be 54 this year. I kind of look at it the way that my dad was looking at relationships after my parents divorced. And he's like, I can't, I'd rather have companionship than a relationship. Somebody to go feed the ducks with, somebody to see a movie with, somebody just to hang out with. It doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship unless there's certain parts of the relationship that should only be between two people. Then I want to say it becomes a little bit more intimate that way. So you have to look at your level of intimacy and what you want out of that. Do I have to answer all these questions, or can I just like pick the ones that kind of stick out?
Whichever ones you want to answer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for letting me come up on your panel.
So you saying you're not ready for a relationship?
You guys want to take a stab at these?
I mean,
Did
they
I
are
exhale out
questions.
loud?
They are questions, you know. But you
Um,
did say no, right? You said you just want somebody to feed the ducks with, chop it up with.
Companionship versus relationship. Relationship, it takes a lot of work and a lot of energy. There may be some disappointment along the way. And it's like you overall have some type of goal when you're aiming toward a relationship, when we're talking about whether it's dating long term or marriage. That's how I look at the word relationship, because even a friendship is a relationship. It all depends on how you look at it. And then, of course, after that comes courting. As far as companionship, it's like, hey, I like you, you like me, we enjoy spending time together. Let's do what we both like, what our interests are. And then at the end of the day, you go your way and I go mine. It doesn't mean that we have to reach a level of intimacy where we're exposing ourselves. And I'm trying to keep it clean because I want to respect your panel. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes you just want a friend. You don't want a relationship.
I got you. You land right there.
Yes.
Okay. Imperial. Imperial.
What it do, Codify? What's going on, everybody? Cousin, Black
What's up?
Jesus, what
What's
y'all
up?
got rocking?
What's up, play? I think Black Jesus is night night. He
Yeah,
ain't talked to
No
us.
shit.
He ain't talked to us in 2
he
hours. I
gone.
think he night night.
God bless. Okay.
What you got
That
on the
sound about
topic,
right.
sir?
Hey, we've been
He
on
been
here
he
for a
been
minute though.
yeah,
Yeah.
he been running and gunning all day. I done caught him in a couple lives.
Yeah, man.
I already know everybody gotta do they stop over at Purdy's.
Yeah, I didn't answer that one question either, but I'll go after you. If you want to touch.
Alright, so with my glasses on, I'm gonna try and read this.
You mean you
But
didn't
Kev's
read the
picture is
topic
killing.
before you came up here?
I can't read none of that. That shit too small. Hold on. Let me put my camera on just
Wait a
that way y'all
minute.
can.
You must be black.
Look, you see this? You see these glasses? Can't see shit. That
You
shit's so
must be
small.
black.
I am.
Yeah, okay. Take your time, bro. No rush.
Cause I can't read part of it because Kevin's shit in the way. And I know Kev hear me. I see his head. Or is that his chair?
I think that's his chair.
Oh boy. Alright. Can you read the green shit? Cause I really can't see none of that. Like that's the part that's got me blown.
Now, why can't the step parents discipline a child?
Ooh. Okay. Well, all right.
Go forward,
So
bro.
we're gonna run the clock back on this. Step parents can't in this day and age because too many people in their feelings, they want to justify bad behavior and coddle them. Now, back when I was younger, since I'm an '86 baby, we ain't had no coddle skills given to us. It was, oh, you messed up, whip whap. That's it. You gonna learn today. But what's the next one?
Oh, why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? How do you know?
Do I want to be in a relationship? No. Too many women around here placating, playing games. I ain't got time. I'm chasing the bag.
I guess are you
And
ready for one is out the question. And how do you know?
nah, am I ready for one? I mean, if it happens, yeah. But it's got to be, you got to catch my attention in the right way. Because I'm not with loose booty cheeks hanging around and tatas flying. If everybody can see you, I don't need you. And what's the last part of that?
Do you oh, how do you know you're ready for a relationship?
Oh, well, that's simple. I'm always ready for an adventure, and I'm always willing to share my life with somebody who wants to share their life with me. Close yourself off and just be like, No, I don't want nothing. Because you block your blessings and you block anything good coming in your life when you say no to everything. Gotta be selective.
I'm definitely a blessing blocker. I felt that one.
What's going on in
Hey,
these comments?
look, I'm not a mod anymore. I can't stop none of the fugazi in the bottom.
You know what? I'm not even going. I'm gonna let that the
Enter,
comments
yeah,
be the
yeah.
comments. It's
We
just
gonna
a
we gonna
different
let the
world
peasants stay
down there
peasants.
sometimes, you know.
Oh, it is. Let the
Because I'm
peasants stay
looking at
peasants.
some stuff and I'm like, wow,
We ain't worried about
okay,
that.
right,
Right, right.
Leave the
We
dirt
gonna
to the
let the
birds. Don't worry
peasants.
about it.
yeah. Let them
Yeah,
just
right.
let
We
them
gonna
do
let the
their
peasants
thing.
stay peasants.
You know, we good. Um, did everybody? Did you get them all?
Nah, I'm still. I'm on the next prompt. It says, "Why are you with someone you don't believe, trust in?" That was worded so crazy, Kevin. Why are you always doing this to me? Why? Look, first off, if I'm not with nobody that don't believe in me, and if I can't trust you, then you never existed in my life. Next,
Jesus Christ. I guess cousin got it. How do you vet better?
this is the easiest thing that I'm gonna tell you. To vet better, how do you vet better? By not making the same chaos mistakes that you made in the first place. You know that it didn't work this way the first time. Don't keep going after the same energy in a different form.
Okay. Um, I'm gonna mute you, cousin. Okay, you got it. Let's see. Would you be okay? Wait. Yeah, would you be okay being single for the rest of your life, and why? If so, why?
Well, let me be blatantly honest. Yeah, I'd be okay. Because at the end of the day, I know that there's always something else in life that you could be doing besides sharing your energy with a negative entity that just wants you for physical and material possessions. Because you can't take it with you when you leave. And you gotta leave it to somebody, or somebody gonna get it when you gone anyway. And why? Because I ain't got time for no drama. Again, I'm an 86 baby. We the end of Gen X. We don't care. Just that simple. Now, Codify, I got a question.
What's up?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you and Codify.
Okay, what you got?
All right, so if you two, one of you's on a yacht, the other one of you is living in a $100 million mansion. The yacht's worth probably about the same. Let's just even it out on proportions, size, scale, all that. And both of you happen to meet the same girl, and you don't know that you met the same girl. Are y'all gonna be cool with that girl talking to both of you, or are you just gonna go ahead and kick her to the curb?
Wait. So we meet the same girl. She's talking to both of us. We find out, and she says, "Well, I want to talk to both of y'all. Then either y'all roll or not." Is that what you're saying?
You either with it or you ain't.
Um, nah. At this point in my
Okay.
life, nah. Back in the day, that would have been different. because that's how I was. So it'd have been like, all right, then let's get it. I'll see you when I see you. You know what I mean? But now, nah, I ain't got time for that shit.
All right, Codify.
He might be on the call or maybe stepped away or something.
Yeah. All right. So, ma'am, no. 89 is the cutoff for Gen X. To be quite honest, we are the young Gen X because guess what? We still grew up the way that the 70s and the 60s kids grew up, outside, latchkey. We didn't care about racial constructs. Everybody was our friends. You kicked it with us, you kicked it with us. You didn't, you didn't.
Jill, what about the millennials that was raised by the Gen X and the boomers?
Well, can't help them.
Attacked much.
Nah, we can't help them. And ma'am, how you gonna tell me what I am when everybody that was born in the 80s is literally classified as Gen X? We are not millennial at all for any reason whatsoever. It's a moot point. You over here making small arguments over territory.
Word, SG. You was gonna
Sorry.
say.
So I'll wait for my turn. But sorry, sir. Actually, I'm born in 1985, March 26, 1985 to be exact.
Pisces.
So we are Aries, but
Aries.
we are actually older, quote, older millennials. Sir, you have your wrong era.
No, ma'am. We
Yes,
are not
sir. I need you to
millennials.
Google. I need you to go. Google's your friend.
I I
Yeah,
don't
no.
go. I
See, you're
don't
on a
go with
power trip.
Google.
You're on a power trip. So I'm cool
No,
with that.
ma'am. No,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir. I'm born in 1985, sir. We're
Okay.
millennials, sir. We're
No, we are
millennials.
not.
Yes, we
Hold on.
are. You
Hold
have
on.
your
Hold
you have
on.
your eras wrong, sir.
Hold
Yes,
on.
you
Hold
do.
on.
And it's
Listen.
okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. That's the maturity level that you don't have. It's okay to be
Look. Okay. I'm gonna need you to
yeah. It's okay to be wrong.
hold up for a second. I
My
need you to
God.
listen
My God.
because you came in strong and hot.
No,
Like,
you're incorrect.
no, ma'am.
Okay,
I need
sir.
you. I
Okay,
need you to
sir.
hold on and understand.
The misinformation.
It's not misinformation. I need you to understand
You're not
that
Gen X. You're not Gen X.
you look.
Even though we were no. Let's
You're gonna
be
keep interrupting. Or are
okay.
you gonna let me speak? Thank you. Okay. It's simple. The Gen X generation, if you go and you look on Google, since you want to use Google instead of going and looking at all the paperwork that came with the census and all the other stuff, they classified us from not anywhere near 60, not 65, 70 to 89 is classified as Gen X because of what we went through, how we grew up, the trans technology.
I won't. No,
Okay?
sir.
Can I finish
Absolutely not.
without
No, sir.
interruption, please? Thank you. The point that I'm making is if all the 70s adults tell me you guys are younger Gen X, they're going to classify you as this, and that was being told to me as a child, then why would I go and believe somebody that don't look like me telling me who I am, telling me what I've been through? You know what I'm saying? So I don't go with Google University at all. So I want you to understand, if you're an 80s baby, you grew up doing the same thing that Gen X grew up doing. Being outside, hunting, fishing, doing all kinds of shit that had to do with skateboards, BMX bikes, climbing mountains, going through the wilderness, playing out in the jungle, so to speak. So, like, miss me, because the generation is classified as 2 decades. when it comes to understanding what generations actually. Okay, so that's 2 generations is 10 years when they look at it. Everywhere else in the world, we're not using the American mathematics and principle system on this because everywhere I've been in the world, all the people that are born in my 86, from 80 to 89, all of them around the world have said they're Gen X too. So you gonna tell everybody else that they're wrong as well, just because you want to believe America? Nah, I can't get down with that. Respectfully, I'm just saying I know who I am, I know where I come from, and I know what I've done. Ain't none of them 90s babies doing what we did. You know what I'm saying? Not the 2000s babies, none of them.
Yes,
Those two
yeah,
generations.
I was definitely playing baseball outside. I was definitely manhunting. I was definitely outside, but I was safely outside, of course. But I definitely had to be in before the street lights came on.
Okay, were you hacking computers? Were you outside doing grunge skating? Were you listening to rock and roll, country, and rap? Were you out here
Yeah.
flexing out in the wilderness, going camping? Were you out here rock climbing? Were you out here doing what Gen X did? No.
I was BMX biking and rock climbing. I wasn't camping. No, my parents wasn't doing that. I was a girl.
Gen X is defined based upon the things that we did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
Fix
I was.
all that stuff is literally why Gen X is classified as, because they were classified as latchkey kids.
I
We
know
didn't
that.
have our parents, you know what I'm saying, telling us when to come in at night. We had a set routine. We woke ourselves up, we put ourselves to bed, we made
I
our
was
own
cooking
food.
meals at 7 years old, not PM. Yes, I understand. I had to go through all of the same things. By 12 years old, we supposed to make full cooked meals. Getting left in the house, with all of the children, no parents at home. Same thing. Don't let nobody in. If somebody knocks, don't answer the door. Stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. Be seen, not heard. Just they all of it. So I
Yeah.
do. But
I
that's
mean,
that.
and that,
I was raised by two Gen Xers, that were also raised by Boomers. So I get it.
and most of them boomers was buck wild. And people
Now
don't even realize it.
yeah. And my family was more so on the quote unquote conservative side, but it was crazy. I thought I had the picture perfect family until they started telling me when I got older, like, no, this is the thing, and this is. I was like, whoa, who auntie did what? But yes, no, I understand what you're saying, though. But as a millennial, I definitely did almost all of those things that you said that you did too. I just didn't, I didn't see the problem until I became older, like more so a teenager. Like, oh yeah, yeah, people outside is weird. But then again, we're in the middle of the era of full technology. Like, yes, y'all have the beginning of the computers and the cell phones and everything, but then we have like two ways and like the real digital, extra curriculum, unnecessary technology. Let's say because it's unnecessary.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the reason why I say it like that is because I know by the time I was old enough to touch a computer,
Hmm.
I was doing stuff that most people wouldn't think to do. My grandmother had free internet for like 10 years. You
She
know what I'm
did her.
saying? Like, I literally was doing stuff that, like, you go and look at some of the Gen X grunge skaters and all the computer people back then. I was doing that shit. I was outside doing all the extra stuff too. Like, I had more fun messing
Getting,
with computers and skateboarding than anything else.
you ever got pulled on skates with a dog?
Yeah,
That was them days.
you know, I say this like, I don't know what your problem is, and at this point, we're just arguing over semantics, ma'am. Not you, but
No, I know.
it. Go ahead and speak because it is aptly your turn. I think I've had the floor for a little too long.
I was reading the comments as well, though. But yeah, burning CDs. I'm reading the comments. Burning CDs, Bear Share, all of that. Frostwire, AOL dial up. Let's not forget the. I'm sorry, your call cannot go through at this moment. Like, or the fucking the dial up. Does anybody remember the dial up?
Yes. Like they say burning CDs in the comments. See, cassette tapes. We was making
Cassette
our own
tapes and
mixtapes. Come on.
writing them with our fingers. Okay,
Right.
I was.
Just saying.
I'm just. I was born in '95, but I'm saying making our own mixtapes and stuff off Mariah Carey songs because we just knew that we was Al Green, you know, all of them. We just knew. We just knew. Those is our songs.
Y'all want to classify yourselves as millennials so bad. Like that's sad.
I don't know what I know I'm black. I don't even know if I'm that. I was going down the list.
Right.
So what I like to know, I've just been listening. What's the whole deal? Like millennial X, whatever. Like I don't give a shit one way or another. Why is that an issue? Like why would that even be like, you know what I'm saying? An argument. Just I'm just trying
Right.
to understand what it means. Because for me, it's like you either old or you ain't, and you either get it or you don't. Like you know what I mean? I don't,
No, that's a fact.
because I know some quote unquote millennials and all this other stuff. Some people got old souls. You know what I mean? Some people is immature, even though they boomers or whatever they call it. Like I don't know. I'm just why does that become an argument? Is what I'm wondering. If somebody can
I
enlighten
don't
me,
know.
I don't know.
Cause I don't know. That's why I was saying what I'm saying. We arguing over semantics. Like in general. And I'll be honest, like everybody that wants to sit and claim one side or the other, it really don't matter. Like I wasn't even trying to make an argument of it, but I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it though.
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else
Look,
want to end it? Put in on that, or what we got? We're gonna move on to the questions.
yeah, go back to the questions, bro, because like I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. All the older Gen X's that I know look at me and they're like, "Yeah, you're Gen X. You're good." Can we not say that one song can summon a whole generation? Especially 80s and 70s babies. Like there's like 5 songs I can guarantee you I can play, and everybody that hears it gonna set up and ride.
I'm with it, but I'm not 70s or 80s. I got a long playlist though.
So who up here didn't answer the questions yet? So we can get an order going.
The young lady in the corner at the bottom, right hand side, hasn't answered any of the questions.
Danny. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the first question is why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? Absolutely. I've been engaged before. It didn't go well. My particular again, I'm gonna preface this with my situation because this is my situation. It did not work. I was married to well, engaged to someone to be married in the military. He cheated on me. It didn't work. Okay, fine, cool. We moved past that. I don't see the prompts anymore.
I don't know who changed it.
Kev's going through the coffee cup stage.
Oh Jesus! All right. I think
Yeah,
the next one is about.
TikToking.
So
Okay, I see it now. So
okay.
that's why in that first question, that's why it didn't work for me. But what do I want to look for in a relationship going forward? Yeah, I just want to look for somebody that, that wants to be with me, that wants to build with me. I'm willing to work with whoever I'm with. It's about, team. I hate the cliche phrase is teamwork makes the dream work. And I feel it does.
Yeah, this is
Now,
true. We gonna rock with that. What you mean? That's good.
yeah, it's cliche, but
Yeah, it
I
is.
really believe in that. I really
Yeah, yeah.
believe in it.
I say it all the time. So we gonna go ahead and co-sign that. Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I
yes,
appreciate that.
yeah, no problem.
Why are you with someone you don't believe in or trust in? Nobody, male or female, should be with anyone they don't trust in because trust is the foundation of a lasting relationship, I feel. Um, how do you vet someone better? Okay, for me, I don't have any children, even though I'm born in 85, even though some people say that's not a millennial, it is. That's neither here nor there. I was raised with Gen X values because I have an uncle that's 7 years older than me who's 45. I'm 39. We're from different
Shots
generations.
fired.
We're from, no, that's cool. We're from different generations, but we do have the same type of ideology, right? So even though I'm in the same proximity, I'm still from a different generation. Neither here nor there. Anyway, going farther in the conversation, um, I think people can vet better because let me say this. I was raised with a single mother who was very bitter, very angry, very upset. So what I have done as an older millennial with Gen X values, because I'm gonna give some. You had good points, even though we had a disagreement. Yeah, I'm still from that era too, but I have these values where there's some things I won't accept, like because I don't have any children, I would be a fool. Let me say this. I would be a fool to sit here and say, "Oh, like I don't want to be with a man with kids." I'm 39. So people 9 times out of 10 they're going to have a kid or two, right? In a perfect world, right? I would want to be with someone with no children, but I'm okay with that. So my thing is I want to see what kind of if you have children, let me preface it with that. If you have kids, what kind of father are you? Are you in the child's life? Are you actively involved? Those are qualities I look for. And then we're going to move on to the next question. Would you be okay being single for the rest of your life and why? I would be lying if I said I want to be single. Of course I don't. But I'm okay with it if it means that I don't have to deal with somebody with like multiple baby mamas and kids everywhere. Yeah, that's not something I want. Sorry. I mean, it's not favorable for me to say that, but yeah, I don't want a man with a bunch of kids. I was raised in that. So I'm trying to do something different. My father had or has 6 children with 4 different women. I don't want to repeat that cycle. So for me, I want to do something different.
There you go. Ain't
I'll
nothing
just
wrong with
leave it,
that.
I'll just leave it at that. And again, I'm not saying that people with kids, I can't be with somebody with kids. I'm not saying that. But my preference, yeah, would be somebody that maybe had maybe one kid, maybe two. But if you got multiple kids, yeah, I can't. It's nothing for us. I'm not the woman for you. And
That
that's it.
is. Ain't nothing wrong with that. 'Cause, I think we were talking about it earlier. You know, we've been on this live for some hours now, so we didn't kind of went over it a few times, but part
And
of
again,
the
no offense. No
yeah
offense to
yeah
people that have children. That's a
right.
bless. First of all, kids are a blessing. I wasn't able to have children, not by
Right.
choice. It just didn't happen. And I'm not knocking it, but for me, that's just something I don't want. I don't want somebody with multiple kids, multiple baby mamas. That's just not my ministry. I don't partake in that.
So if you had like, okay, so let me ask you this, because I just asked this because it's interesting. If you can't have kids, did you ever say like, well, the ideal situation would be like a dude with maybe kids but no baby mama drama at all? Like, so
Oh
that way,
yeah. Yeah,
would
I
that
would be.
be? Yeah,
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 yeah.
I would be okay with that. Again, I'm gonna preface that again by saying if he's involved with his kids, if he's a good father, if there's no drama, he's providing, and it's a cohesive situation. Him and the mom on a good. You know what I mean? They have a good vibe, and everything's okay. They're not threatened by me. I have a good relationship with the kids. I'm fine with that.
There we go. There we go.
No issue. No issue. Because I'm grown. No issue with that.
Right, right. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think, that self-realization is what we talked about earlier about being
Absolutely.
being the main component to vetting, because a lot of people don't understand that vetting is not necessarily about the other person. Vetting is about you. Vetting is about understanding what you are, who you are, and what you need
Absolutely.
in your life. And then once you get that together, when you see somebody else that actually has those values, you can immediately see that. And then that vetting happens by it or happens organically. But a lot of times what I think what people are getting it wrong is they're listening to the status quo of this is what you should have in a man. This is what you should have in a woman. This is what a real man is. This is what a real woman is. That's what we start looking for, not understanding that maybe that idea is not going to work for you in your personal life. But we don't know that, so we just go ahead with what everybody's saying and
But
not knowing what we want ourselves, and then we end up striking out,
and
and
I
then
and
we
I
get
re-
resentful. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good point. That understanding what you are, understanding your values, and understanding your boundaries is the first step, I think. So
but
I think
but
that's a
but
good point.
but my advice, because I'm an older woman, right? I hit the wall according to the certain ideologies out there. And again, I'm speaking from an older woman's perspective. My advice to not only my younger self and even younger women, specifically black women, when you're in your 20s, your ideal mate is not going to be a man with kids. Sorry, I know that's unfavorable to hear, but my advice on your platform, and with all due respect, if you're a younger woman, please don't settle.
Mm-mm.
Have standards, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. I wish I could have talked to my younger self back then, because I could have saved myself a lot of drama and a lot of nonsense. The
And
same
other
way,
kids
the
before
same,
the
the
babies.
same way, with all due respect, the same way that men seek women with no kids is the same way that young, when I say young, I mean 20s or 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Young women need to seek men with no kids. That's where the vetting starts. You need to
Young
seek
women
a
with no
man.
kids need to
Well,
speak women with
You
no
need to
kids.
seek a man with no children. Sorry.
As long as they don't have kids, because if they have kids, then why would you seek
Yeah,
them with
if
no
you're
kids
in your 20s as a man, if you're in your 20s and you have kids with multiple women, the women need to not talk to you.
at all?
Sorry, you're
But
not the prize.
I mean,
You're
what
not
can
the prize for
what
them.
can we say about men that trick women into submission and then flip mode after they get her pregnant?
That's the conversation we need to have. Thank you, sis.
well, I mean, listen. I think that the good advice is you're correct. When you're younger, no one should be seeking out anyone else with kids. If you're not ready to step up to the plate and actually live that life, and you're just trying to get experience and gain wisdom or whatever the case is, you don't need to be doing that. For one, and I say this to all my brothers, if you ever meet a single woman and you're not serious, you're wasting her time. You shouldn't even go there anyway, right? Not because they're less valuable. No, it's probably because they're more valuable. Because the things that most men say that they want in a woman, mothers have, but yet we want to kind of give this idea that you lose value. No, but what you are doing is you wasting her fucking time, and you're probably wasting your own time as well because you're not serious. And I would say that would go for everyone, not gender specific. If you're not serious, don't mess your time. Don't mess with somebody that is raising up another life,
Thank
investing
you.
time. So
Coming and
I
wasting
think
their
that
time.
would be a very good, bit of advice to put out there. You know what I'm saying? As a public service announcement. Uh, let's, if you're not serious, stop wasting people's time. And then, but I heard somebody else want to say something too.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes into like the whole relationship thing. Like for me, I have 3 kids, so I would want a man that has 3 kids as well, just to understand, because there's a difference between having one, two, or three. It's a complete difference. But not just a man that has 3 kids, but a man that is invested in his children's lives. Because you can have 3 kids, but you don't necessarily have to be doing anything with them. You understand? And that's a real thing. That's a major key today with a lot of these men. I'm not saying that women don't do it as well, but if you have a certain amount of kids, why not meet somebody that is kind of along the same lines as you? It makes it a little easier in the mental process, but as long as they are active. Because if they're just baby fathers with these children that are like laid up with their moms all day and they don't know their dad, you're wasting your time. Like you said, everybody's time is being wasted. Honest people need to be honest to people, and that goes to the why people with someone that they do not believe in or trust. It's a status thing. I don't understand why. I didn't even touch that question. I kind of really went over it because that's not something that mentally I can do. If I don't believe you and or trust you, I'm telling you the first time that thought and or feeling hits my body, because I need you to understand that this is not going far. What the key
And
word is status.
and I respect that. I actually love that. Like you stated that. Like you have 3 kids, correct?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. That was my point in what I said. For me, I'm looking for someone with no children. But again, I understand what you were saying because you do have kids. That is your standard, correct? You want people who you're involved with to be fathers to their children. You want to see that example, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's the standard.
And it's like people they get it so misconstrued when it's like you like I don't understand. I feel like it's really promotion today, but it'll be a woman talk about I don't want no man that got no kids, but she has 5. Like, ma'am, what? That doesn't make sense.
Right. So that and that's the thing, and I'm glad you said that because that's the same standard that should be okay toward like you said, women that are like, oh, I don't want kids, but you got a bunch of kids. But there are men who make these same statements, correct? There are men who will be like, oh, I want a woman with a low body count with no kids. But nigga, you got like 5 baby mamas.
5 baby mamas, 5,000 bodies.
So where? But you have a standard. But how dare a woman with kids have a standard?
Right.
That's
And
not
he
okay.
cheerleading squad in every school that he got transferred to.
That's not okay. So why is it that? Why is it that? Okay, you have children. Why is it that men can have a standard, but how dare a woman with kids have a standard? Let's talk about that.
Wait, say that one more time.
Men, and have been men, especially black men, and I've been on several platforms where men say, and I'm not saying all black men, let me preface it with saying some, not all, some black men will say, well, I want a woman with a low body count. I want a woman that's, feminine and blah, 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 blah. All these things, which is fine. That is fine. That's your standard. But when women say they want a man with a certain amount of kids or no kids, it's a problem. So again, a man can have a standard that they want. And that's okay. But when a woman has a standard, it's a problem.
Do you want
Can
to
we
know?
talk
Well,
can we talk about that? Like what's the problem?
You
What's
want to
the
know the
problem
all
answer?
right.
with a single
You want to know the
mother?
answer?
What's the problem with a single mother with a standard?
I'll
Hold
tell you.
on.
I'll tell you. It's not a problem. But when you hear that, that is because these particular platforms that say that shit and that go there, they are trying to protect their status that the status quo has given them. That's what that's about. It's nothing about having a problem with women because they use that as the excuse because we all know that for centuries it's been if men have bodies, he's the man. If women have bodies, she's not, right? And so to impress other, our peers, we need women with virtue. That is the narrative that has been pushed for thousands of years, okay? And that's really what that is. People could sit there and try to make all these elaborate excuses about why it is, and the reality is they're trying to push that bullshit narrative, and they want to keep on holding it because it's about status.
And,
That's it.
and you know what? And you know what? It's an unfortunate narrative because look, I'm using me as an example. People will be like, because people say, "Oh, you look younger than your age." Okay, fine, whatever. Really, that's a backhanded compliment, but that's a whole other conversation. So
It is.
men, I say people, but some men, not all, some, not all, some men will say, "Oh, you don't have any kids. Oh, I think you're attractive, whatever, whatever." But it's like there are virtuous women, in my opinion, that are more virtuous than me. But just because they have a child, they're deemed as, "Oh, you got a kid. You have a kid out of
Well,
wedlock." Oh, but
well,
but but
okay.
I'm supposed to be better than, or perceived as better than, the woman with no kids. And there's women with kids that are more, in my opinion, I know myself. Y'all don't know me. I know me. They're more virtuous than me. So let's not get it twisted. We have to lose that rhetoric and that sense of, you know what I mean? Like that needs to stop. There are virtuous women, good women that have children that maybe they made mistakes. They had a child or children with somebody. That doesn't mean they're not virtuous women. That's insane to me.
Well,
Yeah.
look at it like this. This is the way I'm gonna say it because this is something that you can't escape, man or woman,
Mm-hmm.
and this is gonna hurt some feelings. Men can have more than one household. Women cannot. And with that being said, the reason why I say it that way is because I personally could have three different families that I'm taking care of that are of my offspring, my progeny that I'm taking care of, three different households. Women have one household. That's why that's a thing when it comes to the double standard that you're talking about. Do I agree with it? Not always. But for somebody to sit and say, "Oh, can't have this standard because of whatever reason you want to give," goes both ways. The reason why men have a standard, we don't want to raise other people's children because, as that top little green spot says, we have no say. We have no jurisdiction. We have no authority. We have no rights to those children. When they make a mistake, we have to go and ask the mother, can we discipline this child in a manner that's going to teach them to stop doing this negative or ignorant behavior? If the answer is no, that's a problem. Vice versa. Women can't do anything when it comes to that type of situation either because they have to go and ask the father of their child, can this man be a disciplinary when you're not around? And if the answer is no, that's bad communication because all parents involved and or step parents should be able to sit down and have that conversation with that child, be able to discipline them in a manner that is going to benefit them, not abuse them.
Right.
So it hurts, and it hurts to say that for people to hear it, but that's been the placation for all of this. And ladies, whether you agree with me or not, that's the reason for the standard. In all honesty, is do we know that child is ours? Can we prove that that child is ours? And that becomes an issue for men because we pay for everything in the end. Whether we did good or did bad, we still pay a cost.
But what about those women that
Women
they
are paying the cost too, though, bro. Like
about
that's
Yeah,
the
no,
thing,
I'm not
and
saying that they aren't.
so that's why I said the reasoning behind it, because what you said is true, right? But if we go back to the roots of it, you know what I'm saying? We can say that it's about paternity, but yet at the same time, if a man has another family per se, he expects his wife to take care of his other kids too, right? So the paternity part, taking care of another kid, that only matters to us. We don't care if we have to put that onto the woman, right? She's supposed to just be okay with it because she's the nurturer. And this narrative has been started, and it was started for a fucked up reason. And I think as men, we have to admit that, right? We don't have to perpetuate and say, because we can say right now, like I can agree with you, because that's true, right? Everything that you said is true. There is a lot of people who are going by these rules and they don't realize why. It's just because that's how we've been taught. That's how we've been brought up. Because for men out now talking about, I don't know paternity, but then if you talk to them, I don't even want kids. So like they don't even want to be married, but yet they have all these standards of.
You want mute.
He coffee cupped. He coffee cupped. Give him a second.
But
I hate when TikTok does that.
Why is TikTok? Wait, why is TikTok doing that? That's so disrespectful.
Do we have to
Cause
like the live or something?
TikTok be TikToking, man. It just they be
TikTok
with the
say your clock
craziness.
done stopped.
I just want to say this real quick. His Imperial, we had our little moment, but you seem cool though. But you seem cool though. We had a little moment. But just like you don't want to be being a step parent to kids, I'm sorry, it's 2024. I ain't trying to be a step parent to your kids either.
And I
Sorry.
get that.
Sorry.
No, and I
Sorry.
totally
You're
understand
not
that.
my kids. I'm
Hey,
gonna love them. I'm gonna love them because again, this is in our nature as women to be nurturers, but I don't need to nurture all them kids. Sorry.
see, and with that too, the whole it takes a
I
village.
hate to be that person, but sorry, I'm gonna be that person. Not
But
on my watch.
this is something that I need men to think about too as well, because you can have these 3 homes outside. What if you just so happen to have that one baby mama that don't want her kids around the rest of your kids because she's bitter, because she felt like it was supposed to be her love it all,
That's the
right.
one. That's the one. Because really, sometimes it's not
I
even
didn't get to
about
the
these
point. I
men.
didn't get to the point.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
And then your kids get older and they don't know their siblings, but now you have grandkids from your kids, but they both your kids, but they never met each other. That's not safe.
It's
Sis,
not.
Hey,
But
sis.
are we still on topic?
yeah, for the
I'm
most
probably
part.
about to sound like a dude. I'm really about to sound like a dude. I want to use the other word, but I'm not gonna use it because I don't want
No,
to
no,
get
no,
mad.
Danny. We're gonna
Hold
stay on
on.
topic and we're not gonna
Hold on
interrupt
one
each other.
second.
That's what we're
Yeah.
gonna do.
Codify, bring
So
cousin
who
back
has the
up.
microphone? Who's the last person talking?
Right now, Dana. But yeah, bring
Oh,
Codify, bring cousin
hold
back
on a
up.
second. Hold on a second. Danny, you have the microphone. I want everybody else to mute. Just let me know when you land your plane.
I'm okay. Again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just want to say, I guess I'm just coming from a different place. I, I I'm sorry, but like the same way, excuse me, the same way how men feel, which I respect. Men don't want to be step parents to other people's kids. Sorry, newsflash. In 2024, I ain't trying to be a step parent to your kids either. It's the
And
same.
you,
It's the same energy. I'm not trying to. Will I? Could I be a step parent? Yeah, but I don't want to be. If I have a choice, y'all talk about vetting. There are men that are single that don't have children that are in their 30s, that are in their early 40s, that don't have kids, that are ready to build a family. Sorry. The same thing, the same energy applies for women too. Have
are
other
you
options.
are you speaking on the first topic?
I'm right, right.
Okay, so why can't the step parents discipline the children?
Now that okay, so you're bringing me to that. I do feel that step parents should be able to do that to a certain point. To a certain point. Do I physically want to hit a child? Absolutely not. Ooh, no, I was abused physically. But I don't want to do that. Do I think the stepchildren should have respect? Absolutely. But how you get to that respect is between you and the parent of the children and the woman you're with or the man you're with. I think that's pretty fair, right?
I mean, that's up to you.
If I'm wrong, please correct me because again, I don't have kids, so I don't know.
I mean, it's up to you.
Can I say something?
When that, okay, yeah, she muted. Go ahead, Shaniqua.
It's Shanique. There's no Oh my god.
Oh, my bad, Shanique. Go ahead.
No, so as for like, but that's like what I was saying earlier with the whole step parent discipline. And my thing is, how are you getting? And a lot of people don't think about this. How are you getting in a relationship with somebody else, male or female, without considering how this will or will not affect your children in all aspects, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, all of it? How would it affect your kids? Like, does your kid like this person? Because now your kid's mentality is going to go off of how this person is now treating you, and you as a being the one in the relationship. It's like, say for instance, because you do have those women or those people that just leave their kids with their new boyfriends or new girlfriends like later on down the line, and it's like, say your kid do some cutting up while you're not there, and this person is watching your kids. You're telling me that this person is supposed to just sit back and let it happen?
Oh, see, I agree with that. So
Hold
I'm
on a
just gonna.
second,
Oh
Shaniqua. Do
no,
you land your plane?
I'm asking a question, and it's Shanique.
You asking who a question?
No, I'm asking a general question. Like, say for instance, like you see how the whole discipline in the kids situation, like your step is the step parent. Why can't this step parent discipline the kid? Yes, I understand in 2024 people be going above and beyond because social media shows everything now, but the same thing was happening before it was posted. So we can really just like take that out because everybody's not all bad. But if your child is bad and you're leaving your badass child with somebody that you call your spouse, and you're telling your spouse that they cannot discipline this child, why would you think to even leave that child with that spouse? Why would you think that it's okay? Why would you have your kid around somebody that couldn't check them when they're wrong? In general, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a spouse, but why would you have your child around anybody that can't check your child when they're wrong?
Okay, do you land right there?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you, Danny. Did you answer the other topic, the points on in the topic?
what was the other topic?
You can't. Did you get all five of them?
I guess I just want to really quick like piggyback off what was just said by Shanique, right? Shanique.
Yeah, Shanique.
Shanique, yeah. Not Shaniqua, but Shanique. Um, so I appreciated what she said. Again, I don't have kids, but I have nieces, I have nephews. I would want, even as an aunt, right? I'm not a mom, but I'm an aunt, and I would want somebody to be able to like discipline them. Like you need to be able to respect the adult figure in your life. Like you should be able to do that. Am I wrong for saying that? Like, should somebody be able to discipline a child? Absolutely. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No. Okay. Okay. Why do you want to be in a relationship?
Why do I want to be in a relationship?
Yeah.
For starters, again, like I said, the teamwork, dream work thing, but to build on, first of all, you need to share the same values with the person. That's key. If you even if you don't have children, you need to establish a basis, right? If you don't have the same outlook on how to raise that child, I'm gonna tell you off top, that's gonna be a problem because I'm kind of old school in a way.
I mean, you don't have any children, right?
I don't,
Okay.
but in
This
the
is just want to be in a relationship. It's not
oh
necessarily about
in a
children.
relationship, I just want to build. I just want to build based on whatever values we have together. Like I want to build. Like you talked about trust. I know in one of the prompts it was about trust. I need to be able to trust you, just like you need to be able to trust me. So I think that's key. If we have trust and loyalty, sky's the limit. Period.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready for one? And how do you know?
Absolutely. I'm definitely ready for something that's solid, that's built on something from a solid foundation. If we can trust each other, love each other, respect each other. I'm talking about arguments being respectful. I'm not talking about arguments like, oh, I'm gonna cuss you out, you cuss me out. No, that shit is counterproductive. I've been there, done that. No, I'm going to, even in arguments, if I know even in an argument that I can still respect you and you can still respect me and we can come to a common bond and a common agreement, then I know you're the person for me. Because we can work through adversity without being disrespectful. That's how I know that I'm meant to be in a relationship with you.
Okay, so that's how you know that you're ready for a
Absolutely.
relationship, huh? Okay.
Absolutely. I don't have to disrespect you and you don't have to disrespect me when we disagree. Because at the end of the day, it's about love and it's about understanding and it's about compromise. And sometimes compromise means getting off your letting go of your ego on both parts and being like, okay, let's agree to disagree. Let's let's base this in love and let's find a solution. My thing is let's find a solution and let's build on that. That's how I know I'm in the right relationship with the right person. And that's all I
Okay.
know.
You're not in a relationship. Are you in a relationship right now?
Am I in a relationship right now? No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Okay. Do you want to answer the why are you with someone you don't believe in? Trust?
I'm getting to know someone right now, if that makes sense.
You
I'm
believe in them? You trust them so far?
absolutely. So far, so good. And we've had disagreements, but how I know that he's the right person for me so far is that we can disagree, but not be disrespectful to each other. That's how I know that we're good so far. We solid.
All right. How do you vet better?
How do I vet better?
Yeah.
I vet better based on myself, right? And I know that sounds like, but I've looked at what I've done in my past relationships. I take accountability because relationships fail not because of one person, because of two. I know why my relationships in the past have failed. And some of it was because of me. And you know what I did? I said, you know what? You know what? It was because I did X, Y, and Z. I'm trying to fix what I did in my past relationships so I don't bring that to this guy I'm talking to now. That
Oh, okay.
energy, that energy that I had, I'm trying to get
Uh-huh.
rid of that because I don't want to bring none of that shit to him.
You trying to? Have you done it yet?
I think I'm, yeah, I think I'm getting
I
there.
think I think I'm. Do
Uh,
you know? Have you
you
done the
know,
work?
I have,
You have. So
I
while you
have.
vetting him and looking for those things,
He
you've
needs to,
done
he
those
needs to vet
yourself,
me.
right?
He needs to
No,
vet me.
I know. What I'm saying is the way you vet him. Have you vetted yourself to see if you can
Absolutely.
pass your own vetting?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Because I
Now
know
let.
where I've messed up at, and I don't want to bring none of that to him.
Okay.
I take
Have you
full
ever
accountability.
have you considered having a family member vet him also, or you just gonna do it yourself?
I mean, my family members can do it, but that's fine if they want to. But he needs to vet me. He needs to vet me. He needs to know if I'm a good person for him. I'm not in this relationship alone. I'm not perfect. I have issues. So if he sees a flaw in me, I need to fix it. That's how you make relationships work. Both parties have to take accountability.
So you saying he have to fix you if he see a flaw?
No, 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 no. He doesn't have to fix me.
Oh,
I have to fix myself.
absolutely.
But
Okay.
I would be a fool to sit here and say that, oh yeah, it's nothing wrong with me. That's insane. That's crazy.
All right. And let's say yeah, he didn't pass your vetting. Would you be okay with being single for the rest of your life? If so, why?
Would I be okay with being single for the rest of my life?
Mm-hmm.
I think as a human being, we're not created to be alone. So no, I don't agree with that. I think the right person for me is meant for me. And I
But
think
it
I'm
doesn't
meant for
say
that person.
alone. It says single.
Single. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm okay with being single if I have to be, but no, I don't want to be.
Okay. If you have to be, why?
I don't want to be.
Okay, I got you. You have any closing statements before I go to Zoe?
I think my closing statement to everybody,
Well,
in male
no,
and female.
just for right now. Will you plan on dropping, or you gonna
No,
hang out with us?
no, because I'm here to learn. So,
All right.
my opinion is my opinion, but at the end of the day, all I want to put out into the world is that you have to be accountable for your not mistakes, but just your flaws. Whatever your flaws are, work on them. Try to be the best version of you. When you go into a relationship, your past is your past. That person's past is their past. Now the future you create together, that's a whole other situation. And that's what I'm going forward with in my life.
All right. You dock your yacht right there.
That's it. That's all I got.
All right, Zoe, you with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm talking to Zoe up there.
Yeah, I'm here.
You with us? Okay. You want to start at the top?
Yeah, it says, why do you want to be in a relationship? Are you ready for one? How do
No,
you know?
no. It says, why can't the step parent discipline the child?
Oh, I couldn't see that. I saw something else. Wait, so say the question again.
Why can't the step parents discipline the child?
Step parents, it'll be hard for them to do that simply if the person that they're dating um is not making the child respect who they're in a relationship with, or if the other party, meaning the other parent, the other previous parent is not allowing, or they're creating a space where it's hard for, I get, from a place of bitterness. If the other parent is not with the one that is in a relationship, they can make it harder for the dynamic and use that child as like bait to kind of like, um how do I how do I word this? Like, they'll try to use a child as like a weapon to make the dynamic of the relationship harder. Like, they're not gonna make their children respect them. They're just gonna make it tough. I've witnessed that.
Okay. Don't mute yet. Why do you want to be in a relationship?
Me, cause like what Danny was saying, the Bible talks about it. It's not good for man to be alone. I desire a kingdom spouse. So first, I want to have a relationship with somebody that values God. Number one, I want to do the work of the kingdom. So I want our purpose to align with one another, but most importantly, fulfill what God has in store for us, and leaving a legacy to our children to do the same. Um, I value me basically checking everything off of my bucket list, just prospering, blossoming as a woman of God, and being able to share my experiences and all of my accomplishments, my accolades with someone that I love.
Okay. Are you ready for one? If so, how do you know?
I'm ready for one because I take the time to like learn myself every day. I take the time to really, like she was saying, take accountability. Just knowing that I'm a work in progress. I just have an earnest feeling to like learn and experience. So I just find myself very neutral, very like compatible. I don't, some people can't agree to that. That's okay. I'm not for everybody. But yeah, I'm just ready.
Okay. So you think you know enough about yourself right now to go on and give it a shot?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 Let's see. Hmm. I'm gonna just throw this out here. Uh, why are you with someone you don't trust that you don't believe in or trust?
So why are you with someone you don't believe in or trust? I wouldn't be with someone that I don't believe in or trust. That's like not seeing potential in somebody and just having someone to like waste time. Like I just wouldn't even entertain that. I'm sorry. There's no potential, there's no purpose in that.
Okay. Okay. Are you looking for somebody to be with right now?
Um, I desire it. I'm not really looking. I don't, the flowers don't chase the bees, so I would desire to be in one, yes, but I'm not like looking. The only thing I look for is if someone is interested, if they match my values, my morals, and beliefs. That's it.
Well, well, how do you vet somebody like that? How do you vet better?
Vetting is starting off with past experiences, learning from them, not making the same mistakes, really going at it with logic, making sure that you put your mind into it before emotions, because I'm a woman, so we are emotional beings. Two, number one, consult with God. Two, what I just said before. And three, thoroughly communicating with the person, spending enough time, exercising the muscle of like just being intuitive, using your discernment to, make decisions. I would say submission, but in a way where you progress throughout getting to know a person. You got to see if a person is invested or not. And I know submission is a strong word, because when you think of like submission, you think of like commitment. But I think in order to really know if a person is like your person, you want to know if they're gonna submit. But through that, you gotta exercise decision making, if they value what you value, being considerate of how you feel, how they feel, seeing eye to eye, being able to be neutral, whether you agree or disagree.
Hmm. Okay. Well, you kind of touched on this, but would you be okay with being single for the rest of your life? If so, why?
I wouldn't. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know what my perspective is gonna be like in the next 20, 30 years. I would just allow God to kind of like give me, I guess, that perspective, or I guess learn. I wouldn't throw that out there because I'm at my age. I'm just like I'm feel like I'm just getting started. No disrespect to anyone in the panel.
How old are you?
Um, I just feel like no, because it's not good for men to be alone. I actually
How
was just
old are you?
reading,
So,
huh?
how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Okay. Continue.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, I say continue.
Yeah. Um, I was actually. I know everyone is not a believer of Christ, but I was just reading Matthew. Jesus does talk about people that are single, like or they're described as eunuchs. That makes sense if I'm saying it correctly. Where I guess due to a lack of like character or just lacking something, people choose to not be in a relationship. The Bible does talk about singleness. Like people make that decision if they feel like it's something that they're lacking or they're unable to they feel deprived of something or whatever the case may be. I feel like people can still be a work in progress. People can still try. Um, yeah, I feel like everyone at least has a shot. As long as they're working on themselves, I don't see why people are not deserving of love, especially if they're taking accountability. They're doing the
Yeah.
inner work. Um, yeah.
I would
So
think
I
that's a
heard you say
model. Oh, go ahead.
you mentioned about men is not it's not good for men to be alone.
It's
Uh
not. It says
yeah, and
that
I
in the
think everybody
I'm
used that
sorry.
and that's what's hurting a lot of people though, because there's a difference between being single and alone, which I heard even
Oh
Codified just
yeah.
re mentioned again, right? So yeah, I can understand that, right? So we have family members, we have friends, we have, and some people they might not, right? But you don't have to always be in a relationship to be have this fear of that you should have somebody you should talk to, right? Besides just yourself, you could just go insane or something like that. But I think the problem is that we take like scriptures like that and feel like that we gotta be with somebody, and we end up not patient enough to get the person that we need in our life. We don't set no boundaries. We don't do none of these things, and we just think that I can't be alone. I don't want to unalive alone, and all this stuff, and that's kind of messing up a lot of people to this day. And
Yeah.
it's the reason why I asked that last question, because with that one, if you can't stand being by yourself or just being single, or you can't give yourself all these things before adding somebody to your life,
Mm-hmm.
or you can't picture that, right? That means I think that's already you going in a relationship with the wrong type of
Mm-hmm.
um just the mentality though, because they become damaged. That becoming on you start depending on the next person for this and all that, because you don't want to be alone. And I think that's a problem. A lot of people they only use the people because they don't want to be alone. They don't really like the person. They just don't want to be alone, and
Yeah,
that's what it
that's
is.
sad. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're right about that. And like I was saying before, the Bible does talk about singleness. So
yeah.
a lot of
It's
people, because again, you're right. You're not. It's not. You're gonna end up depending on the person. It's not like which is true. The Bible says it's not good for men to be alone, but you're right. Nobody should be adding that as a pressure cooker to force things and whatever. Like that's not okay, because those are the main ones that really need to be alone, especially to learn themselves, be by themselves, get comfortable with that. Um, so I also want to add on that so that's in the book of Genesis, but in the book of Matthews, I was reading a statement where there's many different reasons why people are single, whether they feel like he said there's people that are going to be single since birth, people that choose to be single or not to be married simply because um for the sake of the kingdom of heaven, meaning that I want to say marriage is when two people become one flesh. So another thing that you want to keep in mind is that you don't want to just be in a relationship and you don't just want to be married. And it's not just about marrying a person. It's about doing the work of God. And when you become married, you become one. So all the decisions that you make, you're not just thinking for yourself. You're doing that with your partner. So God
right.
is holding you to a different standard, and you want to make sure that you're aligning with the purpose that he has for you and your spouse. So that's what most people forget. Like it's almost like you have the 10 commandments, but you're being held to a different standard, especially when you're in a marriage. And that's what most people forget. They get married or they tie the knot, but God is looking at them differently. Like God has it's no different, but it's a little bit of a special standard that God has. I'm still defining that. I'm still learning about it. But that's another thing. That's another reason why you need to learn yourself. You need to do the inner work. Um, you need to fulfill the duties that you have in your singleness so that you can be ready for it. Especially that's what's gonna prepare you for the right person if that's what you desire.
Yeah, I think also too, there's some people that their purpose might be single for the rest of their life. I mean, some people is I don't think everybody on earth not meant to be married or even have kids. I think some people just use to fulfill God's plan. You know, I think the only reason why I got this mentality now, because it's just like I think we look past what our biggest thing. It's a desire for the most part. Most of it be desires. I want this. I want this, but do you need it? You know what I'm saying? We don't really know that we make wants, needs, and all that stuff. So it's just like, I think, and that's why a lot of people make wrong decisions in life. They just, okay, I know this was supposed to happen and all this other stuff or whatever. No, some people are really not meant to. have none of these things. It's just being accepting of it and realizing that, hey, maybe it's something else. I got another ultimate goal that I must probably have to do with my life, rather than this, like, or mother passion. I believe God uses so many different ways. We might not be like the next person just because we say our sister and brother get married and all this stuff. That you don't mean necessarily that you're meant to be married, or it's not necessary that you are meant to go down a certain path. Like, that ain't just happening in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that ain't the job you're supposed to go with, or so it's just like, it's really just, I would just say it's like, basically, I wouldn't say moving with the flow, but it's like, you just gotta realize that if things don't work out in your life, that it's something better or some other use for yourself. I mean, some other use for why God using you and stuff. So it's just like, really don't pressure it. And when things get presented in your life, it's up to you to take it or not. And then try to make the best out of all the situations you are in. Even if it's McDonald's, you gotta work. You know what I'm saying? Instead of complaining about it, make the best out of it. If you can't handle it, step out, you know, with a person. Like, even if you get a person, you can't handle it, you gotta get about there. I would say, if you don't even think you're ready for it, that you feel like you can't handle it, don't even go that far. Don't proceed it. Don't proceed. Don't even proceed. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think a lot of times we keep forcing ourselves into things that we know deep down that we're not ready for, and then we hurt ourselves at the end of the day. And that's the problem. You know? But, yeah, I think once we be able to accept it, right, and then we'll be more appreciative of adding things to our life. You know, I'm big on. That's the reason why I think I was using it before, like Smecks, right? Smecks supposed to be an addition. They ain't supposed to be. And people be like, "No, it's important. That's what make y'all bond together and all this." I know they like using that. They use it all the time, and I think that's something that it should be just something added. You're right, especially if you're using it just for play. If you're not just using it for kids, most people are using it for play, right? So I tell people, if you can't deal with that person without it, you can't deal with them. Like, you really supposed to be so into a person or love them, like their personality, the way they talk, walk, and act. You supposed to love it, and then you add, then Smake's supposed to be the thing. You know what I'm saying? But usually Smake's that take over the whole entire thing, and then they try to build the extra toxic stuff, and or cover up these things, like, what, it ain't that bad that he talked to me that way, or it ain't that bad that you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, we get blinded by it, and it's because such a powerful thing, we don't realize what it do to us. We even say stuff like, dang, I can do this with no attachments and stuff. Nah, it's not true. 'Cause if you could do it with no attachments, you wouldn't have did it anyways. You're attached to some way. There's some attachment behind it, because you wouldn't need it. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm big on that. Like, because a lot of us, and I had a topic about that. I need to keep bringing that up too. A lot of us are more in lust than love. We think we in love. We in lust. We just like the way this person look, or the way they talk, or bite their lip, and all this other stuff. But do we really know who we looking at for real? Do we know? We know what we
Hey,
dealing
Kev.
with.
Hey, Kev, I look at it like having schmecks while dating is like having a drink and then driving. It's,
Yeah, I
you,
feel
you
it.
you really don't know. I'll tell you
Mm.
that schmecks, man, it can cloud your judgment
It,
big time.
boy.
Big time. I'm telling you, you see all
Well,
kind
I've
of
been celibate
yellow
for the
and
last
red
4.
flag, bro. You see yellow and red flags, but when it's popping in the handstand, you be like, you know what? Maybe that red
You see
flag
that
was just a
jigger right there?
yellow
Right. You didn't.
flag. That might be just a yellow flag. That ain't no
Right.
red flag. And
Clap
why
that
like
flag out the way.
her too, while she
It
getting
ain't that bad.
that
It's
button push,
right.
and she wake up, she forget all about them red flags that she
Yeah,
saw. But
yeah.
man,
That stuff real, man. People will see a lot of people's sides if they took that out, man. That's the thing. They so in a rush to, and people be more in a rush to jump in the bed than rushing for marriage. You know what I'm saying? It's so backwards now. I don't believe in marriage, but I can believe in throwing this thing back and stuff. Like, what the what the heck? Like, it's all backwards now, and that's why we got horrible judgment. That's why we can't, with the next part, why we can't vet better because we can't see beyond our desires. When people realize that that the only way we can better our life is really we gotta focus on the needs. Good morning, remove. Gotta focus on the needs more than our want and stop making our wants needs too. A lot of these things we can live without. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these things we can. We just say, oh no, I need this cigarette. I need this green bean, you know, the green stuff. We make needs out of stuff that we want or addictions. No. You know what I'm saying? No, you need to find a way to hold peace. You need to control your emotions. You need to put your ego to the side. You need to take accountability. Them the things you need to better yourself, right? Oh, it's all backwards now. It's backwards.
Can I just like interject a little
Go
bit?
ahead.
No, I appreciate everything you said. Facts. First of all, facts. Everything you talked about. But I just wanted to touch on I know like the main title in green is like why can't step parents discipline the children? Again, this is my perspective. Maybe people will disagree. I'm sure they will. But if I'm with a guy, because I'm a woman, first of all, let me preface it with that. I'm a woman. If I'm with a guy with kids, first of all, let this be clear. I'm not the mom. So I'm going into the situation of I'm going to respect your child just as much as they respect me. So the way the child respects me is I have to give respect to the child. I don't feel that I should have the ability to discipline the child because at the end of the day, that's your child with the mother. I am not here to like supersede or like be, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be like the disciplinarian of your child. I'm going to respect whatever boundaries that you and the mother of that child put in place. So I think sometimes step parents cross over that boundary, and that's not okay to me.
What if they're a widow?
If the parent is a weirdo,
Hmm?
okay, well, in that sense, but I'm speaking on if both parents. Okay, let me say if both parents are involved, I'm the step parent. I'm not gonna step on. I'm not gonna step on any toes. Like for instance, if the kid gets in trouble at school, again, if I'm married, let me say this: if I'm married to someone with a child, right? They're married, they have a child. Oh, the kid gets in trouble at school. Or oh, the kid is talking back to me, so say. Okay, there are boundaries that I can't cross. I'm the step parent. So whatever rules that you and that woman that you had that child with, I have to respect y'all's rules, y'all's boundaries. I'm a step parent. I'm not trying to overstep no boundaries.
But what if
Do you think?
there's no other parent? What if they're
Again,
what if they're a
I
widow?
but
Same
I
thing for a widow.
But what? Even if it is another parent, isn't that your house? Like,
I get that, and I
uh,
get that. I
right,
get that. If I'm married to you and you have a child and they're
right.
being disrespectful to me, I get it. Yeah, they're being disrespectful, but I'm still not going to put my hands on your child because that's
But
how
see,
you want. But how you want me to discipline your child needs to be a conversation between us.
Hey, cousin, I
no,
think
no,
she associating discipline with punishment.
exactly, and that's
But
what I
I'm
was about
not.
to
But
say.
I'm not
That's what I
trying
was
to.
about to say. Because
Well, damn.
discipline
I
is
guess
not.
I'm damn. I'm a bad person because I don't want to overstep my
No, no.
boundaries.
Let me hear. Listen what I'm saying. Discipline is not about the punishment. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Discipline
Okay.
is that you get me. So what? Like
I got
discipline
you. I got you.
is how you are teaching that child to manage his life
Yeah.
or her life. So I'm
Your
saying
child to
is
respect me. I want your child
so
to respect me.
right, and that's what I mean by when we.
Right.
Because I said it earlier. I don't know if you were on the panel, but like when if
I
we are
wasn't. I
step
wasn't. I
parents, right?
wasn't.
If we are step parents and you're married, you are no longer a step parent. You are a parent because they're in your house. That is now we start labeling these things, and it's that automatically puts this subliminal boundary. I'm a step parent. No, 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 no. If I'm in the house, right? When you under my care, you're
Right.
mine, as if,
And I respect that.
right?
I get that.
And so that means that how I live my life and the rules that I have in this house, you're
Yeah,
gonna abide
I'm
by
gonna uphold
because
it.
you're gonna follow it because I'm doing it,
Right.
right? And so that way, that's the
You're
discipline.
the dad.
But
You're
that's the
the
discipline. But I'm saying that goes both ways. See, that's the discipline part. Now, if they don't do that, then there is the punishment for not having discipline. And I just wanted to say that because I think a lot of times when we talk about discipline, it's automatically, well, how do you punish it? Because that's when a lot of people say, as step parents, I can't discipline the kid. Yes, you can.
I just don't want to be
You get what I'm saying? You
disrespectful
just can't put.
to
You're talking about
you.
giving punishments.
No, but I'm
You
just saying
understand?
to you again. If you're my husband, or if someone, I'm not gonna say you, but if someone is my husband and they have this child, this beautiful child who's pretty much like my bonus child, but I mean, I don't want to overstep my boundaries. You get what I'm saying?
Hold up. Can I say something real
Yeah.
quick? Because
Yeah.
I see Wifey C in the comments, but I also, listening to your conversation, I feel like we're talking more about co-parenting than being married and then raising a family. If I'm not mistaken, like I'm not with that. Why is it that people are trying to analyze how to be with somebody with the child other than understanding if they even want to be with the person? Because I don't know why this generation is glorifying co-parenting rather than getting married before having kids. Even if you end up with the wrong person having a child and try to vet better, why still settle due to the sake of somebody having a child, having a kid? Y'all need to understand. Like, I feel like y'all need to see if the person is for y'all. Like, I'm not entertaining no kid or nobody with their kid if their values don't even line up with mine. Why are we being submissive to children? That's not even what this is about. They need a healthy environment to grow up in. So let's start there. Like, why are we even making this about children? I'm not understanding. Unless I get it, some of y'all in here have kids, but
I don't have kids. I was just
you
following
don't.
the
Oh,
prompts.
I
I was
was
just
under the
saying,
impression you were.
right? Because
I was just following the prompts. I'm just being I'm devil's advocate. I'm just following the prompts.
right.
For me, sis, I don't talk to men with kids.
I'm just saying when the question says step parent, there is no step parent without kids. So that kid, that's the reason why the kids are in here. Like normally, I agree with you. If you're a single person, you know what I mean, and you want a family of your own, you should not be entertaining someone with kids, right? That's off top. But in the event that you are now in a relationship with someone who
Right.
has a kid and now you're married, now that's what we're talking about. So
Right. So I was
in
talking
that
about
situation,
I was
my point
talking to
is,
yeah.
and I just wanted to clarify, when we talk about why step parents can't discipline, I think a lot of people automatically go to the fact of they can't impose punishments on that child, and that I just want to make sure that we understand that is not discipline. That is punishing for not having discipline. There is a difference. So, as anyone in a child's life, you can discipline and teach a child discipline. A teacher in school can teach discipline. Uh, coaches on the football field teach discipline, right? Anybody can teach discipline. Co-parent, step parent, anybody can teach discipline. But if we're talking about the punishment, see, that's a different conversation. But I think a lot of times this could be a trick question because everybody automatically assumes when you say discipline a child, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? What's punishing a child? You get what I'm saying? But that in reality, that's not the discipline part. So I think that's when he wrote that question. And if you go back and look at the question and now try to re-answer that, because it's not about the punishment of the child, it's about installing the discipline. So now if you look at it from that angle, re-answer that question. Can step parents discipline their children? Yes or no? You know what I mean? What do you think when you look at it from that angle?
Yeah, nah, you're not even married. Oh, sorry.
Who? What we,
But for the people, Zoe, is that how you pronounce your name, Zoe?
It's a way.
Zoe, my apologies.
That's
So
okay.
I don't have children, Zoe, but I was just responding to the prompt in this
No,
conversation.
I hear you. I heard
This
you.
was yeah, it's all anecdotal. So I was just saying, I'm not saying I don't talk to men with kids. That's just me. But I was answering to the prompt. And I was just saying, if I was in a situation, because here's my thing. If you have one kid, I'm okay with that. But that's just me. Some women have, you could have multiple kids, not on my watch. You could just have like one. But that's me. Again, that's just me. But in the event that somebody has a child, I'm not trying to be a disciplinarian. But that's just me though.
So I wouldn't, I'm pro-choice. I wouldn't blame a person if they would or wouldn't. I would just analyze like the scenario, the whole circumstance, the dynamic of the person's relationship. Like, does it even make sense? Like, if it's a benefit, if you could get something out of it, if you have a legit reason to justify you dealing with someone having a kid, like, oh, they motivate me to be a better person. Like, if you come out being the best version of yourself, dealing with a person that, having being in a relationship and with a person that has kids, I'm all for it. If it's creating you to be, if it's helping you be the best version of yourself, and if you're a complete asset to everyone's an asset to one another. However, I do want to say something to somebody in the comments, because wifey C, I'm not understanding why you're promoting co-parenting and two people meeting or whatever and having a kid or not having a kid, but yet you out here telling people not to get married. Why would I want the extra baggage and not at least want a ring beforehand? Like, why would I let's just say if I had a kid and I dated somebody with a kid or even without, why in the world am I taking on extra responsibility and not being fully committed to the person? Like, let's just be clear. You
Zoe,
out here
hold on,
promoting.
Zoe. I don't. Hey, Kev, I'm not sure how you handle panelists addressing comments because those people aren't up here to speak, and the time delay. Is that
Mm-hmm.
something you let them do?
Uh, let me see. I guess it depends, but no, that's I'm looking at that. If she's good, no, yeah, we good. We good on
I mean,
that.
why
Yeah.
is she got enough to come up? I'm not sure why.
I seen she can't. I don't even think she can hit the box. She probably got banned or something because they don't even let me
Okay,
invite her up. Yeah,
okay.
she do got enough though. Did you get banned, wifey? Yeah, 'cause it ain't letting you. But yeah, she just. I guess she said she didn't say that. I was trying to scroll up to see what she said that it don't.
I don't think
She
she
just.
was saying don't get married. I don't think she ever said that.
Yeah,
Y'all
see,
gotta
that's
scroll
that's
up.
what that's what happened from the comments because it's limited characters and you know what I'm
And I could
Come
be
up
saying.
real
wrong,
It's
quick,
Zoe.
then, wifey, if you can, and explain yourself.
She was telling me not to get married. She said, "Don't get married. You get nothing." That's facts. But
She
when we
said
got on
that.
the topic about raising children and the type of people that we're dealing with raising children, or let's just say in having a blended family or whatever, I'm like, wait, you was just telling me not to get married because I get nothing out of it. But like, let's just say somebody ends up having a kid with the wrong person and they want to revet. Like, why?
Wifey,
Like,
come up then if you saying you don't say that.
huh?
Talking to wifey, see if she gonna come up so she can explain herself. Oh, so I'm turning 50 in 2 weeks. I know. Don't get married. You get nothing. Oh, okay. I see the part you talking about, though. I don't get what you meant by that.
okay. There you go. Let's try not to argue, but well, let's say, wife, you see, do you want to clarify your comment and why you said it?
Please do.
No, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no, I never said don't get married. I'm speaking from being a step parent. And I know what I said. I never said not to get married. I'm not delusional in this situation. But I just don't want nobody attacking me, making it seem like I
No,
said
no, no,
something that
nobody.
I didn't
That's
say.
what I'm saying. I
So
just
what
want to
you mean?
clear it up. Is what do you mean by your comment?
You said it twice, literally.
I said
Anybody
Hold
can
on,
what? What
say
did
so
I
Let her
it.
say
hold
finish
on,
real
twice?
quick
so
so she can say it real
hold on.
quick.
No, what did I say twice? Let's go
No,
through the
we're not gonna
comments.
do that. We're not gonna do that. Miss Wifey C, what did you mean by what you said? Just speaking on the topic,
No,
not
you know what?
necessarily what Zoe said.
Hold on.
Okay,
It wasn't.
let's
First of all, it wasn't directed towards her. But
right.
my
That's why
question
we
is, as
asking
I
what do
said a
you
lot in
mean
the
by it.
comments,
Okay, we
and
don't
I'm
care about
standing.
that. What did you mean about the comment? That's all we saying, man. You
What
don't have to do
comment
the.
are you talking about?
When you said they should, okay, let's read it. I read it too. Hold up. You said, hold up, give me a second. I
Start
will
from
be
Ray
man.
J. It was around when Ray J was commenting.
Man, how did I just miss it that fast? I was just looking at it too. Or maybe it's on this page. Let me see something real quick.
No, take your time. I'm here because I know I never targeted anybody. I speak from experience.
Yeah, you did add her though. You said Zoe,
Oh, I did.
don't get married, you get nothing.
Yeah,
That's fact. So what you meant by that?
yeah, you did say
Okay, wait a
that.
minute. Let's go back further than that. Because if I said that, then I said it for a reason. So I'm going back through the comments myself.
Okay. Read by the
Hold
prophets
on
of
one
God.
second.
Yeah, you did say that.
Miss Danny, let's let them talk this out.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Lo siento.
Okay, so hold on. Let me go back because if I said that, then there's a reason I said that. Hold on, because it's been a minute.
Oh, I get you. You went so deep you done forgot why you said it.
Oh hell yeah!
Okay, I get it though. Why you going back to?
I'm
I
going
feel you.
back because I know what I said. If I spoke my piece, sissy, people think it's a piece of paper. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it goes back to the fact that marriage is nothing. People think marriage is a piece of paper, and I say, okay, don't get married, but when you have to deal with the family members, the sorry ass family members, because I've been there, done that, and when they show up to collect, then that's it. It's bottom line. If you don't think being married has no significance, then don't get married.
Mm, okay.
That's what I meant. Because I've
Okay.
been through being married and having people die and family members show up and they're all about collecting. And if you do not have the fact that you've been married and that you are the surviving spouse, then you get nothing. So don't get married.
Mm, okay. Okay. That makes sense. All right, it's
Okay, I
about
see
that.
which.
And everything else stems from there. So
Yeah, I feel
I
it. It
usually
makes
don't
sense
come on
then.
live. Thank you, Kev. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
to
you good. You good. You good.
validate
Just
what
want to
I'm
making sure we
saying,
get
but
clarity on that so everybody be on
yeah,
the same
I
page.
know what I'm talking about. If you don't want to get married and you think everything is a fucking joke, excuse me, Kev, I'm sorry, but don't get married. Bottom
True.
line.
True. And I can
All
feel
right.
that, and
I'm
I
going to
agree
drop.
now.
Thank you, Kev. Bye.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
What's up, Phoenix? How you feeling? Welcome to the life.
Oh, I only heard the last part. Married to, because I know when you're married and somebody passes away, you get whatever. The family comes after you. But to the question that you have up here, should step parents discipline children? Um, I want
No,
to
it says
say,
why. It says why can't the step parent discipline the children?
oh, I'm sorry, I read the question wrong. Why can't they? To me, I want to say, some people in their minds think the step parent should not be able to discipline the child because they think that they may have a vendetta against the other party.
Mm,
And they're just using the child as a, like, as an abuse to if they don't like the parent or the mom or the dad, whomever it is. So they want to think that in their mind that they're abusing the child to get revenge on the other person. So that's why they would not want them to um discipline them. But for myself, I have two kids. My baby father actually died, and my husband that I have now with my other two kids, he disciplines my kids. He pays the bills there. He has the right to discipline them also. He's not doing it in a neglectful way. He's doing it in a parenting way. So I don't think that they should not be able to, as long as it's not any vindictiveness.
Okay. I feel it, man. I think it's kind of overall, and what I kind of blending that in with, like, because I was ready for people to be like, nah, because I don't know, and uh, I can't trust him. He might hurt my child or something like that. Or even this other thing with it. Nah, they'd be like, oh, I can't keep my child alone with him because I think something's going to go down. So that's why, with that second question, right, I asked, why are you with someone you don't trust or believe in? Because it's like, why? I never got that either. Like, people be like, I'm scared for him to be around my son or my daughter or something like that. You know, they say stuff like that. So why you got a person you scared to have a person around? You know what I'm saying?
I'm leaving all the kids at home, and I'm gonna go about my business. When I come back,
Mm,
they still there.
right.
Like
I,
if you should not be with a person that you don't trust,
exactly.
that's number one. Also, like if you can't trust them to be with your kid, then why are you trusting them to lay down with them to probably make a new
Exactly.
kid? I don't
Exactly.
understand that. And then it says, why are you with someone you don't? All right, then how do you vet them better? I don't know. Vetting them, you need to make sure you know who it is before you sleeping with them. Just don't be
Yep.
sleeping with them and then bring them to your house. You know. Yeah, no, don't do that. Like, yeah, get to know them before you let your kids know them. And I know
Yeah.
that they say go by these Steve Harvey rules, but ain't nobody listening to him either. I need to make sure I know this person before I bring them with my kids because what if they are a predator? What if they are just weird? You don't know what these people are today, so you just need to vet them a lot before you bring your children involved because
Uh-huh.
you just don't know people.
Hmm.
Now, would you be okay being single for the rest of your life? Single life ain't that bad, but nah, I need a little companion, you know? You want to grow old with somebody.
Hmm.
I think you should. I don't know. I came from with my grandparents. They were married for like 65 years before he died.
Hmm.
So I don't know. Like they were together. Like she had two kids before she met him. Like my aunt and uncle call him dad. Like he's the only dad that they basically know. And he disciplined them, I'm sure. And I don't know. I just think it just depends on the person and your own personal experience. But I think disciplining stepchildren is okay. I don't think people should be alone for the rest of their life unless they just got a problem. I think you should vet all these people because you don't know what they're,
Remember, alone and single is two different things. So.
well, single for the rest of your life. I don't think you should.
Mm.
I think you should have a companion or have a friend or have somebody. Just
True.
being by yourself is not okay.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah.
I, this the thing I've been talking about lately, though, and it just depends on where you at. Because I don't think everybody meant to be married or have kids, low key. Because some people just not built for that, or some people is meant to be used in life in a certain way. And I think a lot of times when we do have that mentality that we must be with somebody, I think that's how we make horrible decisions and stuff because we be trying to rush things that we're not really prepared for. So I would say that, I think one of our primary things is to build our life up enough so we can be able to connect with people that fit our lifestyles or our morals and all that and our boundaries and all that. So we don't have to change people and all that stuff because a lot of people get in situations where they trying to look to change another person. Hoping I hope that they become better than this, even though they see the red flags and all this other stuff, but they just they yellow flags, just
Uh,
hoping, So
yeah.
I think if you're not prepared or you damaged and not healed and stuff, now you need to be as long as you can, even if you got to go to the grave with it. Because I don't think it's fair to bleed on somebody else or have this thing making somebody else's job to make you happy or all this thing. We're not abusing people for desires, man. And I think that's kind of wrong. You know what I'm saying? It should be something to build something with one another. Like when you get with a person, it's supposed to be selflessness, not selfishness all the time. You know what I'm saying? So you doing this because you want to contribute to to society in some way or whatever. But some people just do it, because they want to get their back broken. So I don't know. It's just all type. Everybody got their reasons though, and that stuff don't last. If you don't come in a situation, not thinking about the next person, and it's more about you and your feelings only. That junk. It's not gonna get far, man. It's not. It just don't. And I think that's why a lot of people we fail it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if your partner's selfless and you selfless, y'all can really make this thing work. Y'all can connect and make things better. You know what I'm saying? So, and even with that, it's supposed to be, to build a family, low key. But people just, it's about happiness nowadays, and that's the problem. It's just happiness. That's why I don't last too long.
That is true. I don't think everybody should be a parent either.
Right.
Some horrible people out here. And there are also not no selfless parents. Like some of these people are just selfish parents. So I don't think they should have kids.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody is meant to be a parent. Um, and that's why they have other options outside of if you're not really wanting to be a parent. But you
Yeah.
get in a situation.
Hey, you know what though? Can I? I'm gonna mess with you a little bit, Kev, because you fell asleep on us and came back. But I would say that I think it is about happiness. I think that's the goal of life is happiness. Other than that, what is the point? But
I think
where I
living right
agree with
is.
you, here's the thing, here's the twist. It is not what we think. Like this is where I agree with you, because I think people have this idea of happiness, and this is
Mhm.
the thing that we chase. But that's not really what the happiness is. The happiness is called joy, internally. That's
Right.
what we should all be chasing. And joy
True.
comes from doing the things that's right, making sure that your life is in order, making sure that you're healed. All of that thing will bring you that internal peace and
True.
it will
True.
bring you that joy. And I think that should be the goal. You get me?
Yeah.
Because then that way, all of the other external happinesses, that should have just played by itself.
Mhm.
If you watch the pennies, the dollars will watch themselves, as the old saying
Mhm.
goes. So I think that was just, just to kind of mess with you in the morning to play on that word. I think it's about happiness, but I don't think it's in the way of how
Right.
people think it is. You get me?
I got you. Good. That makes sense. I feel you. Exactly what it's supposed to be. I also say that because I always tell people that my saying is I rather live good than feel good. Because if you go off feeling good, you're not gonna feel good all the time. When you live good, you eventually gonna start feeling good, and that's the difference. You make try to make the best decisions you can. If you make a decision off of just what feel good, you gonna set yourself up for disappointment. You know what I'm saying? When it's always like that. But if you make decisions off just living good, it's gonna be ups and downs. But you just know how life is. You know that at the end of the day, it's what's best for you. Even if it take you cutting a person off, or if it take you, if it take all that for you to be able to live better, you got to do that. I mean, that's not gonna always. You're not gonna always be happy all the time. So I think, and then once we actually notice that about life, um, we be more accepting to things, man. We actually be more appreciative. You know what I'm saying? And that's a big thing. That's a very big thing. I think, and I think a lot of us, staying in most of this world, they're not, and that spoiledness did a lot too, man. We are not appreciative or grateful, and it have to be the little things for real. It got to be the little things. Not her coming here punching people, man. We supposed to be good. Ain't you about to be coming to my city and stuff? I could find you. No, I'm talking to. Um, but yeah, if you know. once we find that, man, and I always think about when people be saying it be the little things, it's just the little things. That junk is real. That junk really real. Detroit, I remember I was in there, I was talking to you, and I was in there when you was talking about you had a situation in Detroit, and I said I was being funny though, but man, we coming in my city. Uh, but once people really realize that they start being more, and that will make you happy. You know, when little things get added to it, you like, dang, you know, I'm really. Well, first you gotta first wake up, be like, dang, I'm grateful that I got to see another day. That's just one of the small things. I get to have some air. You know, my water's still running. You know, yeah, I'm out here 313. That's what that stands for. Talk to me nice. I know I'm talking. Nah, you a thug. I'm good. I ain't about to mess with you. Um, I think, you know, once we realize that, um, and that's how I start. That's actually how I develop an optimistic mentality. You know, because it's like, dang, I was so blinded with my spoiledness and realizing that, you know, and I think it take a lot of people to pass away out your life and all this and realize how precious life is. Like, dang, you know, I'm here today. What the heck? All these people didn't make it and stuff, and I'm here today. You know, and I got another chance to try to, you know, live the best way I can. And, you know, because it's not all about let me save up for this trip. Like, you got to be thankful if you even make it to that trip. You know what I'm saying? You're not even guaranteed to make it to the trip. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I start understanding with my mama, and they used to irritate me though. I ain't gonna even lie. For sure, for sure. See, it's like it used to irritate me when she be like, "Man, if it be the Lord's will, if it be the Lord's will," and all that. She said it all the time, and I'm like, "Man, dang, why everything?" You know what I'm saying? But that's me, and I get it because I'm always thinking with an entitlement mentality. Okay, next week we going to the party. We going. Okay, I got you. Why you keep saying it be the Lord's will? And then when life started hitting, I just seeing how many people were dropping and people not, you know, because they just thought that they was gonna make it to the next party and stuff. So I do get it. I did get it. Like, oh, okay, that's what my mama said. If it be the Lord's will, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, yeah, nothing. It's not tomorrow is not promised to nobody. Low key. I know we keep saying that though, but when you keep that in your mind, you be more grateful and appreciative. Like, dang, you know, I did make it to tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, when you step out the house and take a drive up the street to a gas station, you're not promised to come back. You take a risk every time you step out that door. That's just what it is, man. With nobody's like this entitlement mentality, and that's what I'm gonna always be sticking on with. It's like it's destroying a lot of us. We expect people to be the way we want them to be. No, just be appreciative that they doing the good things in your life. You know what I'm saying? But we always focus on the bad things, what they not doing, what you not gonna do. You know, all this stuff. That's all we always focus on. Our stuff is so backwards. We don't never take the time of what they did do for us and all that stuff because we just so spoiled and selfish. Spoiled and selfish. Like we just look past the thing. That's why the negatives always override the positive. You know, it take one thing. Somebody can do 100 things to you for you, and it take one thing. Oh, dang, you ain't let me borrow $1. Okay, I feel you. Be right. That's cool. That's cool. Why you acting like that? You know what I'm saying? And that's how you lose friends after that. Because your friends looking at it like, bro, I've literally been doing this stuff to you. And then this one time I say I can't give you $1, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? They give you hundreds and all this other stuff this one time, right? No, you just gotta accept that shoot, every human is like they got their reasons behind it. And sometimes I don't need no question behind it. Just like, okay, if they said if you could trust that, I mean, it is what it is what it is. Like, sure, okay, if you ain't got me that time, I'm not gonna even take it to heart. You know, because I know you look out for me, and I know if you had, you'll do it. You know what I'm saying? People don't think that way. A lot of us, we fill in the blank, man, because of how we feel. Well, I feel hurt, and this is what you did to me. You know what I'm saying? And this is, you know, but it is, and that's how we hurt our own selves. That's just what it is. That's just really what it is, man. But like I said, when people start learning what gratefulness is and appreciation, we'll get somewhere, man. We can build from that point, and that's one of the best feelings when you realize that, and it humble you. Which this thing people don't know what it is. They don't know what it is. Like I said, all it takes for us to get a few things, learn some stuff, be older than somebody, get a few degrees and stuff, and now we acting like we the top ish. And that's why I be telling people like, bro, none of that stuff, all this stuff that we learning, all this stuff, it's not gonna mean anything. We fighting over skin color, all this other stuff, the gender, this stuff ain't gonna mean nothing in the grave. It's just not. You know, it's all about how you impacted life and how you know, how the next person gonna be able to take your message. And if they spread it out, hopefully, crossing fingers, right? The image that you put out, is it a good image or is it a bad image? You know, all this stuff I had lives about all this stuff, you know. But it's just like this stuff that we be putting so much energy behind, like none of this stuff ain't gonna mean anything in the grave. It's just not. Why not live the best way you can or enjoy life the best way you can? You know what I'm saying? Instead of always complaining. We do more complaining than anything. You know? Especially about stuff we can't control. I mean, shoot, if it's nothing we can do about it, why complain about it? You just gotta let it ride and then try to figure it out. Live life while you live it. You exactly. But I think also some people careless with it too, right? Because it's like they think about their desire so much. That's what YOLO mean. Because if I don't go to this party tonight, that means I'm not living my life. Like, bro, we get to pick and choose of what's fun, what's entertaining or not, what makes us happy and all that stuff. It don't have to always be dangerous stuff. It don't always have to be what other people see as fun. You know what I'm saying? If everything is fun, I gotta drink, I gotta smoke. You know what I'm saying? That stuff be hurting your life more than anything. You know what I'm saying? But it's just well, it's so much, and that's why I'm on this, man. Because there's so much stuff we got to talk about for real, man. There's so much stuff that we not noticing or we not aware of. Accountability, all that stuff is some deep stuff for real. I ain't gonna even lie. That junk is deep and really wanting to change, getting called out. We can't take that. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, and once we be able to put ego to the side, we can be accepted and become better. You know, when we get caught out on certain things. You know, I never noticed that about myself. Maybe I have to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? But we just don't take that time, man. I mean, feelings beat everything nowadays. We would rather when we get caught out, we rather just say how we felt about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna accept what you said about me, but why did you say it like that? You know what I'm saying? That's all we think about. That's why we took off the whole entire message. That's all we took out. You know, I don't like that you called me on that BS. I don't like that, you know what I'm saying? But did you understand you was doing the BS? That's the whole purpose. No matter how I said it or what. Do you understand what you gotta, you know what I'm saying? So and that's all of us, man. We can't look past it. Sometimes it take a little ego bruising to even to be able to make these changes or be better. We can't say we can't that we want to be better and can't accept uh constructive criticism or somebody holding us to accountability or calling us out. You know what I'm saying? We can't say we want to be better. But we want to be better the way we want it to be. The way we want it. We want to get fed the way we want. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. You most definitely you preaching, my brother. Man. You have to be open minded. That's oh shoot, hold up. Cancel that. But you really most definitely have to be you gotta be open minded. That's very big. But and it's some things you gotta stand firm on though. You gotta stand on some things too though. But it's just like when it comes to doing better yourself, just leave a little room that some stuff could be possibly wrong. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff I might have got, it might be false, but that open mindedness is some real stuff. That open mindedness is what got me to like I said, it actually helped me being optimistic. It helped me actually learn more. Because it's like, dang, you know what? What the heck? I didn't know that I've been saying this wrong all this time, when I really do my research, it's just like, oh dang, you know what? Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't know that Pluto is a moon now. They just said it was a fact. I've been all these years saying it's a fact. Now I did my research. Now it's a moon now. You know what I'm saying? So they just changed a fact into another fact. Okay, cool. Open minded, right? Anything can change. Facts can change. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's just boy. What
Hey,
you about to get, cousin? I say you.
because I was saying like I think a lot of these people, how we always talk about the message and how people don't want to accept the message, and it's because they don't trust who the people are giving the message, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's like, who are you to tell me what to do? So they don't want to
Right.
accept criticism, right? And they don't want to look in the mirror because they like, who are you to tell me? But
Yeah.
my thing would be that I think that that's true in a lot of cases, right? But then it
Mm.
goes back to you again. Look in the mirror because who do you surround yourself with? If you surrounding yourself with toxic people who you can't even trust what they saying, then you fucking up. You know what I mean? Like I always try to be the dumbest in the room, meaning I always have people
You
around
gotta
me that
say
learn
silliest because I don't
something.
know if I got banana off that.
Or oh, I'm sorry, well, silliest, not smart. Because when because that way I always can learn something from the people that's around me. If I'm the smartest in the room, I'm stagnant now. So I always try to look, to surround myself with people that I can learn something from. And so that way, if they tell me something now, I can take that and I can respect that. So if I just say this to people, if you got a problem with people telling you shit because you don't think that they have the criteria or the credentials to tell you something, then maybe you need to up the credentials of the people that's around you. You know what I mean? Stop blaming
Mm-hmm.
that for just because you don't want to listen. Maybe you need to just get some better people in your circle, so where when they say something to you, you can trust what they're saying. Just a little, you just made me think of it when you said it.
Yeah. Yeah. This stuff is really deep, man. That's why I be on this thing talking for real, man. Cause I know a lot of us, we can't handle it, man. We can't handle the way, and I'm even dealing with that in my fam. You know what I'm saying? It's just some people they can't understand beyond what only they know and stuff. And I could get it. I could get it that, as I was at that point in life, like, you know what? If I don't know or if I can't figure it out, that means it's impossible or it can't be real. And that's not true. It's just I just never took the time to try to really search and see if there's a way. You know what I'm saying? Because we always want things to come fast. I want to understand this right now. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing the research to really want it. You know what I'm saying? If we had like I said, if we had that thrive towards, wanting to really better our life, like at the thrive we had, if we use that, the thrive, we be looking for smacks and in a relationship, well, we will get somewhere and we will do anything for that, right? But we wouldn't do anything to check and better our life, though. We wouldn't do anything to hold ourselves accountable. We don't do that, though. When they do that, the green stuff, they boy, some people be about to lose their bills to buy that green stuff, right? But they don't want to do they lose their bills to go to therapy. They don't want to do or the stuff they need though, but the desires they really to go broke and lose a whole house over that though. Or the cause of why they gotta smoke that green stuff. You know what I'm saying? They, it's just man, I told you desires is taking over everything, man. Desires, that's one of the most powerful things, man. And it's damaging us. You know what I'm saying? It's damaging us. But that's how they feel like that's the only way to live. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you really want to do because YOLO. That's the only way. That's the only way. YOLO, YOLO. But then YOLO is what's causing you to have a shorter life. You know what I'm saying? We pay for it. We also pay for it. Nobody want to eat vegetables and greens and all that stuff, but it's helping us. You know what I'm saying? But it's not always about one. Of course, I probably want a dang on burger all the time and some pizza and all that greasy stuff. You feel me? But it's not about the wants. That wants is damaging us more than anything. You know, some stuff we not ready for. But people gotta learn the hard way, man. People gotta learn the hard way. Uh, Block, what's the deal? I ain't seen you in a minute. How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, bro. Just getting ready for work at senior prompt.
Yeah.
I think people, man, that I say this all the time. People want relationships so bad, but they don't ever want to formally uh, prepare themselves or educate themselves. I tell people to go read a relationship book. You know, I've suggested a couple, and they think, what I need a book for? I don't need no book to learn how to treat my man. But they keep failing body after body. and no indication of them saying, you know what, let me go get a third party to help me out. Let me go get some tools to help me be a better person. My last real relationship, it was this time last year. This girl just kept making blunders, kept doing things that were disrespectful, and she act like she had no clue what she was doing. But she made the money. She, one strike against her. She dated a pookie for 8 years. I just said, oh my God, I knew what I was getting into, and so I gave it a chance anyway. But it lasted about 3 months. But I kept telling her to get this book that really was an inspiration to me and really educate you on the other person in relationship and how they see things, which is, to me, a lot of women just they fail at empathy big time.
Mm.
And so when finally I broke up with her, I said, No more getting back together. I'm done. You just don't know how to conduct yourself in a relationship, so I'm done." So she finally ordered the book. And when she ordered and read it, she said, "Oh my God, I just found out I'm the problem." And she was the problem in all her relationships by
Mm.
reading the book. Then she, and I knew she read it because she was uh, pointing out certain things deep in certain chapters, that I knew she wouldn't know unless she read it. And
Mm.
so she was begging for another chance, and I said, "Nah, just go on and learn what you need to learn. Be better for your next relationship. I'm done." And so I just don't give people a chance with me like that. They lose you lose a good person. And, in this day and age, man, you run across somebody good. I mean, that's like discovering gold. And if you just fumble it like that, that's on you. If you're in your late 40s and you don't know how to treat the opposite sex in a relationship, that is because you failed to develop yourself, and that's on you.
Mm. That's right. Mm. People do that though, but some people just really not meant. Everybody be on different levels at the right time. I always realize what's meant is going to always either come back or it's never going to come back. You know what I'm saying? So whatever going to work in your life is what's going to work, man. So yeah, that's why I also look at it. I don't regret. You know what I'm saying? I teach myself to not regret things because I wouldn't be the person I am today. If so, you know what I'm saying? If I was to keep on focus on, if I would have been with this person, I should have did with that, or maybe I would have did something different. I don't regret none of my decisions, though. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe things are said and done for a reason. It's either for me to learn from, adapt with, or overcome. That's just all it is. And we can't change the past. We can't. We can just try to, like I said, try to make better out that situation. That's all we really can do. Instead of just living our whole life. What if this person would have did that? And what if? You know what I'm saying? And we take what if and use it in our future too. Or what if I do this? And what if, you know what I'm saying? That's why you ain't gonna better never connect with the next person because you're still stuck in what if mode. You know what I'm saying? But, I can understand it's a defense mechanism and all the other stuff, but it's just like, dang, you got to get to a point in life where you actually know what you're dealing with and understand why you went through. That way you can kind of lower your what ifs so you can know what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And for a long time, I thought I was being a wife coach. When we get with me, I teach them how to conduct themselves in a relationship, or through ups and downs, trial and error, hard knocks, whatever you want to call it. And it just get to a point like, man, I can't do it no more. You know, got one woman acting so masculine, trying to coach her to be feminine, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't do this no more. And then we go through the breakup. They like, no, no, please give me another chance and all this stuff. Nah, man, I'm done. You know, and I give it about 3 months. and that's it. If you can't get with it, because I mean, wasting 6 months of my life at 30 years old is not as bad as wasting 6 months of my life at 50. And so people want to waste your time. 6 months at 50, like man, hell,
Boy,
you owe me some money. You know, you need to pay me, man. But that's kind of how I feel about it. And then at 30 years old, you wasting somebody's time like that. It don't sting as much. Shit, man, you get up 49 years old, people like, well, we gotta get to know each other, you know, take our time and get to the man. Ain't got time for that shit.
bro, you're
I
right.
got, I got 25 years statistically. I ain't got no time to be wasting with you. Either you show
True.
up knowing what you want, know what you need to do, or get the hell on.
Yeah.
Got time for that, man. People be showing up, well, let's take a couple years to get to know somebody, man. Fuck all that. People crazy, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
So many people don't know what they doing when it comes to relationship. They don't know what to do, how to conduct themselves. I wonder where have these people been? They would let me know that they've been, partying and just sleeping around because they have no clue how to conduct themselves in a relationship at all. And these are high earning women. Don't have nothing. They just been partying and fucking around with everybody. That's it. And then they want to go be a 304 for all them years and then show up and say, I mean, straight the next day out of their whole phase, I'm ready to be a wife.
Mm. Hey, major change you did. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, everybody doing that low key though. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, like I said, we still got men that sit there talking about they can't control they between their legs. Like they gotta be with 14 people. And then say they want a wife. Like that's crazy too. Well, you can't even see past your Peter. But everybody, like I said, everybody wants something that they're not prepared for. Everybody wants something that they're not prepared for. No problem. Problem. That's why a lot of us getting blinded is because we can't. And I was mentioning this earlier. Is for the most part, we put up with a lot of stuff because of smack. That's a big thing.
Yep.
We can't.
I think it's a lot of confusion everywhere. And instead of actually looking at the real culprits, we just rather point the finger.
Uh, yeah, like everywhere, man. Oop, I ain't want to hit the crunchy crunch. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Yeah, I might end up staying because I gotta. I'm gonna get us an hour because I gotta get back up. Okay, run up to this spot real quick. I'm for sure about to be going to bed late today. Today Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday. Okay, get my days mixed up. Gotta work soon. Need to be working. All right.
Oh, so you got it? You good? You the gig or whatever? I know you was you back in the workforce.